Chapter 1. The Leisurely Life System. What? The Leisurely Life System? What purpose does it serve? A calm voice emanated from Chen Ran in a student dormitory at Xiaonuan University in the bustling Magic City. If an ordinary person were to suddenly acquire a system, they would surely feel as though they had turned their life around, overflowing with gratitude and reverence for their ancestors. However, Chen Ran remained unfazed. What good is a leisurely life system to someone like me? With 10 properties, a fleet of luxury cars, and an annual salary in the millions. Where would I place my face? As a rare talent at Xiaonuan University, Chen Ran felt he could effortlessly earn money while reclining. He had already achieved financial independence before even graduating. Isn't that leisure enough? What need had he for this so-called leisurely life system? Ding! Reminder to the host. The leisurely life system rewards you with unexpected benefits simply for living leisurely. Living leisurely earns rewards? Chen Ran's interest was piqued, and he inquired, what sort of leisurely activities yield rewards? Ding. Please complete the related leisurely tasks for generous rewards. Ding. Task 1. The host is to reject all offers. A leisurely life requires no grueling 996 work schedule. Your time should wholly belong to you. The system presented its first task notification. Reject all offers? Indeed, that epitomized a leisurely lifestyle. It is worth noting that while others fretted over job prospects upon graduation, he already possessed no fewer than 10 offers from Fortune 500 companies and prestigious Ivy League institutions. Chen, haven't you set off yet? Everyone is waiting for you, the protagonist. At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, and a stylishly dressed blonde youth entered. We've been waiting for you. Today is the farewell dinner, and the ladies are anxious. What's the rush? It's barely 50 meters away. They'll be driving my Ferrari shortly. Chen Ran replied nonchalantly, rising to ask, what are you back for? You could have just made a phone call. Hee, I forgot to bring cigarettes. This roommate, Jean Qinyang, a local from Magic City, enjoyed the image of smoking and felt incomplete without a cigarette in hand. Chen, do you have a lighter? Jean Qinyang rummaged through a pack of cigarettes, placing one between his lips. I do. Chen Ran found a lighter, ignited it, and after a moment's contemplation, gathered the scattered papers on the table, lighting them first. Here, he brought the flames closer to Jean Qinyang, helping him light his cigarette. Yet, Jean Qinyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood frozen in place, shock rendering him speechless, causing him to drop the cigarette from his lips. For he had just realized that Chen Ran had burned several offers worth millions in annual salary. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Receiving rewards. Peach Blossom Card 1. Charm Value 101. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in Chen Ran's mind, announcing the rewards. Charm Value 100. Now, in effect. The charm value will directly enhance the host's allure, granting the host a permanent heartthrob buff. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 100 charm value is now activated. Congratulations, you have become the most charming man in the world. In a moment of daze, Chen Ran found that his charm level had been maximally enhanced by the system. At this moment, he exuded an irresistible charisma that was almost palpable. Wow. Brother Chen, what on earth did you burn? Jean Qinyang, still fixated on the charred remnants of paper, lamented, that's money you just incinerated. I am aware, Chen Ran replied, his expression serene, as he continued to rotate his hand until the paper was reduced to ashes, which he then casually discarded into the trash bin. It's merely a few sheets of paper, a few sheets of paper. I'm feeling a bit nauseated. Jean Qinyang felt a profound sense of loss, nearly gasping for breath. Yet, the moment he glanced up at Chen Ran, he was instantly taken aback. Am I seeing things? Why do I feel like Brother Chen has become even more handsome? I want to be close to you. Jean Qinyang's eyes widened as he instinctively moved closer, his breath quickening in Chen Ran's presence. Get lost. Chen Ran unapologetically pushed him away, though internally he was utterly astonished. It truly worked. This charm. Chen Ran gazed into the mirror, marveling at his own striking visage, feeling a twinge of jealousy towards himself. Now that his charm was at full capacity, what purpose did the Peach Blossom card serve? Use the Peach Blossom card immediately. Chen Ran wished to test its effects. Ding. The Peach Blossom card is now in use and will take effect within 3 hours. With anticipation in his heart, he set off with Jean Canyong to partake in their last meal after graduation. Brother Chun has arrived. Everyone stand up. Hello, Brother Chun. Wow, Brother Chun looks so handsome. Am I seeing things? Brother Chun, forever a legend. As soon as Chen Ran entered the private room, it erupted with enthusiastic cheers, a cacophony of excitement filling the air. Amidst the laughter and merriment, many indulged in drinks, and Chen Ran, with a decent tolerance, remained quite lucid after several rounds. He'll step outside for some fresh air as the banquet neared its conclusion. Chen Ran pushed open the door to the private room and made his way outside to enjoy the cool breeze of a summer afternoon. Hey folks, remember, today's outdoor live stream promises a surprise. If we happen to encounter a familiar face, the host will treat them to a drink. Let's see who the lucky audience member will be today. Meanwhile, as a newly minted streamer, Mu Xiaonuan had resorted to such a special outdoor live stream to boost her popularity. Randomly encountering an acquaintance and inviting them for a drink was the plan. Streamer 666, quickly give us your location. Warm baby, where are you? I'm heading over to catch you. The live stream screen flickered with messages. Although the comments were plentiful, they were not as numerous as she had envisioned. Under the sweltering summer sun, Mu Xiaonuan felt a wave of discouragement. She was also a graduate of Shundan University this year, but unlike many who settled for conventional paths, she had chosen the streaming industry as her profession. This decision faced vehement opposition from her family. If she did not achieve some level of success, she would likely be sent home to engage in arranged marriage. Mu Xiaonuan, you can do it. You are no less capable than anyone else. She encouraged herself, determined not to yield, resolving to carve out a successful career in the streaming industry. What on earth? There is a handsome man behind the streamer. Goodness, just by looking at his silhouette, he is exactly my type. Oh my, what a thrilling sensation. Suddenly, Mu Xiaonuan noticed an influx of comments on the barrage, all prompted by the presence of a man. Who could he be? Is he truly more attractive than me? Mu Xiaonuan retorted, feeling indignant after all. She was the belle of Jindao University, and yet, a mere boy had garnered more attention than her. Just as she turned around, her enchanting eyes froze in astonishment. His gaze was clear and tranquil. His physique boasted perfect proportions, complemented by a finely sculpted waist, along with an air of elegance and nobility. A mere glance was akin to a ray of sunlight so dazzling that it rendered her cheeks ablaze with warmth. Are you Senior Chen? Mu Xiaonuan gazed dazedly at the handsome figure before her, shocked to the point that she nearly dropped her selfie stick. Chapter 2. Drinking with the campus belle. Chen Ran surveyed the young woman before him, dressed in a breezy white blouse and short denim shorts. Adorned with sparkling crystal-high heels, her delicate, natural beauty was accentuated by a hint of makeup, rendering her utterly charming. Her hair, styled in a high bun, framed her face, and as she smiled, shallow dimples appeared, instantly reminding him of her. Mu Xiaonuan, a student from the Foreign Languages Department at Jinwan University, was also renowned as the school's belle. He recalled hearing her sing at the graduation ceremony. Was it possible that the person he had encountered was indeed her? Hello, Senior Chen. The girl immediately bowed, introducing herself with a shy demeanor. I am Mu Xiaonuan. It's a pleasure to meet you. May I invite you for a drink? Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she cast her eyes downward, hardly daring to meet Chen Ran's gaze, for he was a well-regarded figure on campus. After speaking, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Mu Xiaonuan, you have experienced the world. Why are you acting so timidly now? You wish to invite me for a drink? Chen Ran inquired, his expression nonchalant. Yes. Mu Xiaonuan nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grain. I am currently live streaming. Could you assist me with this? Would you? Her heart raced, and she decided to seize the moment, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ding! The Leisure Life system announced a new task. Indulge in the pleasures of life while the time is ripe. Chen Ran had initially intended to decline, having already imbibed quite a bit, yet curiosity piqued his interest regarding the potential rewards of this new task. Thus, he acquiesced to Mu Xiaonuan's request and ventured to a nearby bar to continue his revelry. Senior Chen, let me tell you, live streaming is incredibly challenging. Mu Xiaonuan, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, blushed from her cheeks to her neck as she vented about the difficulties she faced in her newfound career. Fortunately, Her phone's battery died midway through the stream. Otherwise, the audience would have witnessed this embarrassing scene. What makes it so difficult? Chen Ran, feeling a bit lightheaded, instinctively responded. Mu Xiaonuan recounted the tribulations of streaming, lamenting the lack of engaging content, and, more critically, the misunderstanding from her family. Senior Chen, they constantly pressure me to go on blind dates, claiming that once I marry, they won't have to worry about my choices anymore. Can you believe it? I could obtain a marriage certificate today. I don't believe it. You don't believe me? Huh. Dare you to accompany me? Why would I hesitate? The following morning, at the Shangri-La Hotel, in a luxurious king-sized room, Chen Ran jolted awake, grappling with the remnants of a hangover. He fumbled for a bottle of mineral water and gulped down a generous amount. With a sigh of relief, clarity returned to him. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward: enchanted level countryside estate and 1,000 acres of land. At that moment, the system's notification resonated in his mind. How intriguing. Chen Ran smiled wryly. A countryside estate. Grander and more opulent than a villa, with the designation of enchanted? He was genuinely curious to see what it looked like. The atmosphere feels a bit overwhelming. Chen Ran frowned. Having drunk excessively the previous afternoon left him in a daze. He needed to freshen up. However, at the very moment he rose, he discovered a patch of pristine white beside his pillow. A snow-white neck, a high bun, and a delicate visage. Astonished, Chen Ran quickly threw aside the covers. With a sigh of relief, he noted that both of their garments remained intact. It was her. As he gazed upon the girl's exquisite and innocent features, with her rosy, adorable lips and softly arching brows, he realized it was none other than the stunning campus belle, Mu Xiaonuan. Let me ponder for a moment. Chen Ran began to strain his memory to recall the events of the previous day. He remembered that Mu Xiaonuan had invited him for drinks, and both had indulged to the point of inebriation. Consequently, they seemed to have ventured out together, perhaps to the Civil Affairs Bureau. No way. A jolt of panic surged through Chen Ran as his eyes were suddenly captured by two glaring little red books on the bedside table. Could it be? Taking a deep breath to muster his courage, he picked one up and opened it. Before him was a photograph of a pair of blissful newlyweds. The man was strikingly handsome, with clear, expressive eyes that seemed to whisper sweet nothings, rivaling a superstar. The woman was youthful and radiant, her smile revealing charming dimples that rendered her both endearing and adorably naive. Incredible. Chen Ran was utterly flabbergasted. He had inexplicably obtained a marriage certificate. Just then, Mu Xiaonuan turned over and opened her eyes, spotting the dazed Chen Ran. In an instant of shock, she gasped, letting out a sharp cry. Shoo! Calm down. Don't scream. Chen Ran quickly covered her mouth, and Mu Xiaonuan squirmed, her large eyes blinking in confusion, prompting him to release her. Taking a moment to gather herself, Mu Xiaonuan lifted the covers to inspect the situation. To her surprise, nothing seemed amiss. She glanced at the strikingly handsome man beside her and felt an inexplicable unease. Don't rejoice too soon. Take a look at this. Chen Ran flipped the marriage certificate in front of her. What is this? Mu Xiaonuan curiously took it, but upon reading it, her pupils dilated, and her mind erupted with shock. How could this be? She tossed the certificate onto the bed, her face paling in disbelief. Mu Xiaonuan, this must be a dream. You need to seriously reconsider what happened yesterday. Chen Ran wore a wry smile, gently reminding her. We went out for drinks and ended up a bit tipsy. I mentioned marriage, and then it's over. At this realization, Mu Xiaonuan covered her face with her hands, feeling utterly embarrassed. What do we do now? She curled up, hugging her knees, asking despondently. I suggest you take a moment to calm down. I'll go freshen up, Chen Ran replied, tossing out the suggestion before heading to the bathroom, finding their current situation awkward and preferring a refreshing shower first. Oh dear, Dad, this was my own choice. You needn't worry. Just as Chen Ran emerged, he noticed Mu Xiaonuan quietly on the balcony, engaged in a phone conversation. However, with his keen observation, it was clear that the father and daughter were embroiled in an argument. Having already obtained the certificate, what else can be done? I certainly do not wish to return. Do you think me foolish? Father, I shall not speak any further. I have just risen, and my husband is attending to me below. Goodbye. On the phone, Mu Xiaonuan spoke with an optimistic cheerfulness. Yet once the call ended, her demeanor shifted dramatically. "Oh no, what have I done?" she lamented, burying her face in her quilt in despair. "What is the matter?" Chen Ran approached and tugged at the blanket. "Brother Chen, I am truly sorry," Mu Xiaonuan replied, her eyes reddening. With a trembling hand, she lifted her phone and cautiously confessed, "Last night, I accidentally shared our marriage certificate on my social media." Chapter 3. Is a wife not appealing? The revelation of their marriage certificate sent shockwaves through Mu Xiaonuan's social circle, igniting a flurry of notifications on both her and Chen Ran's phones. "So what do you intend to do?" Chen Ran inquired as they sat facing one another, both having turned off their phones. Mu Xiaonuan bit her lip, suddenly mustering the courage to speak. "Brother Chen, may I kindly ask you not to divorce me just yet? Are you serious about being my husband?" Chen Ran's expression turned peculiar, clearly taken aback by her proposition. No, that's not what I meant. Please do not misunderstand." Mu Xiaonuan quickly clarified. "What I meant to say is, could you please temporarily act as my husband? You see, I am currently a professional live streamer, but my family insists that I must marry before they cease their interference." "I see." Chen Ran pondered, appearing somewhat conflicted. "Rest assured, Brother Chen, during this time, we can draft a contract, and I promise to compensate you with 10,000 yuan each month. How's that sound?" Mu Xiaonuan hurriedly added. 10,000? Chen Ran raised an eyebrow. "How about 15,000? Mu Xiaonuan assumed Chen Ran found the initial offer inadequate, her expression reflecting mild distress. "I apologize, Brother Chen. I know you might not think highly of that amount, but it is all I can afford." After all, she was a newcomer, her foundation lacking in comparison to established streamers, and her recent streaming endeavors had not yielded significant profits. "That is not my intention," Chen Ran interjected, waving his hand. "There is no need for a contract, nor do I require your money." "Huh?" Mu Xiaonuan tilted her adorable face, bewildered. "What does that mean? Does Brother Chen look down on my finances?" "I merely wish to know how long you expect me to play the role of your husband," he stated seriously. "Is that truly important?" "To me, it is," Chen Ran replied earnestly. "After all, this could hinder my pursuit of finding a girlfriend." Mu Xiaonuan realized that it was not a matter of money. Rather, Brother Chen held her in low regard. "Isn't a wife appealing? Must you seek a girlfriend? Then how about 3 months?" Mu Xiaonuan, feeling somewhat petulant due to Chen Ran's words, responded despondently. After 3 months, they planned to travel abroad, so there should be no further complications. "All right," Chen Ran nodded. 3 months was not an excessively long duration. He could manage it. "What are your plans moving forward?" Chen Ran inquired. Mu Xiaonuan was momentarily taken aback. With such a significant event transpiring, she did not dare to return home. "I am uncertain," she replied glumly, her head hanging low. "What about you?" "I need to return to my hometown." "Oh." Mu Xiaonuan lowered her head and replied softly. "If there is nothing else, let us check out." Chen Ran settled the bill and prepared to leave. However, after taking only a few steps, he noticed that the girl was closely following him. "Head down." Chen Ran halted, and she came to a stop as well. "Aren't you coming with me?" he suddenly inquired. "There is no one at my hometown. You are welcome to join." "Really? That would be wonderful." The girl's mood instantly brightened, and a pair of charming dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth, her eyes narrowing like the crescent moon. "Thank you, Brother Chen." The two returned to school discreetly, collected their luggage, and Chen Ran, driving his Ferrari, quietly departed with Mu Xiaonuan. "Brother Chen, you are truly handsome," Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, her lively and adorable nature resurfacing as she admired the striking sight of Chen Ran behind the wheel of such an elegant car. "Is that so?" Chen Ran glanced at her, somewhat disinterested. Mu Xiaonuan playfully stuck out her tongue, then curiously asked, "Brother Chen, where is your hometown?" "Wancheng. What will you do there?" "Inherit the family fortune." "My goodness." Her curiosity intensified, akin to a kitten's playful pawing. "Is your family particularly wealthy? Do you have a mine or something?" In her mind, given Brother Chen's exceptional qualities, his family background must surely be extraordinary. "Just a small cottage in the countryside, with a few acres of land," Chen Ran casually remarked, as this was a reward from the system, and he was genuinely curious to see it for himself. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" Mu Xiaonuan appeared incredulous. "Do you think it's necessary?" Oh my gosh. Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed excitedly. That is fantastic. Can I do an outdoor live stream in the countryside? Why do you think that? You hit a sore spot, Mu Xiaonuan admitted awkwardly. I just started streaming, and I'm still a novice. I'm not sure what content would be good. At this point, Mu Xiaonuan grew concerned. Brother Chen, is there anything interesting in your hometown? Any farms? Ponds? Or perhaps some attractions? Outdoor streaming needs to have appeal. Otherwise, the effect will be quite poor. None of that. What? Mu Xiaonuan was taken aback. Nothing at all. How can I stream anything then? What did I just say? Just a small cottage and some land. Huh? Hearing this, Mu Xiaonuan felt utterly deflated. If it were a luxurious mansion, it would surely attract a massive audience. But a rural house likely wouldn't catch viewers' attention. Sigh. It seems I have no hope. She leaned back at her seat and began listening to music. A luxurious mansion? Chen Ran silently shook his head and smiled. The system reward was a fairyland-level country estate. It was indeed a manor, incomparable to a villa or mansion. What kind of estate could possibly be rated as fairyland level? Chen Ran felt intrigued and unconsciously accelerated, swiftly heading to the address provided by the system. 5 hours later, far from the urban clamor, Chen Ran's car entered a tranquil little town. Peach Blossom Town. The rewarded manor and land from the system are located in Taoyuan Village, beneath Taoyuan Town. The narrow, rugged roads make it difficult for vehicles to navigate, necessitating a walk to reach the destination. Brother Chen, have we arrived? Mu Xiaonuan inquired curiously, peering out of the window at the tranquil little town, her gaze astonished. Is this what they call a countryside? It feels as if everyone has vanished. Most of the shops were shuttered, and there were hardly any people around. What kind of live broadcast can we possibly do here? This is Taoyuan Town, and there is still a distance to Taoyuan Village. We must continue on foot. Chen Ran dragged down the luggage and said, Let's go. It's getting late. We must hurry. What? This isn't even Taoyuan Village? Mu Xiaonuan felt that her countryside outdoor live streaming plan was doomed to fail. Half an hour later. Brother Chen, how much farther do we have to go? Mu Xiaonuan laboriously pulled her suitcase along the rugged mountain path, supporting herself on her knees as she gasped, I can't go on. It was not merely her being overly sensitive. Wearing high heels on this mountainous trail was sheer torment. We'll arrive once we cross that small hill ahead. Chen Ran indicated toward a distant mound, leaving Mu Xiaonuan momentarily stunned. Oh no! In that moment of distraction, her heel twisted and she fell onto the ground. Ouch! That hurts! She exclaimed, inhaling sharply, her eyes misting with tears. Did you twist your ankle? Chen Ran halted, glancing at her swollen right ankle with a slight frown. Yes. Mu Xiaonuan nodded, looking at him with pleading eyes, her expression reminiscent of dewdrops clinging to fresh green leaves in the morning, pure and pitiable. Let me take a look. Chen Ran crouched down and gently grasped her injured foot. What are you doing? Mu Xiaonuan recoiled as if startled, much like a frightened rabbit. You're quite the vigilant one, Chen Ran remarked casually. Just think of me as your friendly neighbor. Neighbor? How am I small? Mu Xiaonuan retorted defiantly, puffing out her chest. How old are you then? Chen Ran asked offhandedly. 16. Chen Ran was taken aback. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Snap! Chen Ran suddenly applied slight pressure to her ankle, producing a crisp sound that shattered the stillness. Ah, that hurts! Mu Xiaonuan cried out, tears spilling from her eyes. Beads of sweat formed on her smooth forehead. Is it really that painful after adjusting a bone? Chen Ran released her ankle, startled by her vigorous reaction. It's much better now, Mu Xiaonuan exhaled, somewhat complaining. You're so rough. It's unbearable. Aren't you enjoying it now? Chen Ran clapped his hands and stood up. Let us see if you can still walk. Brother Chen, my legs are numb. Mu Xiaonuan blinked her beautiful eyes, murmuring. Chen Ran had no choice but to extend his hand to assist her in standing up. The journey has been arduous, and although I can walk, my feet remain swollen and red, causing me to limp. What should I do, Brother Chen? Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed anxiously, noticing the sun dipping toward the horizon. The impending darkness filled her with dread. Perhaps, while there is still time, I should accompany you back to the town for a night's rest. Chen Ran glanced sideways at her, realizing that this girl had likely never endured such hardship. If she were like most girls, She would have complained and wished to return long ago. Yet, she uttered not a single word of grievance. No, unexpectedly, the little girl displayed remarkable tenacity. Her weary yet resolute face declaring, Xiaonuan can endure a little longer. But can you continue to walk? Chen Ran countered, instantly dispiriting Mu Xiaonuan. How about this? Brother Chen, you carry me, she suddenly suggested with boldness. Are you dreaming? Chen Ran scoffed at the notion of carrying her, feeling the oppressive summer heat weighing heavily upon him. My dear husband, I am, after all, your wife. She blurted out in a moment of urgency, leaving Chen Ran momentarily stunned. What? I didn't hear anything. Mu Xiaonuan instinctively covered her eyes, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, lamenting the audacity of her own words. Come here. To her surprise, Chen Ran's voice floated to her ears, sounding like the most melodious serenade in the world. Yay! The lively girl eagerly leaped on his back. Chen Ran found her surprisingly light, her delicate form easily supported on his shoulders. Brother Chen, are you tired? She whispered, her warm breath brushing against his ear, evoking an image of her tender lips. Speak less, or you'll distract me, Chen Ran replied, rolling his eyes. Though she was not heavy, the constant warmth of her breath posed a test of his composure. What young man could withstand such a trial? Oh! Mu Xiaonuan clung to Chen Ran like an octopus. Ordinarily, she would resist such familiarity, but his words rendered her compliant. After traversing a small hill, they finally reached their destination. Huff! We made it! Chen Ran sighed in relief, calling out to Mu Xiaonuan, who had been silent throughout the journey. However, she offered no response. This was unusual. Given her playful and lively nature, she would typically have chimed in. Is she asleep? Upon setting her down, Chen Ran realized that, unbeknownst to him, she had fallen asleep during their trek. Just as he managed to gently detach the little octopus from his back, Mu Xiaonuan stirred awake. She let out a soft hum, rubbing her eyes, her sleepiness evident and slightly disgruntled. Husband, is it time to eat? She mumbled, instinctively wiping her mouth as though still in a dream, curious about what visions had danced through her slumber. We can't eat just yet. We are stranded on the mountain, Chen Ran jested. Mu Xiaonuan suddenly jolted awake, realizing she had been cleverly tricked by her senior brother Chen. As she surveyed her surroundings, she was utterly astounded. Before her lay a verdant expanse, with a meticulously maintained, winding path leading forward, flanked by a sea of purple bamboo groves. At the forefront of the bamboo forest stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words, Peach Blossom Village. The bamboo grew uniformly on either side, creating a clear pathway of cobblestones in the center. Upon traversing this short stretch of bamboo, she was greeted by a breathtaking sight. A grand and majestic manor materialized before her eyes. The estate was both imposing and elegant, covering thousands of square meters with an exquisite design that was nothing short of artistic brilliance. Constructed primarily from fine timber, it evoked a sense of returning to nature, resembling a palace nestled within the woods. Spacious, magnificent, and understatedly luxurious, the manor exuded an aura of opulence. At that moment, as the sun began to set, its golden rays cascaded from the distant green hills, casting a warm glow in the corners of the manor's courtyard, blending nature with the essence of life. The soft illumination flickered to life within the estate, harmonizing beautifully with the encroaching twilight, creating an enchanting and ethereal ambience that was utterly captivating. Senior brother Chen, is this what you call a country cottage? Mu Xiaonuan gasped, her lips slightly parted in disbelief as she beheld the rural estate, questioning her very existence. Chapter 5. I can't get up beneath the tranquil sunset. The luxurious manor appeared like a painting, so breathtaking it was almost surreal. This estate was truly remarkable. A smile crept onto Chen Ran's face. He had initially thought the system was a mere trifle, but it turned out to be a delightful surprise. The layout and design of this manor were indeed among the finest in the world. Wow, this place is absolutely stunning, Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, eagerly discarding her crystal shoes and stepping onto the fragrant wooden floor leading to the manor, embodying the spirit of an innocent fairy. Alas, in her excitement, she twisted her ankle, suffering the consequences of her exuberance. How careless, Chen Ran remarked, shaking his head at the girl's forgetfulness of her previous injury. Do you need help? No, no, Mu Xiaonuan insisted, managing to stand on her own, though her brows knitted in pain, her face still adorned with a silly grin. Senior brother Chen, this place is truly beautiful. Thank you. Can I do a live stream here later? Suit yourself, Chen Ran replied nonchalantly. Mu Xiaonuan could hardly contain her eagerness, almost wishing to whip out her phone for a live broadcast immediately. However, the pain in her ankle caused her to wince slightly. Let us go, Chen Ran said, feeling somewhat fatigued from the journey and ready to set down his belongings for a moment of respite. Feel free to choose any room. The manor was vast, with numerous rooms, each equipped with all the necessary amenities: water, electricity, internet, and furniture. Chen Ran selected a room, opened the door, and was met with a spacious interior featuring a large floor-to-ceiling window. Pulling back the curtains revealed the stunning scenery beyond the manor. A gentle stream flowed nearby, bordered by expansive, fertile land, likely the 1,000 acres awarded by the system. In the distance, the majestic Daqing mountain looms, lush and verdant, offering an expansive vista. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have arrived at your new home, and a new task is now issued. Leisure task. Please survey the room and identify any deficiencies. The system can promptly fulfill your needs. This task appears quite straightforward. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chen Ran glanced around the room, and to be honest, the furnishings seemed quite adequate. After a cursory look, he felt there was nothing amiss. By the way, system, is there any genuine red flower oil available here? Ding. Responding to the host, there is none. Would you like to receive it? Yes, please. Chen Ran silently consented, and a bottle of genuine red flower oil materialized on the coffee table before him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned a task reward. World-class devil painter I. Hyperrealistic artwork. Portrait of Little Jiang. Simultaneously, the system's rewards echoed. Ding. The ability of the world-class devil painter is currently loading. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have now become a world-class devil painter. Chen Ran felt as though a surge of electricity coursed through his mind, leading to a momentary daze. When he regained his senses, he sensed a subtle rhythm in his fingertips, as if an art form and skill had been intricately woven into his very being. I feel remarkably different. Chen Ran raised his hand. He felt that, given a paintbrush, he could create an unprecedented masterpiece. Portrait of Little Jiang. His gaze fell upon the wall behind him, where the system had simultaneously rewarded him with a piece of artwork. It was a portrait of a girl, and, from a distance, it appeared strikingly lifelike, indistinguishable from reality, exquisitely hyperrealistic. This painting seemed to be the work of the renowned Mr. Lung, who had gained immense popularity. He recalled that this piece had fetched an astonishing 2.7 billion in auction. It was indeed a representative masterpiece of hyperrealism. Chen Ran scrutinized the painting closely. With his newfound prowess as a world-class devil painter, he recognized it as the original. For reasons unknown, the system had officially granted him ownership of this artwork. A piece valued at 2.7 billion. For Chen Ran, the price was not the paramount concern. Rather, it was its collectible value. Nonetheless, I believe that with my own hands, I too could create such a work. Chen Ran felt that, given time, he could undoubtedly produce a piece that rivaled this portrait. For now, I shall leave it here. When time permits, I shall create a piece to replace it. Chen Ran reasoned that, as a world-class painter, it was only fitting to adorn his abode with his own creations. Next, he turned his attention to the bottle of genuine red flower oil. Meanwhile, in Mu Xiaonuan's room. Ouch, it really hurts. It feels so swollen. Fresh from shower, Mu Xiaonuan, clad in her pajamas, sat on the silk-covered bed, cradling her previously sprained ankle. Beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. What should I do? It seems I have already troubled Brother Chen far too much today. Reluctant to disturb Chen Ran, the pain made her groan softly, making it difficult to fall asleep. Knock, knock. It's me. Open the door. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed through the room. It was Brother Chen. Mu Xiaonuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she hastily rose to open the door. In her eagerness, she slipped off the bed, landing on her knees with a soft thud against the floor. The door creaked open, and Chen Ran was met with a rather unexpected sight. What are you doing?" he exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the absurdity of the scene before him. Your humble servant pays her respects to the emperor." Mu Xiaonuan lamented silently, feeling both embarrassed and pained, unable to accept her own foolishness. She forced a smile in greeting. "Rise, there is no need for such formalities," Chen Ran replied, his gaze scrutinizing her with suspicion. Mu Xiaonuan remained on the ground. "I can't get up," she admitted, her eyes reflecting her humiliation, glancing pleadingly at Chen Ran. Ultimately, it was Chen Ran who lifted her back onto the bed. "Well, it seems everything is being put to good use," he remarked, handing her a small bottle of red flower oil. "I intended to use this only for your ankle, but it appears your knees could benefit as well." "Wow, this is wonderful," Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she accepted the bottle, blushing shyly as she looked at Chen Ran. "How did you know I needed this?" "Don't hesitate to ask when you require something," he replied, a playful smirk on his lips. "Or simply assume the proper position." "Understood," Mu Xiaonuan responded, her cheeks flushing a deeper hue as she lay down and closed her eyes. Moments later, a cool drop of liquid landed on her swollen knee, causing her to shiver unexpectedly. Soon after, a pair of warm hands gently rested above the cold sensation, providing a soothing counterbalance that elicited a soft sigh from her lips. The refreshing aroma of the red flower oil, combined with its cooling properties, brought forth an unexpectedly delightful sensation, and Mu Xiaonuan found herself stifling soft whimpers. To an unknowing observer, it might have seemed as though she were indulging in some exotic product. "How does it feel?" Chen Ran inquired. "Could you apply a bit more pressure?" Mu Xiaonuan responded, feeling a sheen of sweat forming, her voice barely above a whisper. "But please, be careful not to harm my body." Chapter 6. Goodness. There a ghost on the wall. Streamer, run. By the time Mu Xiaonuan finished applying the ointment, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. "It seems much better now. It doesn't hurt anymore," she said, attempting to bounce on her feet and finding that she could manage a few steps. The red flower oil truly worked wonders. Revitalized, she declared, "It's time to get back to work." Typically, this was the hour she engaged in her live streaming sessions. However, when she picked up her phone, her enthusiasm waned, akin to a frost-bitten eggplant. Her followers were likely aware of her recent marriage certificate acquisition. You can dodge the initial shock, but not the subsequent revelations. Here we go. With a determined heart, she closed her eyes and opened the app, entering her Douyin live streaming room. Streamer, straightforward warm baby, is now live. As soon as she began her broadcast, her chat room erupted like a still pond suddenly disturbed. "The stream has started. The streamer is finally live. Oh no, where's the streamer? How irresponsible to vanish mid-broadcast yesterday. I heard the streamer got married yesterday. Is that true? Come out and give us an explanation." The warmth of the evening beckons, inviting my dear friends to witness the presence of my partner. Where are you, dear host? If the screen remains dark any longer, I shall report. As the live stream commenced, the audience remained steadfast, nearing 100,000 followers. However, the atmosphere tonight bore an unusual heaviness, perhaps due to recent nuptials. "Host, the straightforward warm baby report." "What, exactly?" "I'm adjusting the camera and will be live shortly." Mu Xiaonuan is indeed a dedicated streamer, armed with a selfie stick. She ventured outside the manor late at night. "Aren't you curious? Tonight, let me show you something extraordinary." With a triumphant expression, Mu Xiaonuan directed the camera towards the grandeur of the manor. Under the night sky, the manor radiated a gentle glow, resembling a fairy tale realm, breathtakingly beautiful. At that moment, the live stream stabilized and clarity returned. Lo and behold, the host has appeared. "Wait, where's this place? Is it a tourist attraction? Have you gone on vacation, dear host? My goodness, am I hallucinating? Is there truly such an enchanting night view in this world? A castle? Have you traveled to London or perhaps Rome? Your honeymoon appears to be progressing swiftly." Report the host. "How dare she linger in a scenic area at this hour? Let the security apprehend her for her misdeeds." The chat exploded with messages, transforming from a handful of engaged viewers to a multitude, hundreds or even thousands, flooding the screen. Observing the barrage of comments, Mu Xiaonuan beamed, her smile revealing charming dimples. I'm not exaggerating. What you perceive as a tourist site is, in fact, my home. With a proud stance, Mu Xiaonuan declared, "What? My dear, do not presume that we, the wolves, are easily deceived. Oh, the werewolf under the moon is here. Beware. Little fibber, for you shall be consumed. Such an expansive area must span several thousand square meters. Why not admit your family owns a mine?" The chat erupted in disbelief, clearly skeptical of Mu Xiaonuan's words. Emperor, the watermelon-loving goddess, has joined the live stream. At this moment, the chat lit up, heralding the arrival of a prominent guest. Goodness, the #1 goddess has arrived. I adore you, watermelon goddess. My lady, I seek your patronage. The entrance of the top goddess ignited a new fervor in the live stream. Emperor, the watermelon-loving goddess, allow me to clarify. This is not a castle, nor a tourist attraction, but rather a splendid estate, the epitome of luxury. Her words stirred a tempest of excitement. Is it truly an estate? The kind only the wealthiest of the wealthy can possess. Such a vast manor. My heavens, I have never witnessed anything like it in my lifetime. Host, could you share your location? I wish to visit tomorrow. 1. Mu Xiaonuan maintained her composure. Holding the selfie stick confidently. There is no need to wait for an address. I shall take you all on a tour of the manor tonight. Emperor, the watermelon-loving goddess, a word of caution. Trespassing could provoke the manor's owner. Tread carefully. Indeed, host, please exercise caution. Merely observing from outside suffices. Warm baby, do not take risks. We will be distressed if you are harmed. The chat overflowed with messages of concern. Rest assured. Thank you, goddess of watermelon, for your reminder. But this manor is our home, so feel free to wander about. Mu Xiaonuan, in high spirits, disregarded the crowd's objections and stepped into the manor. Upon entering, she was greeted by a spacious courtyard adorned with fragrant wooden floors, so inviting that one could walk barefoot without care. At the center of the courtyard stood a cherry blossom tree, its petals dancing gracefully in the summer night breeze, illuminated by soft, moon-like lights. Simply breathtaking. How beautiful! The charm of the manor never fails to astonish, with the beauty of dusk and the enchantment of the night, each possessing their own allure, leaving one in awe. What do you think? Isn't my little countryside cottage delightful? Observing the blank barrage of comments, Mu Xiaonuan couldn't help but smile, her expression radiating pride. How infuriating! She has managed to impress them again. Finally, the comments erupted with excitement, and the audience collectively regained their senses. Wow, it's stunning. It truly resembles a fairyland. Solbi, it's so beautiful that I'm in tears. Sister Xiaonuan, I wish to share this moment with you under the flowers and moonlight. This celestial night view is incredible. I suddenly feel that my bed is no longer comfortable. Amazing. Is this really your home, streamer? I'm so envious. Emperor, goddess of watermelon, oh my. I was careless. Xiaonuan, is this really your home? Ha ha ha. Even our watermelon goddess cannot contain her astonishment. Xiaonuan, you are remarkable. Witnessing the shock displayed in the comments and the ever-increasing number of fans, Mu Xiaonuan's smile grew ever brighter. I told you all, but you didn't believe me. Does your face hurt yet? Mu Xiaonuan's streaming style is rather straightforward and down-to-earth, and her words sparked a wave of enthusiastic interaction in the chat. Emperor, goddess of watermelon Xiaonuan, if I'm not mistaken, your husband is also in the manor, right? Let him make an appearance. Come on, quickly bring your husband out. Oh heavens, please take this woman away. Don't let her pretend anymore. Faced with the audience's requests, Mu Xiaonuan felt a twinge of guilt. After all, her husband was somewhat fictitious. My husband is very busy. Perhaps another day? Mu Xiaonuan evaded the topic. Well then, how about taking us deeper into the manor for a more profound exchange? I want to engage with you on a deeper level. Up there, something seems off. Reluctantly, Mu Xiaonuan led everyone to take a look around the rooms in the manor, inadvertently arriving at Chen Ran's room. Odd. Where did Brother Chen go? Mu Xiaonuan mused internally. Yet she continued to introduce Chen Ran's room. However, as soon as they entered, the live stream exploded with excitement. Wow, Xiaonuan, there's someone behind you. Where? I don't see anyone. On the wall. There's a girl hanging on the wall. Oh my goodness. There's a ghost on the wall. Streamer, run. Mu Xiaonuan's heart raced. What was happening? Someone on the wall? Her breath hitched, her heart in her throat, as she turned stiffly to look. Chapter 7. It's just a painting. Mu Xiaonuan was utterly terrified. Her face drained of color. Her legs trembled uncontrollably. Here? Could there truly be a ghost? She widened her eyes, her heart pounding against her chest as she cautiously turned around. What on earth? Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning with everything at stake, her heart suddenly relaxed. Where's the ghost on the wall? This is clearly just a painting. Mu Xiaonuan leaned closer to the camera and rolled her eyes at the live stream, exclaiming, "Look at how scared you all are. Is it really that serious?" The young girl appeared unflustered, completely forgetting that just moments ago, it was she who had been so frightened she could barely stand. Suddenly, a voice called out, accompanied by a hand resting on Mu Xiaonuan's shoulder. "Oh my, a ghost!" Mu Xiaonuan was instantly terrified, her face paling as she crouched down, exclaiming in fear, "Don't come near me. I'm not tasty. Where's the ghost?" Chen Ran, somewhat speechless, looked at the young girl in her state of distress and couldn't help but chuckle. "It's me." Huh? Upon realizing it was Chen Ran, her beautiful eyes glistened with tears. "Wah, you scare me to death just now." Chen Ran laughed heartily. "Ah, Xiaonuan, you're being disingenuous. You're clearly so timid, yet you dare to mock us?" He had already taken a screenshot of her frightened expression, planning to create a personalized horror meme of her. When the time comes, don't forget to send me a copy. Remember, everyone should get their share. The comments in the live stream flooded in with playful ridicule, all stemming from Mu Xiaonuan's earlier bravado. Could everyone please tone it down? Mu Xiaonuan's face darkened. This embarrassing moment would surely haunt her for days to come. As the audience grew increasingly audacious, she called out, "Where's the moderator? Hurry up and mute those guys." Mu Xiaonuan felt a twinge of anger at being ridiculed. What is going on? At that moment, Chen Ran stepped into the frame, casually asking, "Are you live streaming?" "Whoa, a man. Is he the host's husband? Quick, quick, quick. The mysterious man has appeared. Oh my heavens. That charisma, that charm. I think I'm in love. Wow, so handsome. Are you a big star?" The atmosphere in the live stream shifted dramatically, transitioning from teasing Mu Xiaonuan about her fright to admiring Chen Ran's striking looks. Phew! Mu Xiaonuan sighed in relief, grateful that the focus had shifted away from her embarrassing expression. However, it was amusing that it was Chen Ran's handsomeness that had saved her. He truly was reliable. He had come to rescue his wife from her predicament. Wait, Mu Xiaonuan pondered. Why had she unconsciously started referring to Chen as her husband, especially in moments of urgency? It just slipped out so naturally. "You're live streaming?" The warm voice beside her jolted her back to reality. Husband, you don't mind if I take a look around your room, do you?" Mu Xiaonuan's cheeks flushed crimson. Chen Ran always made her feel a little nervous, making it hard for her to meet his gaze. "Feel free," Chen Ran replied nonchalantly, though he added a warning. "But if you faint again from fright, don't blame me." That hurts, Xiaonuan." The audience burst into laughter. "We're all curious about your current psychological state. Xiaonuan, let us see if you dare to mock us now. Your husband has confirmed it. We feel for you, Xiaonuan." The live streaming room erupted in a chorus of laughter, evidently amused by Chen Ran's remark. Gifts began to flood the screen. 3 bowls are not enough sent the host a magnificent rocket. Lich King contributed a grand sword. 2 snowdrifts showered the host with another rocket. Emperor, the goddess who loves watermelons, gifted 10 rockets. The atmosphere was quite unexpected. Typically, few would bestow gifts in the live stream, yet now the screen was awash in red, something Mu Xiaonuan had never dared to dream of. However, in this moment, she felt utterly mortified, as if she had collided head first into a block of tofu. Mu Xiaonuan, oh Mu Xiaonuan, you truly are too naive and foolish. But fear not. With a resilient spirit, she adjusted swiftly, confronting the live stream with composure. With my husband by my side, I fear nothing. Oh, why do I sense an overwhelming scent of sour romance? A warning to the host. No feeding of dog food permitted. Warm baby, I suggest you consider divorce. Do not allow a single flower to ruin a whole garden for your husband. Warm baby, kindly spare the handsome man beside you. Let me take my turn. Mu Xiaonuan was unfazed by such comments. She quickly altered her strategy, redirecting attention to the painting on the wall. Aren't we here to admire the artwork? Let's focus on the painting. She drew everyone's gaze back to the canvas. To her astonishment, it truly was a painting. Goodness, how hasty I was. Yet, this artwork bore an uncanny resemblance to real life. Was it painted by a human? How could it appear so much like a machine print? The live stream buzzed with discussions about the painting while Mu Xiaonuan scrutinized it closely. Strangely, she thought, even if it were machine-made, the details were remarkably vivid. She could discern the fuzz of the girl's knitted sweater with utmost clarity. This was astonishing. Husband, what is the origin of this painting? Could you enlighten us? Mu Xiaonuan inquired with genuine curiosity. This painting? Chen Ran glanced at it and shook his head, replying, it's merely a painting. I'll create one myself to replace it later. Just a painting. Mu Xiaonuan felt a pang in her heart. How could something so simple leave her so astounded? Are you hungry? Chen Ran lingered for a moment before preparing to leave, initially intending to ask Mu Xiaonuan. There's leftover lotus seed porridge in the kitchen. Would you like some? Yes, of course. Mu Xiaonuan, feeling the pangs of hunger in her empty stomach, was ready to eat anything. Even if it meant Chen Ran serving it to her, she would gladly accept. Mu Xiaonuan promptly ended the live stream, planning to return tomorrow. Today had been incredibly fruitful, with her follower count surging by 50,000. Naturally, this was largely due to the charm of the estate and Chen Ran, which had attracted many new fans. Chen Xixiao, when did you make the porridge? Mu Xiaonuan asked with curiosity. Before I brought you the bright red oil, Chen Ran replied. I was concerned the porridge might scorch, so I went to check on it. I even intended to help you spread it once more, but it seems now that you're fine, it should be unnecessary. What? Mu Xiaonuan was stunned, a wave of regret washing over her. Why did I not have him assist me again afterward? I so wish for Chen Xixiao to help me once more. A sudden, wild notion sprang into Mu Xiaonuan's mind. What if she were to stumble once more? Just at that moment, before she concluded her live stream, a seasoned media editor fortuitously caught sight of a particular painting in her broadcast. Was this not Mr. Lung's auction masterpiece, Portrait of Xiao Jiang? It was rumored to have been acquired by a mysterious buyer for an astonishing $2.7 billion, and now it had reemerged? The editor promptly set aside his late-night snack, eager to draft an article overnight, his excitement rendering him sleepless. Tomorrow, our media outlet shall be on fire. Chapter 8. A sensation across the internet. The live stream exploded in the dead of night. Mu Xiaonuan was exhilarated, lying in bed, unable to find sleep. The success of today's live stream was simply phenomenal. She had gained an astounding 150,000 new followers in a single night. The gifts received amounted to 30 to 40,000, equivalent to her earnings from an entire month previously. Hey, Xiaonuan, is it true that you're married? A languid voice emanated from her phone, belonging to her close friend, the #1 supporter in her live stream, the watermelon goddess, Yin Shui. Hee, of course it's true. My husband is incredibly handsome. Mu Xiaonuan boasted, her spirits soaring. Previously, she had been hesitant to share this news, but now she wished the entire world to know. TSK, what a show-off. Yin Shui retorted playfully, you look like a little calf standing on its head. Mu Xiaonuan was perplexed by Yin Shui's words, replying with a puzzled expression. Yin Shui could not help but chuckle, finding her dear friend's innocence endearing. Sometimes, her navette was irresistibly charming. Stop laughing, you little rascal, Mu Xiaonuan said, her face darkening. After a brief pause, she sighed, Xiaoxua, let me tell you the truth. Being her closest confidant, Mu Xiaonuan had no intention of hiding anything and revealed the reality to her. So, nothing has transpired between you two? Yin Shui exclaimed, astonished at the first part of the revelation. What were you thinking? Our relationship is entirely pure. Mu Xiaonuan retorted, Herr, checks Fuduxing. Oh my, our little princess is shy. Tell me, have you truly developed feelings for him? Well, I must admit, there's a certain allure about Chen Ran. Any girl who encounters him would feel a flutter in her heart, wouldn't she? So, Xiaoxua, what should I do? Mu Xiaonuan found herself at a loss. Unsure of how to proceed, seeking Yin Shui's guidance. Yin Shui encouraged her. It's quite simple. Pursue him if you like him. But I've never pursued anyone. Nor have I been in a relationship. Mu Xiaonuan confessed, feeling somewhat dejected. She was a novice in this regard. Goodness, you have a handsome man right in front of you, and you're not making a move? What a waste of your fine figure and beauty. Xiaoxue, please teach me. All right, I will share a few tips. Yin Shui replied, with your attributes, no man could possibly resist. Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, is it really that simple? I understand now. Do you truly know? After hanging up, Yin Shui peeled off her facial mask, revealing a sly smile. I wonder where Xiaonuan found such a handsome man. Should I go see her in a few days? Meanwhile, in Chen Ran's room, life in the countryside is indeed wonderfully leisurely. Chen Ran stood by the window, gazing at the breathtaking nightscape outside, feeling an indescribable sense of fulfillment. With such a vast estate and thousands of acres of land at his disposal, he had already begun to enjoy a lifestyle akin to retirement. Ding! The leisurely life system is now activating. Ding! A new task has been issued. To appreciate the beauty of life, one must learn to admire the scenery, and the night view is a form of beauty. Please observe the night view from the window for 10 minutes. What a splendid idea. Chen Ran chuckled. Such a magnificent view would indeed be a pity to miss. However, as he glanced at a painting on the wall, a new thought struck him. Why not capture the night view on canvas? With the prowess of a world-class master painter, his creations would surely rival the artwork adorning his walls, especially given the inherent beauty of the night. As the minutes ticked by, Chen Ran immersed himself in his painting. Soon, the 10 minutes had elapsed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Plant Appreciation Compendium 1. The system bestowed upon him a detailed compendium of every plant in existence, etched into Chen Ran's mind. With but a glance at any plant, he would instantly know its rich history. At that moment, however, Chen Ran paid little mind to this new knowledge. With a slight smile, he continued his painting. The following morning, after a refreshing wash, Chen Ran prepared to venture into the kitchen for a meal. Yet, upon entering the kitchen, he was met with a wave of warmth. What could this be? His gaze fell upon Mu Xiaonuan, who was asleep at the dining table, with a bowl of noodles before her. The noodles had congealed, undoubtedly left unattended for too long. Wake up! Chen Ran gently shook Mu Xiaonuan awake. She startled awake like a frightened bird, sitting up abruptly. Oh, it's you, Brother Chen. Mu Xiaonuan rubbed her large dark circles and instantly perked up upon seeing him. Brother Chen, breakfast is ready. I made you noodles. Just as she began to speak, she noticed the state of the noodles, and her expression shifted dramatically. Ah, how do my noodles end up like this? Grasping her head in dismay, she lamented, I woke up an hour early to make these noodles. It's all right. They're not too badly congealed. Noticing the deep circles under the young girl's eyes, Chen Ran felt a swell of affection. She must have put her heart into making this meal for him. Let us sit down and eat together. Chen Ran poured a portion of his generous bowl of noodles into a smaller bowl for Mu Xiaonuan. Oh no, Brother Chen, those are for you. I'm not hungry, she protested, attempting to return the noodles to him. Chen Ran chuckled at her insistence, but just as he was about to take a bite, his chopsticks wavered precariously. What is wrong, Brother Chen? Is the taste off? Mu Xiaonuan asked anxiously. Not all. Chen Ran took a deep breath, his gaze drifting to the vegetables within the noodles, his lips twitching slightly. These were no ordinary vegetables. Was that horseradish he spied? A fleeting image of Botanical Appreciation Guide flashed through Chen Ran's mind, and without needing to taste, he could identify the vegetable. Thus, Chen Ran meticulously sorted through all the vegetables. Brother Chen, do you not enjoy eating vegetables? Mu Xiaonuan inquired with curiosity. Well, primarily because there are too many. I might not finish them all. Oh. In a swift manner, Chen Ran polished off a bowl of noodles, and one must admit, the flavor was quite satisfactory. Brother Chen, did you not eat a single vegetable? I absolutely adore them. After finishing his noodles, Mu Xiaonuan gazed at the heap of vegetables he had set aside, yearning to devour them all. At that moment, unbeknownst to her, a post titled Shocking, Master Lung's priceless artwork emerges in the live stream. Who is the host? was rapidly gaining traction online. In the Douyin livestream, the host's straightforward warm sun baby, who originally had a mere 150,000 followers, suddenly skyrocketed to fame. In just 1 hour, the follower count surged from 150,000 to a staggering 100,000, and the numbers continued to fluctuate. It is worth noting that the stream had yet to commence. The screen remained black. Yet the barrage of comments filled the entire display. Are you still claiming it is merely a painting? Chapter 9. Thank you, husband, for the strawberries, oh dear. It's so spicy. Mu Xiaonuan, driven by curiosity, took a single bite and nearly shed tears. After consuming 3 bowls of water, she finally felt somewhat relief. Initially fatigued, she now felt much more alert. Mu Xiaonuan, having risen early to prepare noodle for Chen Ran, had not slept well and had hoped for a brief return to slumber. But that was now impossible. I really should not have indulged in such reckless eating. At this moment, she regretted it deeply. Her throat still burned fiercely, and she wondered how she would manage today's livestream. Mu Xiaonuan felt her sweet voice had become somewhat hoarse, making her sound unlike herself. She contemplated whether she should take a day off or something of the sort. Oh my, what is happening? Just as Mu Xiaonuan unlocked her phone, it buzzed incessantly with a flood of messages. Yin Shui, little Shredder, wow. Xiaonuan, you've become famous. Hurry and open your live stream. Yin Shui, little Shredder, the painting you showcased last night is Mr. Lung's work, worth a staggering 2.7 billion. Yin Shui, little Shredder, you've already made the headlines. Your live stream followers have surpassed 100,000. Yin Shui, little Shredder, respond quickly. Don't sleep through your spring and autumn dreams. This isn't a dream. The sudden influx of news left Mu Xiaonuan holding her phone in stunned silence for a considerable time. No way. Is this real? That painting. My husband. Unable to contain her excitement, Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, immediately clicking on the trending news, and indeed, there was a post displaying the footage from her live stream last night. She had made the headlines because of a painting. Room Manager 1, Xiaonuan. Hurry and start the stream. We can hardly hold on. Room Manager 2. Girl, hurry up. The stream is going crazy. If you don't come soon, we'll be dragged out and whipped. At this moment, another message chimed in on WeChat, a desperate plea from the live stream's room managers. Right now, Mu Xiaonuan offered a brief response before entering her live streaming room. The host, the straightforward warm sun baby, was now online. Goodness. Although she had mentally prepared herself, Mu Xiaonuan's heart raced fiercely. 150 fans. My heavens. Just last night, there were merely 15 fans, and now this number had surged tenfold. Moreover, it was escalating at an astonishing speed. Look, the host has begun streaming. My word, little wealthy lady, you have finally made your appearance. You can no longer claim it was merely a painting. We demand to see that painting immediately. The comments flooded the screen, leaving Mu Xiaonuan utterly astounded. Oh my! At this moment, she truly believed that it was no ordinary painting. 27 billion. Merely contemplating such a figure sent shivers down her spine. Just how extraordinary was Chen Xixiao? Where's the painting? However, when Mu Xiaonuan rushed into Chen Ran's room, she found no trace of the painting for the previous night. There he was. Through the window, Mu Xiaonuan caught sight of Chen Ran's figure, seemingly occupied in the expanse of land behind the manor. Without hesitation, she slipped on her sandals and dashed out of the estate. Running along the fragrant wooden path, she raced toward Chen Ran's location. The land behind the manor was vast, with a small section designated as a vegetable garden. Though termed a small garden, it sprawled over several acres, boasting an array of common vegetables and fruits from all corners of the world. Chen Ran was in the vegetable garden, utilizing his newly acquired skill, Plant Appreciation Guide, to identify the fruits and vegetables. Darling, darling, she called out from afar, her voice ringing through the air. Chen Ran, engrossed in examining a fruit tree, did not turn around and replied, Did you mistake me for someone else? I am your wife, and you dare suggest I called the wrong person? Mu Xiaonuan panted, her hands resting on her knees, breathless. The 2 large bags she carried swayed vigorously, as if glaring at Chen Ran in indignation. Oh, it's you? Chen Ran turned and noticed she was live streaming. Apologizing, I couldn't recognize you at first due to the peculiar tone of your voice. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaonuan immediately covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes darting around. She had forgotten that her voice hadn't yet fully recovered from this morning. Ha ha ha. Little Nuan must feel utterly disheartened to have been dismissed by her husband. To be fair, don't you all think her voice has taken on a deeper tone? Hee hee. Could it be that she consumed something that affected her throat this morning? The live chat erupted in laughter, leaving Mu Xiaonuan with a look of despair. Oomph. It's not my fault. I merely ate that thing this morning, and now my throat hurts every time I speak. Chen Ran glanced at Mu Xiaonuan, and in an instant, he seemed to understand the situation, thinking, no way. Did she eat that horseradish? Here, have a few strawberries, Chen Ran said, retrieving several large strawberries from a nearby bamboo basket, still glistening with morning dew, freshly picked by him. Oh, strawberries. Upon catching sight of the strawberries, Mu Xiaonuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. She had an insatiable fondness for sweet delicacies. However, was there no need for washing? These were red-faced strawberries, freshly picked from the garden, organic and environmentally friendly, ready for consumption. Chen Ran extended a strawberry towards Mu Xiaonuan, remarking, "It is perfectly normal for your throat to feel discomfort after consuming spicy food. A bit of sweetness will remedy that. You knew all along?" Mu Xiaonuan's entire being trembled at his words, her enchanting eyes wide with disbelief. Had Chen Ran been aware that the noodles she made this morning were problematic? No matter. I simply finished the noodles, Chen Ran replied with a smile. Despite living a life of abundance, he despised wastefulness. Besides, it was a gesture of kindness from her. Thus, he chose not to reveal the truth at that moment. My dear husband, you are truly wonderful. Mu Xiaonuan felt a surge of emotion. Surely, Chen Shixiang had feigned his aversion to vegetables out of a desire not to disappoint her heartfelt intentions. Cradling the strawberry, she savored its flavor while her sweet dimples surfaced, as if the taste had seeped into her very soul. Ugh, what an incredibly sour vibe. I just started following the streamer, and this is what I get? Dear, the strawberries are sour. Aren't they? Stop pretending they are sweet. Upstairs, perhaps it's you who is feeling sour. Ha! Protest. Protest. We want to see the painting. The viewers in the live stream reacted to the unfolding drama with a sense of sourness, lamenting the sweetness. Husband, may I share something with you? Mu Xiaonuan leaned in, her delicate face flushed, her tone playful. What is it? Chen Ran was busy trimming the freshly picked peaches hanging from the tree. I wish to see that portrait you painted last night. The portrait? Chen Ran paused, glancing at Mu Xiaonuan. That was merely a portrait. I intend to replace it with a landscape painting soon. What? You're going to take it down? Mu Xiaonuan's captivating eyes were fixed on Chen Ran, her voice rising in astonishment. Indeed, Chen Ran replied nonchalantly. I prefer landscape paintings, and I have created one myself, which will be completed in a few days. My dear husband, do you realize the value of that painting? Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed in disbelief. It is worth 7 billion. You intend to replace it just like that? Such a priceless piece, and you seem so unconcerned? It is akin to squandering a treasure. Mu Xiaonuan felt a pang in her heart, struggling to breathe. The prices are merely inflated. There is no need to be overly concerned, Chen Ran retorted indifferently. If you truly desire it, I shall place the portrait in your room. Really? Mu Xiaonuan's heart fluttered with joy, nearly causing her to dance with excitement, her happiness radiating innocence. Wow, I must admit I am quite envious too. 7 billion for a painting. Xiaonuan is truly fortunate. Her husband is exceedingly generous, gifting such a priceless artwork without a second thought. What a level of generosity. This is the realm of the affluent, a world beyond imagination. The viewers in the live stream felt even more envious. The nonchalance with which a 7 billion painting was offered was a testament to Xiaonuan's husband being a true embodiment of sweetness and affection. Hey, it seems that everyone can't watch for now. But fret not, the original painting is resting in my room, and during my evening live stream, I will use it as a backdrop for everyone to enjoy. Mu Xiaonuan's spirit was soaring, an indescribable sense of pride emanating from her. Oh, just look at how pleased Xiaonuan is. Hurry, that handsome guy. You should take care of your little warm baby. Xiaonuan, you're being mischievous again. I might have to let your husband confiscate that painting. Darn it. She got me again. The live stream was filled with cries of despair, and the rolling comments raced by. Mu Xiaonuan glanced over, her brows lifting as if joy had taken root. Unapologetically, she struck again with a more audacious remark. I feel like my voice has returned. With a playful sparkle in her eyes, she looked at Chen Ran. Husband, thank you for the strawberries. I adore them. Oh my, Xiaonuan, you're being too much. Strong warning, the host is driving fast. Uffed. Xiaonuan, I also want to grow strawberries for you. In the face of the girl's playful banter, Chen Ran chuckled nonchalantly and said, the things in this vegetable garden are not of my planting. I am merely familiarizing myself with what is here. Wow, husband, you know what all these vegetables and fruits are? Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, astonished. Although the little garden was quite sizable, the variety was somewhat limited, not even reaching 1,000 types. With a quick glance, Chen Ran recognized them all. 1,000? Mu Xiaonuan's eyes widened, her words caught in her throat. Stunned and unsure of how to respond. Xiaonuan, your husband is just showing off. 1,000 types? Huh. If I were to read from an encyclopedia, I doubt I could remember them all. I don't believe it. Propose a challenge. Host, test him. If he loses, there should be a punishment. As soon as Chen Ran finished speaking, some viewers began to stir the pot, eager to see him face a challenge. My husband is just joking. Can you all stop? Mu Xiaonuan retorted, displeased. She was unbothered, directly commanding, moderator, mute those who are stirring trouble. Ding. The leisurely life system is starting up. Ding. A new leisure task has been issued. Explore the vegetable garden during your spare time, so you can quickly find what you want to eat in the future. The system once again announced a new leisure task. Chen Ran looked at the displeased Mu Xiaonuan and smiled gently, advising it's fine, let them ask. It's just a few hundred plants, you just need to have eyes. Chapter 10. Mu Xiaonuan saves her husband. It's fine, let them ask. It's merely a few hundred plants, you just need to have eyes. Chen Ran's words instantly ignited a more intense reaction from the audience. Husband, there's no need. You really don't have to care about them. Although this warmed Mu Xiaonuan's heart, she did not wish for Chen Ran to feel embarrassed because of her live stream. It's all right. You can substitute their questions. It will save them from their clamoring. Chen Ran waved his hand. He noticed the little lady was throwing him frantic glances, understanding she was worried about him. But Chen Ran remained indifferent to the matter. With a playful flick of her tongue, Mu Xiaonuan felt a mix of helplessness and warmth at the unwavering insistence of Brother Chen, who clearly did not wish to put her in a difficult position. Darling, what is that over there? She inquired, pointing to a patch of verdant greens nearby. That is a small cabbage, he replied. And that one? She continued. That is a large cabbage. What about this? She asked again. That is a white radish. Wow, you are amazing, darling. Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, clapping her hands with excitement, her face radiating pride as she turned to the live stream. What do you think? Does your face hurt? My husband is truly remarkable. Indeed, he seemed quite impressive. However, it was evident that Mu Xiaonuan, in her eagerness to impress Chen Ran, had deliberately chosen the most common and simplest vegetables, one she was certain she could identify. Surely, she could not falter on such familiar items. Little did she realize, this had nearly exhausted her meager reservoir of knowledge. Report the streamer. You are doing this on purpose. I know these two, exclaimed a viewer. 666, Mu Xiaonuan, you are fiercely protective of your husband, only picking the easiest ones. That doesn't count. I can recognize those too. Let us have something more challenging. In response, the audience began to clamor for more obscure plants to identify. Yes. What about that plant next to your husband? I don't recognize it. I don't know either. Streamer, please ask what that is. Observing the scrolling comments, Mu Xiaonuan glanced at the green plant beside Chen Ran and then at him, sensing an odd expression in his eyes. Could it be that Brother Chen was also unfamiliar with this item? Hey, why are you silent? Don't you recognize it? She teased. Haha, I don't know either. I thought I was the only one. The audience began to mock Chen Ran. You claim to know everything, yet you can't even identify that. Oh my. Isn't that just lettuce? Suddenly, a cry erupted from Mu Xiaonuan as she exclaimed, Darling, do you remember back in college when the cafeteria often served this? Since you don't know, Let your wife rescue you." With remarkable quickness, Mu Xiaonuan declared, "That is lettuce." "Lettuce?" Chen Ran chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement at her insinuating glance. "Lettuce? Who are you trying to fool? Does this truly resemble lettuce?" "It seems somewhat plausible, but we aren't observing it in person. Is it real or not? Where is your husband? Let him say a few words." The viewers expressed their skepticism, sensing something amiss. "Do you not believe me?" As Mu Xiaonuan noticed a flurry of question marks in the chat, her heart raced. She could not let them doubt Brother Chen. Thus, she boldly seized a head of lettuce, exclaiming, "If you don't believe me, I'll let you taste it. This can be eaten raw." "Wait!" Chen Ran gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. That was not lettuce, it was horseradish. Just as he attempted to intervene, Mu Xiaonuan had already taken a bite. She had mentally prepared herself, expecting it might not taste pleasant. However, the moment it entered her mouth, a pungent spiciness surged, overwhelming her senses and igniting a fiery sensation. "Oh my, it's so spicy. Fiery hot." Mu Xiaonuan once again felt the relentless torment, causing her to question her existence. "Xiaonuan, do not weep." She valiantly suppressed her tears and smiled at the camera. "Now, do you all believe?" A little fish blowing bubbles from the ocean presented the host with a grand rocket. The Chaos Sword God gifted the host 10 magnificent swords. The Emperor, the goddess who loves watermelon, also contributed 10 grand rockets to the host. The audience erupted in applause. Mu Xiaonuan pressed her lips together, yet beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. At that moment, Chen Ran handed her some strawberries, saying, "The basket is nearly full. Have a few more as I intend to pick some more fruits." Mu Xiaonuan nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking at grains, and immediately grabbed a handful of strawberries to munch on. "Let me introduce this. Does anyone recognize it?" Unexpectedly, Chen Ran stepped into the frame, urging Mu Xiaonuan to move aside. Phew! Mu Xiaonuan felt a wave of relief wash over her, finally having the chance to wipe the sweat from her brow and catch her breath. At that moment, prominently beside Chen Ran was a tomato seedling adorned with plump, green tomatoes. Tomatoes, who doesn't know them? "Handsome, you wouldn't be oblivious to this, would you?" The audience chuckled, amused to discover that Xiaonuan's husband was unfamiliar with such a common fruit. Chen Ran did not refute, but continued, "This is indeed a tomato, but it's known as the thief that doesn't steal tomatoes. Whether unripe or ripe, they remain green and possess a flavor superior to the commonly seen red and yellow varieties." As he spoke, Chen Ran plucked 2 tomatoes, placing one in the basket and handing the other to Mu Xiaonuan. "Would you care to taste?" Mu Xiaonuan hesitated, primarily out of fear, but mustered the courage to take a bite. "Wow, this is incredibly sweet," she exclaimed, and the soft, fluffy texture melted in her mouth. The spiciness that lingered dissipated almost entirely with that one bite. Is this a performance? Can a green tomato not be sour? The audience erupted with disbelief, suspecting the duo was merely acting. Dr. Bear, a botany textbook author, rewarded the host with 10 Douyin coins. Dr. Bear also gifted the host 1,004 Dou coins. Congratulations to Dr. Bear for becoming the new Emperor. The chat suddenly flooded with excitement, leaving the skeptical audience momentarily stunned. "Wow, incredible. A newcomer has ascended to Emperor status. Great One, we bow to you." Upon noticing the username, they wondered if the Great One was indeed a botany scholar. "Emperor, Dr. Bear, pleased to meet everyone. I am a graduate in botany from the Academy of Sciences." "Wow, we've caught a true expert. This is astonishing. The Great One is both wealthy and knowledgeable. Incredible. Dare I ask, Great One, what brings you here?" "Emperor, Dr. Bear, to speak frankly, my mentor contributed to the writing of the modern Encyclopedia of Botany, which features a unique variety of tomato." In a moment of excitement, I was astonished to discover that someone was aware of the phrase, "Thieves do not steal tomatoes," which prompted an immediate reward. Goodness, is there truly such a thing as thieves not stealing tomatoes? The barrage of comments fell silent, leaving everyone in shock. Now you must believe it, right? Mu Xiaonuan timely approached, taking a couple of bites. "Ah, this tomato is truly delightful. My word, Xiaonuan, please be reasonable. Good heavens, I too long to taste that tomato." My mouth is already watering. Heavens above, please stop talking. To my surprise, Xiaonuan's husband indeed possesses considerable expertise. With her single remark, the comments in the live stream began to flow once more, and those who had previously instigated the discussion were nowhere to be seen. It was unmistakable. A genuine scholar had graced the live stream, and his esteemed mentor was one of the authors of the Encyclopedia of Botany. He is akin to a revered ancestor. The information currently being sought online bears the mark of his research. Who on earth would dare to question such an esteemed figure? Thus, when we glance back at Chen Ran, the live stream erupted. Goodness, this husband is remarkably impressive. Incredible. Host, could it be that your husband is also a botany graduate? How does he know all this? We were mistaken, Xiaonuan. Could you possibly ask your husband to send me a box? I wish to partake as well. Mu Xiaonuan's eyes sparkled with joy, nearly squinting into slits. She didn't even need to broadcast. For Chen Ran's presence brought an explosive effect to the stream that surpassed her own. Oh, at this moment, as Chen Ran picked more red fruits, Mu Xiaonuan curiously inquired, "Darling, what have you picked this time?" "Goat milk fruit," Chen Ran replied, placing some into the basket and advising her, "These fruits can be made into juice or candied, are juicy, and can also alleviate sore throats and protect your voice. You should give them a try." Oh, Mu Xiaonuan was overjoyed. Aside from sweets, she adored all kinds of fruits. She popped a goat milk fruit into her mouth. Its sweet and tangy flavor burst forth, refreshing her throat and instantly revitalizing her. Her throat felt much better. Dr. Xiong, a botany textbook author, remarkable. I never expected to see goat milk fruit. Most are now wild. I can't believe the size of the ones here. I used to want to buy some, but couldn't find them. How enviable. Incredible. Even Dr. Xiong is envious. Host, you're truly fortunate. 666, Xiaonuan, your husband is fantastic, allowing you to taste the world's rare delicacies. Xiaonuan, how does a goat milk fruit taste? Facing the eager audience, Mu Xiaonuan lifted her delicate neck. Well, it's quite good, juicy like watermelon, tangy sweet like pineapple, and with the texture of sweet orange. Goodness, I was wrong. Xiaonuan, I implore you, please stop. I am salivating. Host, please be considerate of our feelings. The live stream was filled with lamentations, while Mu Xiaonuan giggled, revealing two adorable dimples, resembling a cherished little darling. Oh, what is it that Xiaonuan's husband is up to now? The audience in the live stream suddenly noticed Chen Ran pausing beside a peculiar plant, adorned with white, egg-like shapes, leaving them somewhat perplexed. Darling, what is this? Mu Xiaonuan inquired, having never encountered such a plant before. How strange. This thing is white and oval, resembling eggs. Dr. Xiong, do you know what this is? Is it edible? Emperor, botanical textbook, Dr. Xiong, I recognize this. As for its edibility, perhaps we should heed the words of the host. Chen Ran cast a glance and solemnly explained, this fruit resembles snow-white eggs. Thus, it is also known as eggplant, a plant of ornamental value. Mu Xiaonuan responded, "So, darling, this is mainly for appreciation and not for consumption. Why did you stop here? Initially, you all wanted me to identify uncommon plants, didn't you?" Chen Ran replied to the live stream with a calm demeanor. "I have no ulterior motive. I merely wish to inform you of what this is." Chapter 11. I must make Chen Shixiang fall in love with my aroma. This is a deliberate act of retaliation. I feel utterly humiliated. Alas, my husband's words leave me speechless. This experience has truly taught us a lesson. Emperor, botanical textbook, Dr. Xiong Fu. Thankfully, I anticipated this outcome. I nearly faltered. Observing the atmosphere of concession in the live stream, Mu Xiaonuan waved her tiny fist. Roar. Have you witnessed my husband's prowess? Let us see who dares to underestimate him from now on. Chen Ran chuckled, not taking it too seriously, but as he glanced at a plant beneath him, his gaze sharpened, casting doubt on his own eyes. What is wrong, darling? Mu Xiaonuan looked down and saw it as well, but after a quick glance, she dismissed it. Oh, it's merely a weed. Darling, let us pull it out. Such a beautiful garden cannot be marred by a single weed, just as one cannot tolerate any flaws in the perfect Chen Shixiang. Wait. Chen Ran swiftly stopped her, his expression turning serious. This is no ordinary weed. It is known as the ancient Chinese fruit. Emperor, botanical textbook, Dr. Xiong, ancient Chinese fruit? That name sounds oddly familiar. Dr. Xiong was surprised not to know this. Emperor, botanical textbook, Dr. Xiong, I must consult my teacher. Goodness, this requires consulting the ancestral master. I can't even find this online. Xiaonuan, quickly ask your husband what this is. Responding to the audience's requests, Mu Xiaonuan blinked her adorably innocent eyes at Chen Ran. Darling, please just tell us. Her sweet voice carried a hint of a playful pout, enough to melt anyone's heart. Goodness, I can hardly fathom how obedient the straightforward Xiaonuan has become. I can't take it anymore. I need to drink 2 bottles of non-alcoholic chilled, 82 La Fight to cool down. Oh, my naive and carefree Xiaonuan. If she behaves like this during the day, what will it be like at night? Due to Mu Xiaonuan's charming and sweet words, a storm erupted in the live stream. Enough. Don't speak nonsense. Mu Xiaonuan glanced at the barrage, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she turned away shyly, a blend of bashfulness and sweetness enveloping her. There was no need for further introduction. Chen Ran, however, smiled slightly and remarked, "By the way, this particular plant is not documented at present. It is far too specialized to warrant discussion. This plant, in fact, was an extinct species, and explaining it to them would be futile due to its complexity. He would think of how to address the matter later." Huh? Mu Xiaonuan appeared puzzled, while the audience expressed their curiosity, clamoring for Chen Ran to elucidate further. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the leisure task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards. National Banquet Level Chef 1. Complete National Banquet Dishes Recipe 1. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in Chen Ran's mind. Ding! National Banquet Level Chef is loading. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a National Banquet Level Chef. Chen Ran was momentarily taken aback. The system's prompt sent a jolt through him. When he regained his composure, he discovered that he now possessed exceptional culinary skills, top-tier skills befitting a National Banquet Chef. Chen Ran felt a surge of joy within him. This meant he could create the most exquisite dishes, including those legendary national banquet delicacies that have been lost to time. A leisurely life did not imply a compromise on quality. For someone like him, to forego the enjoyment of gourmet cuisine would be an affront to his current existence. Let's head home, Chen Ran suggested, noticing the time had grown late, the sun now high in the sky and the heat palpable. All right, Mu Xiaonuan, seeing that her broadcast had also reached a suitable conclusion, temporarily ended her stream and accompanied Chen Ran home. Meanwhile, the moment Dr. Xiong exited the live broadcast, he immediately began to research relevant materials and finally discovered the record of the ancient Chinese fruit. The ancient Chinese fruit, an extinct species, had astonishingly re-emerged. Dr. Xiong excitedly closed the documents, his exhilaration palpable. A monumental discovery. An extinct species has resurfaced. I must inform my professor at once. He understood that this would be a revelation that would astonish the world, and, as a pioneer in domestic botany, his professor would undoubtedly find this incredibly intriguing. Upon returning to the estate, Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, "Ugh, so dry, so painful." After finishing her live stream, she immediately guzzled down a large glass of cool boiled water, feeling some relief from the fiery sensation in her throat. Her misfortunes continued. After consuming that peculiar vegetable in the morning, she had later swallowed a spicy plant in the garden. Thankfully, it was Chen Ran who had assisted her during the latter half of the live stream, or her voice would surely have been ruined. Knock, knock. At that moment, Chen Ran rapped on the door. Wait. Mu Xiaonuan winced as she strained her voice, responding with a faint acknowledgement before promptly opening the door. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Ran gently interrupted her. Your throat is in poor condition. You shouldn't speak. With that, he offered her a glass of juice. Fresh lemon loquat honey juice. It's soothing for the throat. Is this for me? Mu Xiaonuan stared at Chen Ran in astonishment, her eyes wide with surprise. Who else would it be for? As Chen Ran observed the little girl struggling to articulate her words, his expression softened. You are truly foolish. The audience merely jested. There There is no need for you to risk your well-being. Huh? Mu Xiaonuan's mouth fell open, a mix of innocence and astonishment gracing her features. Chen Xiang, you knew? With your words faltering so obviously, how could I possibly miss it? Chen Ran chuckled silently, finding her naivety endearing, though she appeared straightforward and adorable. Her resolve in action was commendable and unwavering. Drink this to cool down, he advised, urging her to sip the juice. Thank you, darling. Mu Xiaonuan's beautiful eyelashes fluttered in appreciation. In her moment of distress, the kindness of someone offering her a drink enveloped her in warmth. As your Xiang, it is my duty to care for you, my little sister. Chen Ran smiled and took his leave. It was only after he departed that Mu Xiaonuan realized, touching her flushed cheek, the heat radiating from her face. Oh my, how did I come to privately refer to Chen Xiang as darling? Could it be that his earlier words were a subtle reminder? She pondered, anxiety creeping in. Oh dear, Mu Xiaonuan, you must maintain your composure. The term darling was becoming all too familiar on her lips. Her cheeks were ablaze, resembling ripe apples, yet as she held the fresh juice, her heart swelled with joy. Chen Xiang actually brought me juice. He isn't as aloof as I thought. She realized he had noticed the change in her voice, his attention evidently unwavering. Mu Xiaonuan, you can do this. Your charm is undeniable. As she savored the sweet juice, her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars, a pair of delightful dimples gracing her smile. Ding! The leisurely life system is now activating. Ding! A new leisure task has been issued. A dignified life requires exquisite sustenance. Prepare a table of refined delicacies and relish the flavors that nature bestows. Meanwhile, upon returning to the opulent kitchen of the estate, Chen Ran was met with the announcement of the newly assigned leisure task. Gastronomy is a breeze for me now, but what shall I create? He mused, suddenly thinking of Mu Xiaonuan, a smile playing on his lips. That adorable little girl has endured quite a bit today. I shall prepare a light and delectable feast for her, possessing the culinary prowess inherited from a master of state banquet cuisine. Chen Ran was well-versed in various Chinese culinary styles, his cooking techniques unrivaled, placing him among the pinnacle of chefs in the nation. Today's menu would feature not only commonplace home-cooked dishes, but also 2 state banquet-level delicacies: boiled bok choy, silken tofu soup. Both dishes were exquisitely light and presented as works of art, breathtakingly beautiful. Xiaoxue, let me tell you something. Today, Chen Xiang took the initiative to show concern for me. After drinking the juice, Mu Xiaonuan felt revitalized, lounging on her bed, her long, fair legs swaying as she munched on fruit, sharing her experiences with her best friend. What do you mean? Came a languid voice from the other end. Thus, Mu Xiaonuan recounted all her experiences of the day. To her surprise, upon finishing, a peal of laughter erupted from across the way. Yan Xuan nearly choked on her laughter. Mu Xiaonuan, you are adorably foolish. Horseradish indeed, that S meant for making mustard. And you dare to taste it. Sister, I admire you. Little Xue, you better watch out. When you come to see me, I shall spank you. Mu Xiaonuan threatened, baring her teeth in jest. Oh dear, how frightful. Do you not wish to pursue your senior Chun any longer? Yan Xue retorted playfully. Sister Xue, I concede. Mu Xiaonuan quickly admitted defeat. The moment you mention your senior Chun, you transform into a docile little girl, so obedient. Yan Xue scoffed lightly. Very well, very well. Since that is the case, I shall teach you another trick. Absolutely. Mu Xiaonuan's voice was as cheerful as a magpie. To capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. It is indeed a man's Achilles heel. Prepare a meal for him, and he will naturally be more gentle with you. Yan Xue imparted her wisdom with an air of experience. Prepare a meal? But all I know how to do is boil noodles. What shall I do? Mu Xiaonuan lamented. That is your predicament, Yan Xue replied before hanging up the phone, leaving Mu Xiaonuan ensnared in a web of confusion and difficulty. Cooking? While she could manage to eat, the act of preparing food was a daunting challenge. Mu Xiaonuan, you must gather your resolve. At worst, you can learn from videos online. I must make Senior Chen fall in love with my cooking. She motivated herself, for when faced with challenges, especially those concerning Chen Ran, This little lady had never bowed her head in defeat. Oh, what is that aroma? So delightful. Just then, Mu Xiaonuan caught a whiff of a subtle yet authentic fragrance wafting from the kitchen, stirring her appetite. Curious, she hastily sprang to her feet, donning her slippers, and made her way to the kitchen. Chapter 12. I am not fat at all. Feel for yourself. Huh? Senior Chen, what are you up to? Mu Xiaonuan stood at the kitchen entrance, astonished to find several dishes laid out on the table. Wow, you can cook? I just whipped up a few dishes. Chen Ran replied, placing the last dish, silken tofu soup, on the dining table, smiling as he invited, shall we sit down and eat together? Mu Xiaonuan felt conflicted. After all, she had just resolved to cook for Senior Chen. Yet here, she was about to dine on the meal he had prepared. Senior Chen, I seem to be quite full, she said, patting her belly. She had consumed plenty of fruit and water today, leaving her not at all hungry. Suit yourself, Chen Ran remarked nonchalantly. He believed that every meal should possess a sense of ritual, so he would simply enjoy it alone. On the table were 3 dishes and a soup. One dish in particular caught the eye, boiled baby bok choy. Exquisite varieties of the vegetable were carefully arranged into delicate flower shapes, with the center adorned by the leaves of the bok choy, resembling petals. A plate of baby bok choy showcased a total of 3 blooms. Though she was uncertain of the taste, the presentation alone was remarkably meticulous, akin to a work of art. Truly breathtaking. Wow, this is stunning. Mu Xiaonuan, who had initially intended to leave, found her gaze captivated, unable to look away. What a beautiful dish. Here, even this soup is astonishingly beautiful. The boiled cabbage is a masterpiece, and the delicate tofu soup is no less impressive. The finely sliced tofu is thinner than strands of cotton. It is complemented by finely shredded carrots, interspersing orange and white in concentric circles, reminiscent of a mysterious cosmic nebula. Truly enchanting. Brother Chen, could you please wait a moment? Mu Xiaonuan suddenly had a brilliant idea. Why not initiate an unexpected live stream to astonish the fans? It's just a few dishes, and you really don't miss a chance to broadcast from anywhere. Chen Ran chuckled, bemused by her enthusiasm. The young lady's excitement knew no bounds. She could stream from anywhere, not just the bed, but also the sofa, the living room, or even outdoors. And now even the kitchen. That's only because your culinary skills are exceptional, making it impossible for anyone to resist, Mu Xiaonuan mumbled. Who can blame him for creating such beautiful and fragrant dishes? All right then, hurry up. Let's make this quick. At your command. Hello everyone, Xiaonuan is online again. Mu Xiaonuan activated the live stream, and the camera immediately focused on the table laden with food. Host, why are you displaying a picture in front of the camera? It looks like a work of art. Xiaonuan, your skills are impressive. What do you mean by placing 3 yellow roses on the plate? Is this a joke? I thought it was a dish. The comments flooded the live chat as the audience was genuinely taken aback by the scene before them. Is this really a picture? Mu Xiaonuan couldn't help but retort, leaning closer to the camera. Is this a picture? This is clearly my husband's masterpiece. What? The crowd gasped, and upon focusing on the camera again, they realized it indeed resembled real food. No way. Is this real food? Could it be fake food? This is stunning. It looks like a model. Wait, is Xiaonuan's husband really that skilled? Is he a chef? The viewers were astounded, taking a serious look at the dishes before them. Filled with awe, these dishes, the presentation, are true works of art. More beautiful than the images online. Can this even be called food? It's too beautiful. I can hardly believe it. Yet, beauty alone is not sufficient. Taste is paramount. Indeed, the flavor is the essence. I wonder how these visually stunning dishes taste. The audience was curious about the flavor of such exquisite dishes. Mu Xiaonuan immediately turned to Chen Ran, who smiled knowingly. The arrangement of the dishes is merely foundational. Beauty is of little value if the taste is lacking. The flavor is what truly matters. Exactly. You're right. Mu Xiaonuan nodded vigorously, her appetite aroused once more. Gulp. She swallowed hard, feeling slightly embarrassed as she had claimed not to be hungry earlier. Go ahead and taste. I can't finish all this by myself. Chen Ran noticed the longing in her gaze and couldn't help but chuckle. Then I shall not hold back. Mu Xiaonuan delicately extended her chopsticks, carefully picking up a piece of tender vegetable. The crispness of the vegetable was refreshing and delightful, melting in her mouth with an exquisite tenderness, reminiscent of fresh bamboo shoots. It was simply divine. Oh my goodness, how delicious could this be? She licked her delicate pink lips, and at that moment, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a twinkling brilliance akin to stars. Eating such delectable food warranted a second serving. Observing the young lady savoring her meal with such enthusiasm, Chen Ran could not help but feel a sense of joy. The satisfaction of having prepared such appetizing dishes was truly rewarding. He chuckled. Then I shall indulge a bit more. Mu Xiaonuan had never experienced such culinary delights before. This was a banquet-worthy dish. Previously, she could only admire pictures online, but now, she was not only seeing it in person, but also savoring it. She consumed nearly half a plate of boiled cabbage on her own. Finally, the remaining Wensi tofu soup was equally exquisite, dissolving in her mouth, and she polished off 3 substantial bowls with glee. Ah, such satisfaction! After her hearty meal, Mu Xiaonuan set down her utensils, still yearning for more. Is that all gone? Chen Ran watched, astonished. To be honest, Mu Xiaonuan had devoured most of the dishes on the table. How could this young lady, who claimed she wasn't hungry, consume so much? Are you still hungry? Chen Ran inquired, noticing her lingering desire for more. Not anymore. I'm full. Mu Xiaonuan squinted her lovely crescent-shaped eyes, about to speak, but then promptly closed her mouth, her face flushing with embarrassment. Oh no, she had eaten even more than Chen Xixiao. Would he think she had a hearty appetite? How mortifying! Mu Xiaonuan was certainly not someone who merely indulged in food. Feeling Chen Ran's doubtful gaze upon her heightened her anxiety. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Actually, I usually eat very little. I don't know why I consumed so much today. Mu Xiaonuan lowered her head, feeling flustered and lost. The more she cared about Chen Ran's opinion, the more she chastised herself for not controlling her appetite. This was quite detrimental to her image as a refined lady. It's all right, I understand. Chen Ran had no inkling of the rich emotions swirling within her. It was merely a testament to his exceptional culinary skills that she had enjoyed the meal so thoroughly. No worries, I comprehend that you are just a foodie. The live chat erupted in laughter, teasing Mu Xiaonuan and Chen Ran. Stop it. I haven't gained any weight. She protested. Moderator, please mute them. Mu Xiaonuan was almost at her wit's end. She glanced at Chen Ran, who looked back at her with a questioning expression. Are you all right? Do you need some digestive tablets? Uffed. Digestive tablets, ha! The audience erupted in laughter. Just admit you're a foodie. They taunted. Admit you haven't gained any weight. The viewers grew even more raucous. Honey, please don't misunderstand. Mu Xiaonuan felt a sense of urgency. In truth, I have always maintained a splendid figure. I hardly eat much. Chen Ran, somewhat bewildered, merely worried that she had consumed an excessive amount of fruit along with her meals and might suffer from indigestion. Why was she bringing this up? Do you not believe me? With a determined bite of her lip, Mu Xiaonuan turned off the camera. Approaching Chen Ran, she boldly lifted her shirt. I am truly not overweight. Feel for yourself. Suddenly, a glimpse of pure white appeared before Chen Ran. Her delicate waist was as slender as could be, devoid of any excess flesh, exuding an enchanting beauty. Even from behind, Mu Xiaonuan could touch her own navel. Wow! Chen Ran's eyelids fluttered, his breath momentarily caught, his heartbeat quickening, his mind in a state of confusion. Quick, put it down. Regaining his senses, he hurriedly exclaimed. Noticing that she had turned off the camera, he inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over him. Subsequently, a bitter smile crossed his face. This girl was truly adorably naive, going to such lengths to prove her innocence. Oh no! Realizing something, Mu Xiaonuan gasped and instantly lowered her shirt. Hubby, I didn't mean to. Her face flushed deeply, and her mind buzzed as if it might explode. What on earth were you thinking, Mu Xiaonuan? Lifting your shirt in front of Brother Chen? Ugh, what a shameless girl. Did we miss something? Wow. Xiaonuan, what have you done? TSK. Your husband is fiercely protective. The live stream was filled with murmurs of astonishment. Hubby, Mu Xiaonuan lowered her head, resembling a little girl who had erred. In the future, refrain from wearing such short clothing. Be cautious of the camera, Chen Ran stated earnestly. Yes, I understand. Mu Xiaonuan replied, her cheeks still tinged with red. Yet, recalling Chen Ran's earlier gaze, her heart brimmed with joy. Who would have thought Brother Chen could be so flustered? However, she pondered when no one is around. Might I wear something special for him? What are you thinking? Nothing. Mu Xiaonuan stammered. Brother Chen, I seem to remember I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Feeling somewhat guilty, she abruptly ended the live stream and hurriedly scampered out of the kitchen. Ouch! With her head down, not watching where she was going, she bumped into the doorframe. Fortunately, it wasn't too severe, and covering her head, she sheepishly retreated to her room. This girl is truly endearing. Chen Ran smiled gently, increasingly finding her innocent exuberance quite amusing. However, a memory of what he had just witnessed flashed in his mind, and a slight smirk tugged at his lips. This girl had quite the figure. She was no longer a child. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a leisurely task. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have received the reward. Beastmaster Level 1, Animal Compendium Level 1. Just as Mu Xiaonuan left, the system notification chimed in Chen Ran's mind. The author has something to convey. I've made some modifications, and everyone can take another look at Chapter 13. If you have the ability, come and verify for yourself whether the goods are genuine. Ding! The Beast Tamer skill is now loading. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Beast Tamer skill. Chen Ran could feel an additional ability surging within him, the power to tame all ferocious beasts. This is quite intriguing. I shall venture to the nearby Dakingshan tomorrow to practice my skills. Eager with anticipation, Chen Ran thought about the expansive natural mountains behind the estate, teeming with wild animals. And he was keen to explore. I must be losing my mind. Upon returning to her room, Mu Xiaonuan leaped onto the bed, covering her head with a blanket. Utterly mortified, how could she possibly lift her clothing in front of Brother Chen? It was beyond embarrassing. What? You actually lifted your clothing in public? Little did she know, when Mu Xiaonuan called her best friend, Yin Shue's tone shifted dramatically upon hearing the news. Goose. Xiaonuan, you have quite the talent for flirting with boys. You've mastered it so quickly. Yin Shui then burst into carefree laughter, reminiscent of a goose's honk. You little rascal, even in such a state, you still mock me. Mu Xiaonuan lamented, her spirits low. I worry about how Brother Chen will perceive me. Will he think I am too casual? Is this what you call being casual? Yin Shui chuckled in disbelief. Should I teach you a few more tricks? No, thank you. Mu Xiaonuan sighed despondently. You have no idea how exceptional Brother Chen's culinary skills are. The dishes he prepares resemble masterpieces, and the flavors are simply divine. I have never tasted anything so exquisite. You previously suggested I cook for him, but that seems like a lost cause now. Is he really that impressive? Yin Shui inquired, surprised. Then it dawned on her. So that is the reason you devoured 3 large bowls of rice? It was 3 large bowls of soup. Don't misrepresent. Mu Xiaonuan retorted with irritation upon the mention of this. All right, enough about that. Even if you eat a lot. Xiaonuan has always maintained a figure that does not gain weight. Yin Shui reassured with a smile. However, I must remind you that your actions today have caught his attention. You should try to appear a bit more aloof in the future. Why? It's the allure of being unattainable that stirs the heart. I refuse. Mu Xiaonuan asserted earnestly. When you like someone, why must you hide and act indifferent? That is anything but sincere. If you like someone, you should declare it boldly. Oh, look who has learned to draw inferences. Yin Shui giggled. Well then, if you have the courage, why not confess your feelings right now? Do you dare? Mu Xiaonuan felt a wave of discouragement. Brother Chen has always seen her as a little sister. What hope is there for a confession? I'll take it slow. I refuse to believe I can't win over Brother Chen. Mu Xiaonuan resolved silently within herself. By the way, are you planning to live stream that painting tonight? Yin Shui suddenly asked. Yes, why? Mu Xiaonuan pondered, thinking that during the live stream, she would ask Brother Chen to hang the painting in her room first. Are you foolish? Isn't that a splendid opportunity to get closer to him? Yin Shui suggested, tonight, you should live stream from his place. After the stream, to sleep there. What? Mu Xiaonuan was taken aback at first, nodding slowly, then quickly shaking her head vigorously. No way. No way. Sleep together? Brother Chen would surely think I am too easygoing. What's wrong with that? Yin Shui retorted disdainfully, You silly girl. You are married? How can you sleep in separate rooms during a live stream? Oh, that does make some sense. Mu Xiaonuan pondered, her beautiful eyes blinking in realization. Perhaps it was worth a try? She began to entertain her thoughts. As night fell, Mu Xiaonuan opened the live stream as scheduled. Brothers, tonight I will show you an incredibly expensive painting, she announced to the viewers while strolling towards Chen Ran's room. The sky-high painting. It's about to be revealed. A diving enthusiast gifted the host a grand rocket worth 100. Congratulations to a diving enthusiast for obtaining the title of Emperor. Time magazine gifted the host a grand rocket worth 100. Congratulations to Time magazine for obtaining the title of Emperor. Mr. Unknown gifted the host a grand rocket worth 100. Congratulations to Mr. Unknown for obtaining the title of Emperor. In that moment, the live stream was ablaze with excitement as multiple individuals were crowned Emperor. Wow, is my vision deceiving me? This is outrageous. So many big shots have appeared. Are you all not going to introduce yourselves? Instantaneously, the popularity of the live stream skyrocketed to 300, hitting the top of the charts. Emperor Time magazine. No way, you can't be from Time magazine. The one who exposed that painting? An audience member quickly recognized the identity of the newly crowned emperor. Emperor, Time magazine, sweat. I didn't expect the viewers to be so perceptive. Yes, we are the official account of Time magazine. We gifted the emperor title merely to apply for a chance to observe the original piece of Portrait of Xiao Jiang. But I didn't expect, what didn't you expect? Emperor, Time magazine. Emperor, Mr. Unknown, Mr. Unknown. I didn't expect to attract you. The original creator. The comments rolled in as everyone gasped. Wow, Mr. Unknown? Is he the original creator of that sky-high painting? My goodness. Xiaonuan's live stream has even attracted the renowned Mr. Unknown. Mr. Unknown, why did you come and give a gift? Countless viewers were astonished. Mr. Unknown himself had showed up, the very creator of the expensive painting, making this live stream increasingly intriguing. Emperor, Mr. Unknown, I've been discovered. Just pretend I'm not here. I'm inconsequential. With that, Mr. Unknown fell silent and vanished from the conversation. 666. I didn't expect the low-key Mr. Unknown to join the live stream. Xiaonuan, I must ask, is the pressure on you immense? Mr. Unknown is a master, and in front of millions of viewers, you mustn't be unprofessional. As the barrage of comments flowed, Mu Xiaonuan felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. What should she do? The original artist had arrived, and the pressure of this live broadcast was considerably greater. Since Mr. Lung was present, she would graciously request his guidance this time. With a forced smile, she entered Chen Ran's room, saying, Darling, I'm here. No response. Mu Xiaonuan was taken aback. Was he not in the room? However, her gaze was immediately drawn to the window, where, bathed in a soft glow of light, a handsome figure was bent over a desk. Even in stillness, he exuded an irresistible charm. How she wished to embrace him from behind in that very moment. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her heart raced wildly. Tiptoeing to Chen Ran's side, she seized the moment to cover his eyes, whispering playfully, guess who I am? The delicate fragrance unique to young women, combined with her slender hands and playful gesture, startled Chen Ran. You little imp. Chen Ran set down his brush and turned to face her, momentarily taken aback. Mu Xiaonuan was already quite close, and, as she leaned in to whisper, their faces were suddenly inches apart, their breaths mingling in the air. Gulp! Mu Xiaonuan's eyes widened in surprise, unable to suppress a nervous swallow, her body tensing. Could it be that Chen Shixiang was about to kiss her? You? Chen Ran's gaze was fixed intently on Mu Xiaonuan. Up close, the campus beauty, adorned with a touch of makeup, radiated innocence and charm. Her skin was delicately fair, reminiscent of an infant's, especially her rosy cherry lips, exquisite jawline, an alabaster neck, truly a rare find. Yet, as his gaze drifted lower, he was taken aback by the sight that awaited him. Mu Xiaonuan noticed Chen Ran's gaze and instinctively looked down, her eyes widening in alarm as her complexion changed dramatically. She gasped, immediately clutching her heart. Why was Chen Xiaonuan looking at her like that? It was so embarrassing. Startled, Mu Xiaonuan stumbled backward, losing her balance. Careful! Chen Ran swiftly reached out and caught her around the waist. In that fleeting moment, their eyes locked, and time seemed to stand still. It was then that Chen Ran realized his own heart had skipped a beat. Clearing his throat softly, Chen Ran broke the silence, and Mu Xiaonuan finally exhaled, regaining her composure. However, had Chen Xiaonuan truly been captivated by her just now? Did he still consider her merely a little sister? At that moment, Mu Xiaonuan felt a surge of pride within herself. Why did it feel somewhat exaggerated? Chen Ran muttered quietly, pondering if Mu Xiaonuan truly possessed the attributes she claimed. What? Mu Xiaonuan buzzed, perplexed. Exaggerated? Did he just imply that her attributes were inflated? The momentary pride she felt turned into indignation, much like a feisty kitten, and she challenged him, "Come on, if you have the courage, verify for yourself and see if I measure up." As Mu Xiaonuan, was about to speak, I was interrupted by Chen Ran. "You came to see the painting, didn't you?" Mu Xiaonuan replied, "Here it is. I've taken it down and placed it over there for you to see. I have other matters to attend to." Chen Ran was on the verge of completing his artwork, meticulously addressing a few final details. Though a tinge of melancholy lingered in Mu Xiaonuan's heart, the thought of her ongoing live stream motivated her to plan to later prove this matter to Senior Chen. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the exorbitantly priced painting resting on the adjacent table. Behold the priceless masterpiece. This time, take your time to admire it thoroughly. Mu Xiaonuan directed the camera towards the portrait, resuming her live broadcast. Oh my goodness, it has begun. The priceless painting is right before our eyes. With the camera zoomed in slightly, she urged the viewers to observe the intricate details, finer than a strand of hair. Indeed, the master is worthy of his title. Master Lung, do grace us with your insights. The live stream buzzed with excitement as the audience fixated on the painting. Honey, how could you take down such a magnificent piece? Mu Xiaonuan mused, feeling that the painting was better appreciated hanging on the wall. She could not fathom why Chen Ran had decided to remove it. Chapter 14. The woman who submits to her husband. Indeed, this is a priceless artwork. If it were in my possession, I would cherish it daily. Such a valuable piece left so carelessly. Mr. Lung, shouldn't you come out and admonish this behavior? It is a sign of disrespect towards art. Xiaonuan, quickly summon your husband to clarify this situation. The live audience rallied in indignation over the painting's unjust treatment, demanding an explanation from Chen Ran. My husband has his reasons for doing this. Please do not cast unfounded aspersions. Mu Xiaonuan bore the immense pressure, steadfastly defending Chen Ran despite the presence of several influential figures in the stream. However, just as she adjusted the camera, she was taken aback. Wait, what? Mu Xiaonuan discovered that Chen Ran was actively painting, creating a new piece. The beauty of this painting was breathtaking. From the very first glance, she was utterly captivated. It was a stunning landscape. As dusk descended, the distant verdant mountains and waters resembled a bride, exquisitely veiled in twilight, ensnaring the viewer in its allure. From afar, the painting exuded grandiosity, evoking a sense of the vastness of the universe and the infinite mysteries of nature. Up close, it appeared intimate, with lush mountains embodying the essence of life, grounded and natural. Wow, this painting possesses something remarkable. Although I am no connoisseur of art, I was immediately entranced upon first sight. Goodness, the beauty of this twilight scene is simply breathtaking. It makes me yearn to witness such splendor in person. The live stream erupted with excitement as viewership surged from 300 to 400, rivaling the traffic of top-tier broadcasts, and it continued to rise. Emperor Mr. Lung, could you please bring the camera closer? Dear host, I wish to examine this painting in detail. Emperor, Mr. Lung, please expedite your actions. I would like to start from the left corner of this artwork. Mr. Lung, the Emperor, generously bestowed a grand rocket upon the streamer. The barrage of comments surged, and even the typically reserved Mr. Lung could not help but use his donation to draw attention to Mu Xiaonuan. Astonishing. This artwork has even captivated Mr. Lung. The Emperor exclaimed, "Goodness. Mr. Lung is more animated by his own paintings than I have ever witnessed. How extraordinary." Tagging Mr. Lung, he added, Haha. Using a grand rocket to attract attention. What happened to your supposed low profile? The usually unassuming Mr. Long, who previously remained silent even when viewing his original works, was now exhilarated by an unfinished painting. My goodness, darling, this piece is truly remarkable. Mu Xiaonuan, observing Mr. Lung's enthusiastic reaction in the live stream, was both astonished and delighted. She was astonished that even Mr. Lung was drawn in, and delighted to discover that this artwork was created by her admired senior, Chen. The reality behind the artist's modesty was astonishing. She had no idea that her beloved senior possessed such profound artistic skills. Indeed, the man Mu Xiaonuan admired was exceptional. Darling, might we share this painting with everyone? Mu Xiaonuan leaned closer, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with a hint of persuasion. No, it's not finished yet, Chen Ran replied, not turning his head as he continued to add color. Little Nguyen, today you have experienced rejection. No way. Haha. That response was too straightforward. Your heart must be breaking, little Nguyen. You're too soft, aren't you? A goddess like you, turned down so easily? The audience in the live stream burst into laughter at this scene. Who says I can't borrow it? Shall we place a bet? Seeing the barrage of comments flooding the screen, Mu Xiaonuan, in a huff, declared, I'll show it to you right now. With that, she turned in a huff to Chen Ran. Darling, grant me this one chance. Even Mr. Lung, a master, has sent me several grand rockets. Her tone softened significantly as she pleaded with Chen Ran, her eyes glimmering with a pitiful charm. Goodness, my goddess, how humble you've become. The audience chuckled, recalling how fierce she had been just moments ago. With such a firm stance, she uttered the most timid words. Little Nguyen, you're something else. The audience expected her to unleash a powerful move, but were instead met with her soft demeanor. Witnessing this stark contrast, they could not help but laugh. Chen Ran paused, glancing at her beseeching expression, and relented. All right, you may take a look. Yay! Mu Xiaonuan's previous pitiful demeanor vanished,
her spirit soaring as she turned to the camera, exclaiming, How about that? I've won, right? Ugh. Lil Nguyen has grown quite bold. Darling.
Are you not embarrassed to show off? The audience rolled their eyes, having recognized the dynamics of their relationship long before. What technique? Simply incredible. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, sporting black-framed glasses and squinting intently, was fixated on the painting displayed in the live stream. He is none other than the esteemed Mr. Long, the most renowned painter in the country, a legendary master who has created several priceless masterpieces. At this moment, the highly accomplished Mr. Long holds his breath, his eyes wide and unblinking, resembling a statue carved from stone. The painting showcased in the live stream, with its brushstrokes like bones, flawlessly embodies the strength, texture, and aesthetic of its lines, whether thick or thin, revealing the mysteries of the heavens and the earth. Even he cannot boast such a seamless and fluid mastery. This painting exudes an extraordinary quality. Who will offer a critique? What does Mr. Ling think? Can he provide an evaluation of this artwork? While I struggle to comprehend the painting, I sense that it is indeed remarkable. The comments scroll by as viewers express their admiration for the piece, all sharing a vague yet profound sentiment. The Emperor, Mr. Lung, this is a classic landscape painting executed with natural ease, the lines perfectly illustrating the backbone of the mountains and rivers. The complexity of the color layers is astounding. Even I cannot fathom how this was achieved. It is so natural and lifelike. Gazing upon this, painting transports me to a serene countryside, watching the sun set, enveloped in the tranquility of pastoral life. What? This painting is so intricate that even Mr. Lung cannot fully comprehend it. Incredible. Xiaonuan, who exactly is your husband? My goodness, it feels like we have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Could another great master of painting be born? Mr. Lung represents the pinnacle of authority in the art world. His words carry immense weight, and many artists, proud in their own right, would never admit to not fully understanding a piece. This revelation leaves the audience in awe, with comments of shock flooding the screen. How astonishing! Mu Xiaonuan stands frozen, her mind swirling. Her senior brother is indeed a hidden top-tier painter? Mr. Lung, May I inquire about the caliber of this painting? Mu Xiaonuan cannot contain her curiosity. The Emperor, Mr. Lung, it is not inferior to my own. Wow. At that moment, the live stream fell silent, everyone gazing in astonishment at those 4 words. Not inferior to my own. Though merely a handful of words, they carry profound significance, like a boulder pressing down upon the heads of the audience, making them question their own perceptions. How is this possible? If it is not inferior to Mr. Lung's work, it implies that should it be auctioned, it would also command a price worthy of a masterpiece. Incredible, incredible, incredible. This cannot be a jest. At least 100 million for such a divine creation. My goodness. Another master. Please take my knee. Mu Xiaonuan observes the astonishment of the viewers in the live stream, along with Mr. Lung's appraisal, feeling as though a tremendous surprise has struck her from above. Senior brother Chen has produced a priceless painting. Husband, do you not plan to explain? Mu Xiaonuan's eyes sparkle like stars, glowing with brilliance as she smiles at Chen Ran. How many more surprises will this senior brother bring her? Why is he so exceptional? This will only make her affection for him grow. Art is an endless pursuit. Moreover, this is merely an unfinished painting, Chen Ran remarked with a smile. He never anticipated that his impromptu creation would elicit such a profound reaction. What a farce. How infuriating it is to be deceived again. The audience in the live stream erupted in discontent upon hearing his words. Is this merely a painting? Mu Xiaonuan's voice took a turn, her beautiful eyes blinking in disbelief. She remembered how Mr. Lung had described his painting in a similar manner. Dare to call this just a painting again? Without waiting for Chen Ran to respond, she fixed her gaze upon him, her spirit lively as she spoke. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Xiaonuan should act just like that. Say it one more time. This is merely a painting. How satisfying. Well done, host. Observing Mu Xiaonuan espiritu retort. The viewers felt thoroughly entertained. Chen Ran was somewhat baffled. However, before he could reply, Mu Xiaonuan suddenly burst into laughter. I see it as just a painting too. Dear husband, why not create one for me as well? She leaned closer, her hands clasped in earnestness, her face radiating with starry-eyed anticipation. Oh no, how careless. I've fallen for the host's trick. Oh dear. Xiaonuan, you clever one, I thought we were in this together. I can't believe it. I thought you were a brave warrior. Host, but it turns out you are merely a foil. Alas, the world has fallen into disarray. Xiaonuan, have you truly succumbed to your husband's silver-tongued charm? Mu Xiaonuan's unexpected maneuver left everyone astonished. Initially, it seemed she was joining the fray against Chen Ran, but in truth, she was supporting him. Her intent was to persuade Chen Ran to create a painting for her. A masterpiece for Master Chen is worth a fortune, and the mere thought of being the subject is exhilarating. No, Chen Ran's lips twitched slightly. My painting is still incomplete. That's all right. I can wait for you. With that, Mu Xiaonuan climbed onto Chen Ran's bed, a hint of shyness dancing in her beautiful eyes. I happen to be tired too and wish to rest for a while. Chapter 15. With a girl as beautiful as I, who wouldn't want to rush over upon seeing me. I will wait for you. After saying this, Mu Xiaonuan nestled onto Chen Ran's bed. Goodness, are you attempting to create life on live stream? Host, Master Chen, can you endure this? Hurry and claim this little enchantress. How can you not swiftly create an artistic portrait for her, Master Chen? The audience in the live stream felt a surge of excitement, all eager to discover how Chen Ran would portray the host. Would there be special poses required? Or would artistry necessitate a sort of sacrifice? In truth, I only paint landscapes. I do not favor portraits. Chen Ran turned around, looking at the young lady with a wry smile, shaking his head. He preferred landscapes. Nothing could surpass the beauty of the night view outside the estate. If you desire, why not ask Mr. Lung to create a piece similar to that one? Chen Ran suggested with a smile, pointing at the priceless artwork. I refuse. Mu Xiaonuan pouted slightly, her mood dampened. I only like the paintings created by my husband. That holds true significance. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lung. It seems you are rather disregarded. Xiaonuan truly adores you. How enviable. Host, it appears your influence is not substantial enough. Your husband is not of such caliber, it seems. Mr. Lung, won't you share a few words? The audience in the live stream engaged, successfully coaxing Mr. Lung out. Emperor, Mr. Lung, Mr. Chen, once you complete this landscape painting, I hope to partake in your solo exhibition. Unexpectedly, Mr. Lung did not linger on the audience's chatter, but instead brought up Chen Ran's personal exhibition. Clearly, he believes that not long from now, Chen Ran will achieve great renown, becoming a master of his generation, rivaling even him. A solo exhibition? Upon hearing this, Chen Ran felt a stirring in his heart. It would indeed be a pity if splendid works were not passed on to the world. Let be in 3 months, then. Chen Ran, having this thought, casually responded, Emperor, Mr. Lung, just in time. I will be free then. I shall assist you in organizing it. The usually reticent Mr. Lung seemed particularly invested in Chen Ran, leaving behind a weighty remark. How exciting the exhibition will be. Go, my husband. Mu Xiaonuan could not suppress her anticipation, cheering for Chen Ran. Regarding painting for her, she had merely jested previously. After all, her relationship with Chen Ran was rather delicate, and she had spoken out of whim. Subsequently, Mu Xiaonuan played a couple of games before concluding the live stream. Brother Chen, are you not yet asleep? Mu Xiaonuan observed as Chen Ran continued to paint, unable to stifle a yawn. While she claimed to yawn, she was actually using it as a cover to secretly watch Chen Ran. After all, lying on Brother Chen's bed made her somewhat nervous. Would he send her back to her room? I must wait a little longer. Oh. Hearing Chen Ran's response, Mu Xiaonuan replied, and then her beautiful eyes darted as she said, Then I shall watch some television. Why hasn't Brother Chen finished painting yet? Ugh. I should think about how to face Brother Chen later. Xiaonuan, do not be timid. You must bravely pursue your own happiness. While Mu Xiaonuan appeared to be watching television, she was internally motivating herself, nearly overwhelmed by the pressure several times, almost ready to flee. To her surprise, not long after, her phone slipped from her grasp, and she had already fallen asleep, with slight snoring. Chen Ran paused with his brush, turning to see that this little girl had indeed fallen asleep on his bed, his expression somewhat peculiar. This little girl? Surely she does not intend to sleep on his bed tonight? Never mind, Chen Ran thought, considering her optimistic and cheerful nature, sometimes adorably silly. She must simply be tired and fell asleep without a care. Surely, she would not deliberately wish to claim his bed. This way, it feels somewhat better. He could not bear to disturb her, so he adjusted her position slightly for her comfort and laid a blanket over her. After being adjusted, Mu Xiaonuan's sleeping posture became more stable, and she slept even more soundly. Husband, your painting is truly beautiful. In a serene slumber, Mu Xiaonuan murmured softly, while Chen Ran, preparing to depart, caught the faint sound of her gentle hum. In her dreams, Mu Xiaonuan's delicate visage bore a subtle blush, her exquisite features flawless, reminiscent of a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. It is undeniable that at this moment, she possessed a tranquil beauty that was captivating. How I wish to capture this in a painting, Chen Ran mused, observing her for a prolonged moment before chuckling softly, realizing her unexpected dedication to artistry. He then quietly settled beside her, respreading a blank canvas. The next morning, as dawn broke, Mu Xiaonuan slowly awakened, rubbing the sleep from her eyes and climbing out of bed. How utterly delightful! What caused such a profound slumber last night? She gazed outside at the bright spring sunlight, feeling invigorated as if rejuvenated by the night's rest. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Something was amiss. It dawned on her that she had awoken in Chen Ran's room. Last night, she had fallen asleep on Chen Ran's bed, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. How could you fall asleep like that? You're such a fool. She scolded herself, wrapping herself in a blanket and burying her head in shame. Just then, a peculiar scent wafted to her nostrils. Sniffing inquisitively, she confirmed it was indeed the alluring scent belonging to Chen Ran. Her eyes brightened with intrigue. Taking a deep breath, she reveled in the scent. I never imagined Chen Ran was so handsome, and his fragrance is utterly enchanting. However, an abrupt voice pierced the air, startling her. Upon seeing Chen Ran standing before her, visibly astonished, she let out a piercing scream. Ah! The echo of her shriek reverberated through the estate, and Mu Xiaonuan quickly covered her head with the blanket. Moments passed before she cautiously pulled back the blanket, revealing her beautifully embarrassed eyes. Chen Ran, I didn't frighten you, did I? She asked timidly, noticing his bemused expression. I'm more worried you might frighten yourself, Chen Ran replied, a smile of exasperation playing on his lips, finding her adorably silly. Get up, wash up, and have breakfast. I need to go out today. Out? Mu Xiaonuan's embarrassment dissipated as she quickly sprang to her feet. Chen Ran, what are we doing here? Shortly thereafter, she followed Chen Ran to the foot of the sprawling mountains behind the estate, curiosity bubbling within her. We're here to find someone to guard the premises, he explained. I heard from nearby villagers that there's an abandoned puppy on the mountain. A puppy? Mu Xiaonuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed. Chen Ran, noticing her enthusiasm, furrowed his brow and turned to gaze at her intently. Mu Xiaonuan quickly covered her lips, her beautiful eyes darting around. I wasn't referring to you, Chen Ran. Chen Ran's expression darkened momentarily, an urge to playfully swat her on the backside rising within him. I must say, today, in order to ascend the mountain, the young lady deliberately donned a new ensemble, form-fitting sky blue jeans and a white shirt, perfectly accentuating her graceful curves. Complemented by a pair of white athletic shoes and a neatly tied bun, she appeared remarkably fresh and capable. Indeed, she was a stunning sight. You might as well turn back. The terrain up there is treacherous, infested with insects, and not suitable for a girl. Chen Ran urged, harboring an ominous premonition that she might encounter trouble. Having come this far, how could she possibly turn back? Mu Xiaonuan, however, remained resolute. Besides, I plan to conduct a live stream in the forest. With her phone, camera, and selfie stick all in tow, it was evident that she was well prepared. Very well, then. You shall walk behind me, maintaining a distance of no more than 3 meters. Although Mu Xiaonuan appeared delicate, her spirit was remarkably tenacious. Once she made up her mind, it was not easily swayed, compelling Chen Ran to allow her to follow obediently. At your service. Mu Xiaonuan flashed a charming smile, playfully stuck out her tongue, and then activated her phone to enter the live streaming room. Goodness, Xiaonuan, why are there so many trees around you? It looks like the wilderness. Where are you, Xiaonuan? Wow, this resembles a forest. Are you surviving in the wild, streamer? Bursting with energy, Mu Xiaonuan appeared lively on camera. What wilderness survival? This is a stroll in the forest, breathing in the fresh air. Cut the act of feigning calmness. Exactly. If you encounter danger, don't scream. This forest is dense and evidently fraught with peril. Xiaonuan, do exercise caution. Unfazed, Mu Xiaonuan was about to respond when Chen Ran interrupted her. Shoo! Did you hear that sound? What sound? Mu Xiaonuan's heart suddenly tightened at his words. Over here. Chen Ran crept forward stealthily, and Mu Xiaonuan followed suit. Woof! A crisp bark suddenly rang out, causing Mu Xiaonuan to tremble, her face paling as she nearly screamed. Found it! It's this little fellow! Chen Ran exclaimed in surprise. Crouching down to take a closer look, beneath a large tree lay a small yellow puppy. However, it appeared injured, unable to move, and was whimpering at the sight of humans. Oh, poor little darling, how did you get hurt? Upon seeing the tiny creature with its injured leg, frail and emaciated, Mu Xiaonuan felt a pang of compassion and wanted to approach. What are you doing? Chen Ran suddenly blocked her path. Of course, I'm going to bring it over. Mu Xiaonuan replied, bewildered. Aren't we supposed to take it back? Chen Ran regarded her with a peculiar expression. It may not necessarily want you. How could that be? Mu Xiaonuan retorted, her beautiful eyes sparkling with confidence. A charming and lovely girl like me. Who wouldn't want to come over? Well, why don't you give it a try? Chen Ran observed her enthusiasm with a hint of amusement. Come here, little darling, quickly to your sister. Mu Xiaonuan displayed a gentle and benevolent smile as she approached the little puppy. Chapter 16. In the rain. He carried her on his back while she shielded him from the downpour. Woof, woof. The palm-sized little yellow dog, upon seeing the outstretched paw, whimpered in terror, struggling wildly and retreating. Ha ha ha, Xiaonuan, look how you frightened the dog. This is utterly hilarious. Xiaonuan, please refrain from scaring the poor creature. TSK, TSK, TSK. Dear streamer, what happened to the promised charm and grace? Is this it? The chat erupted in laughter, leaving Mu Xiaonuan feeling extremely embarrassed. Come here, little cutie, or your sister will get angry. Mu Xiaonuan's expression faltered, urgency creeping in as she lunged forward decisively. A woo, a woo, a woo. The little yellow dog yelped even more pitifully, bounding about, but due to its injured paw, it could not evade her grasp. Got you. Mu Xiaonuan acted swiftly, crouching down and seizing the puppy. A woo. The little yellow dog let out a heart-wrenching cry, its eyes wide with shock, and then, with a frantic kick of its legs, it fainted outright. What happened to it? Mu Xiaonuan, caught up in her joy, was suddenly bewildered by the dog's sudden collapse. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. You scared it into a faint. Xiaonuan, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Oh dear, Xiaonuan, you really should steer clear of anything resembling gentleness in the future. This scene had the audience in the live stream in stitches, while Mu Xiaonuan's innocent face turned to Chen Ran for help. Darling, it can't be, woof. Yet before she could finish, the dog suddenly sprang up, aiming to bite at her ankle. Mu Xiaonuan gasped, her face draining of color as she cried out, ah. Let go. Ah, darling, help. Her cries were filled with despair, her lovely face pale. Had she been bitten by the dog? The viewers were taken aback. Let me see. Chen Ran rushed over to check, and after a glance, he looked at Mu Xiaonuan with a peculiar expression. You weren't bitten, it merely caught your pant leg, he said, half laughing, half crying. Mu Xiaonuan, who had been desperately pleading for help, paused, and then realized that, indeed, she felt no pain. Oh, it really is just my pant leg. She tugged at her clothing and confirmed that the little yellow dog had only snagged her pant leg, with nothing else amiss. How utterly embarrassing. Goose, goose, goose. This is too funny. You acted so convincingly, streamer. TSK, TSK. You were more frightened than the dog itself. No wonder you're Xiaonuan. You claim you aren't afraid. Yet you were more scared than the dog. I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. I'll make an emoji out of this for Xiaonuan. The live stream audience was on the verge of laughter, while Mu Xiaonuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She never expected to be played by a little dog. Woof. In the distance, the little yellow dog, having released its grip, scampered away, barking back at Mu Xiaonuan in a mocking manner. This is infuriating. Mu Xiaonuan fumed as the little creature continued to bark at her. She felt an overwhelming urge to throw her high heels at it. Oh no, she was wearing sneakers today, not heels. Let me handle this. Chen Ran chuckled softly, realizing that this little pup was merely overly cautious and quite amenable to training. Darling, perhaps we should reconsider. This little creature seems rather fierce. Mu Xiaonuan tugged at Chen Ran's sleeve, her concern evident. Master Chen, this dog has likely been abandoned and carries a significant amount of aggression. It might be best to avoid provoking it. A single bite could be quite troublesome. It's so lean, almost all bones, yet so intimidating, difficult to handle. To be fair, Xiaonuan is quite gentle and adorable herself, yet even she has been treated so unfavorably. The viewers in the live stream were skeptical of Chen Ran's approach. In a village setting, a dog like this would likely bark at you even from a distance. Not easy to train. Come here, little one, Chen Ran called undeterred. At that moment, his beast tamer ability activated quietly. He locked eyes with the dog, sensing its fear and anger, clearly stemming from the pain of abandonment and the struggles of being astray. A soothing warmth emanated from his gaze, instantly calming the agitated little yellow dog. Wong? The dog barked in confusion, its demeanor shifting swiftly to one of submission. Come here, no one will bully you anymore. Chen Ran beckoned, expressing his goodwill while scattering some crumbs of steamed bun in his hand. Wong. The little yellow dog's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. In that instant, its ferocity vanished, and it limped joyfully toward Chen Ran, wagging its tail. Come, eat this roti. Chen Ran petted the small yellow dog, which eagerly licked the crumbs from the ground. Its demeanor transformed. A woof. Soon, having finished its meal, the little creature looked up, wagging its tail and licking its lips, as if asking Chen Ran for more food. Would you like to give it a try? Chen Ran handed a small piece of bun to Mu Xiaonuan. Is it all right for me? Mu Xiaonuan hesitated, lacking confidence. But under Chen Ran's encouraging gaze, she tore off a tiny piece of the bun for the little yellow dog. Wow, it actually works, Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed. Noticing the pup showed no signs of hostility. Her initial worry transformed into joy as she affectionately patted the dog's head, which leaned in her touch with delight. Goodness, it's truly been tamed. Incredible. I can't even comprehend how this happened. What a marvelous dog. I am impressed. Host, I'm in awe of your husband. Octopus Guy rewarded the host with a massive rocket and commented, "Let us have a photo with the dog." Side assistant also rewarded with a hefty rocket, asking, "How did you tame the dog? Master Chun, please share a few tips. I'm terrified of being bitten by the dogs in our village." The live stream buzzed with excitement as numerous generous gifts flooded in, bringing forth a chorus of admiration. No one expected this little creature to become so gentle. Mu Xiaonuan gazed at Chen Ran with admiration, asking, "Darling, how did you manage that? Was it difficult?" Chen Ran smiled slightly, replying candidly, "All beings possess sensitivity. As long as you can connect with them and soothe their emotions, even the most ferocious can become incredibly gentle." Xiaonuan, your husband is indeed amusing. His words are quite extraordinary. It's the first time I've heard of such a method of taming beasts. Could it be a form of telepathy? In my opinion, the previous training of this little dog was merely a coincidence. It isn't as miraculous as it seems. The eyes of the audience in the live stream are keenly observant. While they are astonished by Chen Ran's techniques, they remain skeptical about the existence of such a mysterious way of taming animals. Regardless, my husband has achieved it, hasn't he? Mu Xiaonuan has become increasingly adept at addressing him as husband, always unconditionally defending Chen Ran before the audience. By the way, dear husband, shall we give this little creature a name? Mu Xiaonuan cleverly shifted the topic, affectionately stroking the little one, her eyes sparkling with love, clearly adoring these little beings. How about calling it Mantu? Chen Ran joked, "Look at how much it loves to eat Mantu. The name is quite endearing." Mantu? Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaonuan instinctively glanced down at her collar, feeling a bit awkward. What about Da Huang Mantu? Chen Ran assumed she was dissatisfied. This little has yellow fur. It suits it well. No, absolutely not. Mu Xiaonuan quickly shook her head. What about Da Bai Mantu? Chen Ran suggested. It's large and white, quite fitting. Huh? Mu Xiaonuan's face flushed at this, feeling shy. Surely Chen Shixiang didn't mean anything by large and white. Her thoughts began to wander. We can't possibly call it Naixiang Mantu. Can we? Chen Ran, noticing her silence, added another suggestion. Naixiang Mantu. Mu Xiaonuan's cheeks turned completely crimson, and she hastily lowered her head, murmuring, "Let us just stick with Mantu. The little puppy has been located. Let us head back." Chen Ran looked up at the sky, a hint of worry crossing his face as it suddenly darkened, possibly heralding an impending downpour. All right. Mu Xiaonuan felt somewhat unfulfilled but complied with Chen Ran's words. The two of them walked, with Mu Xiaonuan cradling the puppy behind him, maintaining a distance of a few meters. Suddenly, at that moment from the treetop above them, a dark object plummeted. What was that? Mu Xiaonuan's heart raced. She halted abruptly and focused her gaze, only to discover a writhing mass of black. It's a snake. The little yellow dog in her hands jolted and was dropped to the ground. As Mu Xiaonuan screamed, her bright eyes filled with terror. A black snake over a meter long appeared. Chen Ran's gaze also shifted, astonished by its size. It looked quite menacing. Holy moly, what a gigantic snake. Terrifying. We're doomed. Xiaonuan, run quickly. Goodness, I can hardly bear to look at the screen. The audience in the live stream was equally startled. Such a large snake is a rare sight, even in the countryside. Hiss. The giant black snake flicked its tongue, standing between the two, menacingly threatening them. Husband, you must run. Mu Xiaonuan bit her lip tightly, filled with fear, grabbing a nearby branch with a firm grip, as if it were a lifeline. Upon encountering such peril, the young girl did not immediately seek help. Instead, she urged Chen Ran to flee swiftly, a gesture that deeply moved him. Had she been an ordinary girl, she would likely have turned and run in terror. Her strength and kindness exceeded all expectations. Goodness, true love indeed. I had always assumed the streamer was enamored with Master Chen's wealth. How remarkably resilient she is, insisting her husband escape first in the face of danger. Streamer, I have made my decision. I shall transition from a skeptic to a supporter. I stand by you. To be fair, Xiaonuan has always displayed remarkable bravery, but I never anticipated it would manifest in such a profound way, unfazed even by this. The chat room buzzed with murmurs of concern from Mu Xiaonuan. Ah, do not approach me. I am not afraid of you. As the large black snake turned its gaze towards her, Mu Xiaonuan appeared outwardly composed, yet internally she was in a frenzy, merely putting on a brave front. Nearby, a small yellow dog barked fiercely at the massive serpent, diverting its attention. Yes, man to bite it. A glimmer of hope seemed to flicker within Mu Xiaonuan. The little dog appeared to rally, positioning itself protectively in front of her. Suddenly, the black snake lunged forward. Oh! In an instant, the once fierce manta lost its footing and fell over. Mantu! Mu Xiaonuan's eyes widened in disbelief and anger. She had thought it brave, only to discover it was feigning death. The black snake, observing Mantu's collapse, seemed somewhat perplexed but paid no heed, charging directly towards Mu Xiaonuan. Just as the creature swept past Mantu, the little dog sprang to life, clamping down on the black python. In a flurry of chaos, the two creatures engaged in a fierce struggle, leaving Mu Xiaonuan astonished. She had misjudged Mantu. The dog was indeed clever. What to do? Summoning her courage, Mu Xiaonuan took 2 tentative steps forward. The black snake arched its body, shaking off Mantu, and surged towards her. Ah! Mu Xiaonuan's face drained of color. Overwhelmed by fear, she dropped the branch, crouched down, and began to scream. It's over. It's over. Mu Xiaonuan, you're done for. Her heart raced, and her mind blanked out. After a brief moment, when Mu Xiaonuan cautiously lifted her head, she found Chen Ran standing protectively in front of her, signaling her to halt. Astonishingly, the black snake remained suspended in midair, motionless. Calm, relax, Chen Ran gestured, guiding the black snake. It seemed he could sense its fright and unease, yet he conveyed a calming influence through his gestures and emotions. Indeed, under Chen Ran's mastery in taming beasts, the black snake's ferocity gradually dissipated, its arched form returning to a tranquil state as it lay back down on the ground. Chen Ran approached, extending his hand. Remarkably, the black snake obediently leaned forward, allowing him to pat its head before it turned and slithered back into the thicket. Goodness, the black snake truly retreated? Phew, I was terrified, thinking that Xiaonuan might be in trouble. Incredible. I believe it now. Master Chen can truly communicate with these creatures. I was once skeptical about spiritual connections, but now I'm a believer. The great black snake even allowed someone to take a photo. My favorite steamed bun rewarded the streamer with a large rocket and commented, Master Chen, could you teach me a trick? My favorite milk rewarded the streamer with 10,000 virtual coins and added, I have a fierce tiger here. When will you come and tame it? Master Chen, the cutest of all, rewarded the streamer with 314 virtual coins and remarked, Master Chen is so handsome. Husband, save your wife. The tense atmosphere in the live stream dissipated, and one by one, everyone began to send gifts. You silly girl. Chen Ran sent the black snake away and looked at Mu Xiaonuan, who was crouching on the ground, a hint of tenderness flickering in his eyes. Despite her evident fear, she still urged me to run first. This girl pretends to be brave, but she is even more frightened than anyone else, ultimately giving up the fight entirely. Who told you to be my husband? Mu Xiaonuan blurted out, immediately feeling a bit bashful and lowering her head. But I feel so useless, holding you back. Seeing the dejected expression on the girl's face, Chen Ran felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, a new emotion stirring within him. Thunder roared. At that moment, the sky erupted with thunder, and darkness quickly descended. Oh no, it's about to rain. Chen Ran snapped back to reality from his whimsical thoughts and looked up. Raindrops were already beginning to fall. Let us go. We need to get home quickly. Chen Ran closed the live stream for Mu Xiaonuan, preparing to head back immediately. Ah, it's raining. Mu Xiaonuan was startled and quickly urged, Chen Xixiang, you should hurry back. The rain seems to be quite heavy. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Chen Ran urged as he saw her still seated. My legs feel a bit weak. Mu Xiaonuan had been quite frightened by the black snake, and her legs felt unsteady. You go back first. Mu Xiaonuan glanced at the falling raindrops, seemingly more anxious than Chen Ran. You should run back quickly. There is still time before it gets heavy. And you? Mu Xiaonuan looked around, her face pale. Yet she bit her lip resolutely. I'll wait under the tree for a bit. When the rain lightens, you can come back for me. Chen Xiao. This girl, already terrified of the forest after encountering the black snake, still voluntarily proposed to stay. Moreover, with such heavy rain, she was not dressed for it, all alone. The thought made Chen Ran's heart ache even more. Ding. Relaxed life system initiating. Ding. A new, leisure task has been released. Even in a leisurely life, one may encounter storms. The youth running amidst the wind and rain, relishing the freedom of wandering in the rain. Just then, the system announced a new task. Let us go. Mu Xiaonuan urged once more. Thunder rumbled, as if the heavens were urging Chen Ran to make a swift decision. Climb on. I'll carry you back. Chen Ran suddenly crouched in front of Mu Xiaonuan, gesturing for her to hop onto his back. Mu Xiaonuan was taken aback and quickly shook her head, exclaiming, No, this will take too long. If you take me, I will definitely get soaked. How could I trust you to stay here alone? Chen Ran's expression turned serious. Quickly lie down. I will be swift. All right, I am ready, come on. With that, Mu Xiaonuan no longer hesitated and clung to Chen Ran's back like an octopus. I am ready. I will charge ahead with great vigor. I can withstand it. Thus, Chen Ran dashed into the curtain of rain, with Manta following closely behind. The rain grew heavier, transforming the two running figures into a picturesque scene. The cool raindrops fell upon Mu Xiaonuan, drenching her clothes, yet she felt no chill, for a warm and sturdy support was bearing her weight. You carry me, and I will shield you from the rain. Though Mu Xiaonuan had no umbrella, she could protect Chen Ran from the downpour with her body, tightly wrapping one arm around his neck while extending the other to shield his forehead. A gentle smile graced Mu Xiaonuan's lips, and in her daze, it seemed as if they were a couple in love. She reveled in this moment, wishing time could freeze forever at this instant. As they treaded the uneven mountain path, Chen Ran suddenly came to a halt. What's wrong, senior brother Chen? Mu Xiaonuan asked, puzzled. The rain is intensifying. Chen Ran's expression turned grave as he gently set Mu Xiaonuan down, only to scoop her up in a princess carry amidst her startled gasp. Be careful not to get wet. It's easy to catch a cold in this weather. By holding her this way, Chen Ran effectively shielded her from the rain. Now, Mu Xiaonuan was completely sheltered under his protection. Husband, gazing into Chen Ran's steadfast and calm eyes and his breathtakingly handsome face, Mu Xiaonuan whispered. Her gaze filled with adoration for the man before her. Hence, she inadvertently called him husband instead of senior brother Chen. At that moment, she was utterly captivated, tightening her embrace around his neck, inching her face closer. In a surge of emotion, Mu Xiaonuan fixed her gaze on Chen Ran's tightly pressed lips, her eyes fluttering shut as she leaned in slowly. Suddenly, at this exhilarating moment, Chen Ran slipped, causing both of them to tumble into a puddle. Oh no! Chen Ran couldn't help but exclaim, looking at Mu Xiaonuan with resignation. Your head was in the way, obstructing my view. I'm so sorry, senior brother Chen. I truly didn't mean to. Mu Xiaonuan's cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed and flustered. Chapter 17. The bathroom door was unlocked. I merely wished to stay by senior brother Chen's side. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the leisure task. Wandering in the rain is also a form of leisurely living. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. Acupuncture Master. Ding. Acupuncture Master ability is loading. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Acupuncture Master ability, along with the acupuncture artifact, heaven-defying 81 needles. Upon returning to the manor, Chen Ran was greeted by a series of notifications from his system. Acupuncture Master? As Chen Ran's thoughts stirred, he felt as though he had acquired a remarkable acupuncture ability, complemented by the system's extraordinary 81 needles, capable of resolving numerous common ailments through acupuncture. Brother Chen, Be careful, please sit down. At that moment, Mu Xiaonuan's concerned voice reached his ears. Chen Ran was gently guided to a seat by her, having previously stumbled into a puddle upon his return, injuring his ankle in the process. I truly apologize, Brother Chen. It was unintentional. Mu Xiaonuan's beautiful eyes brimmed with remorse as she stood before him, fidgeting anxiously, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. It's just a sprain. I should have watched where I was going. Chen Ran reassured her, observing the girl's face marked by regret and her delicate form drenched by the rain. You are soaked as well. Please go wash up. I need to change my clothes too. Having fallen into the puddle, Chen Ran's clothes were entirely wet. I'll assist you. With his mobility compromised, Mu Xiaonuan promptly stepped forward, supporting Chen Ran towards the bathroom. What are you still doing here? Chen Ran inquired curiously, noticing her lingering in place. Brother Chen, do you want me to help you? Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with determination, gazing courageously at him. Seeing her serious demeanor, Chen Ran found her utterly adorable and felt a mischievous urge to tease her. Could it be that you wish to join me in the wash? He leaned in, his tone playful. Mu Xiaonuan was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson as she quickly raised her hands to shield herself. I didn't mean it like that. Brother Chen, I'll step out now. With her face aflame, she fled in a fluster. This girl, Chen Ran chuckled softly at her bold yet endearing nature, her panic-stricken retreat only adding to her charm. However, as he crouched down to remove his clothes, particularly at the sight of his sprained ankle, he couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath. How utterly embarrassing. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaonuan, having dashed out to the bathroom, felt her face ablaze, wishing she could vanish into the ground. How could I have blurted out offering to help him wash? That would be akin to a romantic bath together. Guf. What a ludicrous thought. Mu Xiaonuan chided herself, her original intention merely to assist Brother Chen in his moment of need. Now, having inadvertently complicated matters, she worried about how he would perceive her in the future. Feeling flushed not just in her cheeks, but all over, she recalled that she too was drenched, her clothes clinging uncomfortably to her skin. No need to rush. I'll wait here. If Brother Chen needs anything, I can assist him promptly. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Xiaonuan decided against returning to her room to shower and change, instead choosing to stand guard at the bathroom door. However, she soon realized in her haste that the bathroom door had not been fully closed. It was slightly ajar, as the cheerful sound of flowing water echoed from the bathroom. Mu Xiaonuan found herself momentarily frozen, her outstretched hand halted mid-air. Could it be that Senior Chen was taking a shower? The mere thought of his captivating visage, coupled with the image of warm water cascading over his handsome face, grazing his enticing Adam-S apple, and gliding over his well-defined chest, made her heart race. How perfect! Lost in her reverie, Mu Xiaonuan felt her heartbeat quicken. The reason urged her to close the bathroom door. Her body betrayed her, remaining rigid before ultimately retreating in compliance. I'm merely concerned that Senior Chen might need me, and I wouldn't hear him if I closed the door. She reassured herself, standing boldly in the doorway, perfectly positioned to peer through the slightly ajar door. Why was he taking so long? After an eternity of waiting, Mu Xiaonuan realized that Chen Ran had been inside for nearly half an hour, whereas he typically took only about 10 minutes for a shower. Just a quick glance. Her heart raced as she held her breath, straining to catch a glimpse inside. Mu Xiaonuan. Suddenly, Chen Ran's voice resonated from the bathroom. Startled, Mu Xiaonuan straightened up as if caught by a stern instructor, her heart nearly leaping in her throat, a reflex born of sheer tension. You're right outside. Chen Ran assumed she hadn't heard him, and upon receiving a response, he continued, Could you bring me a bathrobe? Yes, though her heart still pounded. She initially feared that Chen Ran had discovered her presence, only to realize he simply needed her assistance. Thank heavens! With a sigh of relief, Mu Xiaonuan fetched a bathrobe and hurried back. Senior Chen, the bathrobe, she whispered, extending her hand through the door like a timid kitten offering a paw. Why are you still outside? To her surprise, Chen Ran's voice came with an unusual tone. You could just come in. What? At that moment, Mu Xiaonuan felt a jolt of shock and her legs weaken. a strong impulse to flee overwhelming her. Oh no, discovered, was Senior Chen teasing her, suggesting that after lingering at the door for so long, she might as well step inside? Mu Xiaonuan thought to herself, how embarrassing. Senior Chen, I truly didn't mean to intrude, she stammered at the threshold, her gaze cast downward, unsure of how to respond. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. I just thought that leaving the door open would allow me to hear you better. Chen Ran's voice echoed with confusion from inside. I really wasn't trying to spy. I just waited so long and worried something might happen to you. Mu Xiaonuan desperately attempted to clarify, even though Chen Ran had yet to ask anything. Instead, she blurted out everything in a rush. What were you hoping to see? As soon as the words left her lips, accompanied by a veil of steam, a figure pushed open the door and stood before Mu Xiaonuan. No. Startled, Mu Xiaonuan immediately covered her eyes with her bathrobe. Had it not been for Chen Ran's firm grip on her, she might have fled, lacking the courage to face him. Chen, Brother Chen, why did you suddenly appear? Swallowing hard, Mu Xiaonuan stammered, the bathrobe is still with me. Her neck flushed crimson, and her cheeks burned with embarrassment. What was Brother Chen thinking, emerging without a bathrobe? Mu Xiaonuan allowed a soft huff, her legs feeling weak. You wanted to see, didn't you? Well, here I am, right in front of you. Chen Ran teased, still holding her arm, his expression playful. I was wrong. Brother Chen, please spare me. Mu Xiaonuan was nearly in tears, pleading, I truly didn't mean to. Suddenly, Chen Ran burst into laughter, releasing her arm. I was merely joking. Now, why don't you take a closer look and see if I am indeed without clothes? With skepticism, Mu Xiaonuan cautiously peered out from behind her bathrobe. Just as she revealed a narrow slit for her eyes, she quickly covered them again. Wait, in that moment, something felt amiss. Gathering her courage, she boldly dropped the bathrobe, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Brother Chen, where did you get that bathrobe? It turned out, Chen Ran was clad in a bathrobe himself. I had one prepared in my bathroom, he replied cheerfully. What? Then why did you ask me to bring one? Mu Xiaonuan instinctively glanced toward the bathroom, only to discover the steam still swirling inside, emanating from a large bathtub filled with warm water. I invited you in to take a quick bath. Your clothes are wet, and you might catch a cold. Chen Ran added, his tone shifting to a teasing grin as he continued. I hadn't realized the door was left ajar. Mu Xiaonuan stood there dumbfounded, suddenly realizing that Brother Chen had been inside all along, concerned for her well-being, and had prepared the bathwater for her. Oh my, what a heartwarming gesture this was. She ought to feel elated, yet she misinterpreted the situation entirely, inadvertently revealing everything. Brother Chen had initially known nothing. The fool was indeed herself. Oh, Mu Xiaonuan, you are truly foolish. Feeling utterly embarrassed, Mu Xiaonuan declared, I'm going to take a bath now. Without uttering another word, she lowered her head, clutching the bathrobe, and dashed into the bathroom. You left the door open, Chen Ran called out with a chuckle behind her. Hood. Mu Xiaonuan scampered back, casting a glance at Chen Ran before hastily lowering her gaze and shutting the door with a thud. Haha. Chen Ran laughed heartily at the closed bathroom door, unable to contain his amusement. This little girl, I hope she learns from this. This delightful interlude would remain etched in Chen Ran's memory for a lifetime. With that thought, he returned to his room. Lying on his bed, he flicked his wrist, and a series of silver needles materialized in his hand. Now, it was time to test whether this miraculous 81 needles technique truly possessed the wonders he hoped for. With a splash, Mu Xiaonuan swiftly discarded her clothes and submerged herself in the bathtub. As she emerged, her head poking out like a little fish, she blew bubbles into the air. I could cry for my own foolishness, she thought, feeling utterly disheartened. Chapter 18. Husband, I feel unwell this time. The injury was rather severe. Chen Ran returned to his room, glancing at his swollen ankle, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Unlike his previous encounters with Mu Xiaonuan, this time he had also injured his meridians, causing stagnation of qi and blood. Normally, a minimally invasive procedure at the hospital would be required. However, the thought of hospital visits seemed too troublesome. Perhaps he should try the miraculous 81 needles instead. Chen Ran promptly employed a set of divine needles gifted by the system, and with his newly acquired skills as an acupuncture master, he began the treatment on himself. Oh, the effect is quite promising. After a short while, he felt a warm current flowing through his ankle, and the purplish hue began to fade. This was a sign of blood circulation being restored. With one more night of rest, he would surely regain full mobility by tomorrow. Chen Ran's face lit up with surprise. He hadn't anticipated the immediate efficacy of acupuncture, which was proving to be swifter than a minor surgical procedure at the hospital. At that moment, Mu Xiaonuan knocked on Chen Ran's door, entering with a small bowl in hand. Senior Brother Chen, I apologize, but this is all I can make. In her hands was a bowl of freshly cooked millet porridge, her hair damp from a recent bath, and beads of perspiration visible on her brow. She felt a bit anxious, cautiously glancing at Chen Ran, fearing he might disdain her offering. Chen Ran stared at the bowl of porridge, his expression one of surprise. It was quite a feat for her to muster the courage to enter the kitchen in such hot weather. Please place it on the table, he said gently, gesturing for her to set it down. All right. Initially expecting Chen Ran to be dismissive, Mu Xiaonuan was pleasantly surprised by his amiable demeanor and gentle voice, which made her feel that her efforts were not in vain. Her mood brightened, more delightful than enjoying lychees while basking in the cool air conditioning on a scorching summer day. I'll just leave it here then. Mu Xiaonuan placed the small bowl on the table, but suddenly her gaze fell upon a sketch pad resting on it. Oh, Senior Brother Chen, have you drawn a new picture? I see that the sketch pad is new, she exclaimed, intrigued, reaching out to see what he had created. Wait, Chen Ran exclaimed, startled. Unbeknownst to Mu Xiaonuan. This was a drawing he had made for her that night, while she slept, though it remained unfinished, and he was not ready for her to see it yet. Huh? Mu Xiaonuan jumped back, flustered. I didn't mean to. I was just curious. I didn't touch it. It's all right. It's my fault. Chen Ran breathed a sigh of relief, unsure why he felt nervous at that moment. Painting for someone else, especially for Mu Xiaonuan, who had expressed such a wish, should have felt entirely natural. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of importance surrounding it. By the way, have you eaten yet? The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting Chen Ran to initiate a conversation. I have no appetite. Chen Xixiang, please eat a bit more. Mu Xiaonuan's cheeks flushed. She had not anticipated that Chen Xixiang would express such concern for her. No appetite? Upon hearing this, Chen Ran noticed her complexion and paused, as if realizing something significant. You were caught in the rain today. You should rest early. Go to sleep now. Chen Ran remarked with a gaze imbued with profound meaning. Understood. Mu Xiaonuan's face radiated a blissful smile. Chen Xixiang was genuinely caring for her, and an unexpected joy surged within her. With a cheerful stride, she did not forget to prepare a generous bowl of congee for her newly adopted mantu, ensuring it was well fed. After tidying everything up, Mu Xiaonuan returned to her room and, as promised, opened her live stream. Streamer, straightforward warm sun baby, is online. Mu Xiaonuan clicked into the live stream. Although she had settled down, her head felt slightly dizzy, and a sense of discomfort enveloped her. What is going on? I feel as if I was unwell earlier. She rubbed her temples, but the uncomfortable sensation intensified. I've been waiting forever. Streamer, you're finally online. Warm baby, where's Master Chen? I was hoping he could teach me a trick or two. I can't tame my fierce wife. As soon as she went live, something seemed amiss. Xiaonuan, why does your complexion look so poor? Indeed, you appear quite pale. Are you unwell? The audience quickly noticed something was off and began expressing their concern for Mu Xiaonuan's condition. It seems she truly has a cold, and she feels a bit feverish. Mu Xiaonuan touched her forehead. It was indeed hot, likely due to being caught in the rain earlier. I'm fine. I can still livestream normally. Let me sing a song for everyone. Mu Xiaonuan forced herself to begin singing for her viewers, yet she clearly overestimated her condition. After a single song, she was overwhelmed by a powerful urge to vomit. I can't go on. I need a rest. Mu Xiaonuan felt her stomach churning, struggling to utter even a single word, her complexion worsening with every passing moment. I feel for you, Xiaonuan. Don't push yourself. Please end the stream. If you're ill, hurry to the hospital or take some medicine and rest. What about your husband? You should have him check on you. The viewers anxiously urged her, worried that this young lady was collapsing without seeking medical attention. No, I can't. Yet Mu Xiaonuan gritted her teeth, determined to endure. Chen Xixiang was still recovering, and she could not trouble him further. She would rather bear the discomfort alone than disturb him, as he too required rest. Suddenly, there was a knock on her door. Who is it? Mu Xiaonuan asked weakly. It's me. The calm voice carried a hint of urgency. That voice belonged to Chen Xixiang. Mu Xiaonuan's body jolted, and she immediately mustered her strength to open the door. Why are you still awake? Chen Ran found her still live streaming and frowned, his tone laced with reproach. Don't worry, I'm fine. Mu Xiaonuan forced a smile, pretending that everything was fine, while urging, darling, please hurry back to sleep. Your foot hasn't healed yet. And you, have you recovered from your cold? Chen Ran's gaze was intense as it fixated on the young woman, his typically serene demeanor now tinged with a hint of irritation. This foolish girl, her complexion pale and her voice lacking strength, despite being so ill herself, still feigned nonchalance and was concerned for others. Initially, Mu Xiaonuan had intended to grit her teeth and insist that she was perfectly fine. However, upon hearing Chen Ran's tone, she wondered if he had already known about her illness. Was it why he had reminded her to rest early? It seemed that Chen Xixiang had already been attentive to her condition, and his visit signified his concern for her well-being. Darling, I feel awful. Mu Xiaonuan thought she could no longer maintain her facade of strength. Realizing that Chen Ran had seen through her act, she longed to be a delicate little bird, obedient and endearing to her husband. Chapter 19. Can acupuncture be done through clothing? Do you want me to remove my pajamas? Goodness, that playful tone of hers even broke through my titanium resolve. Xiaonuan, where has your promised strength gone? Have you surrendered the moment you saw your husband? Indeed, no matter how strong a woman may be, she becomes a gentle little woman in the presence of her man. The audience in the live stream witnessed Mu Xiaonuan transform from a strong-willed fighter into a tender, charming lady upon seeing Chen Ran, and they couldn't help but express their admiration. Even in such poor health, she still insists on streaming. Chen Ran approached, gently touching Mu Xiaonuan's forehead, which felt feverishly hot. This girl truly disregarded her own health. Why didn't you tell me? Chen Ran said, a hint of anger in his voice. On the first day you arrived, I mentioned the essential oil. If you needed it, you should have told me. I was merely concerned for your well-being, afraid you might overexert yourself. Mu Xiaonuan blinked her beautiful eyes playfully and stuck out her tongue. Though Chen Xixiang seemed stern, she could sense his underlying care for her. Thus, rather than feeling wronged, her spirits lifted, and she began to joke with Chen Ran. How do you know I can't handle it if you haven't even tried? Chen Ran raised an eyebrow, a flicker of defiance in his expression. It seemed necessary to show this young lady just how formidable he could be. What do you want to try? Mu Xiaonuan asked provocatively, igniting Chen Ran's interest even further. Just lie down. Without further ado, Chen Ran took action. With a snap, he revealed a wooden box from which a series of silver needles of varying lengths sprang forth. What are you doing? Mu Xiaonuan's face turned pale, her scalp prickling with unease. Could it be that Chen Xixiang had some peculiar predilection? Don't worry, this will just be a quick poke, and then you'll feel better. Chen Ran, seeing her apprehensive demeanor, sought to reassure her with a smile. But that is so long. Mu Xiaonuan had never encountered such a sight and instinctively clamped her legs together, feeling inexplicably frightened. Darling, I'm afraid it will hurt. Those needles are longer than a person's index finger. How could I possibly endure that? Not only was Mu Xiaonuan apprehensive, but the viewers in the live stream also voiced their skepticism. Seriously? We're not going to the hospital? Acupuncture? Master Chen, please do not jest. Incredible. Acupuncture can actually reduce fever? I may not be well read, so do not deceive me. If this truly works, Master Chen, I shall call you my esteemed ancestor. The viewers in the live stream expressed their disbelief. When did acupuncture become so miraculous? My dear, I think you are truly remarkable. Mu Xiaonuan crossed her hands as if making a wish to Chen Ran, a hint of flattery in her tone. But perhaps we need not test it. I can simply sleep it off. Do you doubt me? No, of course not. Mu Xiaonuan hurriedly waved her hands. She has always held unwavering faith in Chen Xixiang's words, yet she felt a tinge of trepidation. Then what is there to hesitate about? Chen Ran did not wish for her to suffer any longer and urged, "Let us proceed without delay." Aye. Mu Xiaonuan found it hard to back out, struggling for a moment before resolutely biting her lip. "Very well. Where shall we begin? The back, I suppose?" Huh? Mu Xiaonuan appeared somewhat taken aback. That location felt rather awkward, her cheeks tinted with crimson, her demeanor shy. "I suppose I should turn off the live stream first." Although Chen Ran acquiesced, he was puzzled. Why turn off the stream just to place a few needles in her back? "My dear, could you please turn around?" Mu Xiaonuan's voice was barely above a whisper, akin to a gentle melody carried by the wind, laced with shyness. "Hurry up," Chen Ran thought to himself. "Why is she making such a fuss? Just lie down, and I will swiftly administer the needles. Why make such a grand affair of it?" Chen Ran turned his back. Yet he heard a flurry of rustling sounds behind him. Wait! Upon hearing that delicate noise, Chen Ran suddenly grasped something. "There is no need to remove your clothing." Chen Ran, in a moment of urgency, turned around abruptly, his voice trailing off in his throat. In that instant, he beheld Mu Xiaonuan, just as she had slipped off her sleepwear, revealing her smooth, exquisite back. As the belle of Zhenan University, Mu Xiaonuan possessed a stunning figure, especially her silhouette from behind, but what lay before Chen Ran's eyes was undeniably a true beauty. He fancied himself discerning and resolute, yet upon witnessing this scene, he could not help but momentarily lose his breath, his gaze transfixed. "Ah, Chen Xixiao," Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, hastily covering herself with her sleepwear, though her back still gave a tantalizing glimpse of her side profile. Quite ample, quite magnificent. Why did you remove your sleepwear?" Chen Ran's complexion grew awkward, his breath quickening, a hint of panic within him as he quickly turned his face away and asked in a hushed tone, "Are you not going to administer the needles?" Mu Xiaonuan drew a blanket over herself, exposing her back. "How can one perform acupuncture with clothing in the way?" "Well, actually you need not." Chen Ran was about to say that he could easily administer the acupuncture even through her clothing, but what do you mean actually? Unable to contain her curiosity at Chen Ran's evasive gaze, Mu Xiaonuan inquired. "Oh, it is nothing." Chen Ran cleared his throat, his expression one of appreciation. "Quite impressive. You are very professional. I was just about to mention that." "Oh." Mu Xiaonuan nodded obediently, then lay down, tightly closing her eyes. Even before the procedure began, beads of sweat had already begun to form on her back. Chen Ran took a deep breath, his heart racing. This was the first time he felt so compelled. "Steady yourself. Let's commence." Once he calmed his mind, he precisely inserted the needles. 1, 2, 3. Mu Xiaonuan was unaware of how many needles had been inserted. At first, there was a slight sting, but soon she felt a warmth radiating from her back, as if all her body's heat was being drawn there. All done. Before long, Chen Ran had successfully completed the acupuncture. Mu Xiaonuan was drenched in sweat, and Chen Ran too had beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. It was truly a torment to maintain such high precision while also keeping his composure. Mu Xiaonuan opened her beautiful eyes, a glimmer of vitality appearing within them. Is it over? Suddenly, she realized the pain in her head had vanished, and the nauseous sensation had dissipated entirely. She felt light as a feather, utterly relaxed. "Senior brother Chen, I feel so much better," Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed in delight, gazing at Chen Ran in disbelief. "Is this really possible? Acupuncture can truly reduce a fever? How astonishing! Though the fever had subsided, you still require ample rest." Chen Ran carefully removed the silver needles, covered Mu Xiaonuan with a blanket, and advised, "It is getting late. Let us resume the live stream tomorrow." "Okay," Mu Xiaonuan replied sweetly, her expression one of trust, before she succumbed to fatigue and drifted off to sleep. Phew, finally it's over. Chen Ran let out a long sigh of relief. The usually composed individual had nearly lost his poise. This little girl should not be underestimated. As he gazed at the slumbering Mu Xiaonuan, a smile crept onto his face. After a moment of reflection, he returned to his room and retrieved his drawing board. The serene beauty of the sleeping girl had already taken shape on the canvas. On that tranquil night, Chen Ran held his brush, sitting before the girl, the soft sound of his strokes filling the air. The following morning, how delightful! Mu Xiaonuan stretched languidly, feeling invigorated, an indescribable sense of comfort enveloping her. I am completely recovered. She touched her forehead, finding it cool to the touch. The discomfort from the previous night had completely vanished. Time for breakfast. Chen Ran had already risen, not only preparing breakfast, but having eaten his fill, now busy with extra servings for Mantu. Woof woof. After Chen Ran's acupuncture treatment, Mantu was completely healed, joyfully barking at the sight of Mu Xiaonuan. Wow, senior brother Chen, did you also heal him? Mu Xiaonuan asked, delighted. As she squatted down to affectionately pet the dog's head, she casually performed acupuncture to promote its circulation. Chen Ran chuckled lightly. It was merely a blockage of the meridians. Quite simple. Not so simple. Mu Xiaonuan's beautiful, large eyes sparkled with admiration. You are truly remarkable, senior brother Chen. Mantu is one thing, but you managed to cure my cold with just a few needles. You can't compare yourself to him. Chen Ran couldn't help but chuckle lightly, remarking, it's merely the size of a calf. A single injection will suffice, but yours is not so simple. Upon hearing these words, Mu Xiaonuan was reminded of the discomfort in her back from the previous night, and a wave of embarrassment washed over her, coloring her cheeks a deep crimson. Just then, Mantis suddenly barked a couple of times, prompting Chen Ran to turn around, only to see two unfamiliar figures approaching the estate. Are you Master Chen? The newcomers, an elderly man and a young one, caught Chen Ran's attention. The elder, with his graying hair and spectacles, appeared as a quintessential scholar, gazing at Chen Ran with palpable excitement. And you are? I am his teacher, academician Shen Qinggang, and this is Dr. Xiong, the elder introduced, his voice filled with enthusiasm. Master Chen, do you remember me? Beside the elder stood a slightly plump young man, whose voice sounded familiar to Mu Xiaonuan. She interjected excitedly, I remember now. You were the one in the live stream with my husband, identifying plants in the garden that day. Is this esteemed gentleman your teacher? Then he must be the patriarch of botany, Shun Lao. Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, her voice trembling with delight. I can't believe even this venerable elder has come here. What could be so significant as to warrant such a visit? This old man is not as formidable as the young lady claims, Shun Lao replied with a chuckle. I have come today primarily to inquire about the news regarding the ancient Chinese fruit from Master Chen. I had anticipated your visit would revolve around that matter. Chen Ran remarked with a knowing smile. Let us proceed to the garden. I shall guide you. Is this an inconvenience for you, young man? Shun Lao then realized his impatience and felt a tinge of embarrassment. Not at all, let us go. Chen Ran assured him, leading Shun Lao towards the garden. This will provide excellent material for today's live stream. Mu Xiaonuan suddenly had a brilliant idea and prepared to turn around to interview Shun Lao. She hurriedly activated the live stream, asking Chen Ran to record while she caught up. Oh dear, at my age, merely walking a few steps is taxing. Shun Lao, having reached the garden, bent slightly at the waist, clearly requiring a moment of respite. Is your back bothering you, sir? Chen Ran inquired. I possess some knowledge of acupuncture. Would you allow me to offer treatment? Young friend, you have this skill? Shun Lao responded with a mix of astonishment and delight, quickly adding, then I will be most grateful. Not at all, Chen Ran replied with a smile, taking out his miraculous 81 needles. When he noticed Shun Lao preparing to lift his shirt, he gently intervened. There's no need for that. I can perform acupuncture through your clothing. Chen Ran explained with a smile as he began the treatment. Moments later, as he withdrew the needles, Shun Lao stood upright, free from discomfort, exclaiming in amazement at the results. This remarkable scene was witnessed by the audience in the live stream, who were equally astounded. This is incredible. He cured the elder's back with acupuncture? Wow. The most astonishing part is that Master Chen didn't even require him to remove his clothing. Impressive. Truly impressive. To be able to accurately locate acupoints through fabric. What a testament to Master Chen's skill. This is akin to blind acupuncture. In the live streaming room, the barrage of comments echoed with an enthusiastic 666. At that moment, Mu Xiaonuan had just finished preparing and hurried over. Upon her first glance at the messages in the live stream, she was momentarily taken aback. Blind acupuncture? Finding acupoints through clothing? Chapter 20. Darling, is my back beautiful? Blind acupuncture? Wow, my husband, you are truly remarkable. able to perform acupuncture through clothing. Mu Xiaonuan remarked nonchalantly as she picked up the streaming equipment, her delicate face adorned with a radiant smile directed at Chen Ran. Blind acupuncture. Chen Ran's heart skipped a beat, awakening him to the realization that he might have been discovered. This was indeed awkward. Last night, he had assisted Mu Xiaonuan with acupuncture on her bare back, but due to his selfishness, he had refrained from stopping. Thus, at this moment, the usually serious Chen Ran felt a pang of guilt, avoiding her gaze and appearing somewhat evasive. As Chen Ran's eyes darted away, Mu Xiaonuan's gaze grew ever brighter. It seems I've caught my senior brother in a slip. It turns out he is not an untouchable immortal. Darling, do you think my back is beautiful? Mu Xiaonuan leaned closer, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief as she playfully inquired. Your back is indeed quite lovely. I believe the audience would concur, Chen Ran replied, offering no direct affirmation. With a calm demeanor, he added, I will check to see what old Shin needs. A soft chuckle escaped Mu Xiaonuan's lips, her eyes curving like crescent moons. She had never witnessed Chen Ran in such a state, resembling someone attempting to flee from the situation. Keep pretending, Mu Xiaonuan thought joyfully, humming a little tune as she followed along with the streaming camera. Hello, everyone. Today we have the esteemed old Shun, the patriarch of the plant world, joining us. Let us go meet him together, Mu Xiaonuan announced cheerfully, capturing the moment as she trailed after Chen Ran and old Shun into the vegetable garden. Following closely behind was Mantu, the little creature wagging its tail, adorably prancing along, which elicited bursts of laughter from the live audience. Meanwhile, as Chen Ran arrived at the vegetable garden, a notification chimed. Beep. Leisurely life system activating. Beep. A new leisure task has been issued. Spend a delightful day chatting with the elder. Upon hearing the system prompt, Chen Ran smiled gently. With guests at the manor today, he would certainly extend his hospitality without needing a reminder. Old Mr. Shun, however, before Chen Ran could approach, Mu Xiaonuan, like a gust of wind, had already bypassed him, gracefully smiling as she reached old Shun. Oh, and who might you be? Old Shun adjusted his glasses, looking at the lively young lady before him with surprise. I am Mu Xiaonuan. She glanced back at the arriving Chen Ran, then playfully pursed her lips and turned back with a charming smile. I'm a lady of this estate. Ah, so you're Mr. Chen's wife. My apologies for not recognizing you. Old Chen responded with astonishment, quickly rising to greet her. Owning such a vast estate with numerous properties, it was clear that Mr. Chen was no ordinary man, and neither was his charming wife. There is no need for such formality, Mr. Shun. I have long heard of your esteemed name and would love to interview you. Mu Xiaonuan responded with a cheerful smile, her expression growing increasingly radiant upon hearing Mr. Shin's address. Just look at this host. How proud she has become. It's hopeless. The once independent Xiaonuan now lights up at the mere mention of the term mistress. Mr. Shun, I implore you, as an elder, please reprimand this girl. Look how she has become so carried away now that she has a husband. Oh, where's Master Chen? I too wish to reside here, as long as you agree. I will follow your lead in whatever you desire. Blush as the live stream was filled with playful banter, and at that moment, Chen Ran approached. Observing the lively exchange between the two, a faint smile gracing his lips. The leisurely task assigned to him by the system had unexpectedly been preempted by this young lady, who seemed to be getting along splendidly with Mr. Shun. This is the ancient Chinese fruit, a species long extinct. The old gentleman's visit is precisely for this. So that's how it is. I thought I nearly mistook it for some wild grass during the last stream, but thankfully my husband stopped me. Mu Xiaonuan felt immensely relieved. Otherwise, she would have caused a significant disaster, and that would have been a loss for the entire field of botany. Thus, Mr. Chen truly is an expert, far surpassing my proud students. Not only that, Mu Xiaonuan squinted her eyes, seemingly casually glancing at Chen Ran. Mr. Shun, did you know? Last night my husband didn't know how to perform blind acupuncture, but by morning he had mastered it. Oh, is there such a remarkable tale? Given Chen Ran's impressive acupuncture skills, which had alleviated his back pain, Mr. Shin couldn't help but regard the young man with increased admiration. Mr. Chen, how did you accomplish this? Mr. Shun inquired with genuine curiosity, though Chen Ran found it somewhat challenging to respond. He is a genius, Mu Xiaonuan interjected, providing Chen Ran with an escape, though her beautiful eyes sparkled playfully, hinting at something deeper. This little girl? Chen Ran's expression darkened slightly. It seemed this would become his black mark for some time. Mr. Shun, let us continue discussing these rare plants. Very well. Although Mr. Shun sensed some intrigue in this matter, as a seasoned individual, he merely smiled and dismissed it, continuing to observe these precious species while explaining them to Mu Xiaonuan. Soon, he exclaimed, "Oh, this species seems rather interesting." Mr. Shun suddenly uttered a soft exclamation upon spotting a peculiar plant, roughly over a meter tall and quite slender, resembling a type of shrub. "Husband, come quickly and see what this is." Mu Xiaonuan felt a surge of curiosity. However, she was surprised that Mr. She did not recognize it immediately. If even Mr. Shun could not identify it at first glance, could Master Chen solve this conundrum? I believe it may pose a challenge. After all, Mr. Shun is a leading expert. This thing looks like many different things, yet upon comparison, it seems to resemble none. It's quite perplexing. The audience in the live stream was equally uncertain, eagerly awaiting the two masters to provide their insights. This requires testing to ascertain. Chen Ran crouched down to observe for a moment, arriving at this conclusion. There are numerous methods for testing. Where do you intend to begin? Professor Shin pondered, casting a thoughtful gaze toward Chen Ran. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ran produced his mobile phone and played a song. As the volume crescendoed, the plant before them began to move. It was indeed moving. Astonishingly, it was swaying. Goodness, even its branches were undulating, resembling a dance. Could it be that it had attained sentience? It was responding to the fluctuations of the melody. This scene left the audience in the live stream utterly dumbfounded, and even those present wore expressions of astonishment. "This is the dancing grass," Professor Shun exclaimed with excitement, confirming, "Indeed, this is the dancing grass. Also known as lover-s grass, a rarity. I never expected to encounter it here." After conducting tests, he noted that at approximately 70 decibels, it would twist irregularly. It truly is dancing grass. Chen Ran continued to adjust the volume, finally reaching a definitive conclusion. "Chen Xiaoyu, you are quite remarkable. Your reaction surpassed mine." Professor Shin excitedly shook Chen Ran's hand. "I haven't felt this exhilarated in ages. There are so many rare species here. Mr. Chen, may I make a small request?" "Please, go ahead," Chen Ran responded graciously. "I've noticed that the natural environment here remains largely unspoiled, housing numerous rare species. I wish to establish a botanical research center in a nearby open area." Professor Shun stated earnestly, "We could set up a botanical research laboratory here and collaborate. How about naming it after you, Mr. Chen?" That seems a bit excessive," Chen Ran replied, somewhat surprised. "Why would it be inappropriate? This is all your territory." Professor Shun insisted excitedly. "As a retiree, I would consider it an honor to work for you, Mr. Chen, for the sake of his cherished endeavor." The venerable Professor Shun was willing to set aside his pride. "Very well, then," Chen Ran conceded with warmth. "There is an empty plot behind the manor. Let your botanical research center be established there. It shall be yours, Mr. Chen." Professor Shun joyfully emphasized, "Shall we name it the Chen Ran Botanical Research Center?" "I think it would be better to call it the Taoyuan Botanical Research Center," Chen Ran replied with a wry smile. "That works. We'll defer to your wishes, Mr. Chen." Professor Shun, despite his age, radiated the vigor of a youthful 20-something. He promptly instructed Dr. Xiong beside him, "Xiong, hasten back and take care of this matter. I'll stay a while longer to observe. Do you need extra hands, teacher?" "I can arrange for a couple of assistants," Dr. Xiong inquired. "I am sufficient here. There is no need for additional help, especially with Master Chen present." Professor Shun retorted playfully, leading Dr. Xiong to depart with a begrudging smile. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the leisurely task, engaging in a heartfelt conversation with a distinguished scholar. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward, any entertainment talent one." As Professor Shun's words echoed, a system notification rang out for Chen Ran, bestowing upon him a marvelous reward. "Any entertainment talent?" How might I best utilize this? Hee. Who would have thought these plans could be so captivating? Mu Xiaonuan, mimicking Chen Ran, played music and the dancing grass swayed incessantly, truly resembling a person in dance. Master Chen, I support you. In an astonishing turn of events, even the grass seems to dance, prompting an enthusiastic call to record a whimsical video. However, the true spectacle lies not in the grass, but in the captivating dance of Xiaonuan, which promises an exhilarating experience. Come on, Xiaonuan, show us your moves. The audience in the live stream, brimming with creativity, urges Mu Xiaonuan to perform a spontaneous dance. All right, enough with the clamoring. Mu Xiaonuan, slightly exasperated, prepares to dance, but catches sight of Chen Ran nearby, and a playful idea strikes her. Dancing alone seems rather dull. Why not invite my husband for a duet? With a mischievous spirit, Mu Xiaonuan pulls Chen Ran into the fray. Darling, I'm not very good at this. Could you teach me? Her enchanting eyes blink with innocence. Sparkling with anticipation, her voice sweet and melodious, reminiscent of a captivating little sprite. Oh, this is bound to be entertaining. The audience anticipates the unfolding drama. What a surprise. She claims she can't dance, yet her skills are nearly that of a professional. Some speculate that her apparent modesty is merely a ruse to shower her husband with affection. Does she really not know how? Chen Ran observes with intrigue, remembering how Mu Xiaonuan had dazzled everyone at the Jindan Welcome Gala with her stunning peacock dance. A legend that still lingers in whispers. All right, I shall teach you. Chen Ran, with a glint of mischief in his eye, secretly activates a newly acquired reward. Ding. Host. Please select any talent. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Selection successful. World-class Dance King talent is now loading. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have become World-class Dance King. Darling, come quickly. Mu Xiaonuan is already brimming with excitement. With her exceptional dancing prowess, she is sure to mesmerize Chen Ran in no time. Chapter 21. Would you like to admire my dance? Having not moved her body in a while, Mu Xiaonuan begins with some warm-up exercises, stretching her limbs and executing a few simple movements. She raises her arms toward the sky, spins on her toes, then opens her arms wide, gently pointing her beautiful legs forward, resembling a blossoming flower. The beauty is palpable. Oh my, Xiaonuan's dance is breathtaking. At a professional level, Master Chen must be awestruck. He will surely regret it. Laughter ensues as the audience eagerly anticipates Master Chen's reaction. Even before she begins, Mu Xiaonuan's warm-up displays her professional flair, likely intimidating any usual dance partner. Darling, do you wish to admire my dance? Mu Xiaonuan playfully blinks her captivating eyes at Chen Ran, exuding both sweetness and allure, captivating everyone present. Before Chen Ran can respond, like a whirlwind, Mu Xiaonuan delicately tiptoes to stand before him, her slender fingers reaching out to grasp his collar. With their faces mere inches apart, the atmosphere thickens with tension. Wow, this is so enticing. Goodness, my heart races just watching. The audience is spellbound. Xiaonuan, you're incredible. You truly know how to entice. Huh, this move has surely left Master Chen utterly bewildered. The live stream erupted with cheers. This unexpected spectacle was simply exhilarating. Even professional dancers might find themselves momentarily disoriented in such a situation. Mu Xiaonuan's eyes sparkled with intensity as she fixated on Chen Ran. In such a commanding moment, any other man would likely have faltered. However, Chen Ran's gaze swiftly regained its composure. In an instant, his eyes shimmered with unwavering focus, and he took deliberate steps forward, pressing Mu Xiaonuan back with each advance. Mu Xiaonuan widened her eyes in disbelief, momentarily dazed. This was unexpected. Normally, even if the backup dancer were a girl, one would be caught off guard, rendered momentarily helpless, and lose the upper hand. While she was lost in thought, Chen Ran executed a sudden change in his movements. Stepping back with an effortless moonwalk, Mu Xiaonuan, gripping Chen Ran's collar, found herself releasing it without realizing when. A flawless counter, and he turned the tables. Goodness, the shift was too rapid for me to comprehend. He countered. The host has been outmaneuvered. To think that Master Chen, who was caught in a trap, managed to escape and leave Xiaonuan flabbergasted. He could even perform the moonwalk, and, with such mastery, this was undeniably of professional caliber. The audience in the live stream was astonished. Not only had Master Chen evaded Mu Xiaonuan's onslaught, but he had also taken control, leaving her utterly confounded. What has happened? Where am I? What am I doing? By the time Mu Xiaonuan regained her senses, Chen Ran had effortlessly completed his counterattack, leaving her standing there in a daze. It must have been a fluke, a mere coincidence. Mu Xiaonuan refused to accept it. She charged at Chen Ran again, determined to showcase her profound dancing skills. Chen Ran reached out, effortlessly guiding Mu Xiaonuan through a variety of intricate movements. At first, she managed to keep pace, but gradually she began to falter, making several mistakes along the way. Yet, whenever this occurred, Chen Ran would seamlessly lead her, allowing her a moment to breathe before continuing the dance. Nevertheless, the demanding choreography soon drained Mu Xiaonuan's energy, and she began to feel her legs weaken, inching toward defeat. What a twist of fate! I never expected the host to be on the verge of losing. The music played on, and the dance continued. Warm Baby had promised to teach her husband a lesson. Come on, host, I want to keep watching your dance. Stay strong. Initially, Mu Xiaonuan's performance was subpar, and she anticipated complaints, yet the audience embraced the spectacle, reveling in the chaos and playfully mocking the situation. I refused to believe it. Mu Xiaonuan gritted her teeth. Her options dwindled, and she decided to take a risk. Attempting a move of the highest difficulty, she positioned herself on Chen Ran's shoulder, preparing for an aerial inversion around his waist, with him securing her ankles, before executing a soaring gesture. Alas, just as she completed the maneuver, she realized her legs and waist had given way, and she began to topple toward the ground. This was about to turn into a disastrous fall. Watch out! With a swift and agile motion, Chen Ran expertly grasped her ankle with one hand while the other encircled her delicate waist. Oh my! Mu Xiaonuan gasped, realizing she had not fallen, but instead clung tightly to Chen Ran's slender form, her body entwined around him. Chen Ran bent slightly, locking eyes with Mu Xiaonuan, whose wide, startled gaze mirrored her initial reaction to him. However, this time, it was Mu Xiaonuan who appeared flustered, her beautiful eyes fluttering nervously like a frightened kitten. Husband, she thought, as she felt Chen Ran drawing closer, their breaths audible in the charged atmosphere. Mu Xiaonuan found herself frozen, her mind consumed by visions of Chen Ran. Her once lively thoughts, now seemingly overwhelmed. Could it be that Senior Chen is about to kiss me? How embarrassing. What should I do? Am anxious. Typically resembling a clingy little bunny, Mu Xiaonuan now felt like a startled rabbit, her courage wavering at the prospect of such an encounter. Just as tension reached its peak, a gentle breeze swept through, tousling her hair and carrying away a leaf, along with her anxiety. A leaf has settled in your hair. Allow me to help you remove it, Chen Ran said with a teasing smile as he brushed it away. Oh, Mu Xiaonuan's racing heart began to calm. Yet she felt an emptiness instead of relief or joy. If only Senior Chen's lips had descended, her heart would surely swell with happiness. Are you not coming down? Chen Ran gently reminded her, noticing her still perched upon him. I'm too weak to move, Mu Xiaonuan replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Little Nuan, you two have your clumsy moments. Let us continue dancing. I wish to admire your graceful movements. My Jiao Chan, where are you? Jiao Chan is currently clinging to Big Brother. Little Nuan, you're going to make us laugh ourselves to death. It seems you cannot escape your husband's grasp. The lively atmosphere in the live stream was filled with laughter, as several viewers showered gifts, igniting a fervent excitement, especially with the appearances of a few esteemed patrons who elicited cheers from the audience. Haha, Master Lung is online reminding you about your artwork. Master Chen, you must hurry. How adorable. Master Lung is using donations to prompt Master Chen. Master Chen, I have no words left. I eagerly await your art exhibition. Chen Ran was taken aback by Master Lung's unexpected concern for him. The latter greeted him warmly and assured him that the art exhibition would take place as scheduled. This reminded Chen Ran that it was high time to expedite the creation of the portrait of Mu Xiaonuan. Ah, the joys of youth. Not far away, old Chen observed this scene with a glimmer of envy in his eyes. Just then his phone rang. Upon answering, Dr. Xiong excitedly informed him that a new project had received special approval and funding, and a small research institution would be established nearby for long-term research endeavors. This was splendid news, as it meant there would be no need to disturb Mr. Chen, though the institution would require Mr. Chen's expertise for the new research. After finishing the call with enthusiasm, old Chen detailed the relevant matters to Chen Ran, followed by a period of anticipation for the completion of a new research center. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaonuan finally exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing she could no longer continue her outdoor live stream. Exhausted, all she desired was to lie quietly. The host ended the stream so early today. Unbelievable. Her viewers urged, if outdoor streaming is out of the question, then let us do a lying down stream. We want to see you play games. Yes, yes. Let us play together with your husband. Let us redeem ourselves. Indeed, we may not excel at dancing, but surely we can compete in gaming. Duo chicken dinner. In Chapter 22, Leisurely Life, duo chicken dinner with husband, Mu Xiaonuan was utterly fatigued. After a long time spent clinging to someone else's waist, her legs felt weak as she walked. Oh dear, I feel utterly drained. At this moment, Mu Xiaonuan was drenched in fragrant sweat, her heart racing uncontrollably. Ah, how exhilarating. Brother Chen's embrace dance was simply too enticing. However, she lamented, if only Brother Chen's lips had met hers instead of merely blowing away those pesky leaves, she would surely have fainted from excitement. Oomph, it's all your fault for being a nuisance. Mu Xiaonuan puffed her cheeks in annoyance and stomped on a leaf beneath her feet, utterly exasperated. Darling, do you want to play games? On her way home, Mu Xiaonuan was persistently urged by her viewers, considering her lack of energy for outdoor streaming. She recalled that playing games could help her pass the day's tasks. Play games? Chen Ran blinked in confusion. His time at school was predominantly consumed by work and study, leaving him little opportunity to engage with such activities. He was essentially a novice player in this realm. Ding. Leisure life system initializing. Ding. New. Leisure task. Released. Leisurely living entails playing games to pass the time. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Although Chen Ran initially intended to decline, he found himself swayed by the system's allure and ultimately acquiesced. All right, but I'm not very skilled at it. Chen Ran accepted Mu Xiaonuan's invitation. No worries, darling. I'll guide you through it. Mu Xiaonuan was exceedingly joyful, her eyes sparkling with delight. She patted her chest in assurance, her heart already blossoming with happiness. It appeared that Chen Shixiang was not a master of all trades after all. In the realm of gaming, Mu Xiaonuan was undoubtedly far superior. As they strolled through the estate, in a spacious living room, Chen Ran lay comfortably after a round of battle royale, while Mu Xiaonuan nestled beside him, explaining the game rules. The fragrance of her delicate presence wafted through the air, and as Chen Ran turned slightly, he was met with a breathtaking view of her alabaster skin, an alluring curve that left him momentarily spellbound. How do you feel, darling? Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, her words tumbling out with fervor, her throat parched as she turned her gaze towards Chen Ran. It seems quite significant, Chen Ran instinctively replied. Mu Xiaonuan felt an odd sensation, and, upon raising her head, she immediately noticed Chen Ran's gaze. She gasped, hastily covering her chest and springing to her feet. Coughing lightly, Chen Ran felt a tinge of embarrassment. He pondered over the peculiar shift in his demeanor towards the young girl over the past few days. It seemed that ever since he had carried her down the mountain, something had changed within him. After all this talking, you must be thirsty. Have some water, he said, rising to pour her a glass, smiling as he presented it to her. Oh, Mu Xiaonuan replied, somewhat dazed, her heart racing. He looked at me. In her excitement, she gulped down the entire glass in one go. Would you like more? Yes, yes, I want more, she exclaimed, draining cup after cup until her stomach felt full. Chen Ran, however, breathed a quiet sigh of relief. As the saying goes, if one is not embarrassed, it is the other who should be. Remaining composed was certainly preferable. Mu Xiaonuan, too, felt a rush of nerves, While she yearned for Chen Xiaonuan's attention, the reality of being noticed made her anxious. As she settled back down, she maintained a small distance, sitting upright with a serious expression. Darling, is it ready yet?" she asked, striving to appear nonchalant. "Almost done. Registering now," Chen Ran replied. "Let me help you register." Mu Xiaonuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with a brilliant idea as she beckoned with her hand and took his phone. After a flurry of activity, she too entered the game and initiated a live stream. Wow, the streamer actually invited your husband to play together? What a rare treat. I didn't expect Master Chen to be a gamer. Xiaonuan, I heard your husband doesn't know how to play. Can you manage him? As the live stream commenced, the audience buzzed with curiosity, eager to witness Master Chen's usual demeanor. Typically engaged in high-end painting or discussing academic matters with esteemed scholars, he was undoubtedly a figure of admiration, yet it remained to be seen how he would fare in a game. In truth, everyone was eager to witness the moment when Master Chen might falter. That would surely be exhilarating. Mu Xiaonuan, can manage anyone, but I must be able to guide my husband, she declared with conviction. I cannot make guarantees about anything else, but I assure you, I can lead my husband to victory in the game. Stop boasting. We don't believe you. The lively atmosphere in the live stream was palpable as the moment arrived for Xiaonuan to showcase her skills. As soon as she went online, an influx of viewers surged, surpassing 500 in no time, all eager to witness Chen Ran's prowess in the game. Xiaonuan summoned her friends, including her longtime companion Yin Shui and the esteemed elder in the community, Sister Xu Fun, a prominent streamer. Nuan Bao, you've returned to your old profession. After spending so much time in bliss with your husband, have you nearly forgotten your sister? Sister Xu Fun quipped, her presence igniting a wave of excitement in the chat. Wow, Nuan, you really brought the heavy artillery. Sister Xu Fun has arrived, the viewers exclaimed, delighting in the familiar banter and Sister Xu Fun's unchanged, spirited demeanor. Listen to her slightly mournful tone. How will you comfort her, dear host? They teased. Comfort? She is not my husband. Xiaonuan replied with a touch of pride, swiftly retorting to Sister Xu Fun. A woman with a husband would surely have no room for others, she thought. Sister Xu Fun, undeterred, shot back, oh please. I have new affections now. I don't covet you. Yin Shui chimed in. Where's your husband, Nuan? Let me see how impressive he is and how long he can endure. With a proud smile, Xiaonuan declared, my husband handles the looks. I take care of the rest. She promptly launched the game, entering the queue. Wait, Nuan, did you change your name again? Sister Xu Fun noticed something peculiar as they entered the game. Wow, Nuan Bao, your vanity is off the charts. How could you choose such a name? Sister Xu Fun and Yin Shui chuckled, finding amusement in Xiaonuan's self-admiration. Just then, another teammate appeared in their sight. Hey, Nuan Bao, you're crossing the line, flaunting your love right in front of us. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Had I known, I would have joined your ship. As they realized the truth, the two friends understood that Xiaonuan was intentionally showing off a relationship, leading to an uproar in the chat. Wow, I've been thoroughly shown up. Host, you made me consume dog food this late at night. Where's Master Chen? Come out and explain. This is too much for my heart. The chat erupted in laughter and indignation, while the bemused Chen Ran could only shake his head, realizing that Xiaonuan had taken his phone to create a couple's account. With a playful flick of her tongue, Mu Xiaonuan beamed with delight, her expression radiant as she turned to Chen Ran and exclaimed, Darling, let us unite our strengths. Oh no, our firearms, to conquer the battlefield together. Empress, the goddess who adores watermelons, what nonsense about firearms. You, little worm, are hardly worthy of such weaponry. It is your husband who charges forth alone, if anything. Streamer, the fearless Shuashun, do you even possess a firearm? You don't even have a proper gun barrel. Undeterred, Mu Xiaonuan declared, Charge. Together, we shall carve a bloody path and show these two housewives a thing or two. When we parachute, make sure to follow my lead. As it was Chen Ran's first time playing, Mu Xiaonuan was determined to guide him. She felt confident leading someone. Where shall we jump? The game has begun. Xu Fun and Yin Shui became serious as they followed Mu Xiaonuan's lead. Should we go to Picado or somewhere else? My husband is a novice, so let us choose a wide-open area for better visibility. Let us head to the wilderness. Mu Xiaonuan suggested earnestly. Oh, little warm. Have you become timid now that you have a husband? How can you possibly carve a bloody path like this? Where has the fearless goddess gone? Now, because of your husband, you're scared? The two teased from the sidelines. How dare you? Mu Xiaonuan retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. We're merely enjoying the scenery along the way. Charging forth is hardly ladylike. No wonder you can't find boyfriends. Huh. The women shot her disdainful looks as they dispersed to scavenge for supplies once they landed on the map. Darling, remember what I told you? Just start searching for anything. Mu Xiaonuan kindly reminded Chen Ran, and after finding a gun, she fortuitously encountered a lone wolf. With swift precision, she dispatched it effortlessly. Wow, this person has a wealth of good loot. Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, Hurry, come behind me, I will revive you. Is it here? Yes. Just a bit more to the center. Yes. Right here. Quickly. How delightful. I feel so exhilarated. Mu Xiaonuan eliminated another NPC, equipping herself fully. I say you two move quickly. The bombing zone is approaching. Meanwhile, Zhua Shufan had scoured her area to find nothing but a looming bombing zone above. There are no shelters here. We can't hide. Yan Shui looked around. There isn't even a vehicle. We must flee now. Mu Xiaonuan and Chen Ran regrouped. Darling, let us run together. We won't get caught in the blast, will we? Chen Ran casually remarked, feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 23. She matters more than I do, no worries. I am rather fortunate. Ordinary bombs seldom strike me. Mu Xiaonuan calmly tossed her hair, exuding an air of mysterious confidence. Just follow my lead. And I assure you will safely navigate through the bombing zone. Boom! 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 Just as she finished speaking, a bomb exploded right in front of her. Oh my! Mu Xiaonuan's crimson lips parted slightly, her pupils constricting in astonishment as she beheld the scene before her, rendered utterly speechless. Breaking news. The streamer has been struck down by lightning. Ha ha ha. Who said an ordinary lightning strike couldn't reach you? Divine justice has descended. Who told you to feed us dog food? Heaven has avenged us by throwing bombs your way. The chat room erupted in laughter. Some, caught mid-meal, inadvertently spat out their food, leading to a reprimand from their mothers. Irritated, Mu Xiaonuan turned her head, her voice tinged with a pitiful tone. Darling, I've been struck by lightning. I'm down. Chen Ran, equally at a loss, could only offer silent support, having narrowly avoided the same fate as Mu Xiaonuan. Shufan, Xiaoxue, come save us. She called out to her two teammates over the microphone. Wow, Xiaonuan, you're impressive. With luck like this, you could win the lottery. Shufan boldly mocked. Just wait. I'll be there soon. Yet, despite the jests, she was determined to assist her teammates. First, help my husband. Mu Xiaonuan insisted. Let your husband help you first. Shufan retorted, only to find herself struck down by another lightning bolt just as she reached Chen Ran's side. Xiaoxue, I'm relying on you now. Shufan had no choice but to seek help from the only remaining survivor. I've been struck too, Yan Shui exclaimed, having rushed in to save Chen Ran, only to meet the same fate upon approach. We've all been wiped out. Shufan lamented. Is your husband cursed, Xiaonuan? Yan Shui questioned. This is my first time being struck in a lightning zone, she added. All right, let us start another round. Mu Xiaonuan laughed, insisting it was not her husband's fault, but rather the cursed bombing zone that was to blame. Come on, let us get going. I didn't even get to engage anyone in that last match. Shufan complained, eager to restore her streaming reputation. Here we go. Mu Xiaonuan chose a relatively easier island map, hoping for a simple game. I'll still go for the jungle, though, she decided, as the absence of gunfights felt somewhat tedious. As the match progressed, it seemed they were on the verge of victory, yet once again, they found themselves in the bombing zone. I see a vehicle, Chen Ran exclaimed, spotting a car and driving it towards Mu Xiaonuan and their trio. Get in, get in. The bombing zone is coming. They hurriedly climbed into the vehicle, but before they could celebrate their escape, a lightning bolt struck them just as they were about to leave the danger zone. I'm losing my mind. This lightning has a mind of its own. Mu Xiaonuan cried in frustration. I can't believe it. Darling, I'm down again. Even she could only chuckle bitterly, teasing that Chen Ran was a lightning rod, drawing calamity wherever he went. Chen Ran, equally bemused, mused that the bombing zone was indeed a cursed place. Anyone who ventured there met their demise. He had hoped to showcase his skills. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the leisure task. After losing 2 games, your tranquil spirit has been thoroughly dampened. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have been awarded Master Level 98 Sniping Technique. Ding! Master Level 98 Technique is now loading. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired Master Level 98 Technique. Just at that moment, the system prematurely granted the task reward. Ding! A reminder for the host. Given the host less than enjoyable gaming experience, the task has been concluded early, and a new leisure task has been issued. Ding! A reminder for the host. The new leisure task is playing games is meant for relaxation, not for self-torture. So feel free to mercilessly vanquish your opponents. The system can no longer bear witness. Chen Ran let out a wry smile. He could hardly be blamed, for this bizarre minefield was particularly troublesome for him. However, now armed with master-level sniping skills, was there any reason to fear not claiming victory? This time, he would not hold back. He would confront them head-on. Chen Ran turned to Mu Xiaonuan and said, "Do not mind me. Play as you usually do, darling." Mu Xiaonuan gazed at Chen Ran, her bright, twinkling eyes seemingly welling with tears of gratitude. Her husband was indeed being considerate of her feelings, especially since she often found herself falling victim in the minefield, leaving her, as a technical streamer, with little face to show. Sisters, charge. Picado has just spawned. Mu Xiaonuan's fighting spirit reignited. This time, she would not hold back, confronting them directly, and with shelter provided by the building, there was little chance of misfortune. This time, the team felt confident. As soon as they landed, they engaged in various shootouts. It must be said, the 2 skilled players Mu Xiaonuan had invited were quite impressive. Their team successfully defended a territory, eliminating over a dozen opponents. We are fortunate. This should be the fateful circle. As long as we hold this position, we shall prevail. Mu Xiaonuan commanded the team, occupying advantageous terrain that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, significantly increasing their chances of triumph. Boom! At that moment, the bombing zone struck again, right above them. Oh no, darling, can you really summon thunder? Mu Xiaonuan's face turned sour, yet this time it felt much easier, as they were in a building, safe from harm. Bang! However, during the bombardment, an enemy unexpectedly tossed in a grenade, instantly knocking Mu Xiaonuan down. There's someone near my building. Mu Xiaonuan's expression darkened. I'll help you. Chen Ran, being closest in proximity, barely peeked out when he was blown over by a grenade from the bombing zone. We're done for. Darling, be careful. The one who ambushed me has gone to your side. Mu Xiaonuan could not warn him in time. That enemy had already charged towards Chen Ran. The icy muzzle of the gun aimed to finish him off. With a resounding bang, that opponent met their demise on the spot. That foolish spawn met an unjust end. Ha! Master Chen truly is the Thunder Zone Terminator. Master Chen declared, from now on, please call me the ruler of the Thunder Zone. Wherever I am, thunder shall follow. The audience in the live stream could hardly contain their laughter. What a predicament! That unfortunate soul sought to confront Master Chen in the Thunder Zone. What a reckless endeavor. The bombing zone soon passed. We are here to rescue you. Zhou Shufan and Yin Shui finally dared to show themselves, preparing to assist the two. She is more important than I am. Chen Ran urged Zhou Shufan to assist Mu Xiaonuan first. Darling, I am so touched. Mu Xiaonuan was genuinely touched. The phrase "she is more important than me" struck her like a heavy blow, piercing her soul and bringing tears to her eyes. How heartwarming. Darling, that is the most moving thing I have ever heard. As Mu Xiaonuan was being helped up, she rushed to reunite with Chen Ran. Hold on. First fire a couple of shots towards the northeast, Chen Ran calmly instructed. Oh, however, as soon as Mu Xiaonuan peeked out, a gunshot rang out, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, leveraging his Master Level 98 sniper skills, Chen Ran pinpointed the enemy's location and eliminated the lurking expert with a single shot. Congratulations! Your teammate, I, earned money to support the family, has scored a headshot, gentleness in the steel gun. Mu Xiaonuan stared blankly at the screen, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Had she truly been a bait? Chapter 24. Darling, I am willing to be your bait from now on. Wow, Xiaonuan, your husband is amazing. He sniped that old schemer from such a distance. So powerful, that was a quick snipe. One-shot kill, and I didn't even notice the opponent. The two teammates gasped, cold sweat breaking out. Had Chen Ran not eliminated the enemy, they would have likely been the ones to fall. Did everyone understand? That was a quick snipe. I didn't even see him scope in. It looked like he was using hacks, but the livestream showed it was a genuine sniper shot. Chen Ran is impressive. The audience in the livestream was astounded. Is it really Chen Ran's first time playing? Mu Xiaonuan was equally astonished. When had Chen Xixiang's skills improved so dramatically? Yet, most importantly, if she had not acted as bait, Chen Xixiang would not have been able to locate the enemy. Humph! Is this the reason you say I am more important? Having been eliminated, Mu Xiaonuan tossed aside her phone, puffed out her cheeks, and glared at Chen Ran with a pout. You big bad guy, you've broken my heart. I won't talk to you anymore. In an instant, she resembled a leaf wilting in the afternoon sun, shuffling in her slippers and accidentally slipping off the sofa. Ha ha! Xiaonuan is upset. Your husband is a big bad guy. Xiaonuan, who says I'm the most important? Is the most important role to sacrifice as bait? Mu Xiaonuan, let us get a divorce. Husbands are unreliable. The barrage of comments surged, creating a lively rhythm. Seeing the grievance on the little girl's face, Chen Ran realized she was genuinely upset. Sweat. This isn't my fault. The opponent was quite skilled, and once Xiaonuan exposed herself, she was bound to be sniped. It was better to maximize her value. All right. The usually aloof Chen Ran felt his heart soften as he witnessed her emotional outburst. He remembered how strong she could be at times. Yet she was particularly sensitive about this matter. It truly affected her heart. There was a reason behind it. The enemy's strength was formidable, and even without firing to attract attention, her presence would have revealed her location. Chen Ran approached her and, in a rare moment, offered comfort. This time it was my fault. I will definitely inform you in advance next time. Really? Mu Xiaonuan gradually regained her composure. Her beautiful, large eyes blinked with a hint of mist, making her appear utterly endearing. Of course. Chen Ran smiled gently, extending his arms to lift the young lady in a princess embrace. The ground is cold. Be careful not to catch a chill. At the moment Chen Ran picked her up, Mu Xiaonuan's defenses crumbled, her enchanting eyes brimming with happiness, and a radiant smile adorned her face, revealing two lovely dimples. Husband, you are so wonderful. Mu Xiaonuan's cheeks flushed crimson. It was the first time Chen Xixiang had taken the initiative to embrace her without her prompting, enveloping her in a warm sense of bliss. It was an overwhelming feeling of security. Husband, let me be the bait next time there's an opportunity like this. I will always be your bait, and you can take out the opponents. Mu Xiaonuan sweetly declared. The girl who just moments ago was distraught over being used as bait is now willingly embracing it? The sarcasm from Zhou Shufan and Yin Shui dripped with acidity, relentlessly teasing her for reveling in sweetness on such a hot summer day. What's there to fear? Even if I get shot down, I have my husband to support me. Oh no, to lift me up, Mu Xiaonuan retorted without hesitation, her eyes indicating that it was indeed a lift, as she had just slipped off the sofa. Look at her, brimming with pride. Women only slow down my shooting speed. Want to be held again? Next time, I'll turn you into a box in an instant. This streamer, who once promised to showcase her skills, had now become nothing more than a meat shield and bait. The audience in the live stream expressed their astonishment. It seemed they were not merely there to watch the game, but rather to indulge in romantic antics. Emperor, Wei Shun, rewarded the streamer with a massive rocket and commented, Xiaonuan, you're being unfair, actually playing bait for your professional teammate as surprise shots. It's unethical. Get that sniper who shot me to come forward. Suddenly, the live stream erupted with excitement as a heavyweight audience member made an appearance. Oh my goodness, it's Wei Shun. He's actually here. Goodness, did we just collide? From the tone, could it be that Wei Shun was the one who just sniped Xiaonuan? My word, Wei Shun, the professional player. I thought Xiaonuan was quite skilled. How did she fall with just one shot? The audience was astonished, realizing that the newcomer was none other than the illustrious Wei Shun, and he had come to demand answers. Emperor, For Wei Xiaonuan, stop playing dumb. You all set a trap for me. Get that guy out here. I won't back down without a duel. Wei Shun called out impatiently. Streamer, straightforward warm baby, I thought it was someone else. ISNT, that just my husband has defeated foe? Quite arrogant, aren't we? Mu Xiaonuan boldly retorted, though she was taken aback to discover that the adversary was indeed the renowned Wei Shun. My goodness, your husband? Wei Shun was momentarily taken aback, quickly recovering and realizing, I didn't see that coming. My apologies. Xiaonuan, could you possibly have your husband show his face? Wei Shun's interest was suddenly piqued, and his tones softened considerably. Husband, there is someone who wishes to meet you. Would you like to see him? If not, I shall silence him, Mu Xiaonuan said playfully, tilting her head. Wait, no, Xiaonuan, you wouldn't actually do that, would you? Wei Shun instantly panicked, having underestimated the lengths to which this girl would go to protect her husband. Back when Mu Xiaonuan was merely a budding streamer, they had shared playful moments with Zhou Shufan and others, so they had some camaraderie, didn't they? Now, she was asking if her husband wished to meet someone, and if he declined, she would silence that person? This girl was fiercely devoted to her husband. Who could possibly have captivated her so thoroughly? Ha ha! Wei Shun, you're flabbergasted, aren't you? I advise you to tread carefully. Xiaonuan's husband is not someone you can provoke. Xiaonuan, I beg you to show mercy. Please don't silence me. This scene amused the audience, as they witnessed the renowned Wei Shun humbled before the husband of Xiaonuan. Well, let us show our faces then. Chen Ran, not wanting to make things difficult for Mu Xiaonuan, stepped closer to the camera. Wow. Wei Shun caught a glimpse and was utterly astonished. Is this really your husband, Xiaonuan? He is even more handsome than I am. Wei Shun stroked his chin, pausing for a moment before exclaiming, not just a few points, but a perfect score. No, 1,000 points. Hearing this, Mu Xiaonuan's eyes lit up, and her smile became even more charming. Wei Shun, unfazed, turned to Chen Ran sincerely, saying, Brother, your quick sniping skills are impressive. Which professional team are you with? How about considering joining our squad? Wow, I didn't expect Wei Shun to extend an olive branch. He is trying to recruit. Wei Shun, are you really attempting to poach? Xiaonuan, can you endure this? You're not following the script, Wei Shun. What happened to the one-on-one challenge? That was just a ruse. My true intention was to recruit players. The dramatic turn of events amused the audience, as the once imposing Wei Shun transformed into a recruiter upon meeting the real person. The world was indeed a whirlwind of surprises. Even Mu Xiaonuan was left speechless by this sudden turn of events. Chen Ran, taken aback, smiled gently. I'm just an amateur. This is my first time playing this game. No, you cannot deceive me. You are undoubtedly a professional. At least your sniping skills surpass most professionals. Join our team. Wei Shun insisted, firmly convinced that Chen Ran was a professional player. I'm not interested in a professional team, Chen Ran replied lazily, unwilling to argue. After all, a leisurely life couldn't be confined by a career. Freedom was of utmost importance. Handsome, think it over. Joining our team would be. Wei Shun attempted to persuade Chen Ran further, but was abruptly interrupted by Mu Xiaonuan. My husband isn't interested, so please stop. Goodbye. Noticing Chen Ran's lack of interest, Mu Xiaonuan kindly declined Wei Shun's offer on his behalf. Hey, Wei Shun protested, unwilling to concede. Isn't it worth testing a professional? Are you up for a duel? I'm logging off now. Chen Ran waved his hand, bidding farewell to Mu Xiaonuan before exiting the game. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the leisurely task. Playing games is all about joy. Next time you challenge a professional player, you will acquire even more gaming skills. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the rewards. Master Level Fishing Technique X1, Epic Fishing Toolbox X1. Ding! Master Level Fishing Technique is now loading. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired Master Level Fishing Technique. Just as I exited the game, the system's rewards followed suit. Oh, Master Level Fishing Technique? Chen Ran was pleasantly surprised. This reward was quite intriguing. Fishing is indeed a skillful endeavor and can easily become engrossing. He found himself eagerly anticipating whether he could catch something substantial. Darling, aren't you coming? Mu Xiaonuan, still lingering in excitement, noticed Chen Ran had already put down his gear. She felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, having just begun to enjoy herself. I'm not coming. I'll go fishing tomorrow. Tonight I'll prepare some bait and set the pond for easier fishing tomorrow. What fish are we catching? Join our club. Wei Shun, unwilling to concede, insisted, I must regain my honor from today. I'm just an amateur. Let us save it for another day. Chen Ran waved his hand and stepped out. Wait for you. If you lose, you must join our team. Wei Shun, filled with enthusiasm, tossed his headphones aside and shouted in the training room. Today, we have a significant mission. We need a few professionals. We must corner someone soon. It seemed Wei Shun was genuinely serious. With Chen Ran not participating, Mu Xiaonuan lost her enthusiasm and ended her stream. Moments later, she was on a call with her close friend, Yin Shui. Wow, Xiaonuan, I haven't been keeping an eye on you. But your relationship seems to be advancing quite rapidly. You've already embraced him. Yin Shui teased as soon as the call connected. Not really, it's just average. Although Mu Xiaonuan claimed this, her expression betrayed her pride, akin to a rooster strutting about, full of bravado. Huh, I can tell from your tone that you're quite confident about winning over your husband. I was going to offer you some advice today, but it seems unnecessary now. As she said this, Yin Shui pretended to end the call. Hey, wait, Xiao Shui. Don't hang up yet. I still need your advice. Mu Xiaonuan, realizing she had slipped up, grew anxious. That is more like it. Yin Shui replied with a light huff. Just a hug isn't enough. You need deeper interactions. For instance, such as? Mu Xiaonuan asked hesitantly. Have you slept together yet? Mu Xiaonuan shyly nodded. What? This revelation left Yin Shui utterly astonished. They had advanced to this stage? What more guidance could she offer? Xiaonuan, are you trying to tease me? You've already crossed the line and still pretend to be innocent? Yin Shui said, mildly irritated. What line? Mu Xiaonuan, coming to her senses, responded indignantly. You're being too impure, Xiao Shui. We merely shared a bed. Nothing more. Indeed, is this what it means to share a bed? Yin Shui rolled her eyes in disdain and lightly snorted. Why not begin with some physical contact, such as holding hands or sharing a kiss? This way, your relationship can achieve a substantial breakthrough. What? Holding hands and kissing? Upon hearing these terms, especially the latter, Mu Xiaonuan felt her cheeks flush and her legs weaken as memories of the dance earlier that day resurfaced. It was true that senior brother Chen had nearly leaned in for a kiss. What could a kiss possibly feel like? Mu Xiaonuan, who had never experienced a romantic relationship, found herself filled with curiosity, anticipation, and a touch of anxiety. Hey, you silly girl, what are you thinking about? Yin Shui's words were like a splash of cold water, jolting Mu Xiaonuan from her reverie. Slightly annoyed at the interruption of her delightful daydreaming, she retorted, what is the fuss about? How annoying. Well, that reminds me of a saying, you can never wake a lovesick fool, Yin Shui teased before dropping a bombshell. Latest news, just a reminder. Your parents are returning to the country briefly at the end of this month. They contacted me, inquiring about your sudden marriage and asking me to investigate your husband's true situation. You'd better brace yourself. Yin Shui and Mu Xiaonuan were not only close friends, but also somewhat related, as Mu Xiaonuan's parents were familiar with her. What? Mu Xiaonuan suddenly realized that she hadn't been in touch with her family for quite some time. She had thought they had given up on the matter, but it turned out they were still discreetly seeking information through Yin Shui. Did you not say much? Guess. Yin Shui giggled and joked. Don't worry. I told them that you two are very affectionate. I'll send them a picture of you and your husband holding each other. Please no. Mu Xiaonuan blushed. But secretly, she contemplated whether she should send a photo of her and senior brother Chen holding hands tomorrow, letting Yin Shui share it. Oh dear, the more I think about it, the more excited I become. Never mind, I should rest early. I need to be energetic for tomorrow. Mu Xiaonuan eagerly anticipated her intimate encounter with senior brother Chen the next day, but as she pondered how to navigate the situation, her mind began to ache with confusion, making it difficult for her to fall asleep. Chapter 25. I hold a rod, you hold my hand. Outside, Taiyuan Manor, a stream meandered down from the distant Blue Mountain, encircling the estate. At the base of the mountain, the stream converged into a sparkling lake, its surface shimmering and refreshing. Are you truly coming with me? In the afternoon, Chen Ran looked at Mu Xiaonuan with a hint of exasperation, as she insisted on accompanying him fishing. Of course, Mu Xiaonuan yawned widely, her eyelids feeling heavy from a restless night. She had been drowsy since lunch. Why wouldn't I go? I absolutely must. Energized by her resolve, she recalled that she was even streaming live. If she didn't go, she'd be stuck playing games alone without the charming company of senior brother Chun, which would be terribly dull. Moreover, she had devised a plan after contemplating for an entire night, so it was inconceivable for her to relinquish it so easily. Well, upon witnessing this, Chen Ran shook his head, turned around, and retrieved a few items to stow in his large handbag before setting off. Upon arriving at the small lake at the foot of the Great Green Mountain, he was met with an unexpected question from Mu Xiaonuan. Huh, darling, why did you bring a blanket? She inquired, astonished to see that instead of preparing to fish immediately, Chen Ran was laying out a blanket nearby. You needn't stand. You can sit or lie down, Chen Ran said as he spread the blanket, leaving behind a striking silhouette as he began to set up his fishing gear. Wow, how thoughtful. Master Chen, you are such a caring husband, Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, overwhelmed with envy. To have such treatment outdoors is simply extraordinary. Oh my goodness. When we set out, it must have been to fetch this blanket. The viewers in the live stream were envious, commenting on how considerate Chen Ran was to bring a blanket for his wife to rest while they fished together. Master Chen appears aloof on the outside, yet he possesses a passionate heart. They mused. Ah, how blissful. Mu Xiaonuan lay on the blanket, emitting sounds of pure joy, reveling in her good fortune of having a husband. Although he said little, his actions spoke volumes. It was evident that he cared for her deeply. Let's see if we can catch some fish, Mu Xiaonuan declared, raising the camera and positioning herself beside Chen Ran, eagerly anticipating his fishing prowess. Wow, Master Chen's fishing rod is of professional caliber. The material and design are simply exquisite. A keen-eyed viewer immediately recognized that the rod Chen Ran held was extraordinary. You wouldn't understand. This is clearly a lure rod, which can sell for thousands abroad. Experienced anglers truly appreciate such equipment. They explained. Indeed, Chen Ran's fishing rod was a premium piece, essential for reeling in significant catches, suggesting that he had considerable experience in fishing. The viewers engaged in lively discussions, speculating whether Master Chen had fished frequently in the past. Darling, how long until we catch a fish? Mu Xiaonuan inquired as she settled beside him. Watching Chen Ran cast his line with curiosity. If luck is on our side, we may have a bite in a few seconds. If not, it could take several minutes. Chen Ran replied leisurely, even setting down a small stool by the lake to wait patiently for a catch. Ha! Master Chen, you're quite the jokester. How could we possibly catch a fish so quickly? She laughed. A few seconds? You must be teasing me. Sometimes I've fished all day without a nibble. A few seconds? Is that even realistic? The surface of the lake seems almost still. Surely there aren't that many fish around. Fishing requires patience, and many find that even after waiting an entire day, their efforts may yield no results at all, let alone in mere seconds. Just as those thoughts lingered, suddenly, the fishing rod jerked downward sharply, prompting Chen Ran to spring to his feet. We have a bite, he exclaimed. Oh my goodness, so fast. It happened in the blink of an eye. Mu Xiaonuan gasped in disbelief. I can't believe it. Just 10 seconds. Master Chen had barely settled into his seat when the astonishing events began to unfold. The abundance of fish in this location was utterly perplexing. Viewers were left in disbelief. Just as the conversation concluded, reality delivered a swift rebuttal. The fish, though not particularly large, weighed approximately 5 to 6 pounds. Chen Ran tested the rod. Despite its considerable heft, his masterful angling skills rendered the task manageable, and within moments he had drawn the fish from the water's depths. Goodness, it was a perch. A remarkably plump one at that. Such an impressive catch right from the first cast. This perch must weigh over 5 pounds. Is this not considered substantial, Master Chen? As the fish broke the surface, viewers could hardly contain their excitement. A genuine large perch, vigorous and lively, had been effortlessly pulled from the water by Master Chen. While this was indeed commendable, The day's true objective lay in capturing an even larger specimen. Chen Ran reeled it in closer, switched to a net, and promptly scooped it up, tossing it into the fish keeper. Not large enough, you say? I implore you, Master Chen, to be content. Such a sizable perch could fetch a handsome price. My family could hardly finish a meal with such a bounty. It was simply too exhilarating. In what felt like no time, he had landed such a remarkable fish. Viewers expressed their dissatisfaction with Chen Ran's nonchalance. How could he be unsatisfied with a catch that surpassed the entirety of another angler's day's yield in mere seconds? Wow, this was indeed the first fish of the day. Mu Xiaonuan quickly adjusted the camera, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Darling, this fish is already quite sizable." Everyone agrees. We must be grateful. She had never encountered such a large fish before. Hold on, another catch was on the horizon. Just as Chen Ran cast his bait anew, he felt a significant weight tugging at the line. This one was even larger than the first. My heavens, this fish was quite substantial. Chen Ran exerted his strength. Had it not been for his formidable skills, he might have been dragged into the lake. Goodness gracious, look at this creature. It must weigh no less than 30 pounds. Perhaps more. The rod continued to bend under the weight. The live stream erupted with excitement. A true behemoth had emerged, exhibiting considerable strength that threatened to pull him under. In such moments, one must not rely solely on brute force. Finesse is key. As a seasoned angler, Chen Ran understood the necessity of conserving energy and engaging in a strategic dance with the fish. While he spoke, he gradually pulled back, waiting for the fish to tire before making his move. It exerted force once more. Now was the time to remain steadfast. Chen Ran gripped the rod firmly, maintaining his balance as he was slowly drawn forward. My word, this appeared perilous. This fish was no ordinary adversary. Had it been me, I would have likely succumbed to its strength long ago. Yet Master Chen remained composed. Incredible. Master Chen, we believe in you. The audience in the live stream held their breath, aware that this fish was particularly wild. They had yet to glimpse its true form. After a relentless half-hour of struggle, it was almost time. The fish would soon reveal itself. Chen Ran steadied the rod, knowing that he could not afford to relax just yet. When the fish broke the surface, it would likely make one final, powerful attempt to escape. Indeed, just as anticipated, when a colossal creature surfaced from beneath the water, it suddenly thrashed about, splattering water in all directions like a firecracker. Stay calm. Chen Ran resolutely gritted his teeth, steadfastly holding the rod. He did not succumb to madness. Instead, he firmly maintained his grip, ensuring that the creature did not escape. Now, with its belly up, it could no longer resist. It was time to reel it in. Chen Ran cautiously drew it closer and then swiftly scooped it up with a net. Goodness gracious, what a massive fish. Is this a grass carp? It feels like it weighs nearly 100 pounds. It's quite overwhelming. I can hardly bring it in. As expected, this fish weighed at least 80 to 90 pounds. Chen Ran struggled to haul it onto shore. It was simply too large. Indeed, it was a grass carp, its scales larger than my thumbnail. Incredible. Master Chen is remarkable. He had just mentioned catching a big one, and here it is, a nearly 100-pound grass carp. Restaurant in Jiangnan. Master Chen, may I propose a matter? Could we purchase this fish for our restaurant? The price is negotiable. Just after being caught, a netizen is eager to acquire it. Such a large grass carp cannot be managed by just Chen Ran and Mu Xiaonuan alone. Let us contact Xiaonuan later. Chen Ran chuckled. Catching such a large fish, it was impossible for just the two of them to consume it. Selling it to the restaurant seemed appropriate. Wow, so huge. Mu Xiaonuan's eyes widened. This enormous grass carp had completely altered her perception. Darling, let us bait again and see if we can catch another one this size. Filled with enthusiasm from her success, she was eager to see if she could land another. Ah, women, you just said one should be content. And now this? Chen Ran teased. TSK, Xiaonuan, you're insatiable. You want to let Master Chen off the hook. It seems that fishing truly has a way of captivating one's spirit. The host was utterly enthralled. The viewers in the live stream sighed in unison. Fishing is indeed the most intoxicating pastime, with some spending an entire day waiting for just one catch. only to return home to their wives' scorn. Darling, let me try my hand at this. Mu Xiaonuan suddenly expressed her desire to take the rod. The water is quite deep. You may not manage it. Chen Ran cautioned her. Let me handle it. Don't push your luck. I don't believe that. Mu Xiaonuan pouted. If I can't manage, you can help me, right? All right then, if you wish to try, go ahead. Chen Ran handed the fishing rod to Mu Xiaonuan, though a sense of foreboding stirred within him. Hee, I want to catch a fish too. Mu Xiaonuan imitated Chen Ran, gripping the rod while stationed by the lake, her gaze wandering towards him, clearly distracted. After a while, when a fish was about to bite, she planned to feign inability to reel it in and call for Chen to assist her. I'll hold the rod, and you hold my hand, ah? The more Mu Xiaonuan thought of her delightful scheme, the more excited she became. It was a splendid idea she had contemplated all night. Unfortunately, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the surface of the lake remained undisturbed. Haha, no action for ages. Is her mindset collapsing? Host? It has been 10 minutes. Yet not a single fish has taken a bait. Are you at a loss? Perhaps it would be better to leave it to your husband. Dear Xiaonuan, your fishing skills seem lacking. The audience in the live stream has grown somewhat impatient after waiting for over 10 minutes. Master Chen managed to catch a fish in less than a minute. What is it that you are doing? Why is there still no sign of catch? Mu Xiaonuan's frustration was mounting. Was the fish deliberately opposing her? Clearly, Master Chen could hook a fish in under a minute. So why was she left waiting in silence for so long? Husband, what is going on? Mu Xiaonuan could not help but feel anxious as she sought Chen Ran's assistance. It was indeed peculiar. Chen Ran shared her sentiment. He had prepared the fishing spot the previous night, and there was no reason for such a prolonged absence of fish. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, Chen Ran's gaze sharpened as he spotted a clump of yellow fur bobbing on the water surface. Wherever it swam, the bait he had scattered earlier was being devoured. It was Mantu. That wretched Mantu has been causing chaos. Mu Xiaonuan was infuriated. This little creature, instead of swimming leisurely, was disturbing the baiting area and scaring the fish away. Get away! In her exasperation, Mu Xiaonuan picked up a stone and threw it. Mantu, caught up in its playful antics, quickly ducked its head as the stone whizzed past. Splash! The stone missed entirely. Moments later, Mantu emerged from another spot, revealing its dog-like head, blowing bubbles from its mouth, and with its tail tucked, it swam back to shore dejected. This is infuriating. Mu Xiaonuan fumed. But at that moment, her fishing rod finally began to twitch. It seems I've hooked a fish, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. As she pulled back, it felt like a rather substantial catch. Husband, come help me. I can't lift it. Mu Xiaonuan cried out, feigning weakness as she was pulled down, as if she had summoned all her strength. Chen Ran, observing the scene, with the keen eye of an experienced angler, saw through her little ruse. It was clear she was merely pretending to struggle. Here it comes, hold on. Chen Ran chuckled, choosing not to expose her act, although he was uncertain of her intentions. He was happy to play along, reaching out to his sister. Don't hold the rod. I want to learn how to reel in a fish. You can teach me hands-on. Mu Xiaonuan's playful eyes sparkled as she spoke, though a trace of seriousness lingered on her face. Had it not been for the initial slip she made, Chen Ran might have truly been deceived. All right then, Chen Ran thought it amusing to indulge her. And as he looked at her delicate, fair hands, his own felt like a great wolf's paw reaching out. Hee, Mu Xiaonuan secretly delighted in the game, fully prepared for what was to come. Suddenly, with a great splash, the lake erupted as a massive fishtail broke the surface, powerfully thrashing the water before it plunged back down. Oh no, this is a big one. Chen Ran was taken aback. This was no ordinary character, but rather a formidable presence. Initially, it appeared to be lethargic, yet suddenly it unleashed a powerful force akin to an enraged dragon surging through the waters, signaling impending calamity. Oh no, Mu Xiaonuan also sensed something amiss. Her hand trembled violently, and a surge of strength yanked her forward with alarming swiftness. Thud! Chapter 26. Outside the bathroom. This time it's my turn to guard you help. Save me. Mu Xiaonuan, who could not swim, was dragged into the lake by the fish and began to struggle desperately, the water rising over her neck. Terrifying lake water flooding her throat. Woof, woof. On the shore, Manta barked anxiously. This little creature, having been adopted, still possessed a sense of loyalty. It could only bark frantically in distress. Splash! Without hesitation, Chen Ran did not even remove his shirt. The moment Mu Xiaonuan fell into the water, he leaped in after her. Xiaonuan, wake up! Wake up! When Chen Ran managed to pull Mu Xiaonuan out of the water, the young girl had already lost consciousness, unresponsive. She must be revived quickly. Chen Ran understood that she could not swim, although she hadn't been submerged for long. Her initial panic had caused her to swallow a significant amount of water, putting her in a precarious situation. He laid her flat on a nearby blanket, which had finally proven useful. Gag! Gag! After placing her down, Chen Ran pressed firmly on her chest, expelling the lake water that had accumulated in her throat. Still not awake? After clearing the water, Chen Ran noticed that Mu Xiaonuan showed no signs of regaining consciousness. It seemed she had yet to catch her breath. Where's my needle? Chen Ran intended to use a silver needle for acupuncture to restore her breathing, but he was taken aback to find that Mantu had mischievously snatched the acupuncture kit, which had been beside the blanket. Darn it! Come back! No matter how Chen Ran called, the little rascal ignored him, scampering off without a trace. With no time to pursue, Chen Ran felt an urgent need. Mu Xiaonuan could not afford to wait, so he had to improvise. My apologies. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ran pinched the corners of Mu Xiaonuan's mouth, causing her delicate lips to part. He leaned down, placing his index finger within her open lips. With a gentle prod, her breath could be restored. Murmur. Mu Xiaonuan let out a soft sound, as if showing signs of awakening. Lick. Then, unconsciously, she licked her tongue and took a sip. Chen Ran suddenly shivered, his entire being quaking as if a faint electric current coursed through him, a rare sensation of pleasure enveloping him. Mu Xiaonuan's beautiful eyelashes fluttered slightly, appearing to experience some discomfort and pain. With a fierce bite, she clamped down. Hiss! Chen Ran was jolted, his body trembling as the faint electric sensation transformed into an intense shock, the sudden pain nearly causing him to cry out. Mu Xiaonuan seemed somewhat displeased. Opening her mouth, and as Chen Ran caught his breath, he withdrew his hand. A row of deep bite marks had already drawn blood. You bit me. Mu Xiaonuan finally regained consciousness, her gaze wandering in a state of confusion. Yet, upon locking eyes with Chen Ran, the unease within her swiftly dissipated. With Chen Shixiang by her side, she felt no fear whatsoever. You have finally awakened. Chen Ran exhaled a sigh of relief, his expression brightening as he observed her relatively clear state of mind. How wonderful! I'm so glad you are unharmed. Suddenly, Mu Xiaonuan recalled the incident of her near drowning, her expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. Had she not been so careless, she would not have been dragged into the water by a mere fish. It was unfortunate that she hadn't even managed to grasp Chen Shixiang's hand. Such a loss. Moreover, her entire body now felt as though it had been dismantled, with a peculiar numbness enveloping her knee. Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable? Chen Ran inquired, his keen intuition seemingly deducing her condition. Have you injured yourself? Upon uttering this question, even Chen Ran found himself astonished. There exist individuals in this world who, when they spread their arms wide, you instinctively understand their desire for a warm embrace. When they lift their chin, you recognize their yearning for a passionate kiss. When they furrow their brow, you comprehend their plea for gentleness. And when they pout incessantly, you realize they seek a deeper connection, despite their brief acquaintance. It seemed he could decipher Mu Xiaonuan's unspoken intentions with remarkable ease. Mu Xiaonuan nodded timidly, a hint of trepidation in her voice. I believe I must have bumped my left knee against a rock while submerged. I hope the loss of sensation won't pose any issues. It's likely just a bone bruise. We can apply acupuncture later, and with some rest, you should recover just fine, Chen Ran reassured her. Let's get you back. You're soaked. Without hesitation, Chen Ran lifted Mu Xiaonuan into his arms. By the way, Chen Shixiang, did you give me something to eat when I first woke up? Mu Xiaonuan inquired, her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. It was long and had a texture reminiscent of carrots or cucumbers. Yet I am certain it was neither. Cough. Chen Ran softly cleared his throat. That might just be a figment of your imagination from fainting. It's quite normal to feel disoriented. Oh, Mu Xiaonuan nodded. Somewhat skeptically, she intended to delve deeper into her memories, but felt her head spinning, ultimately deciding it was futile to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, Chen Ran bore a silent grievance, for his fingers still throbbed painfully, bleeding from the earlier incident. Upon returning to the estate, Chen Ran said, "You should rinse off first. I'll take a look at your knee afterward." He carried Mu Xiaonuan into the bathroom, adjusting the water temperature for her shower. However, as he prepared to leave, the girl clung to his neck, refusing to let go. "What's the matter?" Chen Ran inquired gently, understanding that Mu Xiaonuan had recently experienced a traumatic event and her emotions were still quite fragile. "I am afraid," Mu Xiaonuan confessed. Her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink, resembling a slightly tipsy apple. "I'm not very mobile, and what if I fall?" "All right, I'll wait for you just outside the bathroom," Chen Ran replied after a moment's thought. "Would that be too much trouble for you?" Mu Xiaonuan blinked her beautiful eyes. Though her words expressed politeness, her gaze unmistakably revealed a blend of shyness and delight. This girl, it seemed, was not entirely sincere. "How troublesome. I would like to take a shower first," Chen Ran remarked with a playful glint in his eyes. "Please no." Mu Xiaonuan tightened her embrace around Chen Ran's neck, as though fearing he might escape. "All right, don't worry." Chen Ran gently patted her delicate back. "Last time, when I injured my ankle, you stayed outside. This time, it's my turn to take care of you. You knew." Mu Xiaonuan's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze, surprised that Chen Ran was aware of her thoughts. She had assumed he was oblivious to her little secrets. "You naughty rascal. You knew all along, and yet teased me about not guarding you. Umph. Should I leave the bathroom door open then? I'm afraid I won't hear you if you call." Chen Ran suddenly paused at the door, winking at Mu Xiaonuan and playfully jesting. "How annoying." Mu Xiaonuan covered her face, utterly mortified, realizing that this was the very excuse she had used previously. Chapter 27. The Livestream Replacement. Master Chen's popularity soars. Chen Ran chuckled as he stepped out, refraining from further teasing the young lady and gently closing the bathroom door behind him. Ouch! The moment the door clicked shut, Chen Ran sharply inhaled through his teeth, his hand trembling uncontrollably. That girl had quite a bite. How could she be so reckless? He decided he could no longer let her indulge in such whims. Quickly, he fetched a first aid kit and settled down just outside the bathroom, hastily tending to his wound while keeping a watchful eye on Mu Xiaonuan. "Brother Chen, soon." Mu Xiaonuan's sweet, melodious voice floated from the bathroom. "Could you please fetch me a bathrobe? Just a moment." Chen Ran responded as he finished packing the first aid kit and retrieved a fresh bathrobe for her. With a soft click, the bathroom door swung open, and the young lady peeked out, elegantly leaning against the door as she announced, "Ta-da! Mr. Chen, the hot water is ready for your bath and change." As she stepped aside, Chen Ran was greeted by the sight of a bathtub filled with water. This scene felt eerily familiar, and he found himself momentarily lost in thought. "Wait, you?" Chen Ran's gaze sharpened. Mu Xiaonuan's knee appeared to be worse, slightly swollen, and she was perspiring. How could she be so reckless as to prepare a bath for him in such a condition? Such foolishness. "Are you disregarding your injury?" Chen Ran's expression hardened as he intercepted her in her astonishment, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. "Ah!" Mu Xiaonuan gasped, taken by surprise. And before she could comprehend the situation, Chen Ran was striding decisively towards the room with her securely in his hold. "Brother Chen, please don't be angry," Mu Xiaonuan said, a hint of trepidation in her voice, as she observed the seriousness of his expression, wondering if he truly was upset with her. Chen Ran was indeed somewhat angry, but it stemmed solely from his concern for her injury. "Are you unaware of the severity of your injury? Why do you keep moving around?" He gazed down at her, and upon seeing her furrowed brow and obedient demeanor, his tone softened. "Well, this doesn't seem so bad." At this moment, the young girl was clad only in a pristine white bathrobe, yet the delicate hint of her neckline was almost palpable. A brief assessment revealed that the robe was somewhat snug. As I fidgeted, she retorted, "Aren't you also being rather indiscreet?" Mu Xiaonuan said with a hint of grievance. Clearing his throat, Chen Ran, feeling slightly awkward, averted his gaze. The girl, with her naive charm, possessed an unexpected cleverness, and her words carried a surprising weight. Thus, Chen Ran wisely chose to remain silent. I'll examine your knee first. Given her attire, her long, smooth legs were easily visible, revealing the swollen knee. It appears to be inflamed. Let me administer a local anesthetic. Chen Ran searched for a needle, and the little rascal, Mantu, reluctantly complied. Chen Ran shot him a stern glance, realizing the little imp had likely intended to cause some mischief. The acupuncture process was devoid of pain, although Mu Xiaonuan found herself sweating profusely. Injuries to muscles and bones require 100 days for recovery. While your case isn't so severe, you'll need to rest for a while. Withdrawing the needle, Chen Ran instructed Mu Xiaonuan for the next few days. You should remain in bed and refrain from moving around. What? That sounds dreadfully boring, she replied, somewhat disheartened, yet understanding the importance of her knee. She begrudgingly settled onto the bed. This predicament even rendered her live streaming inconvenient. Feeling dejected, she lamented, I haven't completed today's stream yet. Hand me my phone. Chen Ran's gaze flickered as he took her phone. You just recovered from drowning. You need to rest properly. Forget about the stream. What? No way. Mu Xiaonuan puffed her cheeks in defiance. I still have half of my stream to finish. Please let me play a few more games. I am your doctor now. You must heed my advice. Despite her protests, Chen Ran remained resolute, leaving the room with her phone in hand. Oof. How frustrating. Annoyed at Chen Ran's refusal, Mu Xiaonuan kicked off her blanket in exasperation. Ouch. That hurts. She whimpered, the pain from the acupuncture returning. Sighing, she conceded, fine, I'll just go to bed early. Realizing that she indeed needed rest, she decided to sleep, but glancing at her bathrobe, she lamented, it's such a pity my knee is injured. Changing clothes is inconvenient. With a mischievous grin, Mu Xiaonuan tossed aside her bathrobe and snuggled into her air-conditioned blanket, comfortably lying down. Meanwhile, Chen Ran took a quick shower, then retrieved Mu Xiaonuan's phone, contemplating whether to open her live streaming room. Oh my, the streamer is online. Where's the fish you caught? What happened? Why did you suddenly go offline this afternoon? As soon as he entered the live stream, a flurry of comments welcomed the streamer back, only for Chen Ran to appear in front of the camera. Mu Xiaonuan is unwell today and is resting, he stated calmly, addressing the audience. She will not be streaming. And I just came to inform you. Oh no, Master Chen, please don't. With Xiaonuan absent, will you keep us company in conversation? Ah, to our surprise, Master Chen is live streaming. Master Chen is incredibly handsome. How I wish to ride alongside him. With Xiaonuan not here, Master Chen can freely charm the audience. The live stream instantaneously ignited, surging to an audience of 500 in no time, and the showers of flowers and gifts cascaded in abundance, pushing the popularity to an astonishing 700. What does this signify? It surpasses even the peak popularity of Mu Xiaonuan. This is nearly equivalent to the status of a top-tier influencer. Chen Ran never anticipated such overwhelming acclaim, surpassing even Mu Xiaonuan. Ding! The leisurely life system is initiating. Ding! A new leisure task has been issued. Sharing a leisurely daily life with fans is a form of happiness. Please, host, show your face during the live stream. Coincidentally, the system has released a new task. Chen Ran had intended to terminate the live stream. However, he hesitated upon receiving this notification. After some contemplation, he decided to stream for a brief while on behalf of that young lady. With a smile, he resolved to keep the stream running for now. Equipped with the streaming device, Chen Ran entered the kitchen. Master Chen has come to the kitchen. Is he preparing a meal? What culinary masterpiece is he concocting today? The last national banquet dish truly delighted our eyes. Can he make the 9-turn fat intestine? I absolutely adore stuffed large intestine. It's simply exquisite. Viewers in the live stream were eager to discover what Chen Ran would create tonight. This evening, I shall refrain from crafting overly rich dishes, Chen Ran declared, shaking his head as he retrieved some fish he had caught earlier that day. Aside from the largest one, there lay a fresh mandarin fish. Mandarin fish? How will Master Chen prepare it? Today, I shall create a simple yet innovative dish. After a moment of thought, Chen Ran resolved to make a delicious mandarin fish soup. Mandarin fish soup? What is that? I've never heard of it before. Chapter 28. Mu Xiaonuan, where are your clothes? The fresh mandarin fish was skillfully scaled and cleaned, laid perfectly on the cutting board. With a sharp sound, Chen Ran began sharpening his knife on the whetstone. The crisp sound echoed throughout the live stream. Brothers, can you discern what Master Chen is about to do? I can't quite see, but it feels impressive. I'm slightly apprehensive. To be honest, seeing Master Chen so earnest, I too felt a twinge of anxiety. It wasn't the audience who felt anxious, but rather the serious demeanor of Chen Ran at that moment. His expression grave, and the way he was sharpening his knife was genuinely intimidating. Clang! The knife rang out as Chen Ran sharpened it. Then he plunged it straight into the mandarin fish's mouth. Crack! With a firm grip on the fish's spine, the slender short knife pierced through the fish's mouth, pressing down on its body. A flurry of movements followed, and with a powerful tug, swish! The fish head along with the spine was entirely extracted. The fish bones and head were removed flawlessly, yet not a shred of the fish meat was harmed. Incredible! The complete separation of bones and flesh. Surely, even the art of butchering a cow cannot compare. Truly, Master Chen's skills are remarkable. Such proficiency is what one expects from a culinary deity. Not a single piece of fish meat was damaged. His foundation is profoundly deep, and such knife skills cannot be attained without a decade of practice. The audience was utterly mesmerized, astonished by such extraordinary skill. Who could possibly replicate it? Even the most renowned chefs at state banquets could not achieve such finesse with ease. Look, Master Chen has begun to work with the fish. Everyone held their breath, unwilling to miss a single moment, curious about how Chen Ran would transform this perch into a flower. With a swift motion, Chen Ran's knife descended, slicing cleanly through, revealing glistening white fish flesh that dazzled the eyes. One after another, he expertly carved translucent, gossamer thin sashimi, as exquisite as jade, delicate as the wings of a cicada. The fresh fish fillets were gently pounded with a stick, seasoned with a trifecta of ingredients to eliminate any fishy smell. This meticulous process was nothing short of textbook perfection. It was classic, and his knife skills were truly exceptional. Impressive indeed. Master Chen spoke little, yet his swift and deft movements were a feast for the eyes. The audience in the live stream grew increasingly numerous. Chen Ran said little, but his actions were intensely captivating, bringing forth exclamations of delight. Next, we shall prepare a soup. Chen Ran did not intend to broadcast his actions, but even with this single statement, the focused angle of his profile prompted shrieks from the female viewers in the live chat. He retrieved the fish bones, still slightly attached to some flesh, and sauteed them alongside the fish head until golden brown, then simmered them into a snowy white fish broth. The soup was as milky as could be, even whiter than milk, leaving the viewers spellbound. This broth, so pristine, surpassed even the famed jadeback of the Zui Xiang Lu. Let's be honest. One must wonder what Master Chen will do next. His culinary prowess is otherworldly, and the untrained I may not discern it. Let's watch closely, for I have a feeling he will unveil something extraordinary. The audience sat in rapt anticipation, eyes widened in disbelief at Chen Ran's forthcoming actions. One by one, they were astonished as he artfully assembled the fresh fish slices into a stunning white rose, the petals folded together, resembling a bud on the verge of blooming. Is this an art form? A white rose. A bud of a white rose, crafted by Master Chen. It appeared almost surreal. Shh! Remain silent. Do not disrupt Master Chen. Observing this scene, the viewers were so enthralled that they scarcely dared to breathe, fearing their presence would disturb Chen Ran and mar this magnificent creation. Yet Chen Ran did not pause. Above the bubbling fish broth, he placed a steamer, arranging the fish slices in the shape of flower atop it, allowing steam to cook them to perfection. Moments later, it was ready. Chen Ran retrieved the steamed fish rose, placing it into a bowl, and gently poured the well-seasoned, milky fish broth over it. As the scalding broth cascaded down, the tightly held fish petals began to unfurl slowly, resembling a flower in full bloom. With the creamy broth flowing in, the white rose gradually opened, astonishing everyone. It was as if a spring breeze had arrived overnight, causing 1,000 pear trees to blossom. It was breathtakingly beautiful. This dish was akin to a magnificent painting unfolding before our eyes. The delicate blossoms, infused with my fervent creaminess, have melded us into one. Dear Canine, the live stream has erupted with excitement. To create a dish that is so visually stunning is nothing short of divine artistry, truly awe-inspiring. The Emperor, a goddess fond of watermelons, graciously rewarded the host with 3 magnificent rockets, leaving a comment. Indeed, this culinary masterpiece is executed flawlessly. Xiaonuan can barely manage to boil a soup. With her absence, one might speak ill behind her back. The Emperor, in jest, remarked, "Mr. Chen, your actions are quite unscrupulous. To tempt us so late at night has led me to treat my comrades to barbecue. I am quite incensed. Shall we engage in a duel in the desert? Let us embark on a grand reward." The aroma is indeed enticing, stirring the soul. Chen Ran inhaled the sweet fragrance, penetrating and rich. Even he found himself unable to resist swallowing a mouthful of saliva. How vibrant! Master Chen, I adore you. Might you send me that bowl? You upstairs, are you coveting that bowl of fish soup? It's not love for Master Chen. Go away. Dear, why not divorce Xiaonuan and come in my room? I have delectable creamy delights here, fresh and ready to drink. With such a husband, may we never part in our old age. I am quite hungry now, yearning for my husband to prepare a midnight snack for me. Gazing upon that picturesque bowl of delicacies, the audience could only watch in envy. Such is the husband of another. Oh, how I envy, eager to duel with Xiaonuan right now. Hey, look, Master Chen isn't eating himself. Indeed, he seems to be taking it away. What could this mean? The viewers in the live stream expressed their bewilderment, pondering what Master Chen's intentions might be. Attempting a novel dish for the first time, he sought someone to test its flavor. Chen Ran smiled faintly as he carried the fish soup and tender fish fillets toward Mu Xiaonuan's room. Knock, knock. Chen Ran rapped on Mu Xiaonuan's door. Who is it? I'm already asleep. The voice from within was distinctly flustered. Chen Ran had no inkling of the circumstances inside. Asleep, yet you can still speak? He found himself at a loss for words. What was this girl up to? Surely she wasn't angry because he had taken her phone? The door isn't locked, saw him coming in, with his arms laden. He set the culinary creation outside before nudging the door open with his phone. Creak. Upon entering and switching on the light, he was momentarily blinded by a brilliant white. Was it merely an illusion? Are you cold? Chen Ran turned, noticing that she was cocooned within her air-conditioned blanket, her small head peeking out. He was puzzled. After all, it was summer. I'm a bit chilly. Mu Xiaonuan clutched the blanket tightly, her shyness evident. Is there something you need? First, let me return this to you. Chen Ran handed her the phone. You should place it on the bedside table. Mu Xiaonuan did not extend her hand to receive it, instead gesturing with her lips to set it on the table. This girl, too lazy to reach out? Chen Ran shook his head, placing it on the bedside table. Mu Xiaonuan caught a glimpse, and suddenly her eyes sparkled. That is my live stream. Did you open it, husband? Yes. Chen Ran did not conceal anything, stating, I merely opened the stream to inform your fans of your situation. There will be no live broadcast today. It is such a simple matter. I could have conveyed it myself. Why all the concern? Mu Xiaonuan, undeterred, leaned in, intending to apologize to her audience for her absence. However, upon glancing at the screen, her eyes widened in astonishment as she nearly reached out, only to retract her hand in disbelief. Darling, am I seeing things? Mu Xiaonuan questioned, her surprise palpable as she noticed the number of viewers had surged to 800. Goodness. During her peak, she had barely managed 600 fans. How could there be so many now? Darling, Mu Xiaonuan's voice was sweet and gentle, reminiscent of a soft kitten. Did you do something to help me? Her eyes sparkled with delight, illuminating Chen Ran's face in that fleeting moment. Surely not. Chen Ran felt equally perplexed. I simply shared your situation with everyone and forgot to turn off the stream. I left it running for a while and did not anticipate that the online audience would swell by 200,000. You claim you did nothing. Mu Xiaonuan retorted. Then how do you explain the sudden influx of tens of thousands in gifts? That I cannot fathom. Chen Ran mused. What did he have done? He merely stood aside, engrossed in his own affairs, without engaging with the viewers. Perhaps it was simply due to his charm? He truly hadn't spoken much at all. After pondering, Chen Ran concluded that this could indeed be the case. Observing Chen Ran's expression of smug satisfaction, Mu Xiaonuan felt deflated. She wanted to cry. Each day, she exerted herself tirelessly during her broadcasts, her voice nearly worn to a whisper, and yet it seemed that simply standing there, Chen Ran drew more attention. How was that fair? Though Chen Ran possessed striking looks, Mu Xiaonuan was no less beautiful. They were not so different. As for performance, perhaps it would be prudent to experience Chen Ran's charm firsthand someday. Apologies, dear friends, but I sense you no longer require my presence today. So I shall end the broadcast, Mu Xiaonuan said with a hint of melancholy as she urged Chen Ran to disconnect. Once the stream was ceased, Chen Ran re-entered with a bowl of exquisite perch dish. Wow, it smells divine. Mu Xiaonuan inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her stomach growling in response. Is this for me? She exclaimed, gazing at the culinary masterpiece with glimmering eyes. Weren't you saying you were going to sleep? Now you wish to eat this? Chen Ran teased, glancing at her eager expression. Oh, please. Mu Xiaonuan pouted, swallowing hard with longing. I can't sleep without you. The you she referred to likely meant the dish, but if she were to misinterpret it as referring to herself, she would be at a loss. And lose the soup as well. Chen Ran smiled and shook his head, appreciating the little one's playful nature and her cleverness. Though she certainly had a knack for digging her own pitfalls. All right, I shall cease my jesting. You have injured your bones. Partake in some fish soup for nourishment. It shall be beneficial for you. Indeed, thank you, Brother Chen. Mu Xiaonuan was already captivated by the delightful aroma, her senses entranced, forgetting everything else. She was about to rise. You? At that moment, Chen Ran was suddenly startled. Just as Mu Xiaonuan was about to stand, he sensed something amiss. Your attire? Chapter 29. Do not depart. Mu Xiaonuan let out a sudden shriek, swiftly retreating into the covers. This is terrible. Forgot. Her neck flushed crimson, her speech faltering. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Curse it. Chen Ran's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. This girl truly ignites a fire. However, having witnessed such a startling scene, he felt somewhat justified in his inquiry, having already extended his apologies. How can you be without clothing? Are you some sort of exhibitionist? Unexpectedly, Chen Ran retorted sharply, questioning Mu Xiaonuan, leaving her utterly bewildered. No, Mu Xiaonuan was at a loss for words, feeling a sense of helplessness. Indeed, why was she without clothing? Brother Chen, please allow me to explain. Flustered, she exclaimed, I am not an exhibitionist. In a moment of desperation, she blurted out, Brother Chen, are you not aware of the practice known as sleeping in the nude? In her haste, Mu Xiaonuan's face turned beet red as she uttered such words. Chen Ran was momentarily speechless. This girl was adorably naive. Very well, drape this over yourself. Chen Ran stifled a chuckle, amused by her innocent charm, completely oblivious to the trap he had set for her. Oh, Chen Ran turned away, and Mu Xiaonuan obediently accepted the garment, then rustled about under the covers once more. This embarrassment would linger in Mu Xiaonuan's memory for a lifetime. Brother Chen, I am ready. The young girl not only donned the bathrobe, but also wrapped herself in the blanket, resembling a zongzi. They exchanged a glance, then quickly averted their eyes. Mu Xiaonuan's cheeks were flushed, extending to her ears and neck, shyly avoiding his gaze. Perhaps this was the aftermath of embarrassment. Even the most eloquent among them found themselves at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew quiet, thick with awkwardness. Please drink this. Chen Ran broke the silence first, pushing the delectable dish towards her. Oh, Mu Xiaonuan accepted the small bowl. The fish soup was neither too cold nor too hot, its rich aroma wafting through the air, instantly awakening her senses, making her salivate uncontrollably. Slurp. Unable to contain herself, she made sounds of delight as she drank, savoring the exquisite flavor. Akin to a nourishing rain gracing the earth, utterly delightful. Tender fish slices, fresh and flavorful, devoid of any fishy taste, retaining only the essence of their deliciousness. melted in her mouth, sending delightful shivers through her tongue. It was simply divine. Without uttering a word, Mu Xiaonuan focused intently on the delectable fish soup, relishing the tender fish slices, her gaze never lifting to meet Brother Chen's. Gurgle, gurgle. The young girl sipped eagerly, and soon the bowl of deliciousness was nearly empty. At this moment, Mu Xiaonuan gradually cast her gaze towards Chen Ran, her eyes glinting with a furtive curiosity. His strikingly handsome visage was simply breathtaking, his perfectly arched brows unfurling like a delicate scroll, evoking envy with their exquisite form. His alluring lips, slightly curled, emanated an air of confidence infused with an irresistible allure, stirring emotions that made one's heart flutter. Finished eating? Chen Ran suddenly lifted his head and glanced in Mu Xiaonuan's direction. Startled, she hastily lowered her head, feeling as though she had been caught red-handed in an act of thievery. What am I thinking? How can I entertain such indecent thoughts? I must have eaten too much. What was that saying? A full stomach leads to lewd thoughts? No. I never said that. Mu Xiaonuan abruptly shook her head, attempting to dispel her chaotic thoughts. So clean? As Chen Ran approached, he noticed her empty bowl and exclaimed, "Wow, you polished off a whole bowl of perch soup and meat. My appetite isn't that large." Mu Xiaonuan replied, her breath catching as she saw him coming, her earlier musings forgotten. Not large. Chen Ran's heart sank. If this was not considered a large portion, then what was? She had already eaten quite a bit. Mu Xiaonuan grew flustered, having been misunderstood by Chen Ran for the second time today. However, upon seeing the playful glint in his eyes, she finally realized he was merely teasing her. Recalling how she had previously been caught off guard by his gaze and his playful jibe about her attire, or lack thereof, she thought twice now. Chen Ran, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You rascal. Mu Xiaonuan felt a mix of urgency and irritation, yet, oddly enough, there was a hint of delight within her. Ahem, I should be going now. Chen Ran observed a shift in her demeanor, sensing that she had recognized his teasing and was looking for an excuse to escape. Don't go. Mu Xiaonuan interjected with an unexpected assertiveness, showcasing a charmingly adorable side that was both fierce and amusing. Although she was not truly angry, she certainly did not intend to let this teasing rascal off the hook so easily. I just remembered I have an unfinished painting. Chen Ran, not one to be easily fooled, realized she was seeking a chance to settle the score later. Just then, Mu Xiaonuan's stomach churned unexpectedly, causing her complexion to shift dramatically. She had consumed too much soup. This sensation came on suddenly and intensely, and the more she tried to suppress it, the stronger the urge became. Don't leave. As Chen Ran prepared to exit, Mu Xiaonuan, lying on the bed, bit her lip like a docile kitten, her voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Rest well and get some sleep. I'll come by in the morning for acupuncture. As Chen Ran turned to close the door, he caught sight of the little girl's pitiful yet subtly anxious gaze. In that instant, realization dawned upon him. Something was amiss. The first time he told her not to leave, and now again, his tone shifted significantly. Are you feeling unwell? Darling, Mu Xiaonuan whispered, her voice barely audible. Her delicate face flushed. Could you please hold me down for a moment? What do you intend to do? Chen Ran was taken aback, urging her. Your knee isn't fully healed. It's unwise to move around. I need to use the restroom. Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, beads of nervous sweat forming on her forehead as the urgency escaped her lips. Chen Ran stood momentarily stunned. Hurry! Mu Xiaonuan bit her lip tightly, looking as if she could no longer hold on. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ran scooped her up and rushed towards the restroom. Chapter 30. Bitten by a dog wrapping herself tightly in a bathrobe, the little girl managed to conceal her modesty this time, but the embarrassment was still overwhelming. This was Mu Xiaonuan's first encounter with such an urgent situation, but thankfully, Senior Brother Chen was right there beside her. I'll stand guard outside. You can relax. Chen Ran assured, closing the door securely and maintaining silence outside. Before long, the cheerful sound of running water echoed, causing Chen Ran's heart to race. He never imagined he would feel bashful over such a matter one day. All done. Soon, Mu Xiaonuan's shy voice came from the restroom. All right, I'm coming in. Chen Ran pushed the door open, finding her seated on the toilet, her legs tightly pressed together, her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. The atmosphere grew thick with awkward tension. Mu Xiaonuan attempted to break the ice, suddenly noticing his finger discreetly hidden behind him. Senior brother Chen, what happened to your index finger? Oh, this? Chen Ran instinctively tucked his finger further behind, having initially intended to conceal it, but was caught by her keen observation. It must have been bitten by a dog. Chen Ran fabricated a story. While I was handling fish, Mana tried to snatch it from me and accidentally bit me. Really? How terrible. Mu Xiaonuan's heart tightened upon hearing this, and she immediately inquired with concern. Are you all right? Is it serious? I'm fine. I've already taken care of it. Chen Ran dismissed her worries nonchalantly. That wretched Mantu was truly incorrigible. Mu Xiaonuan felt a surge of anger, convinced that her own mishap was somehow linked to that rascal. And worst of all, it had injured senior brother Chen. She vowed to settle the score with that creature later. It would not be forgiven. Woof. In a corner of the garden, the yawning Mantu seemed to sense something amiss, barking with suspicion, as if feeling a chill running through its fur. All right, the little rascal is merely playful. After all, it's just a dog. There's no need to take it too seriously, Chen Ran remarked lightly. I'll take you back now. Mu Xiaonuan skillfully opened her arms, feeling as though she had been cradled, like a princess, quite frequently lately. However, glancing at Chen Ran's injured finger, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Chen Shixiang acted out of self-interest. Had it not been for his desire to prepare that fish soup, he would not have been injured by the steam bun. It is essential to express gratitude towards Chen Shixiang. Mu Xiaonuan silently resolved within her heart. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the leisurely task. Prepare a meal in front of your fans. A leisurely life requires the art of sharing. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Top-tier, traditional Chinese medicine heritage 1. Ding! Reminder to the host. Top-tier traditional Chinese medicine heritage is currently loading. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have become a successor of top-tier traditional Chinese medicine. After Chen Ran escorted Mu Xiaonuan back, the system's notification echoed in his mind, revealing an extraordinary new ability. Top-tier traditional Chinese medicine heritage. This ability was rather formidable, rumored to possess miraculous healing powers that could astonish the world. With the right herbs, Mu Xiaonuan's knee would undoubtedly mend within a few days. Chen Ran contemplated, realizing that preparing medicinal cuisine would not only aid in her recovery, but also strengthen her constitution. Her minor injury was hardly a concern. Hello, Xiaoxu, what is the matter? Just as Mu Xiaonuan was about to settle down for the night, her phone rang unexpectedly. It was her dear friend Yin Shui calling. Xiaonuan, I heard about your knee injury. Is it serious? Are you all right? Speak up. Yin Shui's voice was filled with urgency, a stark contrast to her usual languid demeanor, now laced with seriousness. Mu Xiaonuan could almost visualize her friend's anxious expression on the other end of the line. Oh, it hurts so much, I feel like I'm dying. Xiaoxue, I need to discuss my will with you. Mu Xiaonuan, in a playful mood, exaggerated her tone and joked with Yin Shui. There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by silence. In that case, Xiaonuan, you should write a will first. I would want to delay you if you pass away before finishing it, so I'll hang up now. Yin Shui feigned concern in her tone. You little brat, how dare you hang up on me? Mu Xiaonuan grinned, thinking about the absurdity of their sisterly bond, questioning if such words were even human. Did she truly wish for her to be gone? Not feeling unwell anymore, are we? Look at you pretending. Yin Shui huffed, trying to deceive this princess into shedding tears. Do you think drinking a bowl of fish soup made you clever? What is the call for? Spit it out quickly, or I'll hang up. Now it seemed it was Mu Xiaonuan who was threatening to hang up on Yin Shui. You stubborn girl, have you grown wings? Dare to hang up, I dare you. Unexpectedly, an irate voice emerged from the receiver, sounding familiar, devoid of Yin Shui's usual anger. It resembled her mother's voice. Mom? Mu Xiaonuan attempted to call out. You remember your mother, do you? The voice on the phone was sharp and urgent. You little brat. You got married without telling us. You haven't called since that day. What on earth are you thinking? Confirmed. The voice belonged to her mother, Lu Xiaoxi. The name indeed carries an air of artistry. However, the temperament is undeniably fiery. Oh, my dear mother, please do not be upset. I am right here on the phone with you. Mu Xiaonuan's voice is sweet and soft, melodious as she plays the part of the affectionate daughter. Yet within her heart, she silently curses that wretched Xiaoxue. How could her mother visit her without even a prior notice? It left her on the receiving end of an unwarranted reprimand. All right, dear, do not let her provoke you. Quickly, inquire about the serious matters. A deep male voice resonated from the other end of the line. Mu Xiaonuan's father, Mu Chengfeng. Xiaonuan, I heard you are unwell. Were you injured? His tone softened considerably upon taking the call. Iem mifine, dud. Just a minor injury to my knee. A bit of rest, and I'll be as good as new. What? Your knee is injured. Suddenly, the calmness on the other end dissipated as her mother, Lu Xiaoxi, seized the phone with urgency. Daughter, what did the doctor say? Is it serious? Oh, please, I'm perfectly all right. I didn't even go to the hospital. Mu Xiaonuan declared proudly. My husband knows acupuncture. He said I just need some time to recuperate. What? Acupuncture? And you haven't been to the hospital? Lu Xiaoxi's voice rose in alarm. How can this be? Daughter, you must tell me honestly, what kind of person have you married? How can he be so unreliable? For an injury like yours, a hospital visit is essential. Xiaonuan, hand the phone to that man. Mu Chengfeng was equally indignant. With such a serious injury, how could she not seek medical attention? As a man, he must have a serious talk with this husband of hers. It's not that severe. Please don't worry. Mu Xiaonuan immediately regretted boasting about her husband, realizing it had provoked her parents' ire. One must never let pride cloud their judgment. What do you mean, don't worry? You are alone in the country. How can we not be concerned? Lu Xiaoxi muttered, Dear, let us discuss this. We should return home this month. No, please don't come. Panic set in for Mu Xiaonuan. Why would they come so soon? She and Chen Xixiang had barely spent any time together. If their true relationship were discovered, it would be disastrous. Mom, Dad, yes, you. My husband and I are quite happy, so please focus on enjoying your blissful life together. Mu Xiaonuan pleaded earnestly, as the saying goes. A married daughter is like spilled water. I am content. Xiaonuan, are you growing wings? Repeat that. Do not provoke your mother. Speak respectfully. Mind your own business. I intend to give this girl a lesson today. Sensing the escalating tension, Mu Xiaonuan felt her ears ring from her mother's fierce admonitions. She quickly chimed in, Mom and Dad, my husband is calling me to sleep. We wish to share a lovely and unforgettable night together. I must hang up now. Beep, beep, beep. Mu Xiaonuan decisively ended the call to evade further scolding. Oh dear, judging by their tone, they would not let this matter rest easily. Mu Xiaonuan hung up the phone, filled with anxiety. She could sense her parents' deep concern for her, and there was no telling when they might suddenly return to the country to see her. It seemed imperative to be cautious. She must not allow them to catch even a hint of anything amiss. Mu Xiaonuan resolved to have a conversation with Chen Xixiang the following day. They needed to prepare thoroughly and ensure that no traces were left behind. At that moment, in a luxurious villa abroad, Lu Xiaoxi slammed her palm onto the table in frustration, her face flushed with anger and her hands trembling. Dear, calm down. Xiaonuan is not a child without discretion. If something were truly amiss, she wouldn't sound so carefree over the phone, comforted Mu Chengfeng, who gently patted his wife's shoulder with a reassuring smile. Indeed, Auntie, Uncle is right. Xiaonuan is terrified of pain. She sounded lively on the call. So she must be fine, added Yin Shui, also trying to console her. Though Mu Chengfeng often appeared taciturn, he remained composed and astute during crucial moments, demonstrating exceptional judgment. You are so naive. Lu Xiaoxi shot a sharp glare at Mu Chengfeng, her voice tinged with a hint of sobs. Our daughter has injured her knee and got married without even informing us. As parents, we have truly failed her. On the surface, Lu Xiaoxi appeared to be a strong woman. Yet, intrinsically, she shared a soft, vulnerable nature akin to Mu Xiaonuan's. All right, let's return this week. In just a few days, Mu Chengfeng embraced Lu Xiaoxi, gently patting her back with tenderness. It will be a good opportunity to meet our son-in-law. Yes. Lu Xiaoxi nodded earnestly. Approaching 50, she still maintained her beauty, clad in a qipao and adorned with lustrous pearl necklaces. Her skin was taut, resembling that of a woman in her 30s, thanks to decades of dedication to dance and music. I'll go back to arrange my work. A new medication is about to be launched, and I need to oversee it, Mu Xiaonuan said after comforting Lu Xiaoxi, making his way back to the company to handle the preparations for their return. Xiaoxue, come here for a moment. Lu Xiaoxi called out just as Yin Shui was about to leave. Quickly, tell Auntie what Xiaonuan's husband is like. Auntie, won't you meet him soon? You'll see for yourself. Yin Shui replied with a forced smile. Xiaonuan's husband? It sounds pleasant, but truthfully, they hardly have any emotional foundation. It's all just an act. How can I explain that? Just share what you can. It will help Annie be better prepared. Lu Xiaoxi, feeling uneasy, wanted to inquire further about Chen Ran's situation, pulling Yin Shui closer with a smile. Don't worry, speak freely, and Annie promises to keep it confidential. Oh dear, Xiaonuan, you have put me in quite a predicament this time. Just wait and see how I will make you compensate. Yin Shui wore a bitter smile, feeling helpless. The following morning, Chen Ran rose early, having received the transmission of traditional Chinese medicine knowledge. He headed to the vegetable garden to gather a few medicinal herbs. Mr. Chen, you're up so early today. From a distance, the elderly Shun Qinggang greeted Chen Ran with a smile. His research institute was located not far from the estate, and since it utilized resources from Chen Ran's property, all research would bear Chen Ran's name, with the institute itself named after both of them, the Rangang Plant Research Center. I came to gather a few medicinal herbs. Chen Ran smiled and inquired, how has your recent research been? Elder Shun, don't mention it. Shun, in his 80s or 90s, still appeared vigorous, akin to someone in their 40s or 50s. Upon mentioning his research, his face lit up with uncontainable excitement. The harvest has been extraordinary. I've discovered numerous rare species of great academic value, and I've found several that are quite special, possibly even rare or extinct species, though I am not yet certain. Where are they? Show me, Chen Ran asked, momentarily curious. Here, these few specimens. Shun led Chen Ran to a unique area brimming with valuable herbs. This white one resembles yinbai, this purple one looks like a rare medicinal herb, and this colorful one I have never seen in ancient texts, so I am unsure. Shen pointed out 3 types of plants to Chen Ran. Chen Ran glanced at them and nodded. This white one is indeed called yinbai, a precious herb for treating wounds. It is said that Yinan Viao is developed primarily from this, though the formula is not perfect and its efficacy is not remarkable. Oh, Mr. Chen has some knowledge of herbs? Shen felt that Chen Ran seemed to possess considerable expertise in traditional Chinese medicine. I know a bit, Chen Ran smiled. By the way, I injured my finger. I'll prepare some medicine with this yunbai to treat it. Prepare it yourself? Shen adjusted his glasses, muttering in doubt. Had his hearing failed him as his eyesight had? However, subsequent events proved Shun had not misheard. Chen Ran indeed collected some leaves of yunbai, then searched for several other common specific herbs. All done. Crushing it all together and applying it to the wound will suffice. Chen Ran, utilizing the knowledge he gained from the supreme, traditional Chinese medicine heritage, mixed the herbs into a powder and applied it to his injured index finger. It felt pleasantly cool, seemingly quite effective. Is this really going to work? Shen wiped his glasses, expressing skepticism. Don't worry. In about 10 to 30 minutes, it will be fine. Chen Ran, exuding confidence, then asked Shun to identify the second unfamiliar herb. Ah, I didn't expect this plant to actually exist. Chen Ran's eyes brightened as he looked at the second specimen, exclaiming, this one has a purple stem, with clusters of purplish-red, star-shaped fruits hanging from its branches. If I remember correctly, it is called zixing. Zixing, Shen gasped, nearly losing his balance. Could it be the reviving zixing, rumored to have gone extinct last century? Once again, we encounter a species thought to be extinct, yet it has unexpectedly resurfaced. It is aptly named the revitalizing purple star. Chen Ran nodded, his expression tinged with melancholy, and remarked, the last century was tumultuous. Many resorted to this remedy for treating injuries and fractures. A mere application to the wound could save a life, even when a leg was broken. What followed? Elder Shun had already produced a notebook, hastily jotting down Chen Ran's words. Noticing his pause, he anxiously inquired, "Mr. Chen, is there further information about the revitalizing purple star? After all, even I have scoured ancient texts and found scant references to the purple star. Most have been lost to time. Yet, I never anticipated that you would possess such familiarity with it." Chen Ran then offered some traditional medicinal insights regarding the purple star. "You wish to know?" he asked, recognizing Elder Shun's expertise in botany. "Mr. Chun, you're even aware of its medicinal value?" Elder Shun was utterly astonished, and his excitement was palpable as he vigorously nodded, exclaiming, "I am eager to learn. You cannot fathom the impact this information will have on our academic community. Is it truly so significant?" Chen Ran chuckled, shaking his head before continuing. "It is not an extraordinary matter. In the last century, a renowned master utilized the purple star as a primary ingredient, supplemented by 8 common herbal remedies, to develop an ointment specifically for treating sprains and fractures, with efficacy exceeding that of pure purple star by more than tenfold. What? Such an extraordinary legend exists? The medicinal potential of the purple star is so immense." Elder Shun could hardly contain his excitement. Tenfold efficacy means it could be beneficial for those with bone injuries or fractures. While broken bones are a different matter, it proves remarkably effective for minor injuries or in the elderly suffering from osteoporosis, with rapid results. "Is it true, Master Chun? Do you possess the secret formula?" Elder Shun's breathing grew heavy as he fixated on Chen Ran, his gaze akin to that of a treasure hunter upon discovering a rare gem. Should this secret formula be revealed, it would undoubtedly surpass all existing remedies for treating sprains and osteoporosis, a true national treasure. A formula indeed exists. "Elder Shun, would you also desire a copy?" Chen Ran inquired with a smile, primarily intending to provide it to the young Mu Xiaonuan, who had injured her knee. Given her lively disposition, lying in bed all day would surely lead to her becoming ill. "Ah well." Elder Shin scratched the back of his head, a sheepish smile gracing his face. "If possible, I would indeed wish to request a portion for myself, as age has rendered my bones less resilient than those of you younger folks." "Not a problem. Elder Shun is a national talent. It would be best for you to continue contributing to the nation's health for another 50 years. Chen Ran held profound admiration for Elder Shun, a towering figure in academia who, despite his age, tirelessly persevered at the forefront of research, an endurance not easily matched by ordinary individuals. It feels a bit itchy." As they conversed, Chen Ran felt a slight itch in his knuckles. He peeled back the gauze and beheld the healing marks beneath the recently applied medicinal powder. To his astonishment, some of the once clear bite marks exhibited signs of recovery. This secret remedy was indeed effective. How marvelous! Elder Shin also noticed the change in Chen Ran's wound, promptly removing his spectacles and widening his eyes in disbelief. "The results are astonishing. This remedy is undeniably far superior to Yunnan Baiyao. The speed of healing is remarkable, and the newly formed flesh has left no trace of scarring. This outcome is truly unexpected." Chen Ran himself was taken aback, realizing that, in the brief span of their conversation, his wound had begun to mend. "So, Mr. Chen, what about that ointment for treating osteoporosis?" The elder could hardly contain his eagerness, especially upon witnessing the remarkable effects of Chen Ran's wound treatment. His anticipation for the miraculous osteoporosis remedy intensified. "I shall procure it shortly," Chen Ran replied with a light-hearted smile, noting the elder's unusual fervor. His gaze then fell upon the final plant, and he froze instantaneously. "Elder Shun, could this be the third specimen?" "Ah, yes. Indeed, this is the one." Elder Shin steadied his racing heart and regarded the third plant with grave seriousness. "This specimen is truly peculiar. In my extensive experience, I have never encountered a plant of this category. Unlike the previous Zixing, which I recognized as a medicinal herb, this one provides me with no clues whatsoever." In summary, even with Elder Shun's vast knowledge, he found this specimen to be enigmatic. At that moment, the plant appreciation guide in Chen Ran's mind was whirling rapidly, and he too felt a tinge of difficulty in recalling details, until he stumbled upon a few scant descriptions of this species among exceedingly rare specimens. Wufang grass. Chen Ran's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is indeed Wufang grass." Wufang grass? Is this a new taxonomic category? Elder Shun, entirely unfamiliar with this entity, was taken aback, questioning whether its vibrant, five-colored leaves might harbor any toxicity. Elder Shun, this matter is of great significance. Chen Ran's countenance grew even more serious than before. This plant, theoretically, belongs to a category of advanced flora in the evolutionary history of plants. Advanced flora? Elder Shun paused, quickly grasping the implication. Are you suggesting that this plant has a high degree of evolution and is likely a species that will appear in the future? Advanced flora, within the realm of evolutionary theory, refers to predicted future species. Typically, these species emerge hundreds or even thousands of years later, following the evolution of existing plants. Yet he could scarcely fathom that such an advanced species could manifest prematurely. It must be due to genetic mutation or the influence of extraordinary factors that triggered its emergence. Chen Ran speculated. The plant kingdom is shrouded in mystery and brimming with infinite possibilities. Current theories should be able to elucidate such phenomena. And I believe Elder Shen is more familiar with this than I am. For this particular plant, Chen Ran holds an unwavering belief. Moreover, the Plant Appreciation Guide not only catalogs existing flora, but also predicts a multitude of species that may emerge in the future. Among them is the vibrant five-color grass. If this truly is a forward-thinking plant, do you possess any further evidence? Mr. Shun is quite rigorous in his scholarly pursuits. If this is indeed an existing species, it could lead to a significant misunderstanding. There is indeed a piece of evidence. Chen Ran stated, there exists a traditional Chinese medicine formula wherein five-color grass is the primary ingredient, supplemented by 108 auxiliary ingredients, which can be crafted into a miraculous remedy for chronic myeloid leukemia, capable of curing this previously untreatable ailment. What? Mr. Shun was utterly bewildered. Is there truly such a wondrous formula in existence? This cannot be. He considered this notion to be an outrageous jest. Chronic myeloid leukemia currently has only one effective treatment, Gleevec, which cannot cure the condition and must be taken continuously. You claim that this herbal concoction can provide a cure? That is simply implausible. I too find it hard to believe. Chen Ran murmured in astonishment. Were it not for his profound inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine, he would hesitate to accept it. The crucial point is that both the Plant Appreciation Guide and the Inheritance of Traditional Chinese Medicine contain records of this five-color grass, and there is no doubt about it. If Mr. Shun is skeptical, then let us proceed this way. Chen Ran pondered for a moment, and then directly plucked a small leaf from the five-colored grass. Offering it to him, you may take this back to your headquarters for targeted testing. If it indeed proves effective in suppressing chronic myeloid leukemia, it would verify the truth of my claims. Mr. Shun hesitated for a moment, then resolutely declared, very well, I shall go at once. I will personally lead the team. If this is indeed the case, it will be a miracle that reverberates around the world. With that, Mr. Shun hurriedly departed with the sample, heading towards the capital to oversee the matter himself. It is truly on the brink of becoming a miracle. Watching Mr. Shun's retreating figure, Chen Ran murmured to himself, pondering that this might soon become a sensational event across the nation. Curing chronic myeloid leukemia? This could very well become the ninth wonder of the world. First, let me prepare the medicinal materials. Chen Ran decided to set this matter aside for the moment. He then gathered some herbs and, following the formula, prepared to create a special ointment to heal Mu Xiaonuan's injured knee. Ah, how terribly boring it is. I cannot go out and enjoy myself. And Chen Xixiang is not here. Lying in bed, Mu Xiaonuan felt utterly bored. She casually opened a live stream to pass the time by playing games. Knock, knock. At that moment, Chen Ran knocked on Mu Xiaonuan's door. Who is it? Please come in. Click. The door was unlocked, and Chen Ran opened it to find Mu Xiaonuan in her pajamas, lying in bed while live streaming. Seeing her gloomy expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. Would you like to go out for a stroll? Husband. Upon seeing Chen Ran, Mu Xiaonuan instantly perked up, her eyes narrowing into beautiful crescents. Yes, yes. Saying this, she opened her arms wide, her face brimming with anticipation. "What are you doing?" Chen Ran remarked, bemused by her silly pose. "Aren't you taking me out for a walk?" Mu Xiaonuan blinked her beautiful eyes and playfully said, "I still can't walk." The underlying message was a gentle plea for a hug. Chen Ran replied, "I have brought you a new ointment that works wonders. If you apply it to your knee, it might heal completely in just a couple of days." He raised the freshly prepared herbal balm in his hand. "Oh, is that so?" Mu Xiaonuan awkwardly lowered her open arms. "Ha! You must be overthinking things, dear host. Alas, my heart has been misplaced, and I am left without a hug. What kind of miraculous balm does Master Chen hold? Can it truly mend bone injuries?" The viewers in the live stream were curious about the substance Chen Ran held, which resembled a pale purple mass, akin to something soaked in tomato juice. "This is an ointment," Chen Ran thought to himself, observing Mu Xiaonuan's nonchalant demeanor. She seemed wholly skeptical about its healing properties. "Just turn around and apply it. Your leg will be better in no time." "Ugh, this scent is so pungent." Mu Xiaonuan wrinkled her nose, reluctant to comply. "Darling, can I skip it?" "Ha! Look at Xiaonuan's disdainful expression. It's simply perfect." The viewers found amusement in her reluctance, urging Master Chen to proceed with the application. They eagerly awaited the sight of the host applying the ointment, reminiscent of a pitiful dog clad in an uncomfortable outfit, its eyes brimming with sorrow. "You all just want to see me squirm." Mu Xiaonuan pouted, her adorable, flushed cheeks evoking a desire to pinch them. "This ointment is undoubtedly effective." Chen Ran nearly succumbed to the urge to pinch her delightful rosy cheeks. "How about this? Let's make a wager. If you're not healed within 3 days, I will unconditionally grant you one request. What do you say? Are you serious, darling?" Mu Xiaonuan perked up at his words. Realizing this was a sweet deal from her senior brother, she couldn't deny she was intrigued. "Well, have I ever deceived you?" Chen Ran observed her interest growing, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. "If I win and you recover within 3 days, what will you do?" "Let him play." The viewers chimed in. "Of course. We'll count sheep together in bed. 1 sheep, 2 sheep." The suggestion needed no further deliberation, as they were eager for whatever fun ensued. The audience erupted in laughter, causing Mu Xiaonuan to blush with embarrassment. "Silence, everyone," asked the moderator. "Ban those who are stirring up trouble." After a moment of sternness, she turned to Chen Ran and whispered, "How about this? If you win, I'll give you a role of your choosing. How does that sound? Is that so?" Chen Ran pretended to hesitate, though he was already contemplating what role he would have her play. "Very well, I suppose I can accept a minor loss." He feigned a look of defeat. "Deal." Mu Xiaonuan suddenly felt invigorated and excitedly addressed the audience in the live stream. "As you all can see, my husband and I have made a pact. If I win, he will grant me any request I desire. My dear, shall we use this live stream as a witness?" Underestimating the challenge ahead, Mu Xiaonuan confidently declared that the millions of viewers would serve as proof of her victory. "Are you certain?" Chen Ran replied with a peculiar gaze. Realizing that the girl had inadvertently dug her own grave, leaving no room for retreat. "I am absolutely certain, though I fear you might hesitate." Mu Xiaonuan's smile was radiant, her confidence unwavering. "I will not back down." Chen Ran, too, made a vow before the millions of viewers in the stream. Subsequently, Chen Ran proceeded to acupuncture Mu Xiaonuan's knee before applying a generous layer of ointment. "All right, the countdown begins now. Within 3 days, you will be fully healed." Chen Ran, with utmost seriousness, pulled out his phone to track the time. Could it be? Is this ointment truly capable of such miraculous effects? A sudden, inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped Mu Xiaonuan's heart. Soon, the first day passed. Mu Xiaonuan began to sense something amiss. Her knee felt itchy and warm, and she instinctively felt an urge to attempt standing. That day, Mu Xiaonuan gradually lost her smile. Alas, I must have been fooled. Yet, she could not voice her thoughts. Admitting defeat would mean losing. Thus, she feigned indifference as the second day arrived. By then, she felt nearly completely restored. In the stillness of the early morning, when no one was around, she found her legs could move with surprising ease. When the third day dawned, lying in bed, she felt her legs growing restless. The desire to get up and move was overwhelming. It felt like ants on a hot pan, her heart itching with impatience. but she had to hold back. Come on, Xiaonuan, you can do this. On that very day, a momentous event unfolded nationwide. According to reliable sources, the eminent botanist and venerable scientist, Mr. Shun Qinggang, in collaboration with a mysterious young man, had discovered a miraculous plant capable of curing chronic myeloid leukemia. Mr. Shun personally gave an interview, stating, "The five-color grass was not my discovery, nor is the formula for its use in curing chronic myeloid leukemia mine. I am merely a transporter. The true master is someone else, and everything is genuine. To those suffering from chronic myeloid leukemia, you have hope. All patients worldwide, you are saved." In an instant, news spread like wildfire, capturing global attention. Mr. Shun and the enigmatic young man became the subjects of international headlines clamoring for coverage. Amidst this whirlwind, Chen Ran, hailing from a rural estate, only learned of these developments when Mr. Shun returned for another visit. "Well, Mr. Shun, I trust one have not deceived you?" Chen Ran smiled gently, noting the vibrant, rosy complexion and lively steps of Mr. Shun. "Master Chen, you truly embody the essence of the phrase, a peerless national hero." To my astonishment, Mr. Shun's demeanor towards Chen Ran has become markedly more reverential, elevating him to the status of a revered master. "Your knowledge and insight far surpass our own. You have, indeed, become the savior of the entire world." Mr. Shun's words were laden with gravity. Chen Ran chuckled softly. The emergence of the five-colored grass was purely fortuitous. However, whether this secret formula can genuinely cure chronic myeloid leukemia necessitates further clinical trials. We must not rush this matter. Of course, Mr. Shin reiterated, then regarded Chen Ran with a mix of eagerness and hesitation. "Is there something else you wish to request?" "Ah, it pertains to the purple star," Mr. Shin replied, somewhat sheepishly. "It is evident that, Master Chen, your formula holds immense value. Previously, I sought the remedy for osteoporosis, which may have been somewhat presumptuous. Nevertheless, I am willing to offer a considerable price, as I truly wish to obtain it." Having undergone a series of recent events, he now genuinely regarded Chen Ran as an extraordinary figure beyond the mundane world. Despite his own considerable reputation and status, he appeared profoundly respectful in Chen Ran's presence. "Do not be modest, Mr. Shun. I shall arrange for a portion to be sent to you shortly. There happens to be someone currently using it. We shall first observe the results." Chen Ran's gaze inadvertently flickered towards Mu Xiaonuan, who lay beside him. "Oh!" Mr. Shun exclaimed, now noticing Mu Xiaonuan reclining on the bed, particularly the special ointment applied to her knee, and he swiftly grasped the situation. "How does Madame Chen feel?" Mr. Shun inquired with great curiosity. "Do you sense a slight sting in your knee, accompanied by a warming sensation? That indicates your bones are nearly healed. You might try standing up to test it." "Not at all. I still feel quite numb," Mu Xiaonuan replied, her face calm but her heart racing, for she had lied. "How can that be?" Mr. Shin appeared incredulous and persisted in his persuasion. "You should at least attempt to move that knee. Do you not feel anything?" Mu Xiaonuan shook her head. "This." Mr. Shun was about to say more, but was gently urged to refrain by Chen Ran. "How about this, Mr. Shun? You may return for now, and I shall conduct further examinations here." "Very well." Mr. Shun acquiesced and took his leave. As the 3 days had elapsed, Chen Ran turned his gaze towards Mu Xiaonuan. His eyes filled with doubt. "It cannot be. The secret formula is undoubtedly effective, as my fingers have completely healed. I don't know. Perhaps your formula is a sham? I feel nothing." Mu Xiaonuan was engrossed in a drama, munching on snacks, exuding an air of "I wish to indulge in solitary bliss. Please do not disturb me." This is unexpected. Due to the remarkable skill of the young lady's acting, even Chen Ran found himself momentarily at a loss. However, Chen Ran offered her a glass of water, saying, "Do not consume so many snacks. They are quite dry. Drink more water." "Thank you, dear," Mu Xiaonuan replied, fully immersed in her role, showing no signs of suspicion whatsoever. Glug, glug. The young lady embraced the water cup and drank heartily. "Take your time. No need to rush. No one is competing with you," Chen Ran advised her, but Mu Xiaonuan was indeed thirsty and downed a large cup in one go. Why does it taste a bit salty?" She smacked her lips, sensing something was off. Perhaps the lemon had a hint of salt? After pondering for a moment, Chen Ran said, "Let me get you another cup." He replaced it with a fresh drink. Gulp, gulp, still a bit salty. Mu Xiaonuan drank it down. While the initial taste was unremarkable, there was a slight bitterness lingering afterward. This was the brilliance of Chef Chen. Despite the water's flaw, he still managed to make it drinkable. Should I make another one? No need, I'll just have juice. Mu Xiaonuan opened a can of coconut juice and savored it. Gulp, gulp. However, just after finishing, her stomach let out an odd growl. Not now. Her expression changed. She realized she had drunk too much and needed to use the restroom. Husband. Mu Xiaonuan looked at Chen Ran pleadingly. Could you help me to the bathroom? Just a moment, he replied, engrossed in his game. We're in the final circle. Wait a minute or two. How much longer? Mu Xiaonuan was feeling increasingly uncomfortable, wanting to be discreet as a young lady. Every second felt like an eternity. Though Chen Ran was focused on his phone, his gaze remained on Mu Xiaonuan, observing whether she was genuinely in distress or merely pretending her knee was still injured. Suddenly, without warning, Mu Xiaonuan tumbled off the bed, exclaiming, "Ouch!" What happened? Chen Ran tossed his phone aside and rushed over. Are you hurt? Why did it take you so long? Mu Xiaonuan, looking quite pitiful, pointed weakly toward the bathroom. Please take me there. All right, hang in there. Chen Ran felt a pang of guilt. She had fallen. Perhaps her knee truly was not healed. Was a remedy really flawed? Oh, what a relief. Mu Xiaonuan finally sighed in the bathroom, but sitting on the toilet, she comfortably stretched her legs, especially massaging her injured knee, complaining, honestly, if I had to keep still, I would have lost all feeling in this knee. Now, this is much better. She stretched her calves comfortably, appearing completely recovered. Chapter 32. Are you secretly drawing me because you like me? Chen Xixiang, I'm better now. All right, I'm coming in. Chen Ran entered the bathroom and lifted Mu Xiaonuan off the toilet, placing her gently on the sofa in the room. 2 more hours. Mu Xiaonuan felt exhilarated. Yes, she had successfully navigated this hurdle with Chen Xixiang. Victory would ultimately be hers. As she opened her live stream, Mu Xiaonuan prepared to begin. Woof! Just then, Manta unexpectedly ran in. This little pup, since being adopted by Chen Ran, had transformed from a scrawny little thing to nearly a plump ball. So chubby, this creature had an insatiable appetite and was predisposed to gain weight. Woof woof! The little creature was quite delighted, happily chirping as it made its way over to Mu Xiaonuan, where it began to rub against her feet. Go away! Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, startled, her previously still legs jolting in surprise. In that instant, their gazes locked, a sudden encounter. Mu Xiaonuan realized her cover was blown. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stared at the bun on the ground, feeling an urge to obliterate it. 3 days. She had endured for a full 3 days. Even just moments ago, she had risked a fall to maintain her secret. Now everything was ruined, and it was all due to this little rascal. This felt akin to a grand dam collapsing due to an anthole, or dying a humiliating death at the hands of a mere underling. An utter disgrace, a profound insult. Boom! Mu Xiaonuan recognized that there was no longer any need to pretend. She sprang up and charged towards the bun. Woof! Woof! The bun, resembling a bouncing ball, scurried away with its short legs, yelping in panic as it raced for safety. This little one was quite the dramatist, even before she could catch it. Its heart-wrenching cries echoed in the air. It was time to settle the score, both old and new. Mu Xiaonuan, in a fit of exasperation, completely shattered her image as a gentle and adorable girl, all thanks to the bun. Within the estate, the sound of the dog's lament filled the air. Wow, this is intense. We're witnessing a canine showdown right from the start. Master Chen, amidst the chaos, congratulated himself. It seems the streamer is losing. Just yesterday, she had boasted of certain victory. Yet today, the tides had turned. The live stream erupted into a frenzy, everyone astonished by the sight of the hosts unraveling, left speechless and uncertain of what to say. Chen Ran had won the wager. According to the terms, Mu Xiaonuan had to comply with his request. So, how do you wish to play? Exhausted, Mu Xiaonuan lay back on her bed, having surrendered resistance. A nurse? A schoolgirl? Or perhaps something from an anime? Choose whatever you like. This was all so embarrassing. Chen Ran felt a twinge of guilt, sensing he was somewhat taking advantage of the girl. yet he found himself rather enjoying it. Let us do them all. No. Mu Xiaonuan's face turned pale in terror. Was this going to be the end of her? Just then, her phone rang beside her, saving her from imminent doom. What? They've landed? On their way here? All right, Xiaoxue. Hold them off for a while. Yes. As long as you can. The call was hasty. After hanging up, Mu Xiaonuan slumped like a wilted eggplant. What is wrong? Are they close? Chen Ran seemed to have an inkling, recalling that Mu Xiaonuan had shared this news with him days ago. However, he had not anticipated her parents would arrive so swiftly. What to do? Faced with the daunting prospect of meeting her parents, Mu Xiaonuan ended her live stream, feeling a bit anxious. Don't worry, with so many people around. They won't notice anything amiss. Chen Ran had already devised a plan. If things got too chaotic, Mu Xiaonuan's parents would naturally be oblivious to any peculiarities. Thus, Chen Ran's solution was to hold a personal art exhibition. The venue was to be his own countryside estate. Hello, is this Mr. Lung? This is Chen Ran. Yes, everyone on your end is welcome. I have completed several paintings. All right, I shall await your arrival to set up the venue. Chen Ran made a call to Mr. Lung, who would assist him in organizing the exhibition. Meanwhile, an exasperated Lu Xiaoxi lamented, "What on earth are you doing? How much time have you wasted with all these phone calls? Just got off the plane, and Mu Chengfeng has been inundated with calls, one after another. And let's be understanding of Uncle. After all, he is the company president. Why don't we have a meal first?" Yin Shui, who had accompanied them, suggested, hoping to buy some time. My apologies. A significant event has recently transpired that greatly impacts our pharmaceutical company. Mu Chengfeng arrived, his face etched with apology. It happened suddenly, and I had no control over it. Let us hurry. We need to check on our daughter. I can only relax once I know she is safe. I have already arranged for the car. We shall depart immediately. Mu Chengfeng was indeed reliable in his dealings. Xiaoxue, I'm afraid you'll have to endure a little longer. If you're hungry and has some food, Lu Xiaoxi said apologetically. It's quite all right. Yin Shui replied with an understanding smile, though she sighed inwardly. Xiaonuan, I've done my part. Now you must fend for yourself. What has your company so busy lately? Lu Xiaoxi complained during the ride. Your phone hasn't stopped ringing. After a moment of silence, Mu Chengfeng exhaled heavily. I just received news that internationally, academician Shun Qinggang and a young individual have discovered a critical drug that could potentially cure chronic myeloid leukemia, a disease previously deemed incurable. Now my company, along with all international pharmaceutical firms, is eager to make contact with academician Shun or that mysterious youth. Yet no one can reach either of them. Lu Xiaoxi was taken aback. This sounds monumental. If we manage to connect with academician Shun or that enigmatic young man, it would be a tremendous opportunity. Indeed, Mu Chengfeng said with a weary smile as he rubbed his temples. It's fortuitous that we are returning home. We can inquire about academician Shun's whereabouts. Lu Xiaoxi nodded in understanding. Half a day later, having followed the leads they gathered, the group finally arrived at Taoyuan town. Why are there so many cars here? Upon reaching the town, they noticed numerous vehicles parked. You outsiders may not know, but today, Taoyuan Village is hosting an art exhibition of considerable stature. The attendees are quite distinguished. A kindly elder lady explained. An art exhibition? What sort of exhibition could possibly be held in a village? Lu Xiaoxi and Mu Chengfeng exchanged glances, both registering their indifference. Could an exhibition in the countryside truly be regarded as such? Let us proceed directly to the village. However, just as they were prepared to settle in Taoyuan Village, the driver informed them that the road was too bumpy for a vehicle, and they must walk to their destination. Where has this daughter gone to marry? Could she be deceiving us? If even a car cannot enter, what sort of person has she wed? Lu Xiaoxi and Mu Chengfeng arrived at this place, feeling their hearts sink to the depths. Surely, she has not been abducted? Aunt, uncle, please refrain from wild speculation. With this time, we should hasten our journey. Yin Shui advised. We have come this far. It is best to move quickly. Xiaoxue is right. Let us go, and we shall soon ascertain the truth about her situation. Mu Chengfeng dragged the suitcase and took the lead towards Taoyuan Village. Is this truly Taoyuan Village? After a long trek, their legs numb, the trio finally arrived at their destination. Where's the village? It appears to be merely a single villa. This is no villa. It is a manor, much larger than a villa. Surely you have never seen one like it. A manor? It indeed seems to surpass several villas in size. Lu Xiaoxi gazed at the expansive, picturesque, and grand estate before her, inhaling deeply as her heart and perspective expanded. This manor is quite appealing. However, where will Xiaonuan and the others reside? Mu Qingfeng glanced around and spotted what seemed to be a temporary research facility not far away. Should we go and inquire? Mu Qingfeng led the way towards the Rungun Plant Research Center. At that moment, Shun Qinggang was changing clothes at the center, having also been invited to attend Chen Ran's art exhibition. I'm sorry, this area is not open to the public. To their surprise, as soon as they reached the entrance, Mu Qingfeng was halted. We are not entering. We merely wish to inquire about someone. Just as Mu Qingfeng attempted to explain, the esteemed Shun Qinggang emerged from the center. What is the matter? As the person in charge of the center, Shun Qinggang commanded great respect. May I ask who you are? Observing the trio, whose attire and demeanor suggested they hailed from a major city, he presumed they were there to see Master Chen's exhibition. No, we are looking for someone. Lu Xiaoxi began to speak, but was interrupted by an excited voice. Shun Qinggang? Professor Shun? Mu Qingfeng gazed in astonishment at the elderly man before him, his expression barely containing his excitement as he compared the man to a photo on his phone. Almost speechless with joy. Do you know me? Shun Qinggang looked at the man before him with suspicion. Greetings, I am from a pharmaceutical company. Mu Qingfeng presented a business card respectfully, saying, I have heard you recently made a breakthrough. Apologies, I do not know you, and you should not seek me. To his dismay, before he could finish, he was rejected by Professor Shun. Moreover, I cannot make decisions regarding this matter, so seeking me would be futile. The elderly gentleman's words were resolute, and his refusal was unmistakable. After speaking, he prepared to leave. Alas, Professor Shun, Mu Qingfeng, feeling anxious, was just about to pursue him. Huh, Dad Mom? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from not far away. Xiaonuan, my daughter. In an instant, Mu Qingfeng and Lu Xiaoxi turned around and beheld their longed-for daughter, dashing towards her with uncontainable joy. Mom and Dad, although she had not expected their arrival, the bonds of blood proved stronger than anything, and Mu Xiaonuan was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing them. You little rascal, you have worried us sick. Lu Xiaoxi could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her cheeks. All right, as long as we see Xiaonuan is safe, that's all that matters. Though Mu Qingfeng maintained his composure, his eyes were also reddened with emotion. What about your leg? In that moment, both Mu Qingfeng and Lu Xiaoxi managed to regain their composure, scrutinizing their daughter from head to toe. You haven't lost weight, they noted, glancing down at her legs in astonishment. What's this? You're perfectly fine? This revelation left them utterly bewildered. Hadn't she sustained a bone injury? Surely, it couldn't have healed so quickly. Did I not mention? My husband possesses extraordinary medical skills. He treated me in just 2 days. Look, I can jump around without a care. And see, there's not even a scar on my knee. To prove her well-being, Mu Xiaonuan bounced playfully in place. Indeed, you're truly fine. How miraculous. They were astonished. Who would have thought her husband was so capable? Mu Qingfeng and Lu Xiaoxi could finally breathe a sigh of relief, although their curiosity about her husband only deepened. Just then, a soft cough interrupted them. It was old Master Shun. Madam Shun, who are these two? Your esteemed parents? Old Master Shun's eyes were filled with confusion and astonishment. Yes. Mu Xiaonuan smiled brightly, revealing 2 charming dimples, and pulled her parents before old Master Shun. Mom and Dad, allow me to introduce this impressive individual. He is academician Shun Qinggang, a luminary in the field of botany, akin to a founding father, a great scientist. Haha, Xiaonuan. There's no need for introductions. We have already made acquaintance. Mu Qingfeng interjected, concerned that his daughter might inadvertently offend the esteemed elder. Haha, Mr. Mu. Do not hold a grudge against this old man for my previous demeanor. To Mu Qingfeng's surprise, Shun Qinggang stepped forward and warmly shook his hand. Previously, the old man had been rather aloof and dismissive. Who would have thought he would now display such enthusiasm? Oh, no. You are far too gracious, old master. I was overly forward at first. My sincerest apologies. Mu Qingfeng felt a delightful surprise wash over him. All right now, Dad. Old Master Shun, let's not linger. We must hurry as the art exhibition is about to commence. Mu Xiaonuan urged, casting an extra glance at Old Master Shun. Old Master Shun, my husband insists that you must be present today. Absolutely. Shen Qinggong's spirits lifted at the mention of Master Chun. Mr. Mu, I understand your inquiry regarding the five-color grass. He responded, addressing Mu Qingfeng with a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Upon recognizing the nature of their relationship, Old Shun's demeanor transformed into one of remarkable cordiality. To speak frankly, he said, I am merely a figurehead in this endeavor. Everything else belongs to your son-in-law. What? Mu Qingfeng exclaimed, taken aback. It all belongs to my son-in-law? What do you mean by that? He found it hard to fathom that this son-in-law, whom he had never met, possessed such immense capabilities. The five-colored flower was something your son-in-law informed me about, prompting me to conduct tests. As for the herbal remedy capable of curing chronic myeloid leukemia, that too is in his possession. Your son-in-law is quite remarkable. If you wish to collaborate, I suggest you approach him directly. Seeking me would be futile. Old Shun conveyed the truth candidly. What? Mu Qingfeng gasped, scarcely able to believe his ears. Are you suggesting that the herbal remedy, which could astound the world, belongs to my son-in-law? All the techniques and formulas are under his control. He is the principal authority for this project. His mind buzzed, as if it might explode from the revelation. Could it be that the son-in-law he had never seen was even more formidable than Old Shin? Surely, he wasn't dreaming? With a swift motion, Mu Qingfeng slapped his own face in disbelief, the sound echoing enough for those nearby to hear. You fool! Lu Xiaoxi shot him a disapproving glance, her discontent evident. Mu Qingfeng grimaced in pain, but then erupted into laughter. I never imagined my son-in-law would be such an extraordinary young talent. How embarrassing for me! As he observed various social elites arriving at the estate, Lu Xiaoxi tugged at his ear, warning, don't bring shame upon our daughter, or we shall pretend not to know you. Is it necessary to be so excited over a project? You wouldn't understand. Regardless, I, Mu Qiangfeng, have acknowledged this son-in-law. His tone was resolute. Though he had yet to meet Chen Ran, he felt quite pleased. For what you all say, that young man seems quite capable, but most importantly, we must assess his feelings for our daughter. Lu Xiaoxi huffed, insisting that the depth of his affection for their daughter was crucial. We are very affectionate, so you need not worry. Mu Xiaonuan chimed in cheerfully, then took Lu Xiaoxi's hand to enter the estate. As they stepped into the manor, Lu Xiaoxi was instantly captivated by its ethereal beauty. The expansive and majestic estate was elegantly luxurious, yet harmoniously blended with nature, particularly in the courtyard, where the stunning cherry blossom trees were breathtakingly beautiful. This place is simply exquisite, Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, unable to resist, twirling on her toes, inhaling deeply. Utterly enraptured by the sweet-scented air, she turned to Mu Xiaonuan, marveling, this estate is truly magnificent. Its owner must possess exceptional taste. No wonder they are hosting an art exhibition here. My dear, who is the proprietor of this art exhibition? Is it a friend of your husband? Chapter 33. Who is the owner of the estate? What? You all are unaware of who the owner of this estate is? Mu Xiaonuan felt as though she had been talking for ages, her throat parched, yet her parents seemed utterly oblivious. Instinctively, she glanced back at Yin Shui, only to realize that she had likely revealed nothing at all. Truly good sister. In fact, her uncle and aunt, the owners of this estate, were merely ordinary individuals. Just as Mu Xiaonuan was about to convey this thought, Yin Shui opened her mouth, ready to say something. However, Mu Xiaonuan suddenly interjected, wrapping her arms around Yin Shui and sweetly smiling at her parents. What I mean is, the owners of the estate are just normal people, nothing particularly extraordinary. You really don't need to be so curious. You little girl, they own such a vast estate. Those thousands of acres of land likely belong to them. By that measure, they are certainly not ordinary. Lu Xiaoxi shot a glare at her daughter, as if to say that she had never witnessed true wealth. The audacity of her daughter's remarks was amusing. I believe Xiaonuan has a point. Mu Qingfeng interjected in agreement. At the end of the day, they are just people, with perhaps a bit more wealth. If they lack virtue and talent, then what is the significance? You two are quite the pair. You haven't even met the owner, yet you're already questioning their virtue and talent. At least their strength is evident, Lu Xiaoxi remarked, somewhat dissatisfied, before suddenly turning to Mu Xiaonuan. Where is your husband? How come we haven't seen him yet? Surely he should come to greet us, with both his father-in-law and mother-in-law present. My husband is quite the busy man today, entertaining guests. Mu Xiaonuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief as she concocted a grand surprise for her parents. She wondered what their expressions would be like when they learned that the owner of the estate was her husband. How delightful it would be. Ahem, uncle and aunt. I think Yin Shui suddenly interjected, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the moment. Why don't we just have Xiaonuan call her husband over now? However, before she could finish her thought, Mu Xiaonuan swiftly covered her mouth. What you two up to? Lu Xiaoxi furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss, as if a conspiracy were afoot. No, nothing at all. Mu Xiaonuan replied with an innocent smile, then quietly shot a glance at Yin Shui, playfully threatening. You better not say a word, or I will cover your mouth. Oh, look who's getting bolder. Yin Shui pried Mu Xiaonuan's hand away, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Just wait. Tonight, I shall thoroughly teach you a lesson, and you will find it difficult to get out of bed tomorrow. With that, she swayed her slender waist and confidently walked ahead. What's up with that? Mu Xiaonuan watched Yin Shui's retreating figure, letting out a soft huff. I clearly have a better figure than her, so why does she seem so captivating when she walks? She felt as though she was lacking something. Within the estate, guests flowed in like a tide, many of whom were friends of Mr. Lung, including notable figures from the art world. These paintings are truly of high caliber. Lu Xiaoxi and her companions entered the exhibition hall, which housed numerous artworks, some of which were brought by Mr. Lung and his friends for mutual appreciation. Of course, they were not the stars of today's event. Nonetheless, Lu Xiaoxi found herself somewhat dazzled. Being an artist herself, she possessed a profound understanding of these pieces. The more she examined them, the more she felt a sense of awe. Is this real? Am I mistaken? This is the sunset painting, which was auctioned for a staggering 1 million. The brushstrokes are soft and delicate, and the artistic conception is exquisite. Yet here it is. My goodness. Isn't this the Fuchin painting? It fetched an astronomical price of 8 million, being one of the most representative works of realism. They have managed to acquire such a masterpiece for this exhibition. Good heavens! Am I dreaming? Isn't this Mr. Lung's work? Lu Xiaoxi stood transfixed before a particularly showcased painting, utterly mesmerized. It was Mr. Lung's portrait of Xiao Jiang. Rumor has it that it was auctioned for a record-breaking 14 billion, setting a new benchmark in the art world. Mu, come quickly. A rare treasure has appeared. Lu Xiaoxi hastily called for Mu Qingfeng, urging him to take a look at this remarkable painting. What painting has you so astonished? Mu Qingfeng asked with a wry smile. His wife had a flair for the arts. Aside from often singing and dancing, she was well-versed in calligraphy and painting, and whenever she encountered something exceptional, her excitement was palpable. Look, do you recognize this painting? Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, her excitement rendering her somewhat incoherent. Last time, it was featured on television. The piece that sold for 14 billion. It's a masterpiece by Mr. Lung. Mr. Lung's work? Mu Qingfeng was taken aback, although he was not well-versed in the field. Mr. Lung's name resonated widely, even among those outside the art world. Let me take a closer look. He moved in for a better view, and the intricate details of the brushwork left him feeling dizzy. Truly, a master-esque creation. Do you think the owner of this estate is Mr. Lung? Could this exhibition be a personal showcase of his works? Lu Xiaoxi suddenly speculated, her imagination running wild. Indeed, the thoughts of this seasoned housewife were quite whimsical. That is a possibility. Mu Qingfeng responded with a smile, observing the excitement and sparkle in his wife's eyes. It must be. If that is the case, then Mr. Lung is surely nearby. Lu Xiaoxi was exhilarated, for Mr. Lung had always been her idol, yet he remained elusive, having never met her in person. Thus, her anticipation was palpable. Just as Lu Xiaoxi was caught up in her excitement, Mu Xiaonuan approached, clearing her throat in a peculiar tone, as if relishing in mischief. But how strange! Why is such a valuable painting here? Yet no one is admiring it. Where is everyone looking? You little rascal. Are you trying to stir trouble? Lu Xiaoxi nearly felt her freshly curled chestnut locks stand on end, finding the girl increasingly irksome today. Xiaonuan, mind your words. Mu Qingfeng feared that his companion might be disheartened, leading to a series of unfortunate days ahead. However, it must be said that the crowd gathered over there was indeed substantial, almost as if everyone had converged in that direction. As Mu Qingfeng's words faded, he instinctively glanced toward the center of the exhibition area, a prime location where several paintings appear to be displayed. Just as Lu Xiaoxi was about to express her displeasure, her gaze inadvertently shifted and her eyes instantly brightened. Goodness, is that not Mr. Lung? To her surprise, Mr. Lung had truly made an appearance today. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxi completely disregarded Mu Xiaonuan and dashed forward. Chapter 34. My dear daughter, what gives you the confidence to believe you deserve Master Chen? Mr. Lung. Lu Xiaoxi's admiration stemmed purely from her appreciation of his extraordinary artistic talent, a reflection of her reverence for his art. What was Mr. Lung engaged in? Upon rushing over, Lu Xiaoxi halted, refraining from interrupting Mr. Lung, for she noticed him explaining a painting. Ladies and gentlemen, this painting can be deemed a masterpiece among landscape paintings from the past decade, Mr. Lung exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the artwork before him. The lines are robust and vigorous, with minimal brushstrokes that reveal a vast and enchanting twilight landscape. Here and here, though only sketched with a few strokes, one can perceive the painter's transcendent state of mind. This, even seasoned artists of remarkable skill often fail to achieve. The brushwork and the artistic conception are all of the highest caliber. At first glance, this painting immerses one in a beautiful and natural landscape. So much so that even in slumber, one feels as though they are nestled within this exquisite scene. This artwork rivals my exorbitantly priced piece, and due to its grand and majestic ambience, it has the capacity to broaden one's horizons. Thus, if this were to be auctioned, its value would likely exceed that of my previously auctioned piece. Upon uttering these words, the audience erupted in astonishment, countless individuals invigorated by the sight of the landscape painting, igniting immense interest. What a stunning piece! I find myself utterly captivated. Initially, Lu Xiaoxi's entire focus was on Mr. Lung, but just a fleeting glance at the landscape painting momentarily stole her attention. Its grandeur and serene depth evoked an irresistible desire to envision life within the painting. It was simply astonishing. Whose work is this? Lu Xiaoxi was genuinely astounded, and at last, she comprehended why everyone flocked to this painting instead of the portrait. If given a choice, she too would ultimately select to view this masterpiece. Judging a person by their art, the creator of this painting must possess a broad-minded and transcendent spirit, surely not someone of their ordinary ilk. Could it possibly be Mr. Lung? Had this been prior, she would have had no hesitation in believing so. But after hearing Mr. Lung's interpretation, along with the profound essence of the painting, she found herself questioning whether her assumption about Mr. Lung was somewhat unfounded. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of our gathering today is to celebrate this magnificent painting, and it is my honor to introduce our new generation of extraordinary master painter, Mr. Chen. At this very moment, as the ethereal beauty of Lu Xiaoxi unfolds, Mr. Lung suddenly announces that the protagonist of this artwork has made his appearance. Master Chen has finally graced the art exhibition with his presence. My goodness, prior to my arrival, I had heard Mr. Lung speak of Mr. Chen as a remarkable individual, yet I find myself questioning that assertion. He is undeniably a handsome figure. Lord Ban, a young prodigy, I would dare to call you the most striking man in the history of the art world. Perfection, simply perfection. Such a dashing man undoubtedly creates the most exquisite works of art. In recent years, our nation's art scene has witnessed a plethora of talent. First, we had Mr. Lung, and now we have Master Chen, a true duo of brilliance. The attendees are in awe of Chen Ran's appearance, which has captivated all present. No matter how elegantly dressed the guests may be, they pale in comparison to Chen Ran's radiance. What a perfect man! Is this truly the original creator? Lu Xiaoxi gazes at Chen Ran in a daze, her eyes shimmering with a blend of astonishment and admiration. Ah, old Mu sighs silently at the side, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, the young man on stage shines so brightly that even he is taken aback. It seems his wife is destined to acquire yet another idol. Mom, what do you think? I told you. Master Chen is surely more impressive than Mr. Long, isn't he? Mu Xiaonuan glances over triumphantly, her expression one of delight, as if standing on that stage is not Chen Ran, but herself. Mu Xiaonuan desperately wishes to rush up and stand beside senior brother Chen, proudly proclaiming to all that this is my husband, Mu Xiaonuan. How incredibly handsome. Senior brother Chen's visage and demeanor are truly mesmerizing, and Mu Xiaonuan feels as though merely gazing at him could sweep her away. Indeed. Remarkably, my mother, Lu Xiaoxi, has refrained from chastising Mu Xiaonuan this time, and even concurs with her sentiment. Master Chen is truly remarkable. At such a young age, his achievements are astounding. It is hard to imagine what kind of girl would be worthy of him in the future. Oomph. Mu Xiaonuan emits a soft snort, secretly reveling in the moment. Oh, dear mother, the girl you speak of is not far away. She is right before your eyes. Your daughter is remarkable. What is so remarkable? Unexpectedly, a low grunt from her father, Mu Qingfeng, interrupts, laced with disdain. It's just a painting. What's so impressive about that? Mu Qingfeng's tone drips with acidity, clearly irked by Chen Ran's presence. After all, his wife has expressed such admiration for another genius, and the old man's pride has taken a hit. Dad, what are you saying? Is Master Chen not perfect enough? Mu Xiaonuan's displeasure is evident. How could he speak so disparagingly of her husband? Thus, she swiftly defends Chen Ran. What do you mean, Dad? Speak properly. Mu Qingfeng's expression darkens as he urges, all right, take your mother to rest. We've walked quite a distance, and Haven Tea even had a sip of water. Oh, Mu Xiaonuan is bewildered. Could it be that her father has ingested something bitter? How could one bear to confront their adorable daughter? It is simply unbearable. Just as Mu Xiaonuan was about to speak and formally unveil her connection with Chen Ran, she remembered, Master Chen, I have heard of your prowess in landscape painting, and I believe you also dabble in portraiture. Do you have any portrait works to share? On stage, numerous celebrities were interviewing Chen Ran, eager to discover whether he had any other works. This is something I hadn't planned to disclose. Chen Ran replied with a charming smile, his eloquence remarkable as he maintained composure. Indeed, I have just completed a portrait, and I would like to share it with everyone. As he spoke, Chen Ran retrieved another painting from beside him and slowly unfurled it. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on the artwork, breaths held in anticipation, their gazes unwavering. Finally, the portrait was fully revealed. Wow! At that instant, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. It was undeniably a portrait, characterized by exquisite brushwork. Although it did not possess the hyper-realism of Mr. Long's style, it captured the very essence of a soul. The subject was charming, delightful, and even adorably innocent, yet strikingly beautiful. One glance was profoundly healing. Is it just me, or does the woman in this painting bear a striking resemblance to Xiaonuan? Yin Shui furrowed her brow and glanced at Mu Xiaonuan, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Indeed, it does resemble my daughter. Lu Xiaoxi also sensed something was amiss, casting an inquiring look at Mu Xiaonuan, only to be taken aback when she saw her daughter in tears. In truth, at the moment the painting was completely unveiled, Mu Xiaonuan felt a sudden jolt throughout her body, her heart racing as if it might leap out. She was utterly stunned. Husband, would you paint a portrait of me? The playful words she had once spoken echoed in her ears. That fateful night, she had made a jest, wishing for Chen Shixiang to create a portrait for her. It had merely been a whim. After all, Chen Shixiang's artistic talent rivaled that of Mr. Long. Any piece he produced commanded astronomical prices. Why would he take the time to paint her? Yet, he truly had painted it, and he had kept it a secret until this very moment, unveiling it grandly before everyone. What a delightful surprise. What an overwhelming emotion. In that fleeting instant, her affection for Chen Ran surged like a mighty river, threatening to overflow. A veil of mist blurred her vision, transforming into a single crystalline tear. Husband, I love you. Mu Xiaonuan, with tears brimming in her eyes, could no longer hide her feelings. She rushed onto the stage and embraced Chen Ran tightly. At that moment, the entire venue fell into silence, as countless eyes were transfixed on this scene, rendered speechless. Had this art exhibition transformed into a display of affection? How thrilling! A husband painting for his wife, showcased at his personal exhibition. This tale would undoubtedly become legendary. Master Chen is my son-in-law. At this moment, the audience, especially Lu Xiaoxi and Mu Chengfeng, exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Husband, thank you. Thank you so much. Mu Xiaonuan clung to Chen Ran, overwhelmed with emotion. Well then, let us speak privately once this is all over. After all, with so many people around, we cannot linger. Chen Ran encouraged everyone to enjoy the event freely and took Mu Xiaonuan off the stage first. Oh, by the way, darling, allow me to introduce you. Upon reaching the foot of the stage, Mu Xiaonuan shyly said to her parents, "This is my mother, Lu Xiaoxi. Mom, this is my husband, Chen Ran." Turning to her mother, Mu Xiaonuan beamed with pride. "What do you think? Are you satisfied with my husband?" Meanwhile, her father had been somewhat sidelined, owing to his previous discontent with brother Chen. Just as Mu Xiaonuan prepared herself for her mother's blessings and praise, Lu Xiaoxi uttered a statement that left Mu Xiaonuan questioning her very existence. "My dear daughter, what makes you think you are worthy of Master Chen?" Mu Xiaonuan was momentarily taken aback. It was normal for her father to harbor an inexplicable animosity towards brother Chen, perhaps out of jealousy. But what was this from her mother? Was this a form of emotional undermining? That remark was rather heart-wrenching. Thus, love would surely fade, would it not? Chapter 35. Chen Ran's heartfelt confession. Mom, there's so many people here. Mu Xiaonuan's face flushed, thinking to herself, "Mother, are you truly my biological mother? With all these people around, do you not care about my dignity? Oh, you mischievous girl. How could your mother not know your temperament?" Lu Xiaoxi scoffed disdainfully. Such a troublemaker, always playing around and fiddling with that streaming nonsense, never serious. After saying this, she turned to Chen Ran, her expression filled with regret. Young man, is our little Nuan particularly bothersome? She must have caused you quite a bit of trouble lately. I truly feel quite embarrassed." Lu Xiaoxi's demeanor was laden with remorse, though her gaze remained fixed on Mu Xiaonuan, subtly yet keenly attentive to Chen Ran's slightest expressions. How could that be? At that moment, Chen Ran chuckled softly, and then, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, he looked at Mu Xiaonuan and gently said, "Though Nuan could be a bit playful at times, to me, she is like a dish that requires seasoning to be flavorful. I am drawn to her. How could I ever find her bothersome? I adore her entirely. If anything, I prefer to call her endearing." As his words were on the verge of concluding, Chen Ran's gaze suddenly flickered as he noticed Lu Xiaoxi's unusual demeanor. Thus, he swiftly embraced Mu Xiaonuan's shoulders, drawing her closer, and smilingly added, "Nuan is my most beloved wife." His tone was firm, each word resonating with genuine emotion, particularly that last declaration, which was nothing short of earth-shattering. Wow! At that moment, everyone was left speechless, the atmosphere enveloped in an absolute silence. How sweet! So sweet, it almost brought a tear. In the next instant, a thunderous applause erupted, as all eyes turned excitedly towards Chen Ran and Mu Xiaonuan. We never anticipated that the aloof Master Chen possessed such a tender side. I yearn for a partner like Master Chen, whose brilliance is only matched by the affection he lavishes upon his beloved wife. A match made in heaven. They are truly the epitome of harmony and compatibility. My heartfelt wishes accompany this enchanting couple. The gazes of those around them brim with envy, and they cannot help but extend their sincere blessings. In this moment, Lu Xiaoxi, who had been discreetly observing Chen Ran, finally exhales, as if a heavy burden has been lifted from her heart. Had Chen Ran's response held even a hint of hesitation or lacked emotion, she would have unhesitatingly taken Mu Xiaonuan by the hand and departed. At this moment, Mu Xiaonuan's eyes were blurred with tears, particularly when Chen Ran declared, "Xiaonuan, you are my most adorable wife." Her heart was utterly shattered by those words. This endearingly naive girl cast aside her reservations and rushed forward, enveloping Chen Ran in a fervent embrace. "Husband, I love you," Mu Xiaonuan boldly proclaimed, clinging tightly to him, nestled within his arms, inhaling the comforting scent that enveloped him. It felt like the warmth of spring, a sensation more soothing and intoxicating than any other. Oh, how moving! I am genuinely touched by their love. Is this what divine love looks like? Even a solitary soul like me, having been single for 30 years, yearns for romance. Why must I witness such a scene? I had sworn off love, yet this has rekindled my belief in it. Countless hearts are stirred, some jubilant, others sorrowful. Yet all are profoundly moved by this couple's love story. Cough. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxi softly cleared her throat, shattering the tender atmosphere. The audience, regaining their composure, observed the tightly intertwined pair, their gazes shifting from envy and blessing to playful amusement. Why do they seem to be holding each other even more tightly? Were the circumstances different? In a hotel, perhaps, would they not shed the constraints of clothing? That would surely intensify their embrace. Yet Mu Xiaonuan, lost in the euphoria of love, remained oblivious to her mother's disapproving cough. Her husband's embrace was so comforting. She wished to remain in it from dawn till dusk, and from dusk till dawn. Why should she let Chen Ran escape her grasp? Let us maintain this position and see what you can do about it. Lu Xiaoxi was quite vexed. This rebellious girl was increasingly defying her authority. You go. Unable to persuade her daughter, Lu Xiaoxi resorted to nudging old Mu with her elbow, entrusting him with the task at hand. Old Mu had his own intentions. Despite his daughter being married, he subconsciously viewed her as his precious little girl. As a devoted father, he could not bear to witness such intimacy in his presence. Ahem, Xiaonuan, that's enough. Your husband still has an art exhibition to attend. You can chat later. Old Mu skillfully intervened, discreetly alleviating Mu Xiaonuan's fervent devotion. After all, Mu Xiaonuan's heart was solely devoted to Chen Ran. Today marked the day of Chen Ran's art exhibition, and naturally, she did not wish to hinder his earnest endeavors. With a soft sigh, Mu Xiaonuan reluctantly released Chen Ran from her embrace, only to discover how warm and comforting his hold was, leaving her yearning and unwilling to part, akin to leaving behind a beloved little quilt. However, in that fleeting moment of separation, she noticed that Chen Ran's front was stained with the traces of her tears. Thoroughly dampened. I'm so sorry. Mu Xiaonuan's eyes brimmed with remorse. Lacking a handkerchief, she instinctively pulled up her sleeve to help wipe Chen Ran's collar. Come here, Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, unable to bear the sight any longer. How long are you two going to indulge in this? It's practically a live broadcast. Aren't you ashamed? What about your mother's dignity? Lu Xiaoxi tugged her daughter away, even as Mu Xiaonuan hesitated, still wanting to assist Chen Ran. Husband, I'll be waiting for you in the room, Mu Xiaonuan mouthed before following her mother to one side. What a clever mother-in-law. At that moment, as Chen Ran watched the mother-daughter duo depart, particularly fixating on Lu Xiaoxi, he quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to both Mu Xiaonuan and others, they had unknowingly undergone a trial. Initially, Lu Xiaoxi had deliberately spoken ill of Mu Xiaonuan in public, testing her own intentions. As for Chen Ran's earlier confession, apart from the last statement, the rest had flowed from his lips before he even realized it. Could it be? Have I truly developed feelings for this little girl? For the first time, Chen Ran's heart felt tumultuous. Although he had harbored some interest in Mu Xiaonuan, he had never delved deeply into his own sentiments. Nor did he comprehend her significance in his heart. Master Chen, Master Chen. Suddenly, an urgent and excited voice broke Chen Ran's reverie. It was Mr. Lung, accompanied by a gaunt middle-aged man. Mr. Lung spoke first. This is Mr. Ma from Shueitao Network, who is quite interested in your artwork and wishes to negotiate privately with you. What do you think? Sounds good, Chen Ran nodded, preparing to turn away when a sudden impulse struck him. Which piece? Mr. Ma from Shueitao Network smiled broadly and raised two fingers. You want a second piece? Chen Ran was taken aback, abruptly halting his steps, his expression darkening. Although he could not fathom why he felt such aversion, he simply did not wish for anyone to lay claim to the second painting. No, Mr. Chen. What I meant was that I want both pieces. Mr. Ma's appetite was quite large, wanting to acquire 2 paintings at once. Are you serious? Chen Ran relaxed slightly, though he was still unsure why he was less resistant to this statement. Noticing the situation was amiss, Mr. Lung, acting as the intermediary, intervened. Master Chen. The situation is this. Mr. Ma is primarily interested in the first piece, claiming its grand landscape aligns with his ambitious undertakings. He is also willing to accept the second piece, as they are both works of Master Chen, which carry weight. Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment. Mr. Ma of Shui Town Network eagerly supplemented. How would you prefer to negotiate? He proposed, let us settle each painting at 5 billion. How does 5 billion for both sound? Mr. Ma, with his affluence, boldly stated his sincere offer. Master Chen, if this were an auction, your work should undoubtedly be valued no less than my portrait. Mr. Ma's bid is already quite generous, Mr. Lung remarked, genuinely admiring Chen Ran for achieving such an exorbitant price for his debut piece. I will consider it. Chen Ran nodded. There's no rush. I will provide my response after the banquet. He felt it prudent to consult Mu Xiaonuan, as the second painting was indeed intended for her. Whether to sell or keep, he would defer to her judgment. Excellent. I look forward to Master Chen's good news, Mr. Ma said enthusiastically, shaking hands with Chen Ran, believing that this matter was negotiable. As Chen Ran turned to leave, he found Mu Xiaonuan engaged in conversation with her parents. However, she appeared distracted, engrossed in her phone, seemingly disinterested in the discussion. Ah, husband, you're back. Upon seeing Chen Ran, her eyes sparkled with delight as she rushed to his side. Chen Ran smiled gently at her, then turned to her parents with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry for the delay, uncle and aunt. Thank you for your patience. What uncle and aunt? You should call us dad and mom. Mu Xiaonuan shot him a playful eye roll, haughtily puffing her cheeks. When did your parents become so old as to warrant old in their titles? Lu Xiaoxi huffed disapprovingly, then surveyed Chen Ran with satisfaction, clearly pleased with the young man who was now her son-in-law. Young man, since you and our Xiaonuan are legally wed, we are, in name, your in-laws. However, as you have yet to hold a wedding, feel free to address us as you wish, Lu Xiaoxi said nonchalantly. Dad, Mom. Without hesitation, Chen Ran smiled as he addressed them, yet his heart raced with unprecedented nervousness. Uttering those titles was indeed exhilarating. Oh, Lu Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback, then excitedly responded. The more she looked at Chen Ran, the more satisfied she felt. It was as if she were dreaming, unable to believe that this handsome, perfect young man was truly her son-in-law. In the future, you can simply call me Xiao Chen. As we are family now, there's no need for formality. Chen Ran had anticipated that addressing them might feel awkward, but to his surprise, the interaction was quite pleasant, relieving him. He decided to clarify their relationship up front to avoid future awkwardness. Xiao Chen, does that title sit well with you? Lu Xiaoxi hesitated, feeling that the honor surrounding Chen Ran was somewhat overwhelming, making the title feel a bit insubstantial. It's perfectly fine. Chen Ran smiled gently, realizing that since they were all family, there was no need for formality, especially considering that the two were elders. Such a title was not excessive. Ha, well said. Xiao Chen, splendid. My dear, you needn't be so formal. They're no longer just friends, but a legally married couple now. Mu Chengfeng stepped forward, his face beaming with joy as he gazed at Chen Ran. Xiao Chen, now that we are family, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Why the urgency? Just relax for a moment, Lu Xiaoxi interjected, glaring sharply at Mu Chengfeng. Xiao Chen has just returned from the art exhibition and must be quite exhausted. Let him rest. Indeed. My dear, are you tired? Mu Xiaonuan chimed in, echoing her mother-esque concern. Yes. You all see how it is, Xiao Chen. You should take a good rest first. After dinner, we will have a thorough chat. Mu Chengfeng managed an awkward smile, rubbing the back of his head. Then I shall take my husband to our room to rest. Mu Xiaonuan said, pulling Chen Ran along with her. Old Mu, let me pinch you to see if I'm dreaming. Xiao Chen is truly our son-in-law. Lu Xiaoxi gazed at the departing figures, still feeling as though she were in a dream. Why don't you pinch yourself? Mu Chengfeng replied, his face contorted with a grimace. In her youth, she had a penchant for pinching and biting herself, finding a strange joy in the pain. Enough of the nonsense. Lu Xiaoxi retorted, sharply tugging at old Mu, causing him to gasp in surprise. Age had rendered him less resilient to such antics. Ouch! Let go! He exclaimed, gritting his teeth. Oomph! What do you think I meant by pinching you? Lu Xiaoxi released her grip, her expression stern as she stood beside him. What were those words you just uttered? While Xiao Chun is indeed our son-in-law, there are certain matters where you mustn't be overly presumptuous. How could I be presumptuous? Old Mu protested, feeling wronged. I was merely curious if that new drug was developed by him. I meant nothing more. Besides, do you think Xiao Chun would even care about such matters? Oomph. You have a point. Our son-in-law's art exhibition rivals that of Mr. Lung. Lu Xiaoxi found the sentiment pleasing, her spirits lifting. Come, let us go admire those two paintings. I was too preoccupied with that girl earlier, and now it's time to appreciate what truly interests me. Meanwhile, in the room, once they entered, Mu Xiaonuan swiftly locked the door, breathing a sigh of relief. Oh my mother is so overly cautious, she exclaimed, feeling a weight lift from her shoulders as she turned to Chen Ran. Chen Xixiao, I truly broke out in a cold sweat when she mentioned how to address them. If you hadn't called them mom and dad, I fear they would have seen right through us. And then? Chen Ran responded calmly. You're not anxious? Mu Xiaonuan asked, astonished. Why would I be anxious? Chen Ran replied, with a serene demeanor. Just ask and answer as needed. You are quite impressive, Chen Xixiao, Mu Xiaonuan said, her eyes filled with admiration. Ah, by the way, Chen Xixiao, she suddenly became somewhat shy, even more so than before what you said at the exhibition earlier. Was that also just to appease them? The young girl's eyes sparkled, her small hands fidgeting nervously together. At this moment, she experienced a sense of anxiety that surpassed even the fear of being exposed before her parents. Chapter 37. The donkeys of the production team are not as capable as this. Were the words you uttered at the art exhibition merely a fade to appease them? The girl's gaze was filled with trepidation and unease. She was exceedingly tense. After all, this was a highly plausible scenario. What do you think? Chen Ran's lips curled into a faint, elusive smile, and he gazed at the girl with a teasing intention, deliberately countering her question. How would I know? Mu Xiaonuan muttered softly, yet her beautiful, large eyes sparkled with eagerness, as if she longed to affirm Chen Xixiao's words. Yes, I assure you, everything I said is true. Let me remind you. Chen Ran interjected. Do you recall how your mother publicly embarrassed you regarding your matters at the outset? Of course I remember. Mu Xiaonuan held a grudge about it. The incident lingered vividly in her mind. My mother, truly. Thankfully, it was thanks to your words, Chen Xixiao. Before she could finish, Mu Xiaonuan abruptly halted, her eyes widening as she stared intently at Chen Ran, her delicate face suddenly paling to an ashen hue. So, Chen Xixiao, you had already discerned that my mother intended to test your genuine feelings for me, hence your words. As Mu Xiaonuan reached the end of her sentence, her tone grew somber, her prior confidence seemingly shattered in an instant, her once vibrant face becoming devoid of color, as though she had lost all vitality. Mu Xiaonuan, you are such a fool. In that moment, Mu Xiaonuan felt as if her heart had shattered. Fortunately, you didn't cause any significant trouble for me. So my initial words were sincere, allowing her to remain oblivious to any inconsistencies. Chen Ran suddenly interjected lightly. What? Mu Xiaonuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Ran. What did you just say? You claimed your words were sincere? Chen Xixiao, please repeat that. Declare that your words were sincere. In an instant, her eyes sparkled with brightness, and she excitedly grasped Chen Ran's arm. Sincere? Did I ever say that? Chen Ran raised an eyebrow and inquired. You did. Of course you did. Mu Xiaonuan cheerfully mimicked Chen Ran's tone, playfully stepping as she imitated him. You said you liked my playfulness, just as plants need sunlight. Rather than calling me playful, one might say I am adorable. Do you acknowledge this? Mu Xiaonuan pointed her slender fingers at Chen Ran with enthusiasm. There is some truth to that. Chen Ran nodded impassively, crossing his arms and asking, So what? And what about the subsequent phrase? Mu Xiaonuan inched closer, her radiant face illuminated with excitement, her beautiful eyes gleaming. Finally, you proclaimed that I am your extraordinarily adorable wife. She was clearly smiling. You silly girl, Were you even paying attention to my words? Chen Ran could no longer contain his amusement, gently tapping her forehead with his fingertip. Oh dear, that hurts! Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed in pain, clutching her forehead where Chen Ran had playfully poked her. Pouting, she murmured, Chen Xixiang, why did you poke me? What did I say wrong? You clearly admitted it, yet you still want to deny it. Oof, that's not fair. Mu Xiaonuan expressed her strong resistance. Did you not hear what I said earlier? Chen Ran replied with a snicker. I admit that the first part of my statement was sincere, but the last sentence was meant for your mother. So don't take it seriously. What? Mu Xiaonuan was taken aback, her face contorting in disbelief. Does the last part really not count? Am I not your most adorable wife? Chen Xixiang? What do you think? Why doesn't it count then? The little girl puffed her cheeks in defiance. Clearly, the first part had been heartfelt, and it was evident he had acknowledged her as the cutest, so didn't that make her his most beloved wife? Let me ask you, Chen Ran smirked, are you truly a qualified wife to me now? What? Mu Xiaonuan questioned, wondering if she had misheard or if Chen Ran had lost his mind. We've already registered our marriage. How can I not be considered your wife? Have you fulfilled the duties expected of a wife towards her husband? Chen Ran's lips curled into a playful smile, his gaze teasing. Ah. Though Mu Xiaonuan didn't fully comprehend, she could guess the implications, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. However, in that instant, she noticed a playful grin on Chen Ran's lips and quickly understood. Ah, you're such a tease, Chen Xixiang. She protested, pouting in objection. Yet, a hint of satisfaction gleamed in her eyes. If Chen Ran claimed that everything he said was sincere, she would have doubted it. However, when he affirmed that the first part was genuine, she wholeheartedly believed him. After all, who wouldn't love the adorable and silly Xiaonuan? Surely, even Chen Ran couldn't escape the allure of her charm. As thoughts of how to be a good wife began to stir in Mu Xiaonuan's mind, Chen Ran chuckled. I won't tease you anymore. He rarely displayed such a joyful smile, finding amusement in playfully bantering with her, which brought him a sense of leisure. However, I called you over because there is something important to discuss. Chen Ran's expression turned serious. Mr. Ma from Shui Tao Network wants to purchase 2 paintings, including the one you created. What are your thoughts on this? The one I painted? Mu Xiaonuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she almost forgot about it. When did Chen Xixiang secretly paint this for me? And he did it while I was asleep? What a delightful surprise. Why did he wait until now to tell me? She began to wonder if he had done anything else while she was asleep, her face turning hotter in embarrassment. Are you feeling unwell? Chen Ran asked, noticing her flushed cheeks. No. Mu Xiaonuan covered her face, feeling utterly embarrassed, thinking to herself, how did I become so impure like that annoying Xiao Xue? What do you want to say, Chen Xixiang? Mu Xiaonuan quickly shifted the topic, eager to steer the conversation away. After all, the painting is of you, and it is a gift I promised to give you. The decision is yours. Chen Ran relinquished the choice to Mu Xiaonuan. That certainly won't do. Mu Xiaonuan hastily waved her hand, exclaiming, this is the very first gift my husband has bestowed upon me. How could I possibly sell it to someone else? Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran inexplicably felt a sense of relief wash over him. Thank goodness. All right, I understand. Chen Ran nodded. We can negotiate a price of half. So 500 million would mean 250 million would suffice. What? Mu Xiaonuan suddenly gasped in shock, looking at Chen Ran incredulously. Did you just say several billion? 500 million, what of it? Chen Ran replied nonchalantly, since I'm only giving him one piece. The price will be halved. 250 million. Oh my heavens. Mu Xiaonuan nearly fainted from excitement. Am I truly worth that much? Oh no. Is my painting worth that much? Brother Chen, Mu Xiaonuan suddenly exclaimed, startling Chen Ran. Why are you shouting so loudly? Let us sell my painting too. Mu Xiaonuan excitedly grasped Chen Ran's arm. 250 million. I have never seen so much money in my life. That might not be appropriate. Chen Ran protested. After all, it is a painting of you. Don't you mind? Though he said this to Mu Xiaonuan, deep down Chen Ran felt he might be a little perturbed. What's the big deal? Mu Xiaonuan dismissed his concerns. Nowadays, there are so many celebrity posters and magazines everywhere. What is wrong with selling a painting of Mu Xiaonuan? Not just one, but even 1,000 would be no issue. Chen Ran was taken aback by her words. A 1,000? Yes, Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, her mind racing with possibilities as she grabbed Chen Ran, bouncing with excitement. If you were to paint me 1,000 pieces, wouldn't you soon become a billionaire? Chen Ran nearly fainted from the thought, his lips twitching. Do you think I'm some sort of workhorse? Even a workhorse cannot produce that much. Chapter 38. A painting as a token. Securing your fame across the world, oh, I was just joking. Mu Xiaonuan laughed, playing with her hair. Rarity adds value. If there are too many, they become worthless. However, as it stands, my single painting should still hold considerable value. Mu Xiaonuan's eyes seemed to narrow with excitement. 250 million. I have never encountered so much money. It was previously unnoticed, but the girl seemed to be completely entranced by the prospect of wealth. Brother Chen, let us hurry and sell it. She tugged at Chen Ran, urging him to go sell the painting. I sell my art, not my body, Chen Ran replied, his face pale. What was this girl saying? If someone overheard that, they would surely misunderstand. Night had fallen. The estate was ablaze with lights, and guests were indulging in the banquet, many approaching Chen Ran to request a painting at a handsome price. However, Chen Ran shook his head. Creating art is not a privilege granted to just anyone. No matter how high the price, if the chemistry isn't right, it's simply one T do. Sigh, that silly girl. Observing the exuberant Mu Xiaonuan, who was joyfully engaging with everyone, raising her glass and indulging in quite a bit of drink. A rosy hue adorned her fair cheeks. Chen Ran couldn't help but smile at the sight. Having such a naive and vivacious beauty chattering by his side added a delightful charm to his otherwise leisurely life. I must tell you, I possess a painting worth a fortune. Mu Xiaonuan, having imbibed a fair amount, was not merely elated due to the artwork, but also because of Chen Ran's public declarations to her. Though the wine had not yet intoxicated her, she was already beginning to feel light-headed. What on earth is this girl babbling about? Lu Xiaoxi and Mu Chengfeng, present at the scene, gradually became restless. No, I must keep an eye on her. This girl is behaving quite strangely today, celebrating to such an extent that she has consumed an excessive amount of alcohol. Please stop drinking. Lu Xiaoxi snatched the wine glass from Mu Xiaonuan, her face stern. Young lady should not behave in such a manner. How embarrassing it would be if others were to witness this. Let her drink, parents. Today is indeed a moment worth celebrating. Chen Ran said with a smile as he approached, accompanied by Mr. Lung and Mr. Ma from Shui Town Network. Everyone, please quiet down. Mr. Lung, as the chief planner of this exhibition, signaled for silence. Today, Mr. Ma from Shui Town Network has arrived and wishes to conduct a transaction with Mr. Chen, aiming to purchase 2 paintings valued at 500 million. Heavens! 500 million. Am I hearing things? Surely, I must be inebriated to imagine such a figure. An average of 250 million per painting. Am I dreaming? Most guests present, despite being prominent figures themselves, felt their hearts race at the mention of 500 million. Incredulous at the prospect, although many were wealthy, with fortunes in the hundreds of millions. The idea of spending 500 million, nearly half their net worth, on 2 paintings seemed utterly insane. However, Mr. Ma from Shui Town Network was different. He was once atop the ranks of the nation's wealthiest, lacking nothing, especially not money. Oh my, did I hear correctly, dear? 2 paintings for 500 million? That means each painting is worth 250 million. Lu Xiaoxi, who initially intended to gently pat Mu Xiaonuan's back to alleviate her drunkenness, found herself speechless. Her gaze wide with astonishment directed at Chen Ran. Goodness, this is remarkable. Such a young son-in-law, and in terms of artistic prowess and renown, he stands shoulder to shoulder with the established Mr. Lung. Dear, look at our son-in-law. He truly possesses artistic talent, doesn't he? 500 million. I wonder if the shares of your struggling company can even compare to these 2 paintings? At that moment, Lu Xiaoxi's spirit soared. Having just been concerned about her inebriated daughter, her thoughts were now entirely consumed by the stunning revelation before her. What a turn of events! Mu Chengfeng shook his head, pondering how his spouse was unaware of this young man's immense capabilities. Even the new medicine he had developed would astound the world. By then, The incoming wealth would be so abundant that it could be burned without concern. Oof. You old man, it seems you too have become as lightheaded as Xiaonuan. Lu Xiaoxi was not entirely satisfied with Lao Mu's response, letting out a huff of discontent. However, at this moment, 2 checks worth 5 billion each were presented. Master Chen, please accept them. Mr. Ma from Shui Tao Network turned out to be quite straightforward, signing the checks and cashing them on the spot. Incredible. 2 paintings for 5 billion. Truly astonishing. Master Chen is remarkable, and so is Mr. Ma. I had hoped to spend 50 million to acquire that landscape painting, but alas. Master Chen has indeed emerged as a legendary figure in our country's art scene, following in the footsteps of Master Lung. Countless individuals exclaimed that the scene tonight would eventually echo across the globe, causing a seismic shift in the world of painting. Backstage, Master Chen, are you truly not reconsidering? After the successful transaction, Chen Ran privately handed the original painting to Mr. Ma from Shui Tao Network. Yet, Mr. Ma felt somewhat dissatisfied, as publicly, it appeared that Chen Ran had traded 2 paintings, while the reality was that only the landscape painting was exchanged. According to our prior agreement, you would perform for my wife, but I could never sell you both. Chen Ran's expression remained calm. This portrait holds profound significance. Thus, I must ask you to return this check. The painting that Chen Ran retained was, of course, the one he had created for Mu Xiaonuan. Master Chen is indeed a person of principle. I, Ma, have decided to befriend you. Mr. Ma from Shui Tao Network sensed that Chen Ran was a person of integrity, someone he greatly admired. He promptly provided Chen Ran with his personal phone number and business card, stating that he could assist with any difficulties that might arise. At last, a connection was made. Chen Ran gazed at the remaining portrait in his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. This painting he intended to treasure, perhaps to give to Xiaonuan on the day she truly departs. In a sense, he had purchased his own artwork, keeping Mu Xiaonuan's portrait tucked away. What would her thoughts be when that day arrives? How are you? Not too tipsy, I hope. Before long, Chen Ran approached Mu Xiaonuan, placing a check into her hands. That painting has sold. This is for you. Goodness, is this a dream? Mu Xiaonuan clutched the check tightly and leaped into Chen Ran's embrace. Husband, I love you. As she held Chen Ran, the sweet scent of wine lingered in the air. However, I cannot accept this. Seizing the moment, Mu Xiaonuan playfully traced circles on Chen Ran's chest with her fingertip. In her inebriated state, a flicker of clarity and mischief danced in her eyes as she tilted her head. This is your painting, and it's sold for an astronomical price. Thus the world will recognize your artistic prowess at this value, paving the way for your future fame. Congratulations, my husband. With a single painting as a token of your worth, you have gained worldwide renown. Mu Xiaonuan beamed with a smile, revealing the reason for not selling that particular painting. So, husband, what do you think? This deal surely isn't a loss, is it? It turns out that your intentions were for this purpose. Chen Ran stared at her, his eyes filled with disbelief. This young lady's insistence on selling the painting was aimed at securing a prestigious position for Chen Ran within the art world through this exorbitant transaction. Every action she took was ultimately for her own benefit, even in the act of selling art. After all the twists and turns, this check found its way back into Chen Ran's hands, leaving him deeply moved and somewhat amused. The moonlight was exquisite, and Master Chen's estate was undeniably beautiful. How about we dance in the courtyard to conclude today's art exhibition on a perfect note? Suddenly, a suggestion arose from a strikingly beautiful and tall model. Her bright eyes and radiant smile directed towards Chen Ran. Master Chen, may I have the honor of a dance with you? Chapter 39. Would you like to dance as well? A dance? This proposal was splendid, indeed, lending an air of elegance to the evening. Mary, a world-class dancer, would undoubtedly bring a certain level of pressure to the dance floor. It was amusing to witness the enthusiasm of the foreign guests. Master Chen's charm evidently transcended cultural boundaries. Laughter erupted among the guests, all intrigued by Mary, whose exquisite features and warm demeanor had boldly invited Chen Ran to dance. Miss Mu, would you mind if your husband danced with me? Mary inquired, her expression exuding confidence as she addressed Mu Xiaonuan. In the realm of foreign social gatherings, such scenarios were commonplace, and Mary saw nothing inappropriate about it. Moreover, being a world-renowned dancer, she believed they should count themselves fortunate for this opportunity. However, for Mu Xiaonuan, this was an explosive situation. What was happening? A foreigner wanted to dance with Brother Chen? Despite having consumed some wine, her mind was still clear. There was no way she would allow a foreigner to touch Brother Chen. Absolutely not. No one but herself was permitted that privilege. Do you wish to dance as well? Mu Xiaonuan boldly confronted Mary before the crowd, unyielding in her stance. Yes, I do, replied the naive Mary, her straightforwardness eliciting laughter. Ah, how amusing. The foreigner's thought process is indeed so different. In Chinese, this is essentially the disdain of the strong towards you. TSK, Miss Mary. You remain unaware of the ridicule you faced at the hands of our beautiful Eastern lady. Many in attendance erupted in laughter, momentarily forgetting Mary's identity. Captivated instead by the delightful antics of Master Chen's charming wife, Mary, bewildered, turned to her friends for an explanation and soon realized she had been the subject of jest, her face turning a shade of green with frustration. Let go of me. I want to challenge her, Mary yelled, her emotions spiraling out of control, only to be restrained by her companions. Who would want to compete with you? Mu Xiaonuan, recognizing her own limitations, muttered under her breath, You are world-class, but do not think I am afraid. Brave Mu fears not the challenges ahead. It seems Eastern women are not so formidable after all. I find myself disappointed, Mary thought, vexed at having to endure such humiliation in this small locale as a world-class dancer. She had offered to dance with Chen Ran, a grand gesture indeed. Who could possibly refuse her? Yet, in this quaint little town, even if my dance were to be showcased, you may not fully appreciate it. Mary, with an air of haughtiness akin to that of a white swan, elegantly raised her snowy neck and cast a glance at Chen Ran, remarking, Mr. Chen, it appears you have squandered a precious opportunity to experience world-class dance. Do not disparage my husband. Mu Xiaonuan immediately flared up. How could this wicked woman so brazenly belittle her spouse? This was intolerable. Mu Xiaonuan resolved to take a stand. The situation had escalated. At that moment, just as tensions were mounting, Chen Ran suddenly called out to Mu Xiaonuan. Husband, Mu Xiaonuan felt a bit embarrassed, her inebriated state fading. She chastised herself for needing Chen to intercede. How could she have allowed her husband to be looked down upon? Come here. Chen Ran's expression was impassive, devoid of words, as he drew Mu Xiaonuan closer. Now dance with me. What? Mu Xiaonuan was nearly rendered speechless, her mind buzzing in disbelief. What was happening? Was Chen not only unperturbed, but also inviting her dance? Surely, this could not be a dream. Yet, in an instant, realization dawned upon her. Chen Ran was defending her. The young woman felt a warmth spread through her heart, akin to honey, as she gazed at Chen Ran, her eyes sparkling with delight. How wonderful her husband was. Mr. Chen, you have yet to agree to my invitation, yet you utilize her. Such a pity. With you, you cannot keep up with my steps. Before Mary could finish her sentence, Chen Ran's cold, unquestionable voice interrupted. Wow. At that moment, everyone was taken aback. Master Chen had just claimed that Mary could not keep up with his pace. Mr. Chen, are you jesting? Mary, a world-class dancer of significant renown, found it ludicrous to suggest that her steps were insufficient. In her eyes, this Mr. Chen was rather mediocre. Apart from his artistic prowess, his character seemed lacking. What do you think? Chen Ran interjected nonchalantly. Such a joke. Chen, we are leaving. Mary could no longer tolerate the situation and promptly took her assistant, exiting the scene. Master Chen had clearly misspoken. How could Mary, with her immense talent, possibly fail to match his rhythm? Indeed, Chen Ran's words were somewhat presumptuous. How would he rectify this? With Mary stormed off. Even pursuing her for an apology would likely prove futile. The crowd began to murmur, speculating how Master Chen had offended a world-renowned dancer, contemplating how the media would sensationalize this incident. Husband? Mu Xiaonuan felt a twinge of concern for Chen Ran and was about to voice her thoughts when the music resumed, and the dance continued. With a sweeping gesture, Chen Ran took Mu Xiaonuan into the courtyard's dance floor. As dynamic music filled the air, it ignited every cell in their bodies. Wow, Mu Xiaonuan was exhilarated, her spirits soaring as she flitted forward like a jubilant little swan, tiptoeing in anticipation. How exciting this was! I adored dancing with Brother Chen. Chen Ran gracefully encircled the slender waist of the young lady, accompanying her in a delightful waltz. Oh yes, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers as the music quickened, its tempo rising to exhilarating heights. Many found themselves breathless midway, struggling to keep up. Alas, I can't go on. I feel a bit dizzy. I must take a break. I too feel somewhat lightheaded and slightly nauseous. Numerous individuals were ushered to the sidelines, seeking respite. Look, suddenly, a keen-eyed observer spotted a pair of dancers amidst the throng. A man and a woman moving elegantly in unison. The man's movements, poised and graceful, seemed to merge seamlessly with nature and the cosmos. And watching his dance was akin to a sublime artistic experience. My goodness, how handsome! Gradually, many found themselves halting, the music soaring in intensity, while the choreography became so intricate that they could scarcely keep pace. How could he master such a rapid rhythm? His movements flowed effortlessly, executing complex maneuvers with apparent ease. Terrifying. This is utterly astonishing. Surely, even the king of dance could not overshadow the brilliance of Master Chen. The crowd watched, entranced. Even the assistant who was tidying up for Mary and preparing to leave was captivated. What is happening? Mary, waiting outside the manor, grew increasingly impatient. Unable to reach them by phone, she had no choice but to return. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, the music approached its climactic conclusion. Finally, it is almost over. Mu Xiaonuan, who danced alongside Chen Ran, was utterly exhausted. This was the first time she felt that dancing with Brother Chen was truly tiring. Fortunately, a significant portion of the performance was executed solely by Chen Ran. Otherwise, Mu Xiaonuan would have collapsed to the ground. No one could deter her. Just a little longer. Chen Ran encouraged Mu Xiaonuan, holding her waist and leading her into 3 consecutive 360-degree spins before gently bringing her back to the ground. Mu Xiaonuan felt as though her head was spinning, not only from the dance, but also from the effects of alcohol. She was becoming increasingly disoriented, and her pupils appeared to darken. In the next moment, she grasped Chen Ran's collar and lunged toward him, face to face. You! Chen Ran's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. He was unexpectedly kissed. My heavens! Chen Ran's mind went blank. He was bewildered. This was his first kiss. How could it be snatched away by this woman? How infuriating! Could she not allow him to savor the sensation of his first kiss a little longer? Meanwhile, Mu Xiaonuan seemed rather dazed at the moment of the kiss. Perhaps sensing something amiss, she felt a trickle of saliva and instinctively licked her lips, smacking them together a couple of times. Chen Ran was initially enveloped in a gentle warmth, his mind in a daze as he absorbed the unfolding events. However, with Mu Xiaonuan's teasing gestures, a soft moan escaped his lips, and it felt as if his head had exploded. In that fleeting moment, every hair on his body seemed to stand on end. Chen Ran was acutely aware of being stirred by something exquisite, an unprecedented sensation of delight coursing through him. This feeling, a remarkable blend of pleasure and indulgence, drew even the typically aloof Chen Ran into its depths. Amidst her dazed state, Mu Xiaonuan appeared to frown, sensing a tumultuous sensation in her mouth that was somewhat unsettling. In a haze, she swallowed, and with a sharp intake of breath, Chen Ran felt a shiver run through him, cold sweat breaking out all over. He hastily released himself from her grasp. With a slight wince, he noticed blood seeping from his tongue, bitten in the heat of the moment. You naughty girl, he thought, gazing at Mu Xiaonuan, who was playfully nibbling on her lips, revealing a charming little canine tooth. Looking at her adorably innocent visage, who would have imagined she possessed such a fiery side? Wow, what a spectacular scene. Master Chen and his lovely wife are just too sweet. Someone exclaimed, Wife, let us have a turn. It was unexpected that even a dance could shower one with such affectionate dog food. The audience marveled, realizing that Master Chen was not just an exceptional dancer, but also shared an incredibly sweet bond with his wife. Who knew what could transpire during a dance? All right, everyone, let us conclude tonight's banquet here. Chen Ran gently lifted Mu Xiaonuan, exchanging farewells with the guests as he prepared to take her for some rest. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. At that moment, Mary rushed over, her eyes sparkling with excitement and joy. Please allow me to say a few words. Earlier, as Chen Ran was nearing the end of his dance, Mary had returned and witnessed the performance. She was astonished by his dancing skills and introspected, realizing that had she been a partner, she would have struggled to keep pace with Mu Xiaonuan. This Master Chen was evidently a hidden gem of talent. The disparity was immense, and with her understanding of dance, it was clear that this Master Chen was indeed a world-class dance king. I wish to be your disciple, Mary declared with unwavering determination, convinced that this opportunity would propel her career to new heights. Wow, Miss Mary wants to apprentice under Master Chen. This is simply unbelievable. The crowd gasped in amazement. Who would have thought that Master Chen's dance could be so breathtaking? Even someone like Mary, a world-class dancer, recognized his extraordinary talent. The whispers among the audience grew, awakening from their reverie of dog food, only to recall Chen Ran's astonishing dance skills, truly masterful. Chill. In response to Mary and the others' enthusiasm, Chen Ran simply gestured for silence. He held Mu Xiaonuan in his arms. The young lady had already succumbed to deep slumber, and he wished to shield her from any disturbances. With the art exhibition and dinner concluded, the guests were at leisure, and I decided to take my leave. Chen Ran uttered a brief farewell before departing. What a commendable man Chen is, unwilling to disturb his wife. Miss Mu is indeed fortunate. Chen's attentiveness is truly meticulous. Of course, one must consider whose son-in-law this is. While the crowd expressed their admiration, Lu Xiaoxi let out a satisfied hum from the side. Old Mu, shall we follow suit? She suggested, winking at Mu Chengfeng, indicating they should accompany Chen Ran to check on her. For the young lady had indulged in quite a bit of drink that evening. Very well, Mu Chengfeng agreed, and he, along with Lu Xiaoxi, trailed behind Chen Ran to his room. To avoid raising the suspicions of the elder generation, Chen Ran pretended that he and Mu Xiaonuan were sharing a room. Xiao Chen, how is Xiaonuan? Lu Xiaoxi inquired, sitting at the edge of the bed. Having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, Mu Xiaonuan's complexion had turned an alarming shade of red, and she was not in good condition. Lu Xiaoxi was genuinely concerned, feeling at a loss about how to proceed. Do not fret, Chen Ran replied calmly. I shall administer a few acupuncture needles, and she will awaken shortly. You truly know how to perform acupuncture? Mu Chengfeng was taken aback, gazing at Chen Ran, who seemed to possess a remarkable array of skills. Just a little, Chen Ran modestly replied, retrieving a box and extracting silver needles. Then patiently began the acupuncture treatment on Mu Xiaonuan. A little? I too have some knowledge of it. Mu Chengfeng nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his son-in-law was quite capable and modest, a commendable trait indeed. With deft precision, Chen Ran swiftly employed the silver needles, and Mu Xiaonuan's complexion gradually improved. Is the effect truly this remarkable? Mu Chengfeng was astonished, his disbelief growing. Was this truly just a bit of knowledge? Father, mother, you need not worry. It won't be long before Xiaonuan awakens. Chen Ran spoke truthfully. Through his acupuncture, the alcohol would be gradually expelled from her system, ensuring her well-being. Perhaps we should retire to the living room for a spell? Chen Ran suggested, intending to lead everyone out. I shall remain here to watch over Xiaonuan. You all may go, Lu Xiaoxi insisted, choosing to stay by Mu Xiaonuan's side, prompting Mu Chengfeng to accompany Chen Ran out. Clearing his throat, old Mu entered the living room and immediately coughed heartily, then turned to Chen Ran with a beaming smile, saying, Son-in-law, there is something I've been meaning to discuss with you. Chapter 41. Are you my real parents? Mu Chengfeng and Chen Ran arrived in the living room. Old Mu hesitated, his expression a blend of excitement and slight nervousness. This reaction was unusual for someone of his age, typically composed and steady. Yet he could hardly contain his exhilaration. After all, this son-in-law, having only met them a day prior, had already delivered an immense surprise. This son-in-law was extraordinarily wealthy and talented, embodying the epitome of their dreams for the perfect match. What temple did their little Nuan visit, and which deity did she beseech? to obtain such a remarkable union? Ahem. Chun, may I inquire whether you and Wan have truly tied the knot? Lao Mu, known for his composure and meticulous nature, sought further confirmation of this matter, lest he be ensnared in a dream. Would you care to see this? Chun rose and retrieved the marriage certificate, placing it before Lao Mu. Ah, indeed, this is unmistakable. Upon viewing the certificate, Lao Mu's face blossomed into a smile, revealing that these two were indeed a legitimate couple. Thus, the young man before him was verily his son-in-law. Instantly, the last vestige of doubt within him dissipated. In light of this, I shall refrain from probing further into your affairs. Lao Qingfeng's gaze towards Chun softened considerably as he introduced himself, since Nuan commenced her university studies. Your mother and I have resided abroad, occasionally bringing her along. I own a small pharmaceutical company overseas. Oh, Chun understood immediately and smiled. I'd indeed heard Eldershin mention this. Father, are you interested in the new drug for treating chronic myeloid leukemia? He chuckled, somewhat intrigued. Is it true that you developed this medication? Indeed, it is a formula based on traditional Chinese medicine. However, to truly implement it for treatment, it will require extensive clinical trials. Lao Chengfeng gasped, unable to contain his astonishment. This groundbreaking drug that had captivated the entire medical community was indeed developed by his son-in-law. This was utterly astonishing. He stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before regaining his composure. Father, do you also have thoughts on this medication? Chun felt a stir in his heart and suddenly inquired. He chuckled softly. It's difficult to articulate, merely overwhelmed with astonishment. Lao Chengfeng shook his head. If this drug comes to fruition, it will benefit all of humanity, a true blessing for mankind. I had intended to disclose the formula to the world following the necessary clinical trials. Chen had long harbored this intention. He had no desire to profit from this drug, as he was not in need of wealth and did not wish to exploit the plight of the unfortunate patients. However, I happened to possess 2 additional formulas. Chen suddenly recalled 2 other medications, one for treating traumatic injuries and another for general wound care, both of which could be deemed miraculous. What? Lao Chengfeng's expression radiated joy upon hearing that Nuan's bone injury had healed within days thanks to his medication. This stirred a tempest of excitement within him. What could possibly yield such extraordinary results? I had intended to establish a pharmaceutical company to produce these 2 medications. Why not entrust this project to you, Father? Chun unabashedly handed over the formulas to Lao Chengfeng. This is far too precious. I cannot accept this. Lao Chengfeng, that, fully aware that the efficacy of these 2 medications could be worth billions, perhaps even tens of billions. This is far too valuable. They are merely 2 formulas. Nothing of great import. I still have an abundance of formulas at my disposal. Chen Ran waved his hand nonchalantly. Possessing an unparalleled heritage of traditional Chinese medicine, he was acquainted with a myriad of formulas, the mere hint of which could send ripples across the globe. Very well, Mu Xiaonuan inhaled deeply and declared, I shall grant you half of the shares of the original shareholders of the company. When I retire in 2 years, I will transfer the entire company to you. Old Mu regarded Chen Ran as family, and thus felt at ease. After all, these matters would eventually be handed down to the next generation. He thought it prudent to allow his son-in-law to manage the operations for now, without taking any advantage, knowing it would all belong to him in due course. The father-in-law had long envisioned a life of seclusion in the mountains, reveling in the pleasures of nature. He fancied a pastoral retreat akin to his son-in-law's, pondering whether to construct a grand villa instead of an expansive estate. Oh, by the way, you haven't held your wedding yet, have you? The more old Mu observed his son-in-law, the more he appreciated him. Hurry and choose a date for a splendid wedding. Chen Ran replied, I still need to discuss this with Xiaonuan. He felt somewhat embarrassed. Finally understanding why Mu Xiaonuan had so insistently requested that he play the role of her husband temporarily. After the wedding, would they not also begin to urge for children? What are you two discussing? At that moment, Lu Xiaoxi emerged from the room, presumably having just spent time with Mu Xiaonuan. Upon overhearing their conversation, she approached them. Xiao Chun, Xiaonuan should be waking up from her intoxication soon. You ought to check on her. She shot a disapproving glance at old Mu, adding, "What are you still discussing? You should let Xiao Chun rest. Xiao Chun, whatever it is, let us talk about it tomorrow. You must be quite exhausted." Lu Xiaoxi's gaze softened considerably as she turned to Chen Ran. "It's all right, Mom. I have something I wish to give you." Chen Ran replied with a carefree smile, then leaned in to whisper something. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes lit up with excitement. Her spirits lifted as she exclaimed, "Really? You can't be jesting. Rest assured, I will await your news." After saying this, Chen Ran turned and made his way to the room where Mu Xiaonuan was resting. "What is the matter? What is you so elated?" Old Mu inquired with curiosity as he approached. Clearing his throat, Lu Xiaoxi regained her composure. "My son-in-law just mentioned he intends to gift me something, a painting he will present to me when he has the time." "What?" Old Mu was immediately unsettled, exclaiming, "That painting could be worth several hundred million. Such extravagance is quite beyond comprehension. Do you think my son-in-law is concerned with such material wealth?" Lu Xiaoxi retorted, "You simpleton. That is art. How can it be measured in monetary terms? You do not grasp the depth of Xiao Chen's artistry." Indeed, Mu Chengfeng contemplated the fragment of a traditional Chinese medicine formula that had slipped through his son-in-law's fingers was already astonishing enough. Who could fathom how many more such formulas he possessed? Had he not proposed to relinquish half of his shares, Chen Ran would have had no desire for them, treating them as trifles. "My dear wife, we need not doubt any longer. Xiao Chun and Xiaonuan have truly wed. The marriage certificate was presented earlier. It is not a fabrication." Lao Mu gravely addressed Lu Xiaoxi, stating, "Moreover, he just gifted 2 remarkably valuable traditional Chinese medicine formulas. I pondered that even if their relationship is feigned, there is no need to incur such significant expenses. My doubts have long since dissipated." Lu Xiaoxi, unable to suppress a smile, remarked, "The mere painting he casually gifted is worth several billion. What does our Xiaonuan possess that warrants such generosity?" "Indeed, I concur. This indicates that Xiao Chun is genuinely sincere towards our Xiaonuan. Undoubtedly, but I wonder what it is about our Xiaonuan that captivates him. I cannot fathom it. You have reminded me. That girl is still intoxicated and lacks discretion. I shall have a serious talk with her tomorrow. Yes, now that she is married, she can no longer act recklessly. She must show genuine concern for Xiao Chen's well-being and ensure he feels the warmth of home." "Quite right. We must firmly guide that girl." The couple began to plan for Mu Xiaonuan's future. If Mu Xiaonuan were to overhear their conversation, she would undoubtedly be exasperated, exclaiming, "Are you truly my parents?" Chapter 42. How do you wish to play? In the room, Mu Xiaonuan gradually awoke. "Huh? How did I end up here?" Startled, she sat up abruptly, surveying her surroundings and exhaling in relief. Fortunately, this had always been her room. Suddenly, a low rumble emanated from her stomach, an inexplicable sensation washing over her. "Oh no!" In an instant, Mu Xiaonuan, still dazed, flung aside the blanket and hurriedly dashed to the bathroom. With a contented sigh, she finally calmed herself. "Honestly, I drank too much, and the water intake was excessive," she murmured to herself, lamenting the detrimental effects of alcohol. She had completely forgotten the events of the previous night. All she recalled was dancing with Brother Chun, followed by a troubling gap in her memory. It felt as though she had overlooked something crucial. At that moment, a cheerful sound of running water reached her ears, causing her heart to skip a beat. Could it be? Instinctively, Mu Xiaonuan glanced up. Beside the toilet, separated by a semi-transparent glass panel, stood a figure showering. Wasn't that Brother Chun? In an instant, Mu Xiaonuan felt her mind go blank, a dizzying sensation overwhelming her, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. She was momentarily lost in a stupor. Just then, Chen Ran opened the shower door. In a heartbeat, their eyes met, both staring at each other in stunned silence. The atmosphere thick with tension. A piercing scream cut through the air, reverberating throughout the estate. Mu Xiaonuan quickly covered her eyes, her legs instinctively coming together, as if a mountain had suddenly collapsed within her. Bang! Without hesitation, Chen Ran stumbled backward, crashing against the bathroom door. What on earth is happening? Chen Ran was bewildered. How could she not realize someone was showering? Why was she sitting on the toilet here? Mu Xiaonuan was taken aback. Wasn't he this her own room? How could Senior Chen be taking a shower here? What was going on? With her startled exclamation, Mu Chengfeng and Lu Xiaoxi from outside were drawn to the commotion. Lu Xiaoxi, filled with concern, noticed the door was unlocked and pushed it open, standing at the bathroom entrance, worriedly asking, "Daughter, are you all right? Did you fall?" "No." "Fine." The sound of Lu Xiaoxi knocking on the door sent a chill of panic through Mu Xiaonuan. She hurriedly replied, "I didn't fall." "Then why did you scream so loudly?" Lu Xiaoxi questioned, suspicious that it couldn't possibly be a simple fall causing such a ruckus. Cough cough. At that moment, Chen Ran's voice emerged from within. "Mom, I'm in here." "Ah, Xiao Shen?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxi immediately understood, a look of realization spreading across her face. "So you two are together. Well then, I won't disturb you." With that, she turned to leave. "Oh wait." Lu Xiaoxi returned momentarily, saying through the door, "The bathroom is small, so take care not to strain yourself. And Xiaonuan, as your mother, I can tell you that the first time is always like this. It will get easier." After her words, Lu Xiaoxi hurried away, anxious not to interrupt the couple's moment. Chen Ran exhaled a long breath, his racing heart gradually calming. As he gazed through the translucent glass at Mu Xiaonuan outside, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. He had initially believed that his leisurely life would remain serene and undisturbed, but unexpectedly, the presence of this young lady brought daily surprises. At first, he had no particular feelings for Mu Xiaonuan, yet unbeknownst to him, he had been captivated by her adorable innocence. The earlier scene had stirred something within him. Could it be? Was he truly developing feelings for her? Cough cough. Chen Ran suppressed his thoughts and called through the glass. "Are you ready yet? If so, could you step out?" I'm Mu Xiaonuan's delicate face had already flushed like a blooming rose, and upon hearing Chen Ran's voice, her cheeks grew even warmer, reaching her ears. "I'm not ready yet. Please don't come out." Flustered and embarrassed, Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, "I got so nervous earlier that I was overwhelmed." Chen Ran, Mu Xiaonuan, just a little laugh. Without considering whether it was actually over, Mu Xiaonuan hurriedly scampered out of the bathroom. Once outside, she flung herself onto the bed, burying her head under a pillow. Oh no, he saw everything. Senior Chen must think I'm a weirdo. How utterly embarrassing." Chen Ran, witnessing her panicked escape, couldn't help but smile softly at her endearing clumsiness. Perhaps it would be amusing to tease her a little. After drying off and donning a bathrobe, Chen Ran finally stepped out of the bathroom. He is coming. By now, Mu Xiaonuan had curled up under the blanket, her back to Chen Ran, her slender figure and graceful curve silhouetted beneath the covers, resembling a beautiful mermaid. Cough cough. Chen Ran approached the bedside, deliberately clearing his throat. Mu Xiaonuan, pretending to be asleep, suddenly trembled. She instinctively wrapped herself tighter in the blanket, biting her lower lip. Her eyes squeezed shut even more tightly. "Huh, little girl, do you think fainting sleep will spare you? With your parents here today, we have no choice but to share one room." Chen Ran casually offered an explanation, preemptively warning her before climbing onto the bed. What? Mu Xiaonuan's heart raced even faster. Her senior Chen was going to share the bed with her. Goodness, this reminded her of the first time they met. Although this was not their first encounter, her mind was clear this time. What to do? This was unbearably difficult. The bed was not particularly large, barely accommodating two people. However, as soon as Chen Ran climbed on, Mu Xiaonuan had to shift over. With every little nudge from him, she silently edged toward the edge. Initially, it seemed trivial, but as Chen Ran continued to press against her, she increasingly felt that something was amiss. Was Chen Ran really that big? Did he require so much space? Oh dear. Before she realized it, Mu Xiaonuan found herself teetering on the edge and tumbled off the bed, landing on the floor. Awakening was now a challenge. Chen Ran, what are you doing? Mu Xiaonuan rubbed her backside, wincing in pain. Oh, my apologies. Chen Ran said apologetically. I'm just used to sleeping alone on a large bed. It feels uncomfortable when it's too cramped. Then where am I supposed to sleep? The little girl puffed her cheeks, a hint of irritation in her voice. There's a sofa over there. Chen Ran stifled a laugh, suggesting, how about I let you suffer a little? What? Mu Xiaonuan was genuinely taken aback. Sleep on the sofa? Are you serious? Chen Ran, can we negotiate? No. How about I promise you something instead? You lost our last bet and never fulfilled your end of the bargain. Chen Ran was teasing her, finding her flustered demeanor increasingly adorable. Mu Xiaonuan was momentarily speechless, biting her delicate teeth, when a flicker of determination suddenly appeared in her beautiful eyes. Indeed, she had lost the last wager, and that promise had remained unfulfilled. With a sudden resolve, she flopped onto the bed, as if surrendering entirely, bashfully looking at Chen Ran. You can do whatever you want. Chapter 43. Unable to sleep. Can you chat with me? How do you want to play? The little girl lay flat on the bed, her graceful figure accentuated, captivating the eye. At that moment, she resembled a delicate white flower, tempting one to reach out and embrace her. Ahem! Chen Ran averted his gaze, suppressing his racing heart. You should wash up first. You really are particular. Mu Xiaonuan huffed, then got up and headed to the bathroom. Why is she taking so long? Chen Ran waited for quite a while, puzzled as to what she was doing. After a long day, fatigue began to set in, and he drowsily collapsed at the edge of the bed, drifting off to sleep. Brother Chen, a familiar voice whispered, enveloping Chen Ran in a dreamy haze. I adore your sleeping face, so unsuspecting like a baby's, with long lashes that remain oblivious even when I mischievously touch your lips. Chen Ran felt as if a gentle spring breeze caressed his ear. A delightful tickle reminiscent of a languid summer afternoon, caught in that blissful moment between slumber and wakefulness. Suddenly, he felt a light brush against his lips. Who is it? Chen Ran jolted awake, startled. A gasp echoed as something thudded to the ground, a close encounter with the floor. What happened? He pondered, bewildered. Recognizing the mischievous, Mu Xiaonuan sprawled ungracefully on the floor in a rather undignified manner. Her outfit, a black and white ensemble resembling a maid's costume, and her sky-blue wig were strikingly familiar. My heart aches, yet I cherish you, she exclaimed, climbing back to her feet and leaning closer to Chen Ran. I adore Brother Chen's voice. Each word warms my heart. Hey, are you feeling all right? Chen Ran reached out, placing his hand on her forehead to gauge her temperature. To his surprise, she leaned in closer. I love when Brother Chen pats my head. Through his palm and my hair, I feel a connection with him. Chen Ran chuckled, sensing the girl had become quite enchanted. If she enjoyed this playful banter, he would indulge her, teasingly remarking, Your head is rather large. What? Mu Xiaonuan's eyes widened, her smile vanishing as she straightened her posture, hands on her hips, indignantly retorting, How is my head large? Isn't it? Chen Ran replied with mock annoyance. I wonder what peculiar ideas are swirling in that head of yours. Mu Xiaonuan pouted, left speechless. Aren't you the one who prompted me? You didn't specify a character, so I had to choose one myself. Then what is this? Chen Ran quipped, Goodness. Is it Rem? Do I look so unlike her? Mu Xiaonuan's frustration grew. After all her efforts, mischievous brother Chen offered no praise. Not at all. Chen Ran stifled a laugh. You resemble a true maid more than Rem. What? Hearing this, Mu Xiaonuan questioned her talent for performance. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, Chen Ran called, allowing Lu Xiaoxi to enter. What's going on here? Lu Xiaoxi inquired, carrying 2 cups of water, her gaze immediately falling on Mu Xiaonuan, who was hurriedly trying to retreat to the bathroom. Girl, what on earth are you wearing? Like a true maid, as you don this attire, you suddenly glance at Chen Ran. In an instant, your mother-in-law comprehends everything. Haha, you young folks certainly know how to have fun and indulge in stories. No, Mom, you misunderstand. Mu Xiaonuan desperately tries to explain. She is not engaging in shameful game with senior brother Chen. This is, do you not understand? Furthermore, I am not merely a maid. I am Rem. Do you grasp the significance of that? Haha, I understand. Lu Xiaoxi feigns complete comprehension. You youngsters are full of enthusiasm, full of variety and playfulness. However, I must remind you to maintain moderation in all things, lest you jeopardize your health. Here is some warm water. Make sure to drink plenty to replenish yourselves. The mother-in-law thoughtfully sets down 2 cups of water, then offers a knowing smile before retreating. Bang! She even kindly locks the door. Mu Xiaonuan cradles her head, utterly mortified. How has her mother misconstrued the situation? Huffed. Chen Ran, too, find himself caught between laughter and tears. After all, this little girl has brought this upon herself. Senior brother Chen, you too mock me? The girl pouts, feeling a lack of affection, and mutters, I am tired, and I wish to sleep. May I occupy the bed now? Chen Ran chuckles and shifts aside, allowing her to take his place. Senior brother, why did you get off the bed? Mu Xiaonuan's eyes widen in disbelief. You do not truly wish for me to sleep in the bed, do you? Chen Ran smiles gently. I was merely jesting before. The wager is concluded. I shall sleep on the sofa. For reasons unbeknownst to her. Mu Xiaonuan feels a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Well, it is getting late. Let us rest. Chen Ran turns off the light and proceeds to the sofa to sleep. The young girl lies on the bed, unable to find slumber, gazing at the ceiling, tossing and turning. She glances at Chen Ran and softly inquires, Senior brother Chen, are you asleep? Are you not sleeping yet? Chen Ran, having dozed off briefly earlier, finds himself awake. Just as well, I cannot sleep either. Mu Xiaonuan appears somewhat cheerful, but soon recalls something. Her mood dampening. I wonder how long my parents will stay here. I feel rather anxious. If our actual relationship with Senior brother Chen were to be exposed, it would be dreadful. Let us discuss it tomorrow. There is no need to rush, Chen Ran reassures her. But I am very worried. I cannot sleep. Mu Xiaonuan pleads. Senior brother, could you not keep me company for a while? Senior brother, you are too far away. I cannot hear you, she adds, since you are not asleep yet. Why not come sit beside me? After we chat, you may return to sleep. Chapter 44. Just want you to sleep in the bed, unable to sleep? Chen Ran observes the young girl, who is curled up, quietly gazing at him in the dim light. She resembles a gentle little kitten in the dark night, endearing yet provoking an irresistible urge to reach out and pet her. Ding. Reminder. Leisurely living system activating. Ding. Reminder. A new leisurely living task has been issued. In this tranquil night, sharing one's thoughts is also a form of leisurely living. Please engage in sincere communication. Chen Ran initially intended to ignore the young girl, feigning sleep instead. However, when a message from the system suddenly arrived, his spirits were instantly lifted. Truly, I find you quite perplexing. Chen Ran let out a deliberate sigh before rising to sit beside the girl's bed. Are you still worried? He inquired, taking a seat on the bed. The girl hesitated momentarily and then inched away slightly. What do you wish to discuss? Chen Ran pressed on, but the girl retreated further. Falling silent, with a hint of exasperation, he remarked, We cannot possibly sit here until dawn. Can we? Until dawn? She exclaimed, peeking out from her covers, her eyes wide with alarm. Isn't this moving a bit too quickly? I am not prepared for such a thing, let alone until morning. What is there to prepare? Chen Ran responded, bewildered. You merely need to lie down comfortably. What else is required? Do I need to do something? Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaonuan was taken aback, her mind racing with implications. Surely, he could not mean to indulge in something as audacious as eating a lollipop. This was progressing far too quickly. Hesitantly, she suggested, could we perhaps use our hands? Use our hands? Chen Ran echoed, bewildered. How had their innocent conversation veered into such territory? What was this girl thinking? Why the sudden urge for physicality? He pondered whether she desired to vent her frustrations after witnessing something inappropriate earlier that day. If neither their lips nor hands were to move, what could they possibly do? Mu Xiaonuan, equally confused, had never encountered such a situation before. Was it possible that senior brother Chen harbored some peculiar proclivity? Perhaps she ought to test the waters? Cautiously, she extended her delicate foot, which, under the dim light, shimmered with an ethereal glow. What are you doing? Chen Ran exclaimed, startled. Was she really attempting to ambush him? Stop that. He swiftly pushed her foot away, exasperated. What do you truly want? Do we not agree to simply talk? Feeling wronged, Mu Xiaonuan thought it was clearly Chen Ran who had stirred her emotions. Why had he suddenly withdrawn? How irresponsible. All right then, what concerns you? Please, ask your questions so we can sleep afterward. Chen Ran rubbed his temples, fatigue washing over him. There was nothing of great importance, she replied, sticking out her tongue playfully. I was merely thinking it might be cozier for us to share the bed, rather than have you squished on the sofa. Are you? Chen Ran shook his head in disbelief, a mix of amusement and warmth filling his heart. He had not expected her to still care for him in such a way. However, I truly have much to say. Mu Xiaonuan turned to face Chen Ran directly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Why did you secretly paint that picture for me? Seeing your brother, have you already? This was an accident, Chen Ran interjected, reclining as he gazed at the ceiling, his thoughts disordered. It is merely my habit to complete everything before presenting it. Oh, she replied, considering his words. It seems that Mu Xiaonuan is not entirely satisfied with the answer. Yet she understands that since Brother Chen has drawn for her, he must harbor unique feelings towards her. In truth, I wish to create another painting. Mu Xiaonuan earnestly requested. Brother Chen, could you possibly help me craft another piece? This time, I wish to observe your creative process. Having already painted ordinary works, she resolved not to replicate them. Chen Ran was quite clear on this matter. He would not revisit the theme of Sleeping Beauty for Mu Xiaonuan. But what if it were a different style? The young girl suddenly blinked her beautiful eyes, revealing a hint of mystery. This new style will surely be one that you have never encountered before, Brother Chen. Oh, Chen Ran found himself intrigued, pondering what mischief the young girl was concocting. It requires a devotion to art. She mused internally, recognizing the insanity of her thoughts, yet unable to comprehend the source of such wild ideas. She wondered how shocked Brother Chen would be when the time came, giggling with anticipation. Let us not dwell on such topics. The young girl adeptly shifted the conversation, inquiring, though I have spent considerable time with you, I realize I do not know you very well. What would you like to know? Brother Chen, you still have your first kiss, right? The mention of the first kiss reminded Chen Ran of the bold encounter that evening when she had unexpectedly kissed him. It is no longer mine, he replied honestly, his gaze playful as he looked at Mu Xiaonuan, silently attributing the loss to her. What? It's gone? Just like that? Initially filled with hope, Mu Xiaonuan's expression fell, realizing Brother Chen's first kiss had vanished. I have preserved my first kiss for over 20 years. How could yours simply be gone? Frustrated, she contemplated banging her head against a wall, preferably a soft one. Who is it? Who has taken Brother Chen's first kiss? Mu Xiaonuan shouted to seek vengeance. It appeared that she had forgotten everything. Chen Ran's eyes flickered as he observed her reaction. She truly must have been intoxicated that evening, forgetting all events. Who is she? The young girl remained persistent, her fury palpable, as if she longed to confront the girl in question. What do you intend to do? Nothing much. I merely wish to see what sort of girl could entice Brother Chen to part with his first kiss. Mu Xiaonuan gritted her teeth, unable to calm her tumultuous emotions. Eventually, the young girl settled down to rest for the night, even humming softly in her dreams. Clearly, the matter of the first kiss had left a significant impact on her. Chen Ran smiled gently as he watched Mu Xiaonuan quickly drift into slumber, before also succumbing to peaceful sleep. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the leisurely task during the late night. Being a good listener and lulling someone to sleep is also a form of leisure. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. World-class designer level 1. Super Farm Design Blueprint 1. Ding! A reminder for the host. World-class designer is currently loading. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have now become a world-class designer. Chapter 45. Little girl. Are you a pig? World-class designer? Chen Ran lay back, having acquired a brand new skill. Is there yet another design blueprint for a super farm? Besides being a world-class designer, Chen Ran has also acquired the blueprint for a super farm. The so-called super farm is essentially a blueprint for a fully automated future agricultural facility. The growth of crops and environmental conditions are monitored in real time through scientific methods, with irrigation, lighting, soil conditions, and temperature all meticulously analyzed and managed by supercomputers. This is truly a high-tech agricultural marvel. The intricate design retains the essence of nature, resembling a botanical garden, akin to a realm of enchantment. However, the cost is indeed exorbitant. Chen Ran was taken aback. This relatively modest project, specifically the first phase of a super farm, requires an investment of nearly 200 million. It is undeniably pricey. This feels akin to a farm crafted from gold. Ordinary affluent individuals would likely struggle to afford such an endeavor. Living leisurely, money becomes a mere trifle. 200 million may seem substantial, yet it is merely the value of a painting. Chen Ran adjusted his perspective, realizing that money is inconsequential. What truly matters is the appreciation for life as pleasures. And this super farm is worth it. It is expected to be completed within a week, as he engages the most formidable team for this national infrastructure project. Chen Ran contemplated, eager to expedite the establishment of the super farm, filled with anticipation. At that moment, he heard a soft hum beside him. It was the little girl, Mu Xiaonuan, who had fallen asleep and mumbled in her dreams. This girl, even in her sleep, was speaking. Chen Ran smiled gently, preparing to rise from the bed. However, suddenly, Mu Xiaonuan's foot landed on his waist. Chen Ran was both amused and perplexed. Was she unwilling to let him leave? Gradually, he considered withdrawing his leg to escape. Yet, just as he was about to lift his foot, Mu Xiaonuan unexpectedly rolled over and landed on him. Like an octopus, she clung to him, her head resting on his chest, and in her slumber, her lips curled into a slight smile, resembling an adorable baby lost in dreams. This girl, Chen Ran, chuckled softly. Now he couldn't even think of leaving. Sleep, dear one, sleep. Chen Ran inhaled the fragrant aroma emanating from her and felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over him. Today had been exhausting, and he no longer wished to move, longing instead to succumb to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, an astonishing piece of news erupted online. Another exorbitantly priced painting had emerged, valued at $2.5 billion. A new figure, Mr. Lung, had appeared, a legendary, extraordinarily gifted artist. He possessed a paradise-like estate, breathtakingly beautiful. Master Chen's dance astonished everyone, heralding the arrival of a new king of dance. Overnight, news about Chen Ran surged to the headlines, and he became a highly sought-after national idol. Teacher, quick, take a look. The production team has sent a new invitation, inviting us to continue filming Wishing for the 6th season. At that moment, late at night, in the backstage of Mango TV, Teacher who was preparing to wrap up and head home, suddenly received a phone call from Huang Xiaochu. Oh, we are finally set to film the new season of Wishing again. I have been waiting for half a year. Teacher whose previously haggard expression suddenly radiated with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Where are we filming this time?" As the production team has something quite special in store, Huang Xiaochu, feeling a wave of sentiment, responded, "The production team is currently in contact, indicating that we are to film the new season of Yearning at the estate of the newly acclaimed national master, Master Chen." "Oh, what is this all about?" Teacher queried, perplexed. "A national master? I haven't heard of anyone by that title recently." Chen Ran, Master Chen, is a painter, dancer, and lifestyle expert who has recently risen to fame. A lifestyle expert? When did such a title emerge? Teacher chuckled lightly. It appears the production team has become quite fanciful. What is this notion of a lifestyle expert? Teacher I advise you to catch up on the news. Huang Xiaochu urged. I assure you, after you read it, you will realize that our current residence, this villa, pales in comparison. That is what one might truly call living. He is a masterful figure who truly understands the art of life. Is it truly that remarkable? Teacher was astonished. Huang Xiaochu's earnest words have left him speechless. What extraordinary qualities did this individual possess? In this era, one could achieve fame overnight, leaving one both surprised and unprepared. Legends surrounding Chen Ran exploded across the internet overnight. It was revealed that this enigmatic Master Chen was already married, and his enchanting wife was the campus belle and a live-streaming host. The titles of campus belle and live-streamer instantly piqued the curiosity of countless netizens. With little information available about Master Chen, all eyes turned to his charming wife, eager to glimpse the woman who resided in the golden palace of such a master. Consequently, without any prior live broadcasts, Mu Xiaonuan, who had already garnered attention due to Chen Ran, saw her popularity skyrocket overnight. Her followers surged from 5 million to 10 million, then to 20 million, ultimately reaching 50 million. The entire Douyin live streaming platform was set ablaze. What an absurdity. The higher-ups at Douyin witnessed the platform's traffic explode and then stabilize, only to explode again, leaving them in a state of both laughter and tears. This was undoubtedly the most outrageous event since Douyin's inception. What? Xiaonuan and her husband are trending? At that moment, Yan Shui, who was visiting the estate, gasped in shock upon seeing the latest news. She immediately opened Mu Xiaonuan's live streaming room, left utterly dumbfounded by the sheer number of followers. 50 million. Quick, get that woman to go live. We want to see her husband. What is she doing? It's already past midnight, and she is still not up to stream? How can a host sleep so soundly? Is she a pig? Cough, cough. At this moment, I suspect Master Chen is diligently practicing his equestrian skills. The horse must be exhausted, resting and whimpering. Although the live stream had yet to commence, the eager netizens were full of energy, all awaiting Mu Xiaonuan's broadcast, yearning to catch a glimpse of Master Chen. The following morning, when Mu Xiaonuan awoke, the sun was already high in the sky, nearly 11 o'clock. She stretched lazily, her slender figure curving elegantly, illuminated by the sunlight streaming in, her disheveled pajamas captivating the eye like jade. It was yet another vibrant day. Hooray! The young lady yawned, assessed her physique, and thought, everything seems to be developing normally. Quite comfortable indeed. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door, accompanied by the voice of her mother, Lu Xiaoxi. Girl, are you a pig? Why are you still in bed? Your husband got up at 7. Breakfast has long been prepared. Is this how you behave as a wife? Chapter 46. Mu Xiaonuan. Feeling abandoned by the world, Mom. If you call me a pig, then you must be a sow. Mu Xiaonuan retorted defiantly as she opened the door, facing her mother's wrath without a hint of fear. You. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes widened in anger, trembling with rage, raising her hand as if to smack Mu Xiaonuan's behind. You little brat, you'll drive me to madness. Just wait until I turn your backside into 8 pieces. You're hitting me. Help! Mu Xiaonuan squealed, sounding like a pig being slaughtered as she dashed away in her slippers, calling for help. Just then, she spotted Chen Ran walking towards her, and like a lifeline, she hid behind him, clutching his shirt. Husband, save me. You little brat, come out. Lu Xiaoxi was infuriated, feeling that her daughter was using her husband as a shield. I want to come out. What do you do to me? Mu Xiaonuan replied, her expression smug as she peeked out from behind Chen Ran, playfully sticking out her tongue in a teasing manner. You. Lu Xiaoxi was beside herself with anger, unable to strike out her son-in-law. Luckily, old Mu arrived just in time, comforting Lu Xiaoxi. Dear, don't be angry. It's easy to get worked up in the morning. Did you hear what this girl just called me? Lu Xiaoxi lamented, feeling wronged. She actually called me a sow. Old Mu's expression stiffened as he looked at Mu Xiaonuan in astonishment, but he quickly relaxed. It was not uncommon for the mother and daughter to bicker like this. It seemed that, even after marriage, her nature remained unchanged. Daughter, how can you say such things about your mother? Though old Mu adored his daughter, he still prioritized his wife. Apologize to your mother. Why should I apologize when she called me a pig? Mu Xiaonuan retorted playfully, slightly retracting her neck. Smack! However, just as her words fell, a crisp sound echoed, causing Mu Xiaonuan to tremble, feeling as if an electric current had coursed through her body. She couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her legs feeling weak, her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Humph! Mu Xiaonuan let out a melodious sound akin to pearls dropping onto a jade plate, stirring hearts. Husband, why did you hit me? She felt extremely shy, her large, watery eyes glancing at Chen Ran, filled with bashfulness. Greetings to Brother Chen, who has unexpectedly spanked someone in front of so many witnesses, leaving them feeling quite bashful. However, reflecting upon that tingling sensation and considering Brother Chen's intimate gesture in such a public setting, Mu Xiaonuan felt her heart race with an unprecedented thrill. Strangely, she did not feel repulsed. Rather, there was an exhilarating flutter in her heart. Are you all right? Chen Ran looked at the girl in astonishment. Who had struck her? He had certainly not laid a hand on her. Moreover, what was the meaning of her flushed cheeks and shy demeanor? Oh dear, the coy little one. How could you experience such feelings? Yet, in the next moment, a teasing voice approached. Yin Shui suddenly leaned close to Mu Xiaonuan's ear, whispering sweetly, causing Mu Xiaonuan to tense up as if struck by a jolt of electricity, standing frozen in place. You. Mu Xiaonuan mechanically turned her head, her previously bashful expression transforming into one of shock and then anger upon seeing Yin Shui's playful countenance. You mischievous little Shui. How dare you? Why do you look so disappointed? Yin Shui retorted before delivering a sharp slap. The crisp sound echoed, and Mu Xiaonuan felt a sting, unable to contain herself as she turned to grab Yin Shui. Huh, you think you can catch me? Yin Shui nimbly evaded, but Mu Xiaonuan, flustered and furious, quickly retaliated, resulting in a playful scuffle between the two. How improper! Lu Xiaoxi could no longer bear to watch and sighed. At this point, a married daughter is like spilled water. There was little she could do. Ahem. Chen Ran also found a bit too much to handle, and only then did Mu Xiaonuan and Yin Shui cease their antics. Surprisingly, the usually innocent girl, who had presumed she would be at a disadvantage against Yin Shui, found the tables turned, resulting in a rather amusing spectacle. Oh dear husband, I have embarrassed you. Mu Xiaonuan quickly distanced herself from Yin Shui and turned to Chen Ran, unable to help but lower her gaze, her face flushed with shame. Oh no, oh no. She had behaved so indiscreetly in front of Brother Chen. Would he think her improper? The little girl felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. How peculiar, Mu Xiaonuan. Even you can admit defeat. Lu Xiaoxi remarked without reservation. After raising her for 20 years, this was the first time the girl had bowed her head in front of others, a moment the mother had never witnessed before. Mom, why are you holding a grudge? It wasn't intentional. Mu Xiaonuan was deeply frustrated, wondering why her mother chose this moment to undermine her. It was incredibly irritating. Little Nuan, you are now a wife. You must be more considerate towards Chen. You cannot be so willful anymore. Even Mu Qingfeng could not resist chiming in. What? Mu Xiaonuan was taken aback. Her father had always been on her side, treating her like a delicate treasure. How could he be reprimanding her today? Looking at her parents, she was astonished to find them all standing by Brother Chen's side. Could it be? Surely not. Would it truly be the case that upon entering matrimony, my mother would heartlessly abandon me? Mu Xiaonuan, how could you be in such a dire predicament? Why? The sheer thought of being so despised and unwelcome in just a single night is utterly disheartening. Have my parents been ensnared by some enchantment concocted by Brother Chen? Why does it seem as though he is their biological child? I must hurry to freshen up and have breakfast. Chen Ran diffused the awkward atmosphere, smiling at Mu Xiaonuan as he said, Eat a little less. Lunch will be served soon. Upon hearing Chen Ran's voice, Mu Xiaonuan felt a surge of affection, realizing that she was not devoid of love. Brother Chen remained as gentle and caring as ever. How delightful! Thanks to Chen Ran's words, Mu Xiaonuan quickly dismissed her earlier displeasure. After a brief wash-up, she had a light meal, gathering strength to seek revenge on Yin Shui. Stinky Xiaoxue, tell me, why did you hit me? Mu Xiaonuan seized Yin Shui's armpit, launching a surprise attack, while Yin Shui was caught off guard. Yin Shui was unable to withstand the onslaught. No Xiaonuan, Yin Shui pleaded for mercy, laughter intermingled with her cries. I came to share some good news with you. Quickly check the news in your live stream. There are surprises awaiting. If I discover you are deceiving me, you shall face dire consequences. Mu Xiaonuan retorted before opening her live stream. Wow, goodness gracious, 50 million followers. Her live stream had exploded instantaneously. My heavens, am I truly this famous now? To have amassed such a multitude of followers. Mu Xiaonuan's fanbase had expanded tenfold, a monumental record in the streaming realm. As she gazed at the live stream screen, nearly fainting from excitement, she noticed the barrage of comments. The host is online. Hurry, hurry, Master Chen is about to appear. Won the world. The host has finally revived. You haven't drained Master Chen, have you? Where is Master Chen? Move aside, Xiaonuan. We wish to see Master Chen. Where is the national husband? We are all your fans. I only register an account here because I heard Master Chen would make an appearance. The flurry of comments caused Mu Xiaonuan's smile to fade gradually. The screen filled with Master Chen's name. Have I been abandoned by the entire world? Mu Xiaonuan felt her worldview shatter, as if she were in a dream. Chapter 47. Yin Shui, I'm truly grateful to you. However, witnessing so many people paying attention to me still brings me joy. My disappointment lasted but 3 seconds. Mu Xiaonuan, with her inherently positive demeanor, allowed her brief bout of melancholy to dissipate swiftly. Stinky Xiaoxue, do you know why so many people have suddenly taken an interest in my husband? With Yin Shui nearby, Mu Xiaonuan pinched her waist and inquired, It seems I may have overindulged last night. Do you know what transpired afterward? Little Mu, are you feeling particularly mischievous? Yin Shui, sitting in the courtyard, sprang to her feet upon being pinched, ready to retaliate against the little imp. Hee, it has been ages since we last gathered. Let us not kindle such fierce tempers. Mu Xiaonuan cheerfully interrupted her. To be honest, I drank too much last night and fell asleep. So I have no idea what transpired. Why is everyone so concerned about my husband? Do you really not remember? Yin Shui was taken aback. Indeed, Mu Xiaonuan had indulged quite a bit in spirits the previous evening, and her current demeanor certainly suggested that she had little recollection of the events. I truly forgot. Oh, Xiaoxue, please tell me. Mu Xiaonuan was intensely curious about why the online community was so intrigued by her dear Chen Xiao. Do you recall dancing with your husband last night? Yin Shui's gaze shifted, and a mischievous smile crept onto her lips as she feigned seriousness. I seem to have a vague impression. But why would I dance with my husband? Do you remember that dancer, Mary? Mary? The world-renowned dancer? Mu Xiaonuan's eyes sparkled with recognition. Oh, I remember now. She wanted to dance with my husband, and I stopped her. Exactly. That's how it happened. Yin Shui clapped her hands in approval. You and your husband danced together, successfully overshadowing Mary. This news made its way online, and your husband's dance moves, akin to those of a king, captured everyone's attention. Plus, with the 2 paintings up for auction, your husband has now become a national treasure. Although Yin Shui conveyed most of the story, she conveniently omitted the moment when Mu Xiaonuan had unexpectedly kissed Chen Ran at the end of their dance. So that's what occurred. The sparkling light in Mu Xiaonuan's eyes revealed her exhilaration. Indeed, her husband was exceptional, and the experience was delightful. I must share this wonderful news with my husband. Feeling invigorated, Mu Xiaonuan was determined to find Chen Ran immediately to share the joyous revelation. When one harbors affection for someone, every event becomes significant. Oh, by the way, did anything else happen last night? Just as Mu Xiaonuan was about to leave, a thought struck her, prompting her to ask, Anything else? Yin Shui pretended to ponder for a moment, then shook her head in confusion. I don't think so. After that, you got drunk, and your mother took you back to your room. Are you sure there's nothing else? Mu Xiaonuan expressed skepticism. She knew her friend had a knack for mischief. Don't you trust your husband's skills? Yin Shui teased. Have you not weighed his merits? That's true. Mu Xiaonuan's expression radiated an indescribable pride. Her husband excelled in certain aspects and had a remarkable sense of rhythm, always ensuring her enjoyment. Although she couldn't recall the specific details of last night, she knew she ultimately succumbed to bliss. He dances splendidly. Just look at that pride on your face. Yin Shui rolled her eyes at her. If you doubt it, watch the video replay of your husband's dance. I'll send it to you. We recorded it last night. As she spoke, Yin Shui had already sent the video to Mu Xiaonuan. You can also share it with your husband. This way, it proves how much you care for him. Thank you, Xiaoxue. Mu Xiaonuan was elated as she approached Yin Shui and embraced her. At last, you've done something commendable. I truly appreciate it. You're welcome. Just have your husband send me a painting later, Yin Shui replied. Dream on. Mu Xiaonuan retorted playfully. With a sense of triumph, Mu Xiaonuan departed, heading straight for the estate's exit. Chen Ran had ventured out early that morning, seemingly to inspect the small vegetable garden outside. Xiaonuan, I wonder what your reaction will be when you see the final video in front of your husband? Yin Shui mused, observing the girl's joyful retreat with a slight smile, her eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation. She had clearly captured the moment when the girl had kissed Chen Ran, complete with close-up shots. Initially, she intended to privately counsel the young girl about her exuberance and lack of respect. However, a thought struck her. Why not share it with her esteemed brother Chen as well? The awkwardness would be far more entertaining with both parties present. and she was eager to witness the young girl's expression in that moment. Darling, darling, come quick. My live stream has over 50 million followers. Mu Xiaonuan called out. Spotting Chen Ran measuring something near the garden, waving her hand in excitement, with Manta trotting by her side. Slow down. Why the rush? Chen Ran inquired with a smile as he watched the girl approach, breathless. Look, look, Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, proudly displaying her Douyin livestream statistics to Chen Ran. Is it really this many? Chen Ran was taken aback, as previously, during its peak, it had only reached 7 or 8 million. The sudden surge was quite astonishing. This is largely thanks to you, Mu Xiaonuan said with a hint of jealousy. I suspect that 90% of these followers are here for you, leaving me as the most inconspicuous female streamer. How so? Chen Ran asked, intrigued. I have something to show you, Mu Xiaonuan said with a mysterious smile, revealing a video that had been meticulously edited, complete with the title, The National Art Master and His Wife's Romantic Dance. Tada! What do you think? Mu Xiaonuan beamed with pride. This is a video of us dancing last night, and it has been carefully edited. Look, you're so famous now. I must have contributed to that, right? Indeed, your contribution is invaluable. Thank you for being my dance partner, Chen Ran responded cheerfully, amused by her playful charm. So, darling, how do you plan to thank me? What do you want? Let me think. How about we watch the video first? Mu Xiaonuan suggested, lifting her chin thoughtfully. Oh, Chen Ran raised an eyebrow, puzzled and speculating whether she had some hidden agenda. As he clicked to play the video, it became evident that his dancing was indeed captivating. Who does this Mary think she is, wanting to dance with my husband? How absurd. Well done, darling. The video showcased the enchanting dance between Chen Ran and Mu Xiaonuan, exuding a professional quality that astonished her. With her esteemed brother, Chen, guiding her, she found herself appearing equally adept. So soon, it is about to conclude. The dance is drawing to a close, and Mu Xiaonuan feels a lingering sense of longing. However, oddly enough, the progress bar still indicates 3 more minutes. What is this? Suddenly, the screen freezes on the final scene of the two completing their dance. Mu Xiaonuan's eyes widen in astonishment. This moment is incredibly tense. She fixates on the screen, witnessing the two gazing deeply into each other's eyes, and then the girl leans in abruptly, sealing the boy's lips with hers. Heavens! I. Mu Xiaonuan's heart races uncontrollably, her eyes widening in disbelief as she covers her face, unable to bear the sight. She actually initiated a kiss with Senior Chen. Oh my! Mu Xiaonuan's heart pounds furiously. Her cheeks flushed crimson as hormones surge within her. How embarrassing to have such a scene play out in front of Senior Chen. Mu Xiaonuan, what were you thinking? No, it was that wretched Xiaoxua. She tricked me. Mu Xiaonuan is already plotting to confront that mischievous girl. Darling, the dance is over. It's finished. Mu Xiaonuan feels an overwhelming sense of panic, her voice trembling with anxiety, scarcely daring to glance at Chen Ran's expression. Is this what they call an ending? Chen Ran continues to observe the video, his expression peculiar. It was supposed to conclude, but what is happening? Why does the scene of their kiss keep repeating? Moreover, it varies with different backgrounds, from the sofa to the bed, the kitchen, the bathroom, and even the outdoors and in a hot spring. Why are there so many edited kissing scenes in various settings? This little girl is showing him all this. Could it be that she is deliberately hinting at how she wants to thank him? Mu Xiaonuan realizes something is amiss when she sees the series of different backgrounds in the kissing scenes. It feels as though thunder has struck her mind. Yin Shui, I truly appreciate you. Chapter 48. How dare she? On the mobile video screen, several images are continuously replaying, and they're all kissing photos. Mu Xiaonuan, suddenly shy and anxious, curses Yin Shui in her heart, and only then does she come to her senses. Goodness, he has seen all of these. This is truly humiliating. Don't look. Mu Xiaonuan, filled with mortification and fury, hastily covers the phone screen with her hand and quickly presses it against her heart, perhaps due to overwhelming tension. The phone, like a palm, compresses her bosom, sinking into it. So, this is what you wanted to convey to me? After a moment of astonishment, Chen Ran glances at the girl with a playful expression. I never expected you would anticipate such a thing so eagerly. Once is not enough. Even 7 times wouldn't satisfy you. If you keep this up, I will feel immense pressure. My productivity won't keep pace with demand. For some reason, upon seeing her flustered state, Chen Ran feels an impulse to tease her. Quite amusing indeed. I don't. The girl grows even more anxious, lowering her head, clutching her phone tightly, pressing it against her chest, as if her breathing has quickened and become labored. This was clearly not me. Just as the young lady was about to offer an explanation. At that moment, not far away, her mother-in-law and father-in-law approached, casting curious glances at the two. This scene was inadvertently captured by Chen Ran. Xiaonuan. Chen Ran suddenly called out to Mu Xiaonuan. At that moment, Mu Xiaonuan's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, a chaotic blend of thoughts that nearly left her dazed. Upon hearing Chen's gentle voice, tinged with a hint of affection, she shivered, her heart racing as if it were about to be stolen away. Goodness, Chen Ran's voice was truly enchanting. Just as Mu Xiaonuan lifted her head, a warm breath suddenly drew near. Ugh! Mu Xiaonuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The idol-like Chen Ran, whom she had long admired, was now right in front of her, kissing her passionately. The warmth was tender yet fervent, as if it could melt her entirely. It was like savoring a delightful jelly, soft, sweet, and juicy, leaving her longing for more. Old Mu, look, quick, look. At that moment, Mu Xiaonuan, who was making her way toward them, eagerly tugged at her partner's sleeve, excitedly gesturing for him to observe the scene unfolding nearby. What? Ah! Old Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the sight, his expression suddenly morphing into one of utter astonishment. What was happening? His daughter was being kissed forcefully? From their demeanor, it was evident that Chen Ran was cradling Mu Xiaonuan's face, initiating the kiss. Initially, she was bewildered and unsure of how to respond, but soon, she found her bearings, wrapping her arms around Chen Ran's neck and shyly reciprocating. Behind them, the vegetable garden was lush and vibrant, with droplets of water cascading down, creating an atmosphere of sheer bliss. My dear, Mu Chengfeng observed the couple, a hint of satisfaction gracing his weathered face. It seems they are far happier than we had imagined. Don't you think we're like the third wheel here, interrupting their lovely time together? Third wheel? She is my daughter, and we are all family. Mu Xiaonuan shot a glare at Mu Chengfeng, though her eyes were misty. Seeing her daughter finding support and a sense of belonging brought her joy, yet she couldn't shake off the feeling of reluctance. After all, she was her own flesh and blood. However, you are right. We are indeed intruding on their private moments. Mu Xiaonuan wiped her eyes, her expression dimming. Old Mu, let us book tickets to return home. All right, as you wish. Mu Chengfeng nodded firmly, embracing his partner. Moments later, Chen Ran and Mu Xiaonuan felt a slight breathlessness and gently parted from each other. Mu Xiaonuan gasped for breath, her charming face resembling a rosy apple, with glistening strands at the corners of her mouth. Her delicate tongue brushed lightly, eyes filled with a watery affection that overwhelmed her, causing her to shyly lower her head. Husband, why? Mu Xiaonuan's heart brimmed with bashful love. Why had Brother Chen suddenly taken such a bold step, leaving her unprepared? Initially, she was dazed, only to later realize the sheer delight of that feeling. Was this the sensation of a first kiss? No, wait. It was actually the second. The first had occurred just last night, and in her intoxication, she had long forgotten what it felt like. How wonderful! Both her first and second kisses belonged to her. Mu Xiaonuan. As the young girl reveled in such delightful thoughts, a sudden wave of confusion washed over her. Wait a moment. Why would Brother Chen kiss her so proactively? Could it be that he was about to confess his feelings? Mu Xiaonuan felt a surge of unprecedented nervousness, her heart racing as if it were about to leap from her throat. She had never experienced such excitement before. Ahem! Chen Ran coughed softly, his gaze flickering as he attempted to mask the embarrassment of his earlier actions. It was about to begin, yet Mu Xiaonuan was filled with excitement, anticipating Brother Chen's forthcoming confession. Dad, Mom, why are you two here? Chen Ran smiled as he spoke. What? Mu Xiaonuan was taken aback. Parents? She turned her head and was astonished to find her father and mother standing right behind her, So it was not that Brother Chen was going to confess his feelings, but rather he was warning her of her parents' arrival. The young girl's enthusiasm plummeted. Seeing her parents, her lovely face clouded with displeasure. Why had they come? She had been so hopeful. Suddenly, Mu Xiaonuan realized that Brother Chen's earlier kiss might have been influenced by her parents' unexpected presence. "What are you doing?" she thought, feeling dejected as she glanced at them. Lu Xiaoxi approached, arms crossed, and huffed, "You ungrateful girl. Your mother and I traveled a great distance to check on you, and you're acting like this? Who would dare?" Mu Xiaonuan protested, feeling wronged. "When did you two arrive? It's not like it was your decision. How could I possibly be displeased?" You're being insincere." Liu Xiaoxi reprimanded, tipping Mu Xiaonuan's forehead. The young girl pouted, covering her forehead, looking unhappy. "That hurts." "All right, dear. Your mother is simply reluctant to part with you," old Mu said with a smile, his face radiating affection. "This visit was impromptu. As soon as your mother heard about your knee injury, she urged me to hurry back. She truly misses you." "But what does that matter?" Lu Xiaoxi retorted, pouting. "A daughter married off is like spilled water. You are not welcoming your mother anymore. We should book a flight and return tomorrow." Chapter 49. Xiaonuan will surely take responsibility for you. "We're going back tomorrow." Lu Xiaoxi and Mu Chengfeng were resolute in their decision. And even when Chen Ran tried to persuade them to stay, they were unwilling to prolong their visit. Primarily, witnessing the passionate embrace of the couple dispelled all their doubts and served as a poignant reminder that this was indeed the life of a young couple. The words of outsiders could only disrupt their blissful existence. Did one not observe the fervent kisses exchanged moments ago as they prepared to depart? An overwhelming sense of reluctance enveloped Mu Xiaonuan, despite her persistent fears about her parents' arrival. "Why are you crying, you silly girl?" Lu Xiaoxi remarked, casting an exasperated glance at Mu Xiaonuan, whose eyes were reddened with emotion. Truth be told, Lu Xiaoxi's own eyes were not without their own sheen of moisture. "Come with me," she instructed, leading her daughter aside, for there were many heartfelt sentiments she wished to share before parting. "Mom, why not stay a few more days with Dad?" Upon stepping aside, Mu Xiaonuan grasped her mother's hand earnestly, genuinely reluctant to see them go. "What more is there to do here? Just watching you two lovebirds is a bit of a burden." Lu Xiaoxi huffed, her tone tinged with playful acidity. "Young people ought to know moderation. You've already spent the night in each other's company, and now you're still clinging to one another. Do keep an eye on your husband's well-being." "Huh?" Mu Xiaonuan's expression turned blank as she processed her mother's words. "What do you mean by that?" In a flash, the implication dawned on her, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Last night, she had merely indulged in a bit too much drink, stumbled into the bathroom where Chen Shixiang was showering, and then, ahem, from a distance, Mu Chengfeng cleared his throat softly, conveying a clear message. "What is the point of discussing such matters with your daughter? This is merely the whim of youth. Let them have their fun as they please. What are you grunting about?" Lu Xiaoxi shot a discontented glare at her husband, her expression revealing a hint of frustration. "I certainly don't want our daughter to end up like me at 40 or 50, languishing with you, who appears strong but is merely a fade, sleeping soundly in bed with no spark left. What a downer that would be." The couple maintained a commendable appearance, resembling individuals in their 30s, radiating vitality with remarkably good skin. Yet certain aspects left much to be desired. Mu Xiaonuan fluttered her beautiful eyes, turning her face away, silently signaling that she had heard nothing at all. "This is no trivial matter. Dear daughter, you must be cautious," Lu Xiaoxi advised in a tone of someone with experience. "You should gently remind Xiao Chen to know when to stop, even if his energy seems boundless. Don't let it go as it did last night. If you can endure it, he may not be able to. In a few years, when your own desires awaken, he might not be up to par." As she listened, Mu Xiaonuan's face turned a deep crimson, resembling a ripe tomato, overwhelmed with shyness. She had not anticipated that her mother's driving skills would extend to such sensitive topics, leaving even the unflappable Mu Xiaonuan feeling bashful. Yet, she understood that this conversation primarily revolved around Chen Shixiang. Otherwise, who could provoke such a reaction in her? Goodness, old Mu listened in discomfort and, with a sense of indignation, turned away, not towards the manor, but towards Chen Ran's direction. See, he is feeling guilty. This is the lesson learned. Lu Xiaoxi sighed, withdrew her gaze, and turned to Mu Xiaonuan, speaking earnestly. Therefore, you must put in more effort in your daily life to take care of your husband. Prepare more nourishing meals for him. It will certainly be beneficial. I can do that. I often make noodles for him, she replied. Lu Xiaoxi nodded in approval. Indeed, it seemed that Xiao Chun quite enjoys the noodles you make. Does he often prepare noodles for you as well? Suddenly inspired, Lu Xiaoxi posed another question. Of course. Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed. My husband makes the most exquisite noodles. Oh, is he that skilled? Lu Xiaoxi expressed her admiration, then sighed. Unlike old Mu, whose noodles are never satisfying. Don't let my dad hear that, or he will get angry. Mu Xiaonuan cautioned quietly. I would rather he show some vigor in bed. Lu Xiaoxi huffed, and then suddenly remembered something, offering a suggestion. Next time he makes noodles for you, you should add more chili oil and minced garlic. It will taste even better. Really? Mu Xiaonuan's eyes sparkled. She thought it was worth a try. But Mom, I must tell you, making noodles isn't everything. You need to prepare some nourishing tonics too. Lu Xiaoxi suddenly leaned in and whispered, especially that potent herbal medicine. It works wonders. When you have time, you can give Xiao Chun some to strengthen his constitution. What? What is that? Mu Xiaonuan had never heard of such things. Don't worry, I'll send you the recipe later. Lu Xiaoxi smiled knowingly. I've heard that consuming this will invigorate the body, and you should hurry and have a little baby, then I can rest easy. It's only been a short time since the wedding, and you're already thinking about a baby? Mu Xiaonuan felt a bit shy. Her mother was eager for a chubby grandchild so soon. She and senior brother Chun have only just begun to know each other, at most just kissing. Remembering the kiss, Mu Xiaonuan's cheeks flushed. She simply had no resistance when it came to senior brother Chun. However, Mu Xiaonuan began to wonder if Chen Ran's earlier kiss was meant to let her parents see, urging them to leave sooner. If her parents were gone, she would indeed be safe, but another question arose. Once the crisis was averted, would she have to leave senior brother Chen? No. Mu Xiaonuan vowed not to give up easily. She thought to herself, she had not yet achieved her desired outcome. How could she be so irresponsible? Right? My dear senior brother Chen, I will surely take responsibility for you until the end. Meanwhile, beside the vegetable garden, Chen Ran had already compared the design of the super farm and contacted the company. Construction would begin today, within a week at the latest. A complete super farm would be established. This is the secret formula. If taken consistently for a month, you will feel as youthful as a 20-year-old lad. Chen Ran entrusted Mu Qingfeng with a secret recipe. Initially, Mu Qingfeng held little hope, but to his surprise, this precious formula from Chen Ran could restore his former glory, filling him with immense joy. The following day, just before their departure, Mu Qingfeng and Chen Ran walked shoulder to shoulder, clearly having embraced this son-in-law as a true member of the family, sharing everything without reservation. No need to see us off, return home. Lu Xiaoxi and Mu Qingfeng waved their hands, though they felt reluctant, ultimately bidding farewell with a wave. Mu Xiaonuan appeared somewhat despondent, her thoughts elsewhere. After all, they were her biological parents, and such brief reunions always left one yearning for more. What are you thinking? At that moment, Chen Ran smiled at her, saying, There is something I need to discuss with you. Chapter 50. Your feet have a smell, oh? Is that so? What is it? Mu Xiaonuan, with her hands clasped behind her back, anxiously twisted her fingers together, her head lowered as she swayed side to side. What you're about to say, I might not agree to. Surely not. You wouldn't want to send your wife away just because her parents are leaving, would you? Mu Xiaonuan's heart raced, yet her expression remained resolute. If Chen Shixiang mentioned this matter, she would undoubtedly refuse. It seems you are quite reluctant. Chen Ran observed her unusual demeanor, guessing the reason, and suddenly felt playful, jokingly saying, What if I said I wouldn't agree? Mu Xiaonuan, kicking her little slippers, replied somewhat glumly, What if I don't agree? Seeing her like that, Chen Ran couldn't help but chuckle, finally revealing, A production team called me today, wanting to invite us to participate in a life of anticipation. I was wondering if I should include you. What? Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaonuan perked up, her eyes wide with surprise. exclaiming, "Really? Why would I lie to you? Just take a look." Chen Ran handed her the invitation. "Oh my goodness, I can't believe this." Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed in astonishment, but just as she finished reading, Chen Ran snatched it back, saying, "Have you read it? Then toss it away. Don't. Wait." Mu Xiaonuan panicked, trying to grab it back, but being shorter than Chen Ran, she couldn't reach it and could only huff in frustration. "They invited me. And you haven't even asked if I agree. Who just said they were reluctant?" Chen Ran held the invitation high above his head. "I don't want to participate alone anyway, so let us throw it away. Don't. Please." Mu Xiaonuan was flustered, jumping up and down. "Who said I didn't want to? Who said that? I don't agree. Throw it away. Throw it away. No. Hurry. Give it to me." Mu Xiaonuan leaped again to catch it, but accidentally sent her slippers flying. "Ah!" she gasped, tumbling directly into Chen Ran's embrace. The young girl squeezed her eyes shut, feeling anxious, yet at that moment, she realized she had fallen into Chen Xixiang's arms. Chen Xixiang nestled against Chen Ran, her hands resting on his chest. She suddenly felt a powerful, rapid heartbeat, quickening with every passing moment. Oh no, this was the sensation of her heart fluttering. Yonk being feigned deeply. Recognizing the familiar scent of her senior brother Chen, enveloped in his warm embrace, the rhythmic beating of his heart resonating with fervor, Mu Xiaonuan, unable to restrain herself, extended her finger to gently touch Chen Ran's heartbeat, sensing, perhaps mistakenly, that it had quickened unexpectedly. "Is everything all right?" At that very moment, a warm hand descended, capturing her mischievous little finger. "Oh, senior brother Chen, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." The sensation of her small hand being ensnared by a warm, powerful grasp sent her heart racing anew, her mind buzzing as if on the verge of explosion. And then, Chen Ran lowered his gaze, fixating on the petite girl's sparkling eyes, her fluttering lashes exuding an irresistible charm, prompting a smile to curve at the corners of his lips, his gaze harboring a hint of playful intent. Then Mu Xiaonuan was nearly paralyzed with anxiety, her cheeks flushed crimson, struggling to articulate a coherent thought amidst her flustered heart. "Is this comfortable?" Chen Ran whispered, leaning closer. It's manageable," Mu Xiaonuan stammered, still a bit dazed. "But you're pressing down on me." Following his gaze, she looked down and realized, indeed, she was nestled against Chen Ran's chest. "Ah!" A mortified exclamation escaped her lips, and she immediately withdrew her hand, only to feel a sudden sharp pain in her foot, nearly losing her balance. It turned out that in her earlier exuberance, her slipper had flown off, landing quite a distance away, and the ground was strewn with cobblestones, making her discomfort all the more pronounced. "Be careful." At that moment, Chen Ran swiftly caught her, this time with him cradling her instead. Wrapping his arms around her slender waist, he marveled at her delicate frame, unsure just how petite she truly was. "You're stepping on my foot." Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as he promptly guided her to stand atop his foot. "Ouch!" Mu Xiaonuan complied, but the pain surged, bringing tears to her eyes. Her soles had turned red from the discomfort. "You really should be more cautious," Chen Ran chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. This girl was quite extraordinary, managing to fling off her slipper so effortlessly. Had it not been for him, she would be running barefoot on the ground. "What now?" she inquired, feeling a bit bashful as she stood atop Chen Ran's foot. Compared to his, her feet were small and exquisite, their delicate shape enchanting, and the warmth of her touch caused his heart to race. "Take it slow. I'll move a step, and you follow," Chen Ran proposed, intending to assist her in a rather primitive manner. "Okay," Mu Xiaonuan obediently replied, feeling an unshakable sense of security beside her senior brother. "All right, 1, 2, 3, go." Chen Ran counted, guiding her as though she were a wounded bird, his movements tender and gentle. The two synchronized effortlessly, stepping together towards the direction of her slipper. As the sun shone warmly, Mantu, who had been lazily basking, suddenly lifted its head and noticed the commotion nearby. With an excited bark, it rolled over and got up. Woof! Perhaps finding it amusing, the creature wagged its tail and dashed over, panting eagerly. "What are you doing? Go away, you annoying thing." Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed in irritation as the dog approached her with the intent to lick her feet, leaving her startled and pale. A woof. Mantis scampered around, exhilarated as if it had discovered a new world. However, after Mu Xiaonuan kicked it twice, the dog ceased its advances. Dogs are generally drawn to fragrant things. Suddenly, Chen Ran recalled something and remarked, "Perhaps it's your feet." "Impossible." Mu Xiaonuan's face darkened. "I smell delightful. How could they be foul? What if, Brother Chen, it's actually your feet?" she replied earnestly. Meanwhile, Manta had wandered over to Mu Xiaonuan's discarded slippers, sniffing curiously as if it had stumbled upon a treasure, before enthusiastically barking and running off with one of the slippers in its mouth. "Hey!" Mu Xiaonuan was dumbfounded. The dog had stolen her slipper. "Brother Chen, I didn't tea." She awkwardly turned her head, weakly insisting its nose must be broken. Chapter 51. What else do you like to lick? With her slipper gone, Mu Xiaonuan blushed and hastily changed the subject, refusing to dwell on the topic of foot odor. After all, how could she face others if this matter lingered? "So, what do you think we should do?" Chen Ran asked with keen interest, knowing the answer but choosing not to reveal it, wanting her to voice it herself. "I want a hug," Mu Xiaonuan promptly declared, dismissing any pretense. As long as it involved Brother Chen, she would say anything without hesitation. "Could you be a bit more subtle?" Chen Ran replied, rolling his eyes at her. The girl's eyes sparkled with yearning, her desire unmistakable. "How about this?" Mu Xiaonuan's eyes shimmered like the night sky as she reached out and tightly embraced Chen Ran's waist, pressing closely against him. "What is this?" Chen Ran was taken aback. Why was she getting so hands-on? "Isn't this subtle enough?" Mu Xiaonuan murmured bashfully against his chest. Silence speaks louder through action. "Doesn't it?" Chen Ran lifted her in a princess carry, her delicate feet dangling outside, while she wrapped her arms around his neck and playfully took a selfie with a peace sign, capturing the moment. Upon returning to the estate, Chen Ran set her down on the clean wooden floor of the courtyard, where a bamboo chair awaited her to recline. The production team won't arrive until next week, so be careful not to injure yourself in the meantime, he cautioned, aware that she often hurt herself without thinking, which could be troublesome later. "Got it, dear." Mu Xiaonuan blinked her playful eyes, watching Chen Ran depart. Could it be? Were my feet really smelly? Mu Xiaonuan reclined in a wicker chair, hesitating for a moment before grasping her foot with her hand. She bent forward, bringing it closer to her nose. Sniff, sniff. "Oh, how peculiar. It doesn't seem so foul after all. In fact, it's rather fragrant." Enchanted by the aroma, Mu Xiaonuan inhaled deeply a couple more times, her expression revealing sheer delight. At that instant, Yan Shui emerged, dragging a suitcase as she prepared to depart. Upon catching sight of Mu Xiaonuan's peculiar behavior, her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Heavens! What are you doing?" Startled, Mu Xiaonuan quickly dropped her foot, sat up straight, and hastily adjusted her attire, beaming at the newcomer. "Oh, it's you, Shui. What is the matter?" As she spoke, Mu Xiaonuan cheerfully approached her. "What do you intend to do?" A sense of foreboding crept into Yan Shui's mind, prompting her to step back cautiously. "Shui, come here. I have a secret to share with you," Mu Xiaonuan said, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she advanced toward Yan Shui. The latter felt increasingly uneasy, sensing something sinister in Mu Xiaonuan's smile. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll scream. Stop right there." Suddenly, with a surprising burst of energy, Mu Xiaonuan lunged forward and tackled Yan Shui to the ground. "What are you doing?" "Mu Xiaonuan, have you lost your mind?" Yan Shui struggled fiercely beneath her, but Mu Xiaonuan was resolute in her determination to keep her pinned down. "Tell me, you didn't see anything just now?" Mu Xiaonuan pressed down on Yan Shui's side, eliciting laughter that was strained and breathless. "You mischievous girl. You wouldn't dare tickle me." "No, please." But to her dismay, Mu Xiaonuan's hands moved faster, and Yan Shui crumbled under the onslaught. Okay, I'll confess." Yan Shui surrendered, panting. "I want to tell your husband, but Mu Xiaonuan actually doesn't have a foot odor-sniffing habit. She just enjoys licking feet. Ha 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 ha." Yan Shui. Mu Xiaonuan was genuinely furious. "We need to settle the score. All the new and old accounts must be reconciled." The previous video had been a trick played on her, and now Yin Shui was claiming she liked to lick feet? Unforgivable. What you two up to? Just as Mu Xiaonuan was about to unleash her fury, a voice filled with confusion came from behind. It was Chen Ran returning. Oh! Mu Xiaonuan gasped, immediately releasing Yin Shui and standing up awkwardly, her face flushing crimson as her heart raced. She thought to herself, oh no, how embarrassing it is to be caught by senior brother Chen in such an awkward moment. Go on, you two have good chat. Yin Shui stifled a laugh, mimicking a goose's honk, and shot Mu Xiaonuan a teasing glance. Then, she swaggered off with her suitcase, saying, Master Chen, do take good care of our Xiaonuan. I'm leaving now. Xiaonuan, don't be so mischievous. Be sure to wash your feet well when you get home and don't lick everything. She made a silly face before departing, leaving behind a triumphant smile. You insufferable Yin Shui, stop spreading nonsense. Mu Xiaonuan was in a state of distress. It was over. Her splendid image in front of Chen Shixiang was utterly shattered. Are you going to see her off? Chen Ran asked with a smile, seemingly unaffected by the earlier incident. Why should I send her off? Let her go alone. Mu Xiaonuan crossed her arms, visibly upset, her tone feigning fierceness. In truth, Yin Shui was a distant relative. They were born around the same time, though Yin Shui was slightly older. They had once shared a bed as children, but as they grew, one blossomed into a lively spirit, while the other became a scheming yet elegant young lady. Their personalities often clashed, leading to playful banter. Yet they still cared for one another. However, recalling Yin Shui's earlier comment about enjoying foot-licking infuriated Mu Xiaonuan, it had to be intentional. She declared her anger, resolutely deciding not to speak to her again. It seems you have quite the bond, Chen Ran remarked, though Mu Xiaonuan dismissed it with her words. Yet, he could see through her facade. Turning to her, he queried, Are you really not going to see her off? It's quite a distance to the town. Mu Xiaonuan hesitated, struggling internally, her lips pressed together in silence. Chen Ran glanced at her, then quietly turned away, placing the sneakers he had just retrieved down, and motioned for her to sit in the nearby wicker chair. Sit down. Huh? Mu Xiaonuan was perplexed, unsure of Chen Shixiang's intentions, yet obediently took a seat. In the next moment, she gasped softly as Chen Ran squatted down, grasping her foot, gently putting on her socks, and lacing up her sneakers. Chen Xixiang, no. Mu Xiaonuan felt a rush of embarrassment. The soles of her feet were particularly sensitive, and his touch sent shivers coursing through her, leaving her breathless. Go if you wish, but hesitation only leads to more entanglements, Chen Ran stated, having made the decision for her. Otherwise, Mu Xiaonuan would have vacillated and ultimately missed her chance. Unbeknownst to them both, their interactions had gradually fostered a deep understanding between them. When Mu Xiaonuan wavered, Chen Ran had made the most timely and correct decision on her behalf. This was true affection. All right, off you go. Chen Ran tied her shoelaces and stood, smiling at Mu Xiaonuan. Make sure you don't stay out too late. Okay, Mu Xiaonuan replied, her gaze lowered, her cheeks flushed, and in that moment, the air around her felt sweetly intoxicating. Just as she was about to rise, Chen Ran suddenly called out to her, hesitating, unsure if he should speak. What is it, Chen Shixiang? Mu Xiaonuan remained lost in her blissful reverie. Your feet are quite lovely, Chen Ran remarked softly, then turned away, perhaps a bit shy. However, as charming as they are, you really ought to reconsider that habit of licking feet. It wouldn't hurt to keep them clean first. No, that is not it. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaonuan immediately panicked. Feeling utterly wronged, she exclaimed, I would never lick anything, especially not feet. It was Xiao Xue who did that on purpose. You mustn't believe her. That's good. Chen Ran sighed in relief, yet a sense of vigilance arose within him. But what do you enjoy licking? Chapter 52. Mu Xiaonuan tries on clothes. Mu Xiaonuan was momentarily taken aback by the question. Suddenly inspired, her eyes brightened as she replied, Does a lollipop count? I can lick one for nearly half an hour. At your age, still fond of lollipops? They're delicious. Brother Chen, will you get me one next time? If you want it, go get it yourself. I only like the ones you give me. All right, hurry along now. Deliver that and come back quickly. As Chen Ran observed the little girl's retreating figure, he sensed something amiss in their conversation. Fearing things might escalate, he waved her off. Okay. Mu Xiaonuan answered cheerfully, then dashed towards Yin Shui. What a little minx. Chen Ran watched her graceful silhouette depart and glanced at the invitation from the production team in his hand. A subtle smile tugging at his lips. To his surprise, she had readily accepted. Chen Ran murmured to himself. Mu Xiaonuan didn't he wish to leave this place? And neither did he. It could be rather dull to guard such a grand estate alone, and having a lively girl to chat with made things much more enjoyable. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Ran realized that he had gradually grown accustomed to her presence, and her absence felt quite desolate, just as it did now. Oh, is that not our esteemed lady of the manor? Why have you pursued me, a mere captivating beauty? On the road, Yin Shui encountered the approaching Mu Xiaonuan, a broad smile illuminating her face, although her words remained sharp. As if I wanted to. It was my husband who invited me. Otherwise, why would I bother to come and see you? Mu Xiaonuan pouted, unwilling to be outdone, and retorted fiercely. TSK, you certainly call husband with great finesse. Yin Shui chuckled, her irritation dissipating. The two embraced, reconciling their differences. All right, I'll see you off here. I must return. My husband is waiting for me at home. In no time, Mu Xiaonuan escorted Yin Shui to the small town, planning to return as she had missed Brother Chen dearly. Come back. Yin Shui suddenly grasped Mu Xiaonuan's arm, exasperated. You know it's rare for me to return. You don't even want to spend time with me, only thinking of your husband. Don't let him turn you into a slave. Bah, how can you say such things? That's so harsh. Mu Xiaonuan's cheeks flushed as she shot her a glare and said, Now, what do you want to do today? I shall accompany you for the day. You said it. Yin Shui took Mu Xiaonuan's hand, hailed a cab, and they set off towards the city center. Xiaoxue, seriously, where are you planning to go next? I ventured to Jiangnan University in Jiangnan City, where I applied for a position as a counselor, intending to also pursue my passion for beauty as a part-time beauty blogger. It seemed quite promising. Mu Xiaonuan approvingly remarked, Shall I help promote you? I have 50 million fans on Douyin. You can let my brother-in-law do it instead. I replied dismissively. Yin Shui huffed. Who doesn't he know where your fan base comes from? You. The two nearly quarreled in the car. What brought you here? Once they disembarked, they arrived at a large shopping mall in the city. Yin Shui eagerly pulled Mu Xiaonuan into a clothing store. Of course it's time to shop, she exclaimed. It's been ages since I last shopped. Today we're going on a shopping spree, and I'll pick out a few outfits for you to impress your husband. Sounds great. Mu Xiaonuan's eyes sparkled at the thought. It had been a long time since she had indulged in new clothes, and she trusted Yin Shui's taste. Let's try this one. Yin Shui selected a stylish blazer, which transformed Mu Xiaonuan's entire appearance, making her radiate with charm. This is absolutely perfect. Mu Xiaonuan felt that the outfit fit her frame splendidly, neither too large nor too small, accentuating her curves beautifully. I don't just want you to like it. It's crucial that your husband appreciates it too, Yin Shui advised. Indeed, you're so clever, Xiaoxue, Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she took out her phone to snap a selfie in the mirror, sending it to Chen Ran. Brother Chen, what do you think of this outfit? At that moment, Chen Ran, who was overseeing a construction team of the super farm, received Mu Xiaonuan's selfie. Her exquisite, playful features, coupled with her alluring physique and creamy, fair skin, paired with the blazer, exuded a sophisticated yet mature essence. Not bad, he replied succinctly. Upon seeing his message, Mu Xiaonuan's heart soared, and she decided that this was indeed the outfit for her. Look, my husband thinks it's great. She beamed. Why not get him a matching outfit for us to wear as a couple? How sweet, but I almost regret bringing you here. Yin Shui shook her head, her tone tinged with envy. Yet, this only led to Mu Xiaonuan's cheerful demeanor as she eagerly dragged Yin Shui to select more clothes. What do you think of this one? My husband thinks it's nice too. And this one? Let us show it to him. One after another, Mu Xiaonuan picked out several items for herself, and even more for Chen Ran. What a silly girl. Yin Shui mused while watching Mu Xiaonuan diligently select clothes for Chen Ran. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Seeing you so helpless, I, as your sister, will help you out once more. Xiaonuan, that's enough. We need to buy something else. Something else? Mu Xiaonuan asked curiously. What else are we supposed to buy? To her surprise, Yin Shui led her to a lingerie store. Of course, you know nothing about what men desire. Yin Shui chided her lightly. Women should learn to adorn themselves and also embrace a bit of allure. Come on, let me help you choose a few pieces. No way, that's too much. I don't want to wear that. As Mu Xiaonuan gazed at the intimate garments selected by Yin Shui, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. How could you make me wear such outfits, Xiaoxue? She protested. Just try it on. It won't cost you anything, Yin Shui chuckled, pushing her toward the fitting room with a set of black lace-trimmed attire in hand. What are you doing? Go out. I can manage this by myself. The idea of changing into such personal clothing with Yin Shui nearby left Mu Xiaonuan feeling somewhat disoriented. Why are you shy? We used to bathe together. Yin Shui teased, then added, I'll hold your phone. Once you're ready, don't take it off. Call me in to help you with the final touches. Yin Shui exited first, and after what felt like an eternity, Mu Xiaonuan's voice finally rang out, prompting her to enter. Wow, Xiaonuan, you look stunning. This outfit suits you perfectly. Yin Shui's eyes sparkled as she observed the bashful Mu Xiaonuan, taking in every detail. If I were a man, I would have already swooped in. How embarrassing. Mu Xiaonuan had never worn anything so daring before. Can I change now? Not so fast. Yin Shui's eyes narrowed playfully, revealing a hint of mischief. Let me take a few photos. Such a beautiful moment must be preserved. With Mu Xiaonuan's phone in hand, Yin Shui snapped several pictures in quick succession. Are you done yet? Oh, come on. Stop looking like a quail. Be more confident. Yes, just like that. Chest out, hands on your hips. And slightly turn to the side. Excellent. Let us get a side shot. Chapter 53. Back to the room to show you the clothes in an instant. A multitude of clear photos have been captured. Try on this swimsuit. I noticed there's a pristine pool near the daking shand by your estate where you could swim during your leisure time. Yin Shui selected a bold pink bikini for Mu Xiaonuan, but the audacious design left her feeling apprehensive. Be brave. A good figure deserves to be showcased. Men adore that. But this is too revealing, Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, quickly covering herself with her hands. There are just a couple of prominent features and one obvious gap. It's not a big deal, Yin Shui urged. Hurry, uncover your hands. I need to capture a few more shots. All right, just be quick about it, Mu Xiaonuan urged, eager to change out of the outfit that made her uncomfortable. After a few close-up shots, Yin Shui was shooed out, and Mu Xiaonuan hurriedly changed. That should suffice. Once Yin Shui emerged, she glanced at the dozen or so photos, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. She then opened WeChat, found her husband's contact, and sent all the photos at once, finishing with a shy emoji. Ding, ding, ding. Meanwhile, in Taoyuan village, Chen Ran suddenly felt his phone vibrate. A barrage of messages flooding in. What is going on? Glancing at his phone, he discovered a series of unread messages from Mu Xiaonuan. Intrigued, he opened them. Upon doing so, Chen Ran was met with a sudden rush of excitement, his head buzzing as his hand trembled, nearly dropping his phone to the ground. Boss, what seems to be the matter? A member of the engineering team noticed Chen Ran's sudden change in expression and cautiously inquired, Is there anything amiss with our project? I find your blueprints rather intricate. No, everything is perfectly fine, Chen Ran responded, waving his hands dismissively. You are the finest engineering company in the nation. I have complete faith in you. Please carry on. I must return home for a moment. With that, Chen Ran hastily tucked his phone away, somewhat flustered, and hurried towards the manor. How peculiar. What could be so urgent? The team leader scratched his head, bewildered, and then turned to shout, Brothers, stay alert. This is a significant project. Let us expedite our work. Quick, let us delete the chat records. Seizing the moment while Mu Xiaonuan was still changing, Yin Shui hurriedly erased the WeChat messages. Xiaoxue, what are you doing? Just then, Mu Xiaonuan emerged from changing her clothes. Noticing Yin Shui's slightly anxious demeanor and curiously asked, Nothing. Are you ready? Let us settle the bill and leave. Wait, I haven't decided whether to purchase anything yet. Don't hesitate. I'll take care of the payment. Without giving Mu Xiaonuan a chance to protest, Yin Shui dragged her to the counter to settle the bill. Oh, my phone. While paying, Mu Xiaonuan suddenly remembered her phone and quickly asked Yin Shui for it, recalling the photos it contained. Those were her secrets. Phew, thank goodness. Breathing a sigh of relief, Mu Xiaonuan had taken her time. ensuring that all the pictures that made her blush were password protected before she felt completely at ease. Ding! At that moment, a message arrived on WeChat from Chen Ran, marked with a large question mark. What is going on? Feeling a twinge of guilt, Yin Shui immediately tensed up upon hearing the notification and turned to ask, "Who sent the message?" "My husband," Mu Xiaonuan replied with a hint of curiosity. "But why is he sending me a question mark? Did he not see the pictures I sent earlier?" Perhaps, Yin Shui seemed to exhale in relief. Yet her expression shifted as she suggested, "Why don't you ask him if he thinks the outfit looks good?" Oh, although Mu Xiaonuan sensed something was amiss, she obediently composed a message and sent it. Ding! Shortly after, another message from Chen Ran arrived. "It looks good." "See," he responded. Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed cheerfully, "He thinks it looks good too. Indeed, quite nice." Yin Shui stifled a laugh, thinking to herself, "Oh, silly girl, I've already sold you out without you even realizing it. You both have different interpretations of what looks good means. I have another suggestion for you," Yin Shui advised. "Reply to him saying that when you return home, in your room, you will try on each piece for him." "Do I really need you to tell me that?" Mu Xiaonuan rolled her eyes at Yin Shui, confident that she would have done that anyway. Without hesitation, she sent a message to Chen Ran. "Chen Xixiao, when we get back to the room, just the two of us, I will try on each piece for you." How shy. At that moment, far away in the manor, Chen Ran, who was admiring alluring images on his phone, nearly spat out the water he was drinking upon seeing a particular message. What was going on? Had this girl caught a fever today? This was far too direct. She intended to present herself in such a manner for him to see. Chen Ran double-checked the message sent by Mu Xiaonuan and glanced at the dozen or so provocative images, suddenly feeling an odd sensation in his nostrils. Oh dear. He tilted his head back, feeling a rush of blood. It was summer, after all, and prone to inflaming one's spirit. Is that all? Yin Shui leaned in for a quick look and suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Xiaonuan, don't forget about these few pieces." What? The moment Mu Xiaonuan caught sight of the several pieces of intimate apparel that Yin Shui was playfully waving in front of her, she bashfully snatched them away, exclaiming, "These are off limits." Yin Shui chuckled knowingly, choosing not to undermine the delightful misunderstanding, eagerly anticipating the moment when the truth would be revealed between the two. "Let's go. It's about time," she said, giving Mu Xiaonuan a gentle pat before they exited the mall. After grabbing a bite to eat, they parted ways. In gratitude, Mu Xiaonuan, albeit reluctantly, gifted Yin Shui a pendant she had also admired, thankful for her assistance in trying on clothes that day. However, had she known what Yin Shui was secretly up to, Mu Xiaonuan would certainly not have expressed her gratitude so generously. Meanwhile, back at the manor, Chen Ran sensed something amiss. The sky had darkened ominously, signaling an impending downpour. She hadn't taken an umbrella when she left, and he couldn't reach her by phone. After a moment's hesitation, realizing there was no umbrella in the manor and that Mu Xiaonuan had yet to return, he resolutely decided to head into town. Unbeknownst to him, it was already quite late, and his phone was dead. He needed to hurry back to avoid worrying his senior. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaonuan had arrived in town and was preparing to return to Taiyuan village when the sky suddenly darkened, and a thunderclap echoed as raindrops began to fall. Chapter 54. May I hold your hand for a moment? The sky was enveloped in dark clouds, with lightning darting through the layers. And soon a torrential rain began to pour down. How vexing, Mu Xiaonuan thought, standing in town, gazing at the rain-soaked sky, feeling both helpless and frustrated. She hadn't brought an umbrella, her phone was out of battery, and she was burdened with a large bag of clothes. This was probably one of the more overwhelming days for Mu Xiaonuan. When feeling down, she often found solace in indulging in food. So she decided to take refuge in a nearby milk tea shop. There, she purchased a cup of pudding milk tea, cradling it in her hands while staring down at the straw, lost in thought as she slurped. "Excuse me, miss, did you forget your umbrella?" The young proprietor of the milk tea shop had been discreetly observing her since she entered. After much hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to speak. It wasn't a pursuit. Rather, it was an instinctive desire to be courteous upon noticing a beautiful woman. For a single man, such an encounter could brighten his entire day, perhaps even filling his dreams with laughter. "Huh? What did you say?" Mu Xiaonuan turned her head. curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she asked, "Are you suggesting that you have an umbrella?" A young man, feeling somewhat shy, scratched his head and produced an umbrella from beside him, offering it with a gentle, "Here you go." "No, thank you," Mu Xiaonuan replied, shaking her head repeatedly. "I'll wait a bit. I'll leave when the rain lightens up." "Mom, it's raining, and we don't have an umbrella either." A little girl tugged at her mother's clothing, her voice sweet and innocent. "Let's stay here for a while until it eases up." The young mother, grasping her daughter's hand, stood under the awning to avoid the rain, glancing longingly at the umbrella. "Take it. This rain won't let up anytime soon," the young man insisted, determined to hand the umbrella to Mu Xiaonuan. "Oh no, really? I can't accept it." Seeing the owner's persistence, Mu Xiaonuan had no choice but to plunge into the rain, exclaiming, "I'll head off now." "Huh?" The young man attempted to call her back, but Mu Xiaonuan preferred to brave the rain rather than linger, swiftly vanishing into the downpour. "Oh dear, I'm freezing." Mu Xiaonuan curled up under another eave, crossing her arms to ward off the chill. The summer had faded away, and with it, the weather turned cooler. This autumn rain heralded the impending arrival of fall. Dressed in a super short skirt, her long, elegant legs adorned with nude stockings and a pristine white cotton shirt, her exquisitely styled bun made her appear youthful and vibrant amidst the rain, though she felt a bit cold. "Oh, Mu Xiaonuan, you are far too principled. You refuse to borrow an umbrella from anyone." Mu Xiaonuan chuckled, yet her face bore no trace of regret. "Would you like to borrow my umbrella?" Just then, a warm voice resonated behind her, a familiar tone that made Mu Xiaonuan turn. "Ah," she gasped, shivering slightly as she realized it was Chen Ran. "Goodness, Chen, how did you come here?" Her face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling like blooming flowers as her lips curved into a delightful smile. "Are you here to fetch me? I was worried you might get lost. It's already this late." Chen Ran expressed relief upon finding her. Departing that morning, it was nearly evening, and she hadn't returned. Given the ongoing rain, if he hadn't come, would she have been unable to go back at all? "Do you want an umbrella?" Chen Ran produced 2 umbrellas he had managed to find at the estate, one held in his hand and the other tucked under his arm. "Please take it." This time, without a hint of reluctance, Mu Xiaonuan reached out to take it directly from him, showing no sign of hesitation. However, the momentary spark of gratitude in her eyes was impossible to conceal. "Is it heavy?" Chen Ran glanced at the bag of clothes beside her, recalling a few items, his expression slightly faltering. "It's quite heavy." Mu Xiaonuan looked up at him expectantly. "Chen, I can't carry it." "Then how did you bring it from the mall?" Chen Ran rolled his eyes. He had grown somewhat immune to her playful pouting. It took a certain level of influence to affect him. "Unless, look at her hands. They have turned red, stinging with pain. If you don't believe it, feel for yourself." The young girl spread her hands wide, gleaming in front of Chen Ran. Without hesitation, he picked up the tote bag, quite heavy indeed. How could these few pieces of fabric weigh so much? "Let us go. The rain has eased a bit." Chen Ran beckoned to Mu Xiaonuan to prepare for their departure. "Wait a moment." Mu Xiaonuan suddenly recalled the pair of mother and daughter from earlier and promptly returned to the small shop with her umbrella. "You're back?" The young owner of the beverage shop was evidently surprised and a touch astonished upon seeing Mu Xiaonuan return, especially since she now held an umbrella in her hand. "Here, this is for you." Mu Xiaonuan handed the umbrella to the young mother and crouched down to gently pat the little girl's head. "Now you have an umbrella. You can go home." "Thank you, sister. You're so kind." The little girl, well-mannered, sweetly expressed her gratitude. However, the owner felt quite awkward upon hearing her words. Realizing only then how mistaken he had been, no wonder he had never had a girlfriend. "You gave them your umbrella. What will you do now?" Chen Ran looked at the mother and daughter as they expressed their thanks and turned to Mu Xiaonuan, his eyes filled with warmth. This young girl, so innocent and carefree, yet brimming with compassion, truly a heartwarming spirit. "No witties." Mu Xiaonuan's south eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she playfully approached Chen Ran and wrapped her arms around his. "Darling, I could just share your umbrella." The sweet fragrance of her presence wafted through the air, a delightful scent that was both comforting and enchanting. Moreover, the softness of her embrace felt utterly wonderful. How enviable. The shop owner watched the couple depart, feeling as if he had bitten into a lemon. overcome with a pang of sourness, particularly as they made such a striking pair. The girl youthful and radiant, the boy handsome and charming. So handsome, if I were a girl, I would surely fall for that young man. The couple walked further away. The rain continued to fall, albeit lighter, eventually tapering off, and a magnificent rainbow appeared in the evening sky. Wow, how beautiful! As Mu Xiaonuan and Chen Ran walked home, Chen Ran put away the umbrella, while Mu Xiaonuan tiptoed to inhale the fresh, earthy scent of the post-rain air, feeling utterly content. However, a cool breeze swept by, rustling her skirt and causing her to shiver. Autumn is approaching. The weather is turning chilly. Chen Ran noticed the little girl shiver and remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, she agreed, suddenly turning her head. So, Chen Xixiang, could I hold your hand for a moment? Chapter 55. Hand in hand, heading home together. Chen Xixiang. Could I hold your hand for a moment? In the glow of the setting sun, the young girl's gaze sparkled like countless stars, dazzling to behold. Holding hands is a gesture laden with significance. When a girl wishes to take your hand, it signifies her desire to accompany you and journey together into the future. Even the act of holding hands between a man and a woman signifies a relationship, a connection that intimates a transition to the closeness of being romantic partners. Although Mu Xiaonuan boldly articulated her thoughts, a wave of apprehension surged within her. Following her declaration, her petite foot absent-mindedly kicked at the stones beneath her, her gaze continually drifting towards Chen Ran, imbued with a hint of caution. How could Chen Ran be oblivious to the little lady's sentiments? His heart raced, stirred by her words, illuminating the reality that, unbeknownst to him, he had indeed developed feelings for her. I was merely joking, Mu Xiaonuan murmured, lowering her head. Noticing Chen Ran's momentary daze, she mistakenly interpreted it as discontent, her lips pouting slightly, revealing her disappointment, yet she still mustered a forced smile. I happen to feel a bit warm as well. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Chen Ran extended his hand, wavering before Mu Xiaonuan. The suddenness of this gesture left her questioning whether she had imagined it. My goodness! Chen Xixiang truly offered his hand. Aren't you cold? Chen Ran felt his heart quicken, engulfed by a fleeting awkwardness, caught in a suspended state of indecision. Ah, yes. Mu Xiaonuan jolted back to reality, hurriedly extending her small hand, just as she was about to grasp Chen Ran's broad and warm palm. In an instant, Chen Ran captured her delicate hand, drawing her closer. Mu Xiaonuan's hand was exquisite, pale and delicate. It felt like the gentle warmth of soft jade in his grasp. She held on tightly, revealing an underlying tension that belied her outward demeanor. Indeed, her palm was quite cool. She is indeed cold, Chen Ran concluded the moment he held her hand. He's actually holding my hand. Mu Xiaonuan's heart surged like tumultuous waves, each crest more exhilarating than the last, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, enveloped in a bliss that almost rendered her dizzy. Initially, she had only wished to take Chen Xixiang's hand, yet unexpectedly, he had grasped hers instead. How shy and pleasantly surprised she felt. Your hand is so warm, she remarked, marking her first experience of being held by a boy, a sensation that made her heart race as if it might leap from her chest. The atmosphere was serene, with the evening breeze caressing her hair as she tucked a stray strand behind her ear, unconsciously exhibiting a bashful demeanor while still maintaining her composure. This remark served to alleviate the tension, rendering the moment more natural. Then let us hold hands a little longer, Chen Ran jested, once you're in my grasp. Escaping one T be so easy. How cheeky. Chen Xixiang, you can joke too. Mu Xiaonuan's face flushed with embarrassment, playfully sticking out her tongue, momentarily returning to her lively and spirited self. Her hand, held captive by Chen Ran, mischievously danced her fingertips across his palm, her intentions unmistakable. Don't fidget. Huh? Am I fidgeting? I was unaware. Faced with the playful little lady, Chen Ran, exasperated, shifted his grip, intertwining their fingers, holding them together firmly. This time their fingers interlocked, truly binding them together. Brother Chen, you took liberties with Mu Xiaonuan without my consent, and now, with fingers entwined, connected at the heart, She felt as if her little heart might leap from her chest, nearly suffocating her. Brother Chun, when did you become so adept at charming? Holding hands was initially Mu Xiaonuan's intention to flirt with Brother Chen before her. Now, the tables have turned, and she found herself being charmed. Do you mean to return it? Chen Ran raised an eyebrow, jesting with Mu Xiaonuan, then loosened his grip slightly. No, no returns. The girl's response was succinct, akin to a beloved dessert being snatched away, decisive and utterly unreserved. On the contrary, she immediately took action, firmly grasping Chen Ran's hand in return. Oof. The girl was now thoroughly content, and the two of them strolled hand in hand, swaying gently toward the horizon at dusk, making their way back to the estate. Joyful moments are always fleeting. Upon returning to the estate in Taoyuan village, both of their palms were damp with sweat before they reluctantly released their hold. Woof! From a distance, Mantu bounded toward them, tail held high and wagging, a picture of vigorous grace. This transformed the previously romantic atmosphere into one of cheerful ease. Manta had indeed grown sturdier during this time. Chen Ran chuckled as he ruffled the dog's head, and Mantu, understanding, leaned in for affection, wagging its tail even more exuberantly. It had grown stronger, more energetic, and a tad more mischievous. Mu Xiaonuan shot a glare at Mantu, still miffed about the morning incident when it had stolen her slippers. That score was yet to be settled. Do you know where your slippers went? Chen Ran inquired with a chuckle. Where? Look over there. Following Chen Ran's gesture, Mu Xiaonuan was taken aback to find that the dog had placed her slippers beside its bed, sometimes even lounging upon them. This left Mu Xiaonuan somewhat dumbfounded. Woof! Manta now circled around Mu Xiaonuan, sniffing and licking her slippers. Perhaps they truly smelled delightful. It was a blatant display of being a licking dog. Oomph! I'll let you off this time. Mu Xiaonuan pushed Manta away, then turned to Chen Ran with a playful air. I told you so, Brother Chun. My feet must be fragrant. Even Manta thinks they are a delectable treat. Cough. All right. Chen Ran lightly coughed to interrupt Mu Xiaonuan. You're a bit damp. Hurry and take a shower. Though he spoke these words, he thought to himself, I'm not a licking dog. After showering and having dinner, Mu Xiaonuan recalled her achievements of the day and excitedly called Chen Ran to her room. Brother Chun, take a look. Do these clothes fit? Mu Xiaonuan had purchased quite a few garments, most of which were for Chen Ran, though she had bought plenty for herself as well. Yet overall, his collection surpassed hers. What is there to try on? Didn't you take photos of them for me at the time? Chen Ran observed the spacious room, which included a small, fitting area. But since they were sharing the same room, it posed some inconvenience. Oh dear, then I shall try them on first. Mu Xiaonuan had long been eager. Senior Chun, you must have seen the last few pictures I sent you. I shall try them on for you now. Chapter 56. Senior Chun did not expect her to be this kind of person. Senior Chun, wait a moment. I'm going to change. Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed with delight, as her room boasted a spacious wardrobe, allowing her to dash off to change her attire. Wait, Chen Ran wanted to call out to her. But Mu Xiaonuan had already scampered barefoot into the wardrobe, leaving him somewhat flustered. Would she really change into those clothes? The mere thought of the series of photos stirred a tumult of emotions within him, and he found himself inexplicably tinged with both excitement and anticipation. Why is it taking so long? After a brief wait, Chen Ran noticed that the young lady had yet to emerge. It was merely his own psychological influence. His nervousness made time seem to stretch unbearably. Knock, knock, knock. Senior Chen, how do I look? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Mu Xiaonuan reappeared in a fitted blazer that accentuated her slender figure, tiptoeing joyfully towards him. Quite good, he replied, though he felt a hint of disappointment. While the outfit was stunning and refreshing, it was not the ensemble he had expected from her earlier photos, a moment of misplaced anticipation. What about this one? She inquired, showcasing another beautiful outfit. After trying on several garments, all of which were striking, he still had not witnessed her donning the alluring lingerie she had promised to show him. Had she forgotten? Chen Ran, noticing her lack of intent to continue changing, hesitantly asked, aren't there still a few special outfits for you to try on? Huh? Mu Xiaonuan was taken aback, unsure of what Senior Chen meant. Did he wish to see her in something else? What I meant was, Aren't there a few particular pieces still in the bag? Chen Ran gestured towards the bag, where a glimpse of lace peeked out, clearly the remaining intimate garments. What? Mu Xiaonuan felt her head spin as she processed his words. Had she misheard? Did Senior Chen truly want to see her in those garments? Heavens! Coming back to her senses, her cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed with shyness. Who would have thought that Senior Chen harbored such inclinations? Was he hinting at something more? Chen Ran's sudden inquiry had thrown Mu Xiaonuan into a whirlwind of confusion. Was he being too straightforward? Was he implying that he had developed an affection for her physique? It's all right, I initially thought it was rather inappropriate too. Observing her momentary hesitation, Chen Ran quickly clarified, realizing that her expression suggested a blend of intrigue and disbelief, as if she could hardly fathom that such words had escaped his lips. Feeling quite innocent, he protested internally, for it was she who had suggested showing him the lingerie. Why did it now seem as though he were the one in the wrong? There's no problem at all. Mu Xiaonuan's heart raced with anxiety, yet she felt an undeniable shyness. Was Senior Chen's proposal a subtle confession of his feelings for her? Did he truly harbor affection for her? Upon reaching this point, Mu Xiaonuan felt a sense of relief, even a subtle anticipation for the delightful events that might unfold next. Chen Ran, on the other hand, swallowed hard, momentarily dazed. This was the first time he felt such pressure in the presence of a girl, an overwhelming sensation that left him breathless. Yet, Mu Xiaonuan's heart raced, as if it might leap into her throat. She clutched her small hands tightly, although she was sometimes quite proactive. What girl would willingly sacrifice her pride in such a situation? Have you not changed yet? This hardly seems fair, she murmured softly, her voice imbued with a charming delicacy, akin to the gentle whisper of petals in a spring breeze, carrying a fragrant allure to his ears. It was utterly disarming. You should change first. Shyly, Mu Xiaonuan produced a set of clothes, placing them into Chen Ran's hands and gently nudging him toward the dressing room. You really want me to change? Chen Ran was pushed into the dressing room, bemused yet touched by the garments in his grasp. Originally, Mu Xiaonuan had accompanied Yin Shui on a shopping trip, an activity that typically brought joy to girls. However, it was rare for a girl to shop while considering someone else, even when that person was not present, diligently selecting a few outfits for him. Though Mu Xiaonuan was purchasing clothes for herself, the number of items she chose for Chen Ran exceeded her own. Even while adorned in beautiful attire, she did not forget him, and the depth of her sentiment profoundly moved Chen Ran. How many girls in this world could exhibit such thoughtfulness? Unexpectedly, Chen's directness left her feeling nervous. Is he truly going to try on these clothes? As she watched him enter the dressing room, Mu Xiaonuan pressed her hand to her chest, breathing heavily. She was anxious. Her earlier insistence on fairness and her desire to see Chen Ran in new clothes were merely tactics to buy herself some time. After all, the intimate garments she clutched resembled mere strips of fabric, sending shivers down her spine. Am I really going to wear these for Chen Ran to see? It felt as though she might as well be wearing nothing at all. However, it was Chen Ran who had expressed a desire to see, a level of proactivity she had never witnessed from him before. Mu Xiaonuan's heart warmed at the thought, feeling a swell of pride in her own allure, indicating that Chen Ran had indeed developed feelings for her. An opportunity had arisen, and she resolved to seize it, rather than keep Chen Ran waiting for her change. She decided to change as well, thereby avoiding any awkwardness later. This way, she could also surprise him. With that, she removed her outer layer, revealing a relatively modest black lace set that she had worn previously but had not yet taken off. This white shirt is quite loose. Meanwhile, Chen Ran was in the process of changing into a new outfit, a white shirt paired with loose-fitting shorts, presenting a cool and refreshing appearance. On him, it exuded a sense of cleanliness and charm, a combination that could easily captivate anyone's heart at first glance. However, this white shirt is somewhat loose, and Chen Ran is bent over fastening the buttons, his 8 prominent abdominal muscles fully exposed. At that moment, a shy and nervous voice emerged. Mu Xiaonuan entered the dressing room, bashfully standing to one side. Haven't you changed yet? Gasp. Chen Ran looked up, only to behold Mu Xiaonuan clad in alluring lace undergarments. standing before him with enchanting eyes and a face resembling a blossoming peach. For a moment, he was utterly captivated. Witnessing this scene, Chen Ran was reminded of their first encounter, when that girl approached him with filming equipment. "Senior Chen, do I look good in this?" Mu Xiaonuan asked, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. The usually charming and playful girl now timidly raised her gaze to Chen Ran, momentarily entranced by something of his. She extended a delicate finger and lightly touched it, her expression shifting in surprise. "Oh my, this is so hard." Chapter 57. Because you are mine, let us sprinkle some sweetness. What is hard? Upon hearing Mu Xiaonuan's words, Chen Ran was instantly jolted, his face flushed crimson, feeling somewhat flustered. As soon as Mu Xiaonuan noticed his expression, she quickly regained her composure, realizing her embarrassment. "Oh no, I didn't mean that. I was talking about your abdominal muscles." "Senior Chen, where did your thoughts wander off to?" Chen Ran felt even more awkward, realizing he had indeed misinterpreted her words. "Wait, what are you doing here?" Chen Ran suddenly snapped back to reality. He had fully changed yet, and this girl just barged in? It seemed rather inappropriate. "Senior Chen, what's going on with you? Where did that confidence go?" Although Mu Xiaonuan felt quite nervous, she thought it strange that Chen Ran, who had previously been so bold, was now shy. How would they manage to play the game later on? "You asked me to wear this for you. Didn't that mean you were interested in my body?" Mu Xiaonuan felt a wave of shyness, lowering her gaze as she poked Chen Ran's chest. "I understand your intentions, and I accept your feelings." Wanting to see her in such attire was surely a way to express that Senior Chen wished to share a romantic, delightful evening with her. She wasn't foolish. If she couldn't see that, it would be akin to having a lovely figure, but lacking in intellect. Her sudden entrance was merely to create a surprise. "Senior Chen, you really don't understand anything. How frustrating." Chen Ran felt utterly bewildered. Mu Xiaonuan's appearance in such attire had already thrown him into a state of panic. The confined space of the dressing room made their breaths and body heat palpable. Yet, he was taken aback, not quite grasping when he had ever expressed his feelings. And what feelings were they? Was there some misunderstanding between him and Mu Xiaonuan? "Wait." Chen Ran looked at Mu Xiaonuan, suddenly stating, "Wait a minute. I recall you were wearing a different type of camisole, weren't you?" "Huh?" Mu Xiaonuan looked momentarily stunned. "What do you mean by a different camisole?" She glanced down and saw that her outfit was a bright pink camisole, quite refreshing, but it was paired with a lace-trimmed undergarment that was indeed quite eye-catching. "Did you not wear that black lace bralette earlier, matching with your outfit?" Chen Ran reminded her in a timely manner. "What? How do you know?" Mu Xiaonuan felt a sudden rush of panic. When did senior brother Chen become aware of her daring ensemble? Just moments ago. She thought that the black lace bralette resembled a mere rag, far too revealing, which prompted her to hastily switch to a tank top. "But how did Chen Ran find out? Have you forgotten so soon?" Chen Ran inquired, puzzled, as he pulled out his phone to show her. "Look, you were dressed like this before." As the WeChat chat history opened, Mu Xiaonuan glanced at it and was instantly dumbfounded. How could this be? Those photos, how could they be on senior brother Chen's phone? Moreover, they were sent from her own WeChat account. And that last phrase she had uttered, saying she would show him after returning home. Oh my goodness. Mu Xiaonuan was stunned and immediately felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Senior brother Chen had seen those private photos. This was the end. Feeling utterly exposed, Mu Xiaonuan squatted down slowly, cradling her head in her hands, pondering how she would ever face senior brother Chen again. Yin Shui. It must have been her doing. Mu Xiaonuan took a deep breath, clenched her teeth, and realized that it was indeed Yin Shui who had taken advantage of her phone to secretly send those photos to senior brother Chen. That little rascal. I will certainly hold her accountable. Mu Xiaonuan sprang to her feet and spun around, charging out of the dressing room. However, just as she stood up, a strong hand grasped her delicate arm. Mu Xiaonuan gasped and was immediately turned to face Chen Ran, leaning against his chest, softly exhaling. Chen, senior brother. In an instant, she felt like a startled rabbit. All her previous anger evaporated. Standing before Chen Ran, she instinctively covered her chest and squeezed her legs together, striking an awkward pose as if to shield herself from all angles. Overcome with embarrassment, she felt close to tears. It turned out she was the fool all along. The one who had said she wanted to wear those clothes for senior brother Chen. She had mistakenly believed that he had initiated this to express his admiration for her. In reality, it was all a misunderstanding, and here she was, floundering like an ugly duckling before senior brother Chen, utterly humiliated. "I'm so sorry, senior brother. It was all a misunderstanding. Just pretend I was never here. I'll take my leave now." The little girl, like a cat, crouched down, attempting to slip back under Chen Ran's grasp, hoping to retreat from the awkward situation. This was indeed mortifying. A hasty retreat was the only sensible option for Mu Xiaonuan. Do you think the scene that unfolded here today can be easily forgotten? Chen Ran placed his hands gently on her shoulders, his gaze steady as he looked into her eyes. Although Chen Ran recognized the misunderstandings at play, today, witnessing the girl's proactive enthusiasm stirred something deep within him. Perhaps he was subtly moved by her charm. Chen Xixiao? Mu Xiaonuan's heart raced, her beautiful eyes wide with incredulity as she gazed at Chen Ran. What did his words truly signify? Thump, thump, thump. Mu Xiaonuan felt her heart leap into her throat, holding her breath, her eyes fixed intently on him. "You look stunning in that outfit," Chen Ran remarked, his gaze sincere and imbued with genuine emotion. The girl, with her enviable figure and delightful charm, wore a garment that exuded a tantalizing allure, enhancing her appeal immensely. "Really?" Mu Xiaonuan felt a blush creep over her cheeks. She could discern the admiration in Chen Ran's voice. Being praised by a boy she cherished for her looks was akin to a girl receiving compliments from her beloved. A sweet sensation enveloped her, akin to savoring a lollipop, as her initial nervousness began to dissipate. With a playful smile, she asked, "So, what does that have to do with you?" "Of course it matters to me," Chen Ran replied with a gentle smile, his eyes locking onto hers as he tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Because you are mine." Sweet declarations of affection followed, and the narrative began to blossom, embracing a delightful turn. Chapter 58. Already a couple, what need for labels? 10 miles of spring breeze cannot compare to you. Who approaches belongs to you. A simple proclamation of you are mine struck Mu Xiaonuan's heart with the force of a hammer. Her eyes widened in surprise as she stared at Chen Ran, the unexpected confession overwhelming her senses. "Chen Xixiao, what did you just say?" "Yours, what does that mean?" Mu Xiaonuan's lips parted slightly, her breath caught. Her small hands clenched tightly, her voice trembling with anticipation. "Silly girl," Chen Ran said, gently taking her hands in his, a tender smile gracing his face. His eyes gleamed with seriousness as he continued, "Mu Xiaonuan, would you be willing to be my girlfriend and embark on this journey with me?" "I'm Mu Xiaonuan." Hearing his words, felt her eyelashes flutter, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Normally vivacious and articulate, she found herself momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by excitement. Suddenly, joyful tears streamed down her cheeks as she threw her arms around Chen Ran. "Oh, Chen Xixiang, this can't be a dream, right? I'm just so thrilled." "Rest assured, this is not a dream," Chen Ran reassured her, gently patting her back. His heart fluttered at the sight of her, clad in a bright pink halter, her back exposed, held only by 2 delicate black straps, the silky texture igniting a wave of emotions within him. It truly isn't a dream, it's real. After listening to Chen Ran's words, the young girl rose from his embrace, rubbing her reddened eyes, feeling a bit shy as she said, "I apologize, Brother Chen. I became overly emotional just now and lost my composure." "It's quite all right," Chen Ran replied, a lingering sense of delight in his heart. Yet, holding her delicate arm, his gaze grew more affectionate. "But you haven't answered me yet. Do you truly wish for this?" Although he had already anticipated her answer, Chen Ran believed that it was essential for both parties to clarify their intentions in such a formal declaration. "Why must I say that I want to be your girlfriend and enter into a relationship?" Mu Xiaonuan pouted her soft lips in reluctance, resembling a drooping white flower. "We've already registered our marriage. I am your wife, and you are my husband. Given our current relationship, is it still necessary to call ourselves boyfriend and girlfriend?" Chen Ran was momentarily taken aback, momentarily stunned by Mu Xiaonuan's words. Then, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps she had a point. So what do you think? Chen Ran raised an eyebrow, a smile dancing on his lips as he looked at her, curious about her thoughts. Do I really have to say it? Mu Xiaonuan fidgeted with her fingers, uncertainty creeping into her voice. Being in a relationship is called dating, but shouldn't it be termed trial love between a husband and wife? Oh, and how do you propose we conduct this trial? Chen Ran chuckled, nearly bursting into laughter. His narrow eyes sparkled with mischief. This young girl was indeed playing with fire, especially given their current situation. Dressed as she was, her mention of trial love could be construed as a subtle hint towards him. Trial implies an attempt, right? We should try to love each other. Mu Xiaonuan's beautiful eyes sparkled innocently, yet it was amusing how such a bold notion emerged from her lips in such a pure manner. Trial love? Attempting to love? Are you sure it isn't an attempt at something else? Do you know how to go about it? Chen Ran gazed at Mu Xiaonuan, who, at that moment, appeared as an adorably Na'vi lamb, oblivious to the fact that the seemingly gentle wolf before her was fixated on her, ever ready to devour her. I'm not quite sure, Mu Xiaonuan admitted, somewhat dazed. Until now, she had never experienced romance. Her marriage had arrived unexpectedly. She had no idea how a husband and wife should interact. In her childhood, she often witnessed her mother venting her frustrations at her father, who always comforted her mother. Mu Xiaonuan believed that trial love must involve mutual understanding. How to achieve the harmonious love her parents had shared, she had no experience. Husband, will you teach me? Mu Xiaonuan's eyes brimmed with affection. It was all right if she didn't know how, as she believed she could learn. Are you certain? Chen Ran's gaze turned predatory, and Mu Xiaonuan felt a twinge of fear. Nevertheless, she nodded cutely. In the next moment, Chen Ran cupped her face, and suddenly, a fiery kiss sealed their fate. Mu Xiaonuan was caught off guard. Her eyes widened in shock, overwhelmed by a sudden fright, as Brother Chen unexpectedly drew near, capturing her delicate tongue. She had never experienced such an encounter before, and a wave of suffocating sensation hit her, prompting an instinctive struggle. Ah, no, please, such tender blossoms meet an unexpected storm, inevitably causing a momentary fright. Initially, Mu Xiaonuan sought to break free, but the intensity of the moment rendered her body utterly soft and powerless. Soon, she began to feel a delightful sensation unlike anything she had ever known, and she clumsily responded, the enchanting atmosphere reverberating within the fitting room. This was their first passionate embrace, a kiss infused with profound, fervent emotions, both completely immersed, as if yearning to melt into one another's essence. Beautiful and captivating. Before long, they parted due to the overwhelming sensation of oxygen deprivation. Chen Ran gazed at Mu Xiaonuan, whose face was flushed and breathless, wiping the glistening corner of his mouth, remarking, "This is the trial of love. Do you understand?" Husband, I was wrong. Mu Xiaonuan felt her legs tremble, a wave of intense embarrassment washing over her. It was truly mortifying. Misunderstanding the situation and receiving a stern lesson from Brother Chen left her feeling shy and utterly exposed, as if she could not face anyone. At that moment, she covered her face, somewhat at a loss. Yet, the sensation they had just shared was truly exquisite. Mu Xiaonuan felt as if her heart might melt. Realizing this was the essence of love, sweet and delightful, granting her an unprecedented joy that she found herself longing for. Errors must be met with consequences. Chen Ran jested, observing Mu Xiaonuan. There are still several outfits left. I haven't seen you change yet. Can we perhaps postpone that for today? Mu Xiaonuan pleaded with her watery eyes. I feel a bit cold. Could we do it another day? Chen Ran noticed Mu Xiaonuan and observed a sheen of cold sweat on her, particularly around her lower abdomen. It is due to a chill in the palace. Chen Ran recognized it instantly. Upon returning from town, he had noted that she seemed to have a cold constitution. You must be tired today. You need a rest. Chen Ran was genuinely concerned about her discomfort, realizing she must have been feeling unwell since their return. This foolish girl, why didn't she mention it earlier? I'm sorry. Husband, we should have celebrated our newly established relationship today, but shall we discuss it another time? Mu Xiaonuan's eyes brimmed with regret. It's all right, no need to wait. We can celebrate today as well. There's no rush. Chen Ran playfully brushed her delicate nose, smiling gently. After all, we have plenty of time ahead, don't we? Chapter 59. Husband, could you help me with my clothes? I really feel a bit cold. Mu Xiaonuan inexplicably shivered, a sudden chill coursing through her, especially in her lower abdomen, accompanied by slight cramping. The cold air gathered, and with the weather turning chilly, this was the cause of her discomfort. Chen Ran noticed that Mu Xiaonuan seemed a bit off, and without hesitation, he lifted her up in a princess carry. Oh my! Mu Xiaonuan gasped, feeling the flutter of excitement as her husband cradled her once more. Each time he held her, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. The thrill was palpable. Yet today, a wave of affection enveloped her, making her feel like a cherished princess in the embrace of the man she adored. Just relax. Your task tonight is to rest well, understand? Chen Ran gently placed Mu Xiaonuan on the bed, his movements careful and deliberate, as if he were handling a precious treasure. I know, dear husband. I will rest properly, she replied, though a hint of discomfort lingered, her radiant smile reserved solely for him. Why don't you let go then? Chen Ran chuckled, bemused by her arms still wrapped around his neck as he bent down. Mu Xiaonuan felt a touch of shyness, but bravely pouted her lips and playfully replied, I just want to hold you a little longer. At that moment, she resembled a schoolgirl in love, standing beneath the dormitory building at night, clinging to the boy as they parted ways, her reluctance evident. Be good and lie down. Let us make a deal. If you rest well, I'll reward you. Chen Ran said with a soft smile. Really? Mu Xiaonuan's weary eyes sparkled with anticipation. What kind of reward will you give me, husband? She released her hold and looked at him expectantly. That's the spirit. Chen Ran sighed in relief. Although he enjoyed holding her, bending down for too long was tiring, and he needed his back for future cuddles. Gently tucking her under a blanket, he leaned down and, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, placed a tender kiss on her forehead while she gazed at him with eyes as bright as stars. Unable to resist, Mu Xiaonuan closed her eyes, her delicate lashes fluttering as her heart raced. The fleeting sensation surrounded her in sweetness, and she felt a rush of affection. Rest well, Chen Ran said, rising with a tender smile as he exited the room, softly closing the door behind him. Mu Xiaonuan couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, feeling the tension in her body dissipate. Her heart, however, continued to race, as if it might leap in her throat. In that moment, she felt utterly soft, completely enraptured. So this is what my husband meant by a reward. Mu Xiaonuan mused. But then a tiny spark of annoyance flickered within her. What is this? Does he think I'm a child? Yet, I find myself inexplicably fond of him. In her heart, little Nuan is filled with joy, completely immersed in the sweetness of youthful infatuation, her thoughts consumed by him. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, Mu Xiaonuan realized that her phone was ringing nearby. Upon glancing at the caller ID, her expression immediately hardened as she answered the call. Hello, Xiaonuan. Why did it take you so long to pick up? A familiar, languid voice came through the line, and Mu Xiaonuan knew, without looking at the number, who was on the other end. Stinky Xiaoxue, I haven't even looked for you, and you dare to call me. Mu Xiaonuan huffed coldly. You've already tricked me once, and now you're lying in wait for me to step on a landmine? Yinxue, you really are something. Oh, what has stirred our esteemed lady's ire this time? Yinxue feigned astonishment. Could it be that you didn't wear form-fitting underwear in front of your senior Chen? What do you mean I didn't wear it? Of course I did. Mu Xiaonuan retorted angrily. Who do you think you are, a shameless exhibitionist? Sometimes you don't even wear a base layer. Oh my, you really did wear it. Yinxue suddenly became intrigued. So, how was it? Did your senior Chen's eyes nearly pop out? How far did you two go? What do you mean, how far? My husband and I are pure and innocent. Mu Xiaonuan felt a bit shy at the teasing. Her friend was truly one to speak such risque words in private while maintaining a composed demeanor on the surface. TSK. It's a pity nothing has happened yet. Yinxue's tone was laced with playful sarcasm. Is it that your figure isn't enticing enough? Would you like me to recommend some alluring perfumes? Just a spritz on your collarbone or neck, and I guarantee he'll fall head over heels. Get lost. You're so wicked. Mu Xiaonuan shot back. Then, with a triumphant smile, declared, "But let me tell you something even more significant. Senior Chen confessed his feelings to me. I must thank you for it." "What?" Yin Xue was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. Initially intending to joke about Mu Xiaonuan and Chen Ran, she had not anticipated inadvertently bringing the two together. Is it really that outrageous? "Mu Xiaonuan, you're not pulling my leg, are you?" Yin Xue's voice turned slightly incredulous, tinged with a hint of jealousy. "Knock, knock." Just then, someone knocked on the door of Mu Xiaonuan's room, and Chen Ran entered, carrying a small bowl. "Who were you on the phone with?" Chen Ran inquired as he approached her. Husband, what brings you here?" Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed in surprise. "I came to deliver the surprise gift I prepared for you." Chen Ran placed the ginger soup on the bedside table, checked its temperature, and said, "Drink it while it's warm. It won't burn your mouth. Finish it and get some rest." "Wow, thank you, husband." Mu Xiaonuan felt her heart melt. This bowl of ginger soup seemed like the sweetest delicacy in the world, nearly bringing her to tears. So this was the surprise Chen Ran had promised her. "Xiaoxue, weren't you skeptical just now? Let me show you." Mu Xiaonuan suddenly had a brilliant idea, switching her WeChat voice message to video. Ready to share the moment with Yin Xue. Regret washed over Yin Xue as she recalled the scene from last night. After toiling throughout the day, she returned home only to find that no one had prepared a meal for her. In comparison to Mu Xiaonuan's situation, she felt a pang of bitterness that seemed to ache her very teeth. Reflecting on her earlier decision to covertly orchestrate matters, she began to regret her actions. Having savored a bowl of ginger soup, Mu Xiaonuan fell into a deep slumber. However, by midday, the young lady had yet to awaken. Concerned, Chen Ran entered the room and gently roused her from sleep. Mu Xiaonuan's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, her eyes heavy with sleep, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue enveloped her. "Are you unwell?" Chen Ran inquired. "Just a little," Mu Xiaonuan replied, her spirit seemingly diminished as she cast a pitiful glance at Chen Ran. "Husband, I don't want to get out of bed. What would you like then?" Chen Ran found himself amused by her words. "Could you assist me?" Mu Xiaonuan blinked her beautiful eyes. "Would you mind helping me wash my face?" With a wry smile, Chen Ran recognized her strong sense of dependence. Yet, gazing at her delicate features, he found the prospect of helping her quite delightful. "Dear husband, you're turning me into a little pink pig," Mu Xiaonuan protested, pouting her soft lips in playful defiance. "Now that I've washed your face, can you get up?" Chen Ran chuckled, yet he was reluctant to part from her endearing presence. Time was slipping away, and breakfast would soon grow cold. "I have another small request," Mu Xiaonuan said, her lovely eyes sparkling mischievously. "I don't want to wear clothes. Could you help me get dressed?" Chapter 60. Deal Little Muan. "Husband, you won't despise me, will you?" "Husband, could you help me dress?" Mu Xiaonuan nestled in her blanket, revealing only her bashful eyes, her voice a charming mix of playfulness and a hint of coaxing. Such a delightful impact. Ding. The leisurely life system has been activated. Ding. A new leisurely task has been assigned to the host. On the first day of romance, begin by familiarizing yourself with each other's habits. Suddenly, the long-absent system announced a new task, leaving Chen Ran momentarily bewildered. Familiarize with habits? What habits? Chen Ran felt a hint of embarrassment, pondering whether Mu Xiaonuan's habit was simply her aversion to wearing clothes. "Husband," just as Chen Ran's thoughts wandered, Mu Xiaonuan's voice broke through, her tone pitiful. "It's not that I'm lazy. I truly lack the strength to get up today." "Very well, I shall assist you." Chen Ran couldn't help but chuckle, though a wave of nervousness washed over him. Just after defining their relationship, he was to help his adorable wife dress? This morning certainly offered an unusual thrill. "Where are your clothes?" Chen Ran's gaze scanned the surroundings until he finally discovered the garments Mu Xiaonuan had changed out of before bed. A jacket, pants. "What is this?" Upon spotting a black lace-trimmed item, Chen Ran was taken aback. "What are you doing, husband?" Mu Xiaonuan's curiosity piqued, but upon seeing what Chen Ran held, her expression shifted dramatically. "Oh my!" Mu Xiaonuan suddenly seemed to recall something, her delicate face flushing with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "Quick, put it down." "You? Surely not." Chen Ran was filled with profound suspicion. "I'll handle it myself." Mu Xiaonuan was thoroughly flustered, and the two exchanged glances. Chen Ran, observing the resistance and panic in her eyes, felt his mind whirl in astonishment. How could he not have realized what lay concealed beneath that thin air conditioning blanket? Bang! Chen Ran exited the room, instinctively slamming the door with force. He pressed his forehead, still somewhat stunned by the revelation. Xiaonuan actually harbored this habit. He had witnessed it once before, dismissing it as a mere coincidence. Little did he know it was indeed her routine. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. The first day of love. Please start by familiarizing yourself with each other's habits. Clearly, the host had already encountered this. Surprising and delighting in equal measure. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Variety show expert. Ding! Reminder to the host. The variety show expert is loading. Ding! Congratulations. Host, the variety show expert is now effective. You have become a walking superstar, captivating billions of viewers with your charisma. Variety show expert? Chen Ran was somewhat bewildered and inquired, System, what use is this to me? Ding! Response to host. The variety show expert ensures that even in the presence of megastars, you possess a unique aura that commands attention, with every action capable of astonishment. In terms of exposure, none can rival you. The system's reply left Chen Ran feeling quite displeased. My charm is already at 100. Do I really need this? It was indeed true that Chen Ran had long possessed the charm of perfection, making him invincible in attractiveness. Even megastars paled in comparison. However, this did not mitigate the fervor of their fans. So possessing this could indeed lead to a scenario where even megastars' fans might switch allegiance. Chen Ran, for now, was oblivious to this potential. Nevertheless, the much-discussed new season of a popular show was set to commence filming, and this season promised to be anything but tranquil, stirring not just the production team, but also the millions of fans online. The reward was secondary. However, Xiaonuan's habit was indeed intriguing. Chen Ran stood outside, his mind involuntarily drifting back to the earlier scene, and he felt a pang of regret. Now that he'd stepped out, should he take advantage of the moment while Xiaonuan was changing? That would be taking undue advantage, inappropriate indeed. Is it not ready yet? However, after waiting for quite some time, Chen Ran noticed there was still no movement from inside. Honey, you can come in first, she called, seemingly grappling with some dilemma. When Chen Ran entered, he discovered she was still lying down. Yet, a cursory glance revealed that two of her garments were missing. Honey, I'm sorry, but I must trouble you again. Mu Xiaonuan noticed Chen Ran's confusion and felt quite embarrassed, confessing, I really feel utterly drained, as if I might be unwell. I'll take a look. Chen Ran had sensed something was amiss. The seemingly delicate Xiaonuan did not strike him as particularly fragile, indicating that something was indeed troubling her. Indeed, as Chen Ran leaned closer to examine Mu Xiaonuan's complexion, he discerned an issue. Immediately, he placed his hand on her forehead, which felt somewhat cool to the touch. Let me check your temperature in other areas, he said. Possessing the finest heritage of traditional Chinese medicine, Chen Ran had already formed a conjecture that was nearly accurate. Yet a final diagnosis was necessary. He then placed his palm beneath the covers, resting it on Mu Xiaonuan's abdomen. Husband, please don't, Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed softly, taken aback by Chen Ran's boldness. Even a usually lively Mu Xiaonuan was startled by such an unexpected gesture. However, Chen Ran's hand, while resting there, made no inappropriate movements. He merely patted gently, confirming that Mu Xiaonuan was experiencing a cold in the uterus, an infrequent ailment. Coupled with the monthly tribulations, the symptoms manifested as muscular weakness, excessive sleepiness, and overall frailty. Is that so? I'm just so excited. Observing Chen Ran's earnest demeanor made Mu Xiaonuan realize she had perhaps overreacted, and she felt a bit embarrassed. At that moment, Chen Ran finally understood the root of the problem and was about to withdraw his hand. Wait! Unexpectedly, Mu Xiaonuan grasped Chen Ran's hand beneath the covers, holding it firmly. Chen Ran looked at her with a puzzled expression. It's warm, she pouted, her voice reminiscent of a kitten, endearing and heart-tugging. Just for a moment, please? Why didn't you tell me when you were unwell? With his other hand, Chen Ran gently brushed aside her slightly disheveled hair. She appeared fatigued, her complexion pale and pitiful. To see her so diminished from her usual lively self was truly heart-wrenching. I didn't want to trouble you, Mu Xiaonuan admitted softly, instinctively nuzzling against his hand as he caressed her hair. I've always had poor health since childhood, getting sick frequently. I feared I would be a burden to you. You would despise me, would you? In the throes of young love, couples often fall prey to fanciful thoughts. Why would I be troubled? Chen Ran, upon hearing her, tenderly stroked her hair. Such gentle gestures made Mu Xiaonuan's heart race, stirring feelings within her. Oh my, Brother Chen is incredibly warm-hearted. Mu Xiaonuan, your taste is impeccable. It's merely a minor ailment. A few acupuncture needles will suffice. However, in the next moment, Chen Ran retrieved a box of gleaming silver needles from the medical kit, sending Mu Xiaonuan, who had felt warmth in her heart, into a state of sheer terror. The assortment of needles, varying in size and thickness, some as long as chopsticks and as thick as toothpicks, overwhelmed her. Is this what Brother Chen meant by not being troubled? Oh heavens no! Mu Xiaonuan was filled with dread. Please don't come any closer. Fear not. My skills are quite proficient. Chen Ran reassured her, yet her face remained fraught with fear. Needles were her greatest phobia, especially in her abdomen, which sent cold sweats cascading down her back. If you're afraid, you can bite the blanket. Absolutely not, that is too dirty, Mu Xiaonuan replied, her eyes sparkling with longing. Husband, may I bite you instead? Cough, cough. Chen Ran cleared his throat softly, feeling quite embarrassed, thinking to himself, wouldn't it be better to bite herself? That little girl has such sharp teeth. One bite and yikes. Chen Ran felt a shiver run down his spine. Having previously suffered a setback due to this little girl's bite, he had once proclaimed that she should never be given treats again. It seemed that this notion was indeed quite astute. While he was not particularly averse to the idea, he couldn't ignore the pitiful expression on the girl's face, and thus he reluctantly stated, however, I must administer the acupuncture. If I happen to apply too much pressure, it could be quite painful. So for safety's sake, you might want to. Chen Ran's gaze shifted to the plump little dog, Mantu, wagging its tail at his feet. Hold on to this little fellow. He has grown delightfully chubby over the past few days. You can squeeze him for some stress relief. Oh, what a splendid idea. Mu Xiaonuan's eyes sparkled. Mantu had indeed been well fed, resembling a fluffy bun with its round belly akin to a ball, and its short limbs made it irresistibly squeezable, perfect for relieving tension. Woof! Mantu wagged its tail, originally a small yellow dog with a mix of white, now delightfully rotund, resembling a little ball. Squeezing it felt quite pleasant, oblivious to the impending danger. It frolicked about. Little Mantu, it's too big and too soft to hold with just one hand. It feels so pleasant to squeeze. Mu Xiaonuan hummed a little tune she had composed, cradling Mantu gently. The dog emitted soft whines, clearly enjoying her affection. And thus, the procedure began. Chen Ran prepared the silver needles and commenced the acupuncture for Mu Xiaonuan. The needles of varying sizes were deftly inserted around her lower abdomen. Thanks to Chen Ran's exceptional skill, it was not painful. However, every time a needle was inserted, Mu Xiaonuan was startled, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow, instinctively tightening her grip on Mantu's short legs. A woo, woof woof. While Mu Xiaonuan remained silent, Mantu yelped in response. The dog was the one in distress. Consequently, with each needle inserted, it was Mantu who howled in despair, creating a comically tragic scene. Upon noticing that Chen Ran was beginning to remove the needles, Mantu's large, fearful eyes filled with terror, and it began to wail mournfully, its cries tugging at the heartstrings, as though the needles were piercing its own flesh. Phew, it's done. Chen Ran, determined to ensure that each needle was applied correctly, exerted every ounce of his skill. Both he and Mu Xiaonuan were drenched in sweat, as if they had just emerged from a fierce battle, utterly exhausted. However, the most unfortunate was Mantu, who had been squeezed to the point of sheer fright. Even as Chen Ran withdrew the needles one by one, Mu Xiaonuan had ceased her grasp, yet the little dog continued to howl, providing a comical sight. Remarkably effective. Mu Xiaonuan felt significantly lighter, and although she had perspired profusely, it was merely the cold energy dissipating. She noticed that her abdominal discomfort had vanished and felt quite warm. I told you it would be fine. Chen Ran took Mantu from Mu Xiaonuan's hands. The little creature, now fearful of him upon seeing the silver needles. Nonetheless, it was poor Mantu who suffered the most. Chen Ran chuckled as he comforted the little one. Huh, this little fellow is quite the actor. Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed in frustration. I merely pinched it gently, without any force. It was purely here for amusement. My dear husband, you should have seen what this rascal just did. What? Chen Ran looked over and noticed the fresh claw marks on the sleepwear that Mu Xiaonuan had just changed into, all of which were the handiwork of that mischievous little creature, Mantu. Each time it howled earlier, it kicked its legs, and Mu Xiaonuan was certainly not convinced that it was unintentional. This little rascal was becoming increasingly playful. Chen Ran also realized that just a few days ago, Mantu had stolen Mu Xiaonuan's slippers, showing its growing mischief. Leave this matter to me. Otherwise, I fear that this estate will not withstand its antics. Chen Ran had already devised a splendid plan in his mind. Having just expelled the chill, Xiaonuan, you should rest a while. You will be well soon. All right. Mu Xiaonuan nodded obediently, watching Chen Ran depart. As he carried Mantu outside, he observed the little creature with its tail tucked and head drooping, thinking to himself how amusing it was. Not only mischievous, but also quite the performer. From today onward, you shall dwell outside the estate. I will immediately construct a doghouse for you. Chen Ran resolved. Not far from the estate, near the super farm, he planned to build a doghouse and later establish a pasture nearby, allowing both him and Mu Xiaonuan to live a leisurely life. Constructing a doghouse would also mean Mantu would no longer be lonely, as there would be plenty of livestock for it to play with. The rewards he had previously obtained included a world-class design master, and the soon-to-be-completed super farm was also of that caliber, given Chen Ran's astonishing design skills. The blueprint for a luxurious doghouse emerged swiftly. It featured a wooden structure, encompassing a lavish 100-square-meter wooden house, with an overall design that was remarkably natural and fresh. Akin to a fairy tale wonderland, it was perfectly suitable for habitation. Crafted from custom wood, it was completed in just a few days. This style was quite popular in the country, yet even the finest designers could not match the exquisite beauty of Chen Ran's doghouse. Step inside. This shall be your home from now on. On that day, Chen Ran let Mantu out, and the little creature ascended the spiral staircase to the wooden house, reveling in the joy of having a vast space all to itself. As Mantu grew, Chen Ran hoped it would thrive, envisioning a lively household in the future. On this very day, outside Taiyuan village, the fabled program crew finally arrived. Everyone, this is it. This is the hometown of the renowned Master Chen. At the entrance of Taiyuan village, the crew spotted a dense bamboo grove from afar, with a sign reading Taiyuan residence hanging at the entrance. The crew pointed at the plaque, glancing back at the guests with smiles, finally relieved to have arrived. The road here was indeed treacherous. Vehicles could not enter, and they had to traverse on foot. Thankfully, they had finally made it, although I was tempted to voice my complaints along the way. The breathtaking scenery before me rendered me speechless. Our guide, teacher, he gazed in awe at the lush bamboo forest, each stalk of vibrant green, soaring majestically and suffused with the essence of nature. Taking a deep breath, I felt the air I inhaled was imbued with sweetness. A natural pathway of smooth pebbles meandered deeper into the forest, resembling a hidden paradise where treasures lay concealed. How splendid! The environment is so pristine. My anticipation for what lies ahead grew ever stronger. You know, said my sister Zifeng, brimming with excitement, before we venture in, we should greet the owner of this place. Beside her, Peng Peng interjected, I've heard that the land spanning thousands of acres belongs to the owner here. It would be impolite for us to intrude unannounced. Peng Peng was indeed correct. Speaking of the owner, he is a master in his own right. You all better not hold me back. I intend to pay my respects, remarked Teacher Huang, standing beside Teacher He, casting an admiring glance at Peng Peng, his eyes bright with expectation. Is he truly a master? Zifeng inquired, her curiosity piqued. Neither she nor Peng Peng were privy to the insider knowledge of teachers He and Huang, and they exchanged glances filled with mutual intrigue and seriousness. To be regarded as a master by such esteemed teachers is no small feat. Suddenly, a loud bark echoed from the depths of the bamboo grove. A plump yellow and white dog dashed forth, clutching something in its mouth. Long and flesh-colored, it frolicked joyfully. Woof, woof, woof. The dog, named Mantu, spotted our group and stared wide-eyed, baring its teeth as it began to bark furiously at us. Clearly, as a diligent guardian, Mantu was fulfilling its duty. My goodness, what is that? Am I seeing correctly? It looks like ginseng, Zifeng exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the object in Mantu's mouth. Wow, that treasure is so large and elongated. I can hardly imagine swallowing a whole without it getting stuck in my throat. That is authentic wild ginseng, at least over 20 years old. Teacher Huang, also taken aback by the size, added, such a specimen is exceedingly rare. Even if purchased, its annual yield is less than 2 pounds. Truly a treasure. The most vexing part was that this precious ginseng had been snatched by the dog, which was now barking at us. What should we do now? Zifeng asked urgently. This is infuriating. Mantu, come back here. Just then, a graceful figure appeared from behind, an irate Mu Xiaonuan, holding a small bamboo basket and wearing a floral dress. Chased after us. She had been foraging in a newly established super farm when the mischievous Mantu seized the opportunity to snatch a freshly dug ginseng from her hands. How infuriating. That was meant to be a nourishing gift for Brother Chen. With a delightful yelp, Manta spotted Mu Xiaonuan and scampered over, obediently lying down. As Mu Xiaonuan reached for the ginseng, she was unexpectedly thwarted by Mantu's 2 front paws pressing it into the ground. What she had anticipated to be an effortless retrieval turned into a slight struggle as she felt the weight of her hand increase. Oh my, just look at Mantu's pitiful gaze. It truly seemed reluctant to part with the prize. Yet that expression was so comically stubborn, reminiscent of a little ox. This creature certainly possessed a flair for theatrics. Give it to me. Mu Xiaonuan glared, hands on her hips. You obstinate little rascal. Still refusing? I'll show you. Just as she was about to resort to brute force, she suddenly noticed a group of people not far off, with Manta barking incessantly, capturing her attention. Who are you? Mu Xiaonuan queried, her eyes narrowing with suspicion as she felt an uncanny familiarity with the figures across from her. Had she mistaken them? You must be Miss Mu. One of the directors from the program team politely greeted. We've seen your live stream and consulted Mr. Chen, and with Master Chen's permission, we've come to film here. So it's truly you, Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. However, seeing Mantu still clinging tightly to the ginseng, she cleverly scooped him up into her arms. Oh woo! Mantu yelped, clutching the ginseng with both paws, utterly bewildered as he was lifted, his prize still in his grasp, leaving him in a state of shock. With a soft thud, the wild ginseng slipped from his paws, only to be deftly caught by Mu Xiaonuan, who, with a hint of disdain, unceremoniously dropped Mantu and cheerfully hummed a tune as she strolled away. The crew stood agape, watching her retreating figure. Could she be the fabled wife of Master Chen? Teachers He and Huang exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Her beauty was pure and unadulterated, effortlessly eclipsing many so-called stunning celebrities. Oh my, the young lady is so beautiful. What is her name? Zifeng, taken aback, marveled at her, acknowledging that this girl surpassed her own beauty by a significant margin. Unforgettable with just one glance. The most disheartening part was that even the dog had feasted on wild ginseng, while she hadn't even had the chance to touch it. Peng Peng, equally astonished, mused, look at that dog, so plump and shiny. It must have had plenty of good food. I'm even more excited for this upcoming show. Darling, the program team you mentioned has arrived. Upon returning, Mu Xiaonuan quickly sought out Chen Ran, who was engrossed in designing a fish pond blueprint. Upon hearing the news, he set down his pen, though he frowned slightly at the sight of Mu Xiaonuan, breathless from running. Look at you. Just recovered and already running around, he said, helplessly gazing at her, taking her little hand in his. Come here. Mu Xiaonuan was led over, and upon catching sight of Chen Ran's gaze, which was filled with both reproach and concern, she couldn't help but close her enchanting eyes as they drew closer. Her heart fluttered, Could it be that her husband was about to? As the narrative unfolded, Chen Ran, observing the little girl approaching with her head down, smiled and gently wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. "Why are you sweating so much so early in the morning?" he inquired, noticing that her head seemed to radiate warmth. "Brother Chen, you have no idea. The little bun was so mischievous. It stole the wild ginseng I prepared for you. Thankfully, I managed to retrieve it." Mu Xiaonuan's eyes narrowed into playful slits, and in that moment, she was exceedingly obedient, akin to a docile kitten, relishing in her master's affection. "Wild ginseng is for me to replenish my energy." Chen Ran's expression darkened, his hand freezing in place. "What makes you think I am lacking vitality?" Mu Xiaonuan, who had been enjoying the gentle caress, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at his sudden halt. What was he doing? Why stop when he was teasing her? With a playful sparkle in her eyes, she nuzzled her head against Chen Ran's palm, pouting in mock defiance. "If you're not moving, why should I have to come to you? Isn't that a sign of weakness? You little imp." Chen Ran felt a warmth spread within him at her playful demeanor. He cupped her face in his hands, and with a soft kiss, he pressed his lips to her forehead. Mu Xiaonuan's eyes widened in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected affection. However, the sensation of being kissed was utterly delightful. "Do you still feel that way now?" Chen Ran released Mu Xiaonuan, observing her stunned expression with a raised eyebrow and a smile. "That was amazing," she exclaimed, covering her face in shyness. The earlier moment had stirred her heart, and the strength of the kiss had caused her to instinctively lean back, as if struck by a heavy stone. She was utterly surprised and elated. Her husband, typically like a sleeping kitten, transformed into a force of nature the moment he awakened. The intensity of his affection left her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. She pondered what he would be like in a truly passionate state, a mix of anticipation and slight trepidation washing over her. "Husband, you should go check outside. The production team you mentioned has arrived." Mu Xiaonuan shook off her scattered thoughts and reminded Chen Ran of the pressing matter. "There's no rush. First, have some water, and let the little bun call them in." Chen Ran did not rise, but instead handed Mu Xiaonuan a glass of water. He then nudged Mantu, who was sprawled on the ground, urging him to leave. Why was there still no movement? Was Master Chen not home? Meanwhile, the production team grew increasingly anxious. Peng Peng and Sister Zifeng were both restless. Teacher He and Chef Huang comforted them while inquiring with the director. The director had just placed a call to Master Chen. With a smile, the director reassured them, "No need to worry. Master Chen has said we may enter. A little one will come to greet us shortly, so please remain patient." He added, "Given this, let our production team commence the live broadcast. This time, we shall break from our usual format and present a live stream, allowing everyone to directly experience the idyllic life we all yearn for." The production team activated the live stream, directing the cameras towards the guests. And thus the program officially began. As the show commenced, nearly 300,000 viewers were already tuned in. Truly remarkable for Yearning, as our online audience has consistently increased. The last two episodes garnered over 200,000 viewers, but this time we reached 300,000 right at the outset. Teacher He marveled at the number. 300,000. This is indeed a historical moment. Fantastic, everyone. Let us charge ahead for the life we all long for. Chef Huang enlivened the atmosphere. "Hello, everyone. I am your sister Zifeng. Hello, I am Peng Peng." Their simple opening remarks, tinged with familiarity, finally allowed the online audience to feel that long-lost connection. "Sister Zifeng is so beautiful. Will you be my wife? Wow. Where is this episode of Yearning filmed? Which vacation paradise is this? Just look at the lush bamboo forest. It can only be rivaled by Zizhu High. Did the production team go to Zizhu High? Wonderful. This episode is impressive. Such a beautiful place. It is simply a fairyland. This is precisely the life I aspire to." The audience, upon witnessing the backdrop, exclaimed in admiration. The scenery was picturesque, and if one could reside in such a locale, they would wake from dreams with a smile. Ahem, I must earnestly remind everyone that this season, we have actually come to a village. Indeed, this is a village, if you don't believe it. Just take a look at the sign at the entrance. It truly is Taoyuan Village. Teacher He and Chef Huang both issued a cautionary note to the viewers. Indeed, it is true. Is this really such a beautiful village? One international joke is this. Please do not deceive us. If this is a village, I shall eat my words, and I shall make a vow. The audience displayed disbelief. They could accept the entrance as that of a tourist attraction, but to claim it was a village? Could there really be such an extravagant village? Who are you trying to fool? If you have the courage, go in now, and we shall be convinced. The audience clamored to see for themselves, not out of a desire to embarrass the production team, but rather from genuine curiosity about what lay within. Apologies, everyone. The host has requested we wait here for a moment, and soon someone will come to welcome us inside. Teacher, he explained with a smile. Oh, you personally came to greet them? How formal this is. The production team certainly puts on a grand display. Upon arrival, the host is eager to welcome them. Indeed, the production team carries significant weight. The audience marveled, continuously tapping 666 and awesome on the live stream. Let me share a little secret. The host here is a mysterious master. Those who have guessed, take a shot at who it might be. Teacher Huang teased. Indeed, and the host is accompanied by a stunningly beautiful wife. Truly magnificent. Sister Zifeng chimed in, offering a warning to the audience. At that moment, a small dog appeared in front of the production team's camera, running towards everyone. Woof, woof. The plump dog, Mantu, wobbled before the crew, wagging its tail and barking excitedly. Teacher He and the others were taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. What was this dog up to? Woof, woof. Manta barked a couple more times, even approaching the fixed camera, curiously attempting to lick a rock. Fortunately, the director quickly intervened. What is happening? Wasn't the master supposed to arrive? I was startled. For a moment, I thought the dog was about to pounce. This little darling is quite photogenic. This scene amused the audience. The lively and adorable Mantu certainly attracted everyone's attention. Oh, this little dog certainly knows how to make an entrance. Pung Pung wiped his sweat and crouched down, offering a sausage. Here, little one, if you tell us when your master will arrive, you can have this treat. Sniff, sniff. Mantu approached, sniffing, but then turned its head away in disdain, letting out a howl before scampering off. This isn't as tasty as what the male master makes, nor does it have the fragrance of the female masteress dishes. What is this? Manta displayed utter contempt. Hey, wait a moment. Pung Pung was dumbfounded. How could this dog be so picky, refusing to eat a sausage? It must be something wrong with its nose. Pung Pung lamented, his plan to entice the dog having failed. Look how frustrated Pung Pung is. TSK, TSK. This dog is so finicky. What could it possibly eat? The audience chuckled, and Teacher He, unable to contain himself, crouched down to pat Mantu's head, saying, Good boy, little treasure, where is the master? Why haven't they come out yet? We have been waiting for quite some time. Woof. Almost as if responding, Manta barked energetically, then turned its back to the crowd and barked a couple more times before prancing ahead. Teacher He was also perplexed. What was going on? Woof. Mantu, showing signs of impatience, wagged his tail and kept glancing back while barking, then dashed forward. Could it be that the plump dog intends to lead us? Zifeng suddenly exclaimed with a burst of inspiration. No, it is indeed guiding us. Let's hasten to follow. Pung Pung's eyes sparkled as he discerned Mantu's intentions. Ahem. Just as the two young individuals were about to set off with excitement, the seasoned teachers He and Huang exchanged a soft cough, their expressions tinged with a bittersweet smile. No way. This dog is actually leading the way. This is hilarious. Just moments ago, teachers He and Huang mentioned that the master of this place would personally come to greet us. Plump dog. I heard someone calling me the master here. Gulme. Bring it on. Laughing to tears. Teacher He show. Keep it down. You're making me lose face. I can't believe I'm referring to a dog as the master. The live broadcast had the audience in stitches, laughing uncontrollably, while the production team, especially teachers He and Huang, wore expressions of wry amusement. Zifeng and Pung Pung looked like children caught in wrongdoing, their faces filled with awkward embarrassment. Let us stop discussing this and hurry inside, upholding his principle that if one is to feel awkward, it should be others. Teacher, he was the first to follow Mantu. Let us go in as well. Teacher Huang calmly followed suit. Wow, I didn't expect this place to reveal such wonders. How extraordinary. After passing through a refreshing bamboo grove, the group's vision finally opened up, revealing a magnificent mansion before their eyes. How spectacular! It resembled a fairyland. Zifeng was utterly mesmerized. It was still morning, and the early sunlight, refracted through the thin mist, displayed vibrant colors. The air was fresh, and the vista expansive. It was truly a residence fit for immortals. My goodness, it's so grand. What is that? A villa? Peng Peng exclaimed in astonishment. A manor. That is indeed a manor. Hiss. Even with the discerning eyes of teachers He and Huang, they couldn't help but be awestruck. This manor seamlessly blends with nature, embodying an ideal paradise. It is stunning. Indeed, only someone of Master Chen's caliber deserves to dwell in such a place. Teacher, he remarked, let us go pay a visit to Master Chen. Woof, woof, woof. At this moment, Mantu had returned, followed closely by the production team, heading to visit Chen Ran. Are you all from the Yearning production team? Chen Ran happened to be outside the manor, seated in a small pavilion, designing a fish pond. Upon seeing the group approach, he rose, setting down his pen with a smile. Ha! Master Chen, pardon the intrusion. Teacher He and the others quickly responded with smiles. And upon seeing Chen Ran for the first time, they couldn't help but be captivated by the sight of such a handsome young man standing before him. Regardless of one's status as a renowned star, evokes a sense of competing brilliance akin to that of fireflies against the moon. Unconsciously, everyone perceives the young man before them as a radiant star, dazzling and captivating, while they remain mere mortals gazing in awe. Please take a seat. Chen Ran greeted with a warm smile, instantly making He Laoshi and the others feel somewhat constrained. Typically lively and jovial, they suddenly found themselves gripped by a nervous tension. Reminiscent of Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, their performance in the eyes of the audience noticeably faltered. How handsome, Master Chen, truly deserving of the title. A gentleman of unparalleled grace, exclaimed an admirer. Master Chen is a rare beauty, a once-in-5,000 years kind of handsome. E.M. smitten. Where did you fall for him? Came a playful reply from above. It seemed as if Master Chen exuded an enchanting aura. Whenever these stars shared the frame with him, he shone like a blinding morning star, illuminating the eyes of the masses, causing the live audience numbers to surge dramatically. Master Chen's popularity is indeed soaring. Upon our entrance, the audience count skyrocketed by 1 million. He Laoshi remarked, observing the live broadcast with a hint of exhilaration. My goodness, it truly is. Master Chen, you are remarkable, exclaimed Zifeng, her admiration palpable as she closely observed him, feeling her cheeks flush with warmth. How many viewers do we have now? Chen Ran inquired with curiosity. We've reached 4 million online. Huang Laoshi quickly added, giving Chen Ran a thumbs up. Master Chen, you are the true star. Your mere presence has caused an incredible spike in numbers. Only 4 million? Chen Ran frowned, calling out toward the manor. Xiaonuan, come out. I'm coming. Mu Xiaonuan rushed out, freshly made up and carrying the live streaming equipment. The program crew has arrived. You should pause your stream for now. Their popularity is waning. She was advised. All right. Without hesitation, Mu Xiaonuan turned to the camera and said, Brothers, I'll be signing off for now. My husband has called for me. I hear the longing crew is here, and I must go see. Chapter 65. Chen Ran's kindling, the big bad man and Mu Xiaonuan's words husband. I'm on my way. With just a word from Chen Ran, Mu Xiaonuan unhesitatingly shut down her live stream. What? She's ending the stream? Already? Where has our dedicated Xiaonuan gone? Exclaimed a viewer in disbelief. Unbelievable. She has only been online for 2 minutes. Are you joking? Previously, Xiaonuan treated streaming as an indispensable career, even broadcasting while ill. Now, she simply shuts it down? You should consider who her husband is. That's Master Chen. She's likely preparing for family life. Oh no. After eagerly awaiting Xiaonuan's stream, it's over just like that? Brothers, let us pivot quickly. We need to catch the longing live stream. Master Chen and the streamer are both on camera. Seriously? Is that true? Let us go. We're heading to the longing live stream to catch them. As Mu Xiaonuan was about to conclude her live broadcast, the audience in the streaming room immediately expressed their discontent. Suddenly, Minnie devised a plan and suggested watching the live stream of her husband. I'm here. Unbeknownst to Mu Xiaonuan, the fans had ulterior motives. She turned off the live stream and eagerly rushed to Chen Ran's side. You are quite the prominent streamer. Do help them garner some popularity. Surely, the viewership here shouldn't be so dismal. Chen Ran found himself both amused and exasperated. Initially, he had agreed to participate in the program to find an excuse to keep Mu Xiaonuan close, but now that they were romantically involved, the production team had lost their utility. However, he couldn't just abandon them. After all, he had anticipated engaging more with the crew. Leave it to me. Mu Xiaonuan's eyes sparkled. Hosting was her forte. Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves for an exhilarating experience. Please welcome our distinguished guest, the mistress of the manor. A paragon of wisdom and beauty, the talented wife of our Master Chen, Ms. Mu Xiaonuan. Let's give her a warm welcome. Teacher He, a seasoned variety show expert, wasted no time in introducing Mu Xiaonuan with an array of exhilarating titles to capture everyone's attention. Wow, welcome. Amazing. Welcome, miss. The remaining members of the production team clapped enthusiastically, and Mu Xiaonuan instantly became the center of attention in the live stream. Oh dear, everyone is so enthusiastic. My husband asked me to make a cameo, but honestly, my skills are rather average, and I'm not adept at suddenly skyrocketing popularity, Mu Xiaonuan said, feeling somewhat bashful as the crowd lauded her. However, just as she finished speaking, a gasp erupted from the director, who was closely monitoring the show's performance. Goodness, the numbers are soaring. The crew was momentarily stunned. They had just intended to remind the director when another exclamation rang out. 10 million. The viewership has surged to 10 million. Goodness, 15 million. No, 20 million. The director could hardly contain his excitement. Is it possible that my show has become this sensational? Am I this famous? Director, remain calm. You must keep your composure at this moment. Teacher, he urgently reminded him. This is a live broadcast. You must be mindful of your image. Oh my goodness. 30 million. We surpassed 30 million and it's still climbing. At this moment, the director was oblivious to everything else. He only wished to celebrate, to scream with joy, and to express the exhilaration and sense of achievement bubbling within him. Is this for real? Even teacher, he, usually composed, was incredulous. Could it be that the viewership had genuinely skyrocketed from 3 to 400 million to over 30 million? No way. It truly is. Teacher He's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, who can tell me what on earth is happening? The moment Mu Xiaonuan arrived, the numbers surged. Was this merely a coincidence? At that instant, the crew snapped back to reality, turning their intense gaze toward Mu Xiaonuan, realizing that the anomaly in the data seemed to have commenced with her arrival. In other words, it was due to Mu Xiaonuan that their program suddenly became so immensely popular. A what? Mu Xiaonuan was somewhat bewildered, at a loss for words. I have no idea what is going on. Have you all made a mistake? The verification showed that there were no issues with the background data. The director dismissed Mu Xiaonuan's speculation. Is this truly me? Mu Xiaonuan felt as if the heavens were playing a prank on her, and she could only turn and gaze longingly at Chen Ran. My dear, what is happening? Just take a look at the bullet comments, and you'll know. Oh, right? You are so clever, darling. Chen Ran shook his head in exasperation. The usually astute girl seemed to have become rather foolish since his confession. Meanwhile, in the live chat of Wishing for a Life, the comments exploded. Wow, Master Chen, you are indeed a master, revealing the truth with a single phrase. For you, Xiaonuan, all the brothers have switched to support you in the live broadcast. Go Xiaonuan. Let this group of unversed variety show participants open their eyes. Wherever there is Master Chen, there is Xiaonuan. Wherever there is Xiaonuan, there is delightful broadcasting. How I adore it. Haha, did you not expect this? Streamer, take control. The rolling comments in the live chat had transformed into a flurry of snowflakes, indicating that the audience count was undoubtedly genuine, and the popularity surged dramatically. The program crew and the audience were momentarily stunned by the fluttering comments, then turned to Mu Xiaonuan with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Are you still denying it? You still say it's not you. Just look, this is clearly you. Faced with a series of soul-searching questions from Laosher and others, Mu Xiaonuan let out an exclamation, covering her face, feeling increasingly embarrassed. My dear. Mu Xiaonuan lowered her head and rushed over, clutching Chen Ran's arm and shaking it, pitifully saying, They are bullying me, huh? Chen Ran couldn't help but smile. Although it appeared the crew was putting the girl in a difficult position, their underlying intention was to praise her. This little girl, clearly shy, had the audacity to come over and complain like a child seeking comfort. Such a cheeky little thing. Observing the pride in her eyes and the unmistakable smile gracing her face, Chen Ran readily understood her thoughts. She was clearly acting tsundere, unwilling to acknowledge it on the surface, yet filled with hope inside, yearning for praise. At this moment, he could imagine her wishing to hear Chen Ran say, Oh, Xiaonuan, you are truly amazing. So impressive. You are simply extraordinary. The intensity of this feeling was overwhelming. It was almost celestial. Chen Ran understood the depths of her heart perfectly. Isn't it simple? Just go back and start your own live stream. Chen Ran said with a smile, easily responding to Mu Xiaonuan's implied suggestion. Oh, no. That won't do. Miss Mu, we were wrong. Please don't leave, okay? Don't go, we beg you. The program crew immediately panicked upon hearing this. It's all right. Seeing the crew flustered, and then glancing at the smirk on Chen Ran's lips, Mu Xiaonuan felt a surge of indignation. Master Chen must be doing this on purpose. Not only does he refuse to praise me, but he is also adding fuel to the fire. Big bad silver. I'm ignoring you. Mu Xiaonuan pouted, her glossy lips appearing particularly adorable. Chapter 66. The angry bun dares to occupy my nest, you little girl. Chen Ran observed her puffed-up expression, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, undeniably charming. Unable to resist, he affectionately teased her nose, saying, All right, don't be like that. I was just joking. What if I took it seriously? Mu Xiaonuan retorted playfully, her lips still pursed, suggesting she was not so easily appeased. Ha ha ha. Look, little Nuan is angry. This scene is quite rare. Master Chen cannot handle this woman. Enough of the chatter. Just push her down and silence her. The audience in the live broadcast room felt a surge of excitement, their hearts racing as the atmosphere became lively. Please, no need for disputes. It's all our fault. Hey, that joke was a bit too much. Miss Mu, we apologize. Don't take it seriously, Miss Mu. Master Chen was likely just joking. Seeing this, the production team felt a sudden tension in the air. Their breaths momentarily halted, and they awkwardly attempted to mediate. What do you want then? Chen Ran, well aware of Mu Xiaonuan's nature, suspected she was relishing the drama, her playful demeanor hinting at some trick up her sleeve. Thus, he posed his question calmly, unlike the anxious crew around him. As expected, Mu Xiaonuan suddenly burst into laughter, a radiant smile blooming on her face. Her playful dimples appearing as she declared, I want a loving hug to soothe my fragile little heart. With laughter in her eyes, she appeared utterly devoid of any lingering anger. You, Chen Ran chuckled, not refusing her request. He pulled Mu Xiaonuan into his embrace. Mu Xiaonuan hummed softly, her cheeks flushed with a delightful hue, her eyes sparkling with unmasked joy and happiness. Wow, I'm feeling envious. What on earth? I just turned on a live stream and am already being fed dog food? Little Nuan is truly crafty. She deliberately teasing us with this? The audience reacted, feeling sour as if they had bitten into a lemon. Initially, they expected to witness some amusing bickering between the couple, only to be met with an unexpected display of affection. It seems our efforts were unnecessary. Teacher, he from the production team, let out a wry smile, realizing that this was merely the playful banter of these two individuals. He had thought he would play the role of mediator, only to find that his involvement was superfluous. Teacher, have you noticed that we seem less like the production team, and they are the stars? Huang Xiaochu's soft voice broke in, his gaze complex as he remarked, There's indeed some truth to that. Teacher He's eyes narrowed instinctively towards the director, who was, unsurprisingly, staring at the live broadcast screen with a deeply frustrated expression. Indeed, they arrived to film the much-anticipated show a life longed for, yet to their surprise, the attention of millions of viewers was not on the show itself, but rather on the affectionate relationship between Master Chen and his wife. What the predicament? It was time to showcase genuine talent. The director, undeterred by the circumstances, boldly initiated the first task. Ahem. Everyone pay attention. We are about to commence our first task. For the next few days, we shall reside here, so our immediate priority is to find a suitable place to settle. At last, the first task had arrived. Zifeng, momentarily distracted by the embrace between Chen Ran and Mu Xiaonuan, returned to a more serious demeanor, realizing the show was finally on track. A place to settle? Could it be that the production team intended for us to temporarily stay at Master Chen's residence? Peng Peng naively pondered. What if they actually asked us to find materials to construct a shelter ourselves? Teacher Huang smiled knowingly, delivering a blunt remark. Surely, it cannot be that cruel? Peng Peng lamented, his face a picture of despair. Was this akin to a wilderness survival challenge? That would be far too difficult. Fear not, everyone. We have received instructions from the production team. Teacher, he announced, holding up a small piece of paper. The team states that Master Chen's estate resembles a palace, a realm of wonder, a lifestyle not meant for mere mortals, but rather for celestial beings. Therefore, they suggest we form teams in Taoyuan village to seek out a temporary dwelling, whether we build it ourselves or borrow from others. I knew it. There was no way it would be that easy, Chef Huang sighed, casting a knowing glance at Zifeng and Peng Peng, as if to say he had seen this coming. What a pity. Wow, this is outrageous. The production team is utterly heartless. Before departing, Zifeng turned back multiple times, reluctant to leave. The estate was indeed vast and magnificent. Spending a night there would have been a dream come true, but alas, fate had other plans. My dear, are they really making them find their own place? There are hardly any houses around here, Mu Xiaonuan. Seated beside Chen Ran with her head resting on his shoulder and arms wrapped around his, gazed curiously as the production team departed. Could it be that they truly have to construct something themselves? That seems to be the director's intention. Let us wait and see, Chen Ran replied, his gaze slightly perplexed. Aside from the estate, there appeared to be no other houses, though it seemed there was still one room available. He silently hoped they would not encounter any major blunders. Finally, they emerged. The director of the production team breathed a sigh of relief. Having exited the estate, he felt an inexplicable lightness wash over him. The show could finally proceed. Otherwise, what should have been a charming pastoral life would have devolved into a monotonous routine of witnessing romantic displays. An unbearable fate, indeed. As the current season wrapped, perhaps it was time to consider a new direction? The director contemplated. Perhaps it could be titled A Romantic Journey with Wives? Just then, while the director's thoughts wandered, the guests in the production team gasped in unison. Wow. Ah, what a splendid abode I have, spanning over 100 square meters. Perfectly adequate for our group. To my astonishment, this dwelling is exquisitely beautiful, resembling a wooden cabin nestled among the trees. No, it is indeed such a cabin. The owner of this wooden retreat has exquisite taste. The crew erupted in joyous cheers, for this cabin is surrounded by lush greenery, emanating the pure essence of nature, and is remarkably pristine, akin to a hidden gem in the woods, offering an overwhelming sense of delight. Such a charming cabin of this caliber would surely command exorbitant rates in a tourist hotspot, easily amounting to several thousand for a night stay. It is truly exquisite, especially now. As dusk approaches, the gentle illumination surrounding us creates an ethereal ambience, reminiscent of a fairy tale. Suddenly, a cacophony of barks erupted. M2 had arrived. The little creature, protective as a mother hen, barked furiously at the group, particularly at Ping, who was just ascending the wooden steps. M2's relentless barking caused Ping to stumble and fall back, having barely made it up 2 steps. Are you all right, Ping? Everyone gathered around, expressing concern. I'm fine, he replied, brushing the dirt off his clothes, feeling frustrated. What is the owner of this house thinking? The steps are barely wide enough for 2 feet. Are they meant for humans? Bark! Bark! In that moment, M2, agile as ever, swiftly darted up the narrow staircase. Why is this little creature so antagonistic towards me? Ping lamented as M2 continued to bark at him from above, filling him with immense vexation. What is happening? Chen Ran and Mu Xiaonuan, having heard the commotion, arrived just in time to inquire. "Ah, Master Chen." Teacher he promptly greeted. "It's nothing. We were just wondering whose home this is." "Master Chen, please don't keep us in suspense. Tell us." Zifeng and Ping eagerly pressed. "Such a beautiful house. Could it possibly belong to Master Chen?" Teacher he chimed in with a playful tone. "Haha, indeed. One can hardly deny that this splendid structure seems to belong solely to Master Chen." Huang Xiaochu added in agreement. Upon hearing this, Chen Ran smiled and addressed the crew. "I truly envy your discerning taste. Indeed, this wooden cabin is of my own design." "What?" The revelation left the crew in stunned silence, exchanging incredulous glances. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Teacher He and Huang Xiaochu were rendered speechless, wondering if they had inadvertently spoken too soon, turning a jest into reality. This was genuinely a wooden cabin designed by Master Chen. However, just as the crew gasped in astonishment, Chen Ran continued, "But I must clarify, although I designed it, this cabin is not for my own use, rather." The crowd, intrigued, pondered who it was intended for as they followed Chen Ran's gaze upwards. What did they see? That little dirt dog? What does Master Chen mean by this? Teacher He, filled with confusion, wondered as he glanced around the empty wooden cabin. What was he looking at? Woof. A woo. As Manta noticed the crew's attention directed towards him, he couldn't help but bare his teeth, striking a pose of a vigilant guardian. Aside from Master Chen's dog, there was nothing else to see, right? Sister Zifeng, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "Master Chen, what exactly do you wish for us to see? Is it just him?" Chen Ran, exasperated, pointed at Mantu and stated this, indeed, is his home. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. The crew stood frozen, their expressions blank with astonishment. Did they hear correctly? This was the dog's home? Mu Xiaonuan, overhearing, burst into laughter. Chen Ran turned to glance at her, and she immediately understood, covering her mouth with her hand, her big eyes sparkling as she stifled her laughter, looking utterly adorable in her struggle to contain herself. "Ha ha! Master Chen's reply is simply brilliant. This is actually Mantu's home? How hilarious!" It turns out the crew was squabbling over doghouse. Just as I was having my meal, I sprayed my wife with food, exclaiming, "Master Chen, please save me. My wife is on the warpath." The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter, finding Chen Ran's seemingly serious answer utterly disarming, leaving the director's face pale, nearly on the verge of throwing the camera. Teacher He opened his mouth, and even he, known for his quick wit, found himself momentarily speechless, forced to chuckle in embarrassment. "Oh my, how humiliating." Sister Zifeng covered her face with her hands, feeling utterly mortified, tugging at Peng's sleeve. "Peng, this can't be a dream, can it? We are competing with a dog for its nest, and it seems we haven't succeeded." Peng's lips twitched, and in a moment of brilliance, he added a witty remark, "Woof, woof, woof." At that moment, Mantu was joyfully barking away, wagging his tail, looking down at everyone with pride. "Please stop barking." Teacher He and the others gazed helplessly at Mantu. It was already embarrassing enough, and now with the dog barking, the entire live stream erupted in laughter. This was undoubtedly the most tumultuous episode the crew had ever experienced. However, Chen Ran, with a cheerful demeanor, reassured them. "This wooden cabin has just been constructed. It is quite clean. If you don't mind, you are welcome to stay." "Absolutely not. No way." The crew vehemently shook their heads. Knowing all that they did, how could they possibly compete with a dog for a house? That would be worse than being outdone by a canine. "It truly is fine." Mu Xiaonuan stepped forward with a smile. "The space inside is quite large, with a lounge as well. My husband and I often retreat there to rest. You can have a look if you wish." "Perhaps not." Teacher He and the others internally resisted the idea. Yet, ultimately, they could not refute it. For aside from the grand estate, this wooden cabin was the only option available for lodging. If they were to construct a shelter of their own, Tom would not be on their side. Let us go take a look then. Yes, indeed, we merely wished to have a tour. Indeed, it was merely a visit, devoid of any ulterior motives. The crew, after much deliberation, finally ascended to the wooden cabin for a glimpse, yet after exploring the premises, none wished to depart. My goodness, the floor here is as smooth as a mirror, cleaner than my dining table at home. The exquisite observation window, the refreshing rural air that greets us. Ah, I feel as though my very soul has been cleansed. Master Chun, I must confess, I have begun to envy your dog. Isn't that quite alarming? The crew was astounded, even jesting, yet their demeanor revealed their profound satisfaction with this place. If one wishes to stay, it is permissible, yet, since it is Mantu's home, one must at least offer some form of rent. Chen Ran, affectionately stroking the dog as head, initially found Mantu reluctant, barking incessantly. However, upon witnessing the crew unveil an array of delectable treats, Mantu was unexpectedly won over. In fact, teacher he, in a playful mood, adorned Mantu with a grand golden necklace. The majestic Mantu sparkled wherever it roamed, exuding an air of opulence. As the hour grew late, we ought to prepare a meal. Teacher, he reminded everyone. We've been here all morning without food. Let us fill our bellies before accepting the crew's challenges. With no objections, we proceeded. Chef Huang took charge of the kitchen, responsible for preparing meals for everyone. As it was the first day, the food was provided by the production team, utilizing a kitchen within the manor. Darling, I'm hungry too. I wish to eat. Mu Xiaonuan gently rubbed her stomach, feeling its emptiness. For her, food was a source of joy. What would you like to eat? As long as you cook it, I will love it. Mu Xiaonuan, ever undemanding, looked at Chen Ran with her bright almond-shaped eyes. Then let me prepare a special noodle dish for you. Chen Ran smiled mysteriously. Today, I shall make you a unique bowl of noodles. What kind of noodles? Chapter 68. Hand in hand, teaching how to knead the dough. The noodles are both white and soft. Revealing the type of noodles would spoil the surprise. Chen Ran maintained an air of intrigue. Quite the enigma, she teased. Yet a hint of happiness danced in her eyes. Having someone to feed her was indeed a delightful blessing. As Chen Ran kneaded the dough, Mu Xiaonuan perched at the table, resting her chin on her hands, appearing somewhat bored, her beautiful gaze fixed upon him. Ah, my husband looks so handsome when kneading dough. A look of rapture spread across her face. Chen Ran was already quite handsome, but he was even more so in this moment. Truly, a man who can cook is undeniably attractive. Just then, as Chen Ran was wholly absorbed in his task, he felt a gentle pause in his movements. He discovered that Mu Xiaonuan's soft little hands had found their way onto the back of his hand, cool to the touch, tenderly grasping his palm. What are you up to? Chen Ran turned slightly, his gaze meeting the delicate features of her close-up visage. With an exquisite face, fluttering eyelashes, and a playful charm, she looked enchanting. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and the corners of her petite mouth turned upward as she spoke in a sweet, soft voice. Husband, I too wish to knead the dough. Could you teach me? A soft palm, slightly cool, gently rested on Chen Ran's hand. A light touch that felt like a heavy weight upon his heart. This little girl was indeed stirring something within him. Husband, she called again, unable to contain herself. Her voice tender and sweet, sending shivers down one's spine. Let me assist you, would you? Her melodious tone, coupled with her delicate fluttering eyelashes, exuded a blend of innocence and allure that was utterly irresistible. Very well, allow me to teach you. Chen Ran's expression shifted as he returned to the moment, withdrawing his hand only to firmly grasp her small one. Now, follow my movements. As they intertwined their fingers, he began to knead, gradually realizing that the act of kneading dough paled in comparison to the joy of holding her hand. Her tiny hand, as soft as if it were boneless, was exquisite to the touch, akin to cradling a piece of fragrant, silky jade, simply beyond words. Wow, husband, your technique is incredible, Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, feeling the dough in her hands transform effortlessly under Chen Ran's guidance. like a soft cloud that was both pliable and comforting. Of course, Chen Ran replied confidently, his culinary prowess ensuring that any dough in his hands would release an unparalleled aroma of fresh wheat. This was his unique skill. Moreover, holding her hand made the experience even more delightful. The dough before him was soft, and he couldn't help but wonder if her dough was equally tender. "Husband, what are you gazing at?" Mu Xiaonuan suddenly noticed Chen Ran's distracted demeanor, his grip loosening as the dough became unyielding. Curiously, she turned her head and caught him staring intently at a particular part of her being. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly murmured, "Oh dear. How embarrassing to be caught looking there." Given her already striking figure, being so close felt as though she was nestled within his embrace, with his arms encircling her, emanating a potent aura of masculinity that momentarily left her spellbound. Such softness, Chen Ran remarked instinctively, lost in thought about the possibilities. "Husband, what nonsense are you speaking?" Mu Xiaonuan's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Whispering those words to her ear, she felt overwhelmed with shyness, her hands becoming weak as she avoided his gaze. Despite openly expressing her affection for him, she was still a demure young girl, prone to bashfulness. "You shouldn't tease me like this in front of me," she thought, feeling as though she might just faint from embarrassment. "Is it really that soft?" She bit her lip, her voice akin to a soft kitten's mew, sweet and enticing, stirring the heart. "Would you care to compare?" Chen Ran suddenly raised an eyebrow, leaning in to whisper playfully. "Oh." Mu Xiaonuan blinked, her beautiful eyes, her long, delicate eyelashes fluttering. "Shall we compare?" Goodness, upon seeing the dough before her, it felt as if it transformed into her own and was being kneaded in such a manner. A shiver coursed through Mu Xiaonuan's entire body, causing her to tense up. At that moment, she pressed her lips tightly together, looking exceptionally adorable. Yet a hint of panic flickered in her pupils. Her hand trembled as she quickly withdrew it, crossing her arms defensively. "What are you trying to do?" "Puff." Chen Ran, witnessing the girl's sudden exaggerated reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. This little one was indeed adorably silly. Having made a small jest, her subsequent actions appeared somewhat comical, especially since her hands were still dusted with flour from kneading the dough. "Hee, just look at where you're covering," Chen Ran remarked teasingly. "Oh." Mu Xiaonuan, somewhat perplexed, looked down, and upon removing her hands, she discovered two striking white handprints, as if she had been clawed by a dragon. "Hubby, it's all your fault." Mu Xiaonuan felt as though she resembled a clown at that moment, utterly embarrassed. What if someone saw her like this? "Master Chen, are you there? Would you like to come and taste our culinary skills?" Just then, the guests from the show knocked on the door, accompanied by the camera crew. "Wow, are you cooking too? Can we see what delicious dishes you're preparing?" "No," Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed in alarm, truly fearing the worst. She hastily attempted to brush off the flour, but with a single swipe, it only spread further. "What happened? What's going on?" The crew members were taken aback, as the sound suggested someone had been startled. Were they hurt in the kitchen? Concerned, the crew rushed over. "Honey, I'm so sorry." In a moment of urgency, Mu Xiaonuan bit her lip and made a bold decision. Chapter 69. A hug for protection. "Honey, I'm so sorry." In her moment of desperation, just as the crowd was about to arrive, Mu Xiaonuan suddenly dove into Chen Ran's embrace. "Huh?" The crew members who had rushed in were momentarily stunned. "Oh my!" Peng Peng's eyes widened upon the first glance. He saw the two embracing and quickly turned his face away. This. The others, including Teacher He, were equally taken aback. Promptly, Teacher He led the charge. "Stop filming, stop filming. This isn't suitable for children. We need to leave quickly." Meanwhile, nestled in Chen Ran's arms, Mu Xiaonuan tightened her grip around his waist, seemingly intent on melding herself into him. Chen Ran, caught off guard by this sudden assault, found himself slightly breathless, as if he were being compressed. Not only his waist, but his chest felt constricted, as if two large balloons had been thrust into him, accompanied by a fragrant scent wafting into his nostrils. Oh my, these two individuals, so deeply affectionate. Zifeng couldn't help but cover her eyes. Her cheeks and ears flushed with embarrassment, especially upon witnessing Mu Xiaonuan taking the initiative to embrace tightly, which further intensified the awkwardness of the moment. Alas, this is too hasty. Let us return swiftly to enjoy the delightful meal we have prepared. Huang Xiao's chef watched, utterly astonished, reflecting on the exuberance of youth, where love could be expressed unabashedly, unlike in their middle-aged lives, where a thermos filled with goji berries symbolized resignation. Oh dear! The host has not gone live, but is instead engaged in some rather intimate activities with Master Chen. A mischievous grin spread across their faces, having uncovered this secret. It turns out the host is quite passionate in private. Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, "Who would have thought? I don't even let my husband off the hook when he's cooking." The viewers in the livestream room became animated, their barrage of comments erupting into a chorus of admiration. Chen Ran found himself in a tight embrace, feeling somewhat breathless as the little girl pressed against him, her movements growing bolder, making him acutely aware of the stirring sensations akin to a massage. This girl, he thought, was rather excessive, especially with so many others present. If this continues, sparks might indeed fly. Finally, Mu Xiaonuan released a sigh of relief, realizing it was time to disentangle herself from Chen Ran's embrace. She blushed as she gently struggled free. What's the matter with all of you?" Upon standing, she noticed everyone was staring at her in utter astonishment, causing her face to redden further. She clasped her hands together, standing shyly to the side, resembling a girl caught in the act. She discreetly glanced down, relieved to see that those telltale marks had indeed vanished. "I hope we didn't disturb you," she said. The production team exchanged awkward smiles, sensing an unusual atmosphere. "Ahem, did you come here for something?" Chen Ran, regaining his composure, took a deep breath and asked the group in a somewhat embarrassed manner. We had originally intended to invite Master Chen and the others to dine with us. Teacher, he quickly interjected, diverting the conversation. But it seems Master Chen is quite the master of pastries. It appears our invitation was unnecessary. What sort of pastry is Master Chen preparing? Zifeng inquired curiously, suddenly noticing something. "Oh my, Master Chen, your clothes are covered in flour." Chen Ran looked down to find his chest adorned with 2 patches of flour, resembling large white flowers. He turned to see the little girl blushing, her head lowered in embarrassment, yet occasionally stealing glances, a hint of mischief in her demeanor. This might be from holding the little kitten earlier. It must have rubbed off, Chen Ran remarked casually, discreetly patting himself down, his eyes glancing at Mu Xiaonuan, a playful glimmer in his gaze. "Impressive, dear Xiaonuan. You have certainly made strides, daring to use your husband as a shield. Let us see how you manage later. Little kitty?" Sister Zifeng finds it quite peculiar. "Where is the little kitty? Why haven't I seen it?" Observing the subtly unusual expression on Mu Xiaonuan's face, an unsettling feeling lingers. "Oh, how hungry I am." Just as everyone sensed something awry, Mu Xiaonuan suddenly turned to Chen Ran and the others, pouting adorably and calling out softly, then gazing at Chen Ran with her beautiful, twinkling eyes. She immediately grasped his arm and playfully swayed it, asking, "Darling, are your arms sore? May I give you a massage? By the way, when can we have a meal?" "Soon." Chen Ran couldn't help but chuckle, seeing the girl's attempts at subtlety. He reached out to pinch her cheek, which felt delightfully smooth to the touch. "Teacher, I genuinely believe our presence here is a mistake. Indeed, shouldn't we be heading out now?" The crew members, with expressions of wry amusement, chimed in, feeling that being around these two was like constantly consuming dog food. "Isn't it more enjoyable to eat back at home?" "No, I wish to wait for my husband to serve me." Mu Xiaonuan politely declined, her resolve unwavering. She would only eat what Chen Ran prepared for her. Such determination. Sister Zifeng inquired curiously, could it be that Master Chen's culinary skills surpass those of Teacher Huang? That piques my curiosity. What kind of delicacies does Master Chen intend to create? Teacher, he also approached, intrigued. "It's merely a bowl of noodles," Chen Ran replied nonchalantly. "It will be ready shortly." As he spoke, he began to prepare the noodles. The dough he kneaded seemed to magically elongate in Chen Ran's hands, becoming thinner and thinner. Wow, how impressive. Mu Xiaonuan had never witnessed Chen Ran showcase such a skill. The already thin strands of noodles continued to extend in his hands, being vigorously whipped in the air. creating a sound akin to fluttering fabric in the wind. His powerful movements transformed the act into an extraordinary personal performance. Darling, that's enough. If they get too long, they will be hard to eat, Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, as the delicate noodles approached transparency, reaching lengths of 2 to 3 meters, far exceeding her capacity to handle. Chapter 70. The red-eyed Mu Xiaonuan. You are pinching me again. The noodles, oh. Even the crew's chef Huang gasped in astonishment. They were exceedingly long, yet remarkably resilient. This is a testament to skill. Master Chen's foundational expertise has produced noodles as thin as gossamer, yet they possess an impressive chewiness. I eagerly anticipate their flavor. Bring the pot, Chen Ran called out. Coming. As Mu Xiaonuan, his devoted little assistant, swiftly prepared the black pot. The noodles floated delicately like strands of silk into the pot, with Chen Ran's sweeping motions. With a gentle swish, Chen Ran deftly stirred the slender bamboo chopsticks in the pot, and soon the exquisite noodles emerged. The blanched noodles gleamed with a crystalline clarity, resembling amber crystals. Vibrant and alluring. Wow, the aroma is divine. Mu Xiaonuan inhaled deeply, feeling a warm wave envelop her. This bowl of fragrant noodles, simple yet enticing, stirred her taste buds, causing her to swallow incessantly, her stomach growling in agreement. The delightful scent was irresistible. The crew members involuntarily closed their eyes, taking in the aroma deeply, feeling as though they were floating, lost in a dream. At that moment, no delicacy could compare, their minds and eyes fixated on the bowl of noodles before them. Ah, I can hardly contain myself. Mu Xiaonuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her hunger palpable as she prepared to dive in for a hearty feast. Hold on, Chen Ran smiled. Patience is a virtue. Besides, we have one final step to complete. My dear, what are you waiting for? Mu Xiaonuan could hardly wait. I want it. Hurry up and serve me. I can't hold back any longer. Rest assured, it's all yours. Tonight, it's entirely for you. Chen Ran reassured her, his hands continuing their task as he added the black tiger prawns to the sizzling hot oil. The delectable essence of the river delicacies melding with the wheat aroma of the noodles, unleashing an even more intense fragrance. Oh my, I can't take it anymore. Mu Xiaonuan felt her mouth watering as she watched Chen Ran lavish the river delicacies over both bowls of noodles. She was utterly captivated. At long last, Chen Ran brought 2 bowls to the table and sat opposite Mu Xiaonuan. She inhaled deeply. Her slightly closed eyes trembled with excitement. Her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm, rendering her all the more enchanting amidst the steam rising from the noodles. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, the surrounding crew members echoed the sounds of swallowing, having not left, but instead following Chen Ran and Mu Xiaonuan to the dining area, eyes glistening as they watched the duo eat, wiping the corners of their mouths in anticipation. How tantalizing. Huh? Noticing their behavior, Chen Ran raised an eyebrow. What is going on? Why aren't you eating? Didn't you prepare your meals? His words jolted Mu Xiaonuan back to reality. She instinctively guarded her bowl like a protective kitten, glancing at Chen Ran's bowl and immediately shielding it as well. What are you up to? Her gaze grew wary, fearing they might rush in to snatch the food. Teacher He and the others exchanged puzzled glances before chuckling awkwardly. Well, Master Chen, we'd rather not eat just yet. We simply wish to linger here for a while. Indeed, we absolutely want to touch your noodles. We just want to watch you eat. Yes, yes. Just smelling the aroma is enough for us. Don't mind us. Sister Zifeng and Peng Peng chimed in, forming a circle around the two, their eyes fixed intently upon them. Xiaonuan, please don't be like this. Chen Ran couldn't help but chuckle upon witnessing the scene. He gently patted Mu Xiaonuan's protective little hand, yet she remained quite anxious. Darling, just look at the way they're staring at us. I believe we should find another place to dine. This is simply too perilous. Mu Xiaonuan thought Chen Ran was reproaching her behavior as excessive. Hence, she felt compelled to explain. Fear not. Did you not notice the cameras behind them? Who would dare to make a move? They'd surely make headlines tomorrow. Chen Ran grinned, his gaze sweeping over the cameras belonging to the production team, which were live-streaming the event. unless these celebrities were willing to shed their polished images. I laughed, yearning for the disgruntled expressions of the stars. Master Chen is truly remarkable. How could celebrities stoop so low? His words left them speechless. Silly Xiaonuan, did you not hear? Your husband is comforting you. Just look at how much he adores you. The viewers in the live stream were amused by Chen Ran's response, erupting into laughter, while the stars of the show were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with palpable awkwardness, standing frozen in place like a row of stakes, hesitant to make any untoward movements. Elegant, reserved, dignified, and demure. Upon witnessing this, Mu Xiaonuan could not help but beam with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. At last, she felt reassured and graciously shifted aside, allowing the rich aroma to waft throughout the restaurant, tantalizing everyone present. Darling, you are truly wonderful, Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, her smile radiant like a blooming flower, exuding ethereal beauty. The dimples at the corners of her mouth accentuated her charm, causing Chen Ran to feel that even the noodles before him had lost their allure. Since I'm so good to you, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Chen Ran's eyes sparkled mischievously as he gazed at the little lady, a playful smile gracing his lips. Since their relationship had been established, he often enjoyed teasing her. The adorable and charming Xiaonuan made every jest delightful. For instance, as soon as he finished speaking, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She couldn't help but wonder, what did her husband mean? Did he want her to do something? Perhaps a kiss on his cheek? As Mu Xiaonuan's imagination began to run wild, Chen Ran, at that moment, reached for the bowl of noodles in front of her with his chopsticks. This shall be your way of thanking me, he declared with a beaming smile, proceeding to transfer the succulent shrimp from her bowl into his own. What are you doing, darling? Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Her husband was stealing her food. Did you not say you wanted to express gratitude? What's wrong with taking one shrimp? Chen Ran replied, slightly annoyed. You have plenty in your bowl. Mu Xiaonuan felt a pang of heartache. There were only 5 or 6 shrimp in total, and in the blink of an eye, 2 had been snatched away. She gently clutched her bowl with both hands, subtly shifting it closer to herself. You have too many. You won't be able to finish them, she murmured, as if oblivious to her reluctance. Chen Ran seized 2 more shrimp. Darling, why are you still taking more? Half of them are gone. Mu Xiaonuan widened her eyes in astonishment, her face a portrait of concern as she instinctively shielded her bowl. No more grabbing. Otherwise, I shall be quite upset, she declared, puffing out her cheeks, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Oh, Manta, what brings you here? Chen Ran suddenly exclaimed, drawing Mu Xiaonuan's attention towards the kitchen. In that fleeting moment, Chen Ran swiftly snatched another piece. You grab again. Mu Xiaonuan, on the verge of tears, her beautiful eyes glistening with red, pleaded, Could you leave one for me? Guess what comes next? In Chapter 71, Xiaonuan reached out to feed a shrimp, its flesh sweet and her small hand soft. Before her lay a large bowl of noodles, once a lavish serving, now reduced to a mere simplicity with only the noodles remaining. Although the noodles were indeed fragrant, they lacked the delightful river delicacies that had previously adorned them, rendering the meal somewhat lacking, especially when compared to Chen Ran's bowl, which resembled a small mountain, overflowing with bounty. Hers, in contrast, appeared utterly mundane, devoid of intrigue, making it all the more disheartening. Master Chen, your skills truly astonish me. The spectators chuckled, especially upon witnessing Mu Xiaonuan's red-eyed expression. The leisurely pastoral life they led together, filled with playful banter, was incredibly charming and enviable. Sometimes my husband and I do the same, but it's always me snatching his food, A viewer in the live stream playfully shared, resonating with others. Speaking of which, I'm often the one being bullied at home. My husband frequently teases me by stealing my food. Hey, why don't you give him a good whack? By the time I catch up, he has already finished. How long do you think Master Chen will take to finish? Let us wager whether Xiaonuan can reclaim her share. The audience, eagerly anticipating what would transpire next, watched the couple with bated breath. However, this is all for you. Chen Ran, noticing Mu Xiaonuan's pouting expression reminiscent of a wronged child, suddenly broke into a smile. He then pushed his bowl of noodles towards her, swapping it for hers. Ah! Mu Xiaonuan stared blankly at Chen Ran's actions, momentarily astounded, her gaze shifting from disbelief to shock, ultimately transforming into shyness and embarrassment. "Husband, what are you doing?" she murmured, her face slightly flushed, lowering her gaze as her ears turned pink. "Isn't this inappropriate?" It turned out she had misunderstood. Her husband had indeed transferred all the shrimp to his bowl with the intention of offering them to her. This gesture left Mu Xiaonuan blushing furiously, her heart racing uncontrollably, momentarily at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the affection. So this is what it feels like to be loved? It is truly blissful. Wow, how touching. Master Chen has given his to Xiaonuan. I apologize for my earlier naivety in believing that Xiaonuan would be taken away. Master Chen never intended to snatch her food. Oh, why must I lament the absence of such a wonderful husband? My own spouse simply bullies me, taking away my meals. A warning. A warning. Master Chen must cease his display of affection. The audience in the live stream erupted with fervor, their hearts brimming with envy and jealousy. It was truly astonishing to witness Master Chen's remarkable prowess in flirtation. I have certainly learned a thing or two. Miss Mu is indeed fortunate. Master Chen is not only handsome, but also dotes on his wife. I am utterly enamored. How I wish to encounter a husband who cherishes me in such a manner. Goodness, the aroma of the noodles has already tantalized our senses. And now this display of affection has left me utterly awestruck. The crew members were filled with a sour disposition, feeling as though their presence here was a mistake. Wouldn't it be more delightful to return home for a meal? The noodles had already ignited their cravings, and now they were being inundated with more displays of affection. It left them feeling quite disheartened. They longed to return home to find their own partners, questioning why they had subjected themselves to such a trial. At this moment, Mu Xiaonuan regained her composure, gazing at Chen Ran with glistening eyes, clearly moved by the sumptuous bowl of food before her, nearly brought to tears. "What? You don't want it?" Chen Ran, noticing her reaction, felt a playful urge and stretched his hand towards her bowl, teasingly saying, "If you don't want it, may I have it?" "No." Mu Xiaonuan quickly reacted, shielding the bowl with both hands and promptly pushing it closer to her. "Once something is given, how can it be taken back? No, I want to let it go." The young lady gently sniffed, her proud and charming chin slightly raised, her radiant face glowing like the gentle morning light. Her rosy lips formed two delightful dimples, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. In that moment, Mu Xiaonuan's allure was undeniable, even causing Chen Ran's teasing hand to soften, relinquishing the contest over the food. "Then let us eat quickly." Chen Ran withdrew his hand, a smile illuminating his face. The more he looked at her, the more adorable she became, sending delightful waves of sweetness through his heart. "Okay, I understand. Thank you, husband." Mu Xiaonuan's joyful voice rang out like a melodious lark, infused with a playful clarity that was infectious, lifting the spirits of those around her. "Husband, this is for you." Mu Xiaonuan took it upon herself to peel a large shrimp, holding it by the tail and presenting it to Chen Ran with charming elegance. "Husband, please enjoy this shrimp." I can peel it myself." Chen Ran glanced at the production team and the cameras behind him, feeling a bit embarrassed. The young lady was feeding him in front of millions of viewers, which made him feel somewhat shy, especially given the intimacy of the moment. "Is there any left in your bowl?" Mu Xiaonuan seemed oblivious to the fact that their actions were being watched by so many. She cared not, for love should be open and sincere. Besides, she genuinely wished to feed Chen Ran some shrimp. "All right, I shall do it." Chen Ran let out a helpless smile and, complying with the little girl, extended his hand to catch what was offered. "Oh no, that is not how you receive it. It lacks sincerity." Mu Xiaonuan pouted her red lips, clearly a bit displeased. "I've painstakingly peeled it for you. You should simply open your mouth and take a bite." "Very well then." Chen Ran's heart raced as, under the watchful eyes of the production team, he opened his mouth and bit down on the large shrimp that Mu Xiaonuan had carefully prepared. "How does it taste?" Mu Xiaonuan's face flushed crimson. At that moment, as Chen Ran bit down, the contact between his lips and her palm felt incredibly real. causing her heart to race and her cheeks to redden. She quickly sought an excuse to ask Chen Ran about it, fully aware that he too must have felt the intimate connection in that fleeting moment. Her small hand was soft, exuding a gentle sensation akin to the caress of the wind. As Chen Ran savored the lingering sensation at the corner of his lips, he inadvertently exclaimed, only to feel a twinge of awkwardness. Quickly averting his gaze, he added, the shrimp tastes exceptionally sweet and tender. Would you like to try another piece? Chapter 72. Mu Xiaonuan. Do you wish to indulge for free? Shall I have another piece? Mu Xiaonuan's cheeks flushed as she recalled Chen Ran's earlier words. Was her little hand truly that delightful? The thought caused her to blush even deeper, leaving her feeling quite flustered. Moreover, she couldn't shake the memory of how pleasant it felt to touch Chen Ran's lips in that instant. Why don't you have a piece too? It was meant for you. I can't eat it all by myself. Chen Ran's expression shifted as he gazed at Mu Xiaonuan. He mimicked her actions, peeling a shrimp and placing it before her. All right. Mu Xiaonuan's beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she suppressed a smile. Just as she was about to accept it, she playfully pouted and said, no, darling. You must feed me. At your age, you still won't be fed? Chen Ran teased, noticing the glimmer of expectation in her eyes. A hint of mischief sparkled in his own, realizing just how much she desired to be fed, though he wondered what kind of feeding she truly meant. Isn't that the same for you? You were just being fed moments ago. Mu Xiaonuan huffed, pouting her red lips in playful defiance. How could he claim to be all grown up when he had just been fed by her? All right. Chen Ran stifled his laughter, captivated by the rosy hue of her cheeks. In that moment, his hormones surged. Her soft, sultry voice and enchanting beauty made it quite challenging to resist temptation. Come here. To his surprise, Chen Ran bit down on the shrimp's tail, bringing it closer to his face and presenting it to Mu Xiaonuan. What are you doing? Mu Xiaonuan's bright, beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. What did it mean for her husband to lean in so closely with the shrimp? Weren't you the one who wanted me to feed you? A teasing smile danced in Chen Ran's eyes. He found joy in playfully teasing the lively girl, relishing the sight of her innocent, adorable expressions. Mu Xiaonuan felt her heart leap suddenly, a flush of crimson spreading across her cheeks, swiftly extending to her neck. Her face, as enticing as a ripe apple, burned with an intense heat, leaving her utterly embarrassed. How skillfully her husband could flirt. It was enough to make her lose control of herself. Hurry up. Chen Ran blinked playfully, becoming a bit mischievous. As the saying goes, those who associate with vermilion become red. Having spent so much time with Mu Xiaonuan, the warm and gentle Chen Ran occasionally exhibited such playful antics. Mu Xiaonuan turned her blushing face away, glancing at the captivated production crew, particularly at the camera behind them. She quickly pointed and exclaimed, "Don't look. Hurry and delete this segment." The crew erupted in laughter at the adorable scene, while the director, chuckling, subtly turned the camera away. Everyone averted their gaze, though the corners of their eyes still caught glimpses. With a slight sigh of relief, Mu Xiaonuan slowly turned around, her beautiful eyes sparkling, her expression hesitant. In an instant, before Chen Ran could react, the girl darted forward and pecked him. The sensation came like a soft, warm breeze, fleeting yet tender, leaving behind a moment of lingering warmth. That brief encounter felt like it was frozen in time, beautiful and profoundly memorable. This marked what could be considered the first kiss between Mu Xiaonuan and Chen Ran. Though it was gentle, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, both felt their hearts race, the distance between them seemingly diminished. Previously, Mu Xiaonuan had sensed a certain distance between them. Despite their relationship being confirmed after a confession, something always felt amiss. However, the series of events that transpired today brought them closer, alleviating their reservations. Was it delicious? After a moment of dazed reflection, it was Chen Ran's turn to seek a way to engage her. Soft and warm, very comforting, Mu Xiaonuan replied instinctively. The production crew let out a collective gasp, with Teacher He remarking sourly, "Oh, how bittersweet. I think I'll just go lie down and sleep." Teacher He, aren't you going to eat? Having already had enough of Master Chen's noodles, they were now filled even with dog food. Teacher He, I'll go back with you. I'm not eating either. Huang Xiaochu chimed in, quickly following Teacher He out. What about us? Zifeng asked. I believe I can manage 3 more bowls here. The production crew, upon arriving in Taoyuan village, had taken a hit, and upon returning, they decided that they must showcase something spectacular the next day, or else their recording would be overshadowed by others. The online realm has become a cacophony of complaints. After finishing a hearty bowl of noodles, Mu Xiaonuan retreated to her room to wash up and bathe, while Chen Ran busied himself with the construction of a new fish pond, simultaneously coordinating with relevant engineering teams to commence the project. Ultimately, he ventured to inspect the newly established intelligent farm, familiarizing himself with its layout and the crops being nurtured within. How refreshing and delightful. After a luxurious soak, Mu Xiaonuan donned her pajamas, stretched languidly, and yawned. Recently bathed, her skin was supple, radiating a delicate pink hue, embodying youthfulness and vitality. A girl nurtured by love is indeed extraordinary. Counting on her fingers, Mu Xiaonuan realized that today marked the 3rd day of her official relationship with Senior Chen, during which their bond had made a significant breakthrough, symbolically sharing their first kiss. Hee, what do you think, Xiaoxue? Aren't you envious? Reclining on her bed in a rather unrefined manner, her pajamas slipping off, exposing her fair skin, she swung her long legs while chatting with Yin Shui on the phone. Is that really considered a kiss? Yin Shui's tone dripped with disdain as she scolded, Mu Xiaonuan, you're quite the disappointment. You've started dating, yet your naive little head seems utterly clueless. What do you mean? Mu Xiaonuan responded. Her displeasure evident. Oh, still not convinced? Yin Shui retorted, let me ask you, how should one navigate a romantic relationship? Isn't it simply about 2 people being together and having fun? Mu Xiaonuan replied, confident in her understanding. My goodness, came Yin Shui's exasperated voice from the other end of the line. Mu Xiaonuan could easily envision her friend face-palming, utterly speechless and frustrated. This made Mu Xiaonuan feel a bit sheepish. Was she truly mistaken? Her tone softened. Then how should it be done? Yin Shui deliberately hummed in response. Are you going to hum? Then I'll laugh. Mu Xiaonuan retorted, baring her teeth in frustration. That mischievous woman was purposely teasing her. I'm at a loss for words, and you still don't get it? Yin Shui sighed, clearly exasperated with her friend. Let me ask you this, Mu Xiaonuan. Do you want to take advantage of the situation? Xiaoxue, please, tell me what you want. Mu Xiaonuan understood the implications of Yin Shui's words. That sly girl was after some gain. Now you're getting it. Yin Shui replied, satisfied. In truth, it's quite simple. The essence of a romantic relationship lies in the intimate process. Both individuals must continuously familiarize themselves with one another, starting with each other's habits, gradually integrating into each other's lives until they become inseparable, culminating in the merging of their lives. The merging of lives. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaonuan's face flushed crimson. Was this not a euphemism for intimacy? Why phrase it so poetically? How could Yin Shui, a playful spirit, possess such an artistic flair? Mu Xiaonuan was no fool. Upon hearing those words, she couldn't help but let out a silent sigh, realizing how brazen her friend Yin Shui truly was. However, Yin Shui's remarks echoed persistently in Mu Xiaonuan's mind, reminding her of the romantic kiss they shared earlier that day. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she recalled that delightful sensation. What a wondrous experience it would be to intertwine their lives completely. It signified a beautiful union, a shared life with her husband, and the prospect of their own little family. How blissful that would be. At that moment, her relationship with Brother Chen would attain a sense of completeness. But how could they adapt to one another and seamlessly enter each other's lives? Though Mu Xiaonuan privately deemed Yin Shui a bit of a rogue, she found herself unable to restrain her curiosity and continued to delve into the topic with her friend. That's quite simple, Yin Shui replied nonchalantly. It's all about taking gradual steps, ultimately leading to the conquest of each other's hearts. Yin Shui elaborated, in a romantic relationship, you engage in the natural progression of intimacy, beginning with confessions, followed by holding hands, kissing, and gradually growing closer, which may include gentle caresses and eventually sharing a bath together. This is the most direct way to familiarize yourselves with one another, culminating in the fusion of your lives. Mu Xiaonuan felt a twinge of discomfort, sensing that this approach seemed a bit too focused on physicality. Wasn't that somewhat inappropriate? While she was generally open and expressive about her feelings in love, she worried that if she followed this path, she would be no better than a rogue herself. Isn't that rather concerning? She expressed anxiously. What's the issue? Yin Shui shrugged, unfazed. It's not like I'm pushing you to do anything. This is merely the natural progression of a relationship. It's a necessary step. I ask you, the kiss you shared was a mutual response, correct? But it was just the beginning. Only when you both find yourselves irresistibly drawn to one another, able to kiss freely without hesitation, will you have achieved that step, allowing you to move forward. Moreover, she added, it shouldn't feel forced. As I mentioned, these are essential milestones in a relationship, and they must integrate into your daily lives. From today onward, you need to immerse yourself in his world, allowing him to feel your presence until both your lives are intertwined. That sounds rather complicated, Mu Xiaonuan remarked, feeling a sense of trepidation as a novice in matters of the heart. To simplify it, you must constantly think of each other. Yin Shui concluded with a smile. I can manage that. I understand. Mu Xiaonuan's eyes lit up. The ability to kiss had stemmed from their shared culinary experiences and the way they fed one another. She had been thinking of Brother Chen constantly. This made the path seem far less daunting. Phew, this is exhausting. Yin Shui sighed deeply. Teaching you the art of romance is no easy feat. Don't forget to send me some fruits from your husband's garden later. I'm signing off now. I really need a glass of milk. Got it, you little glutton. Mu Xiaonuan let out a huff, realizing that the benefits she had previously mentioned were precisely what she had encountered. However, her reasoning was rather sound. After contemplating for a moment, Mu Xiaonuan felt that she did not know Chen Ran well enough and resolved to engage in more activities typically shared by couples. For instance, today her husband had worked hard to prepare a meal for her, and as a result of her actions, his clothes had become soiled. He would surely need to shower after his endeavors. Thus, it would be thoughtful of her to prepare a change of clothes for him. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she considered that bathing together was a bit too direct at this stage, lacking many intimate steps. Nevertheless, looking for a change of clothes for Chen Ran seemed entirely appropriate. Mu Xiaonuan stepped into Chen Ran's room, a space she had become quite familiar with, and effortlessly navigated to his wardrobe. There, in the usual spot for his garments, she discovered his clean clothes. To her surprise, however, she noticed something unusual beneath them. As she lifted the clothing, her eyes widened in astonishment. There, framed and displayed, was a painting. Driven by curiosity, Mu Xiaonuan pulled out the artwork, and in that instant, her beautiful eyes grew even wider, filled with disbelief. It was a portrait of her. Moreover, she recognized it as the one Chen Ran had showcased at the auction, capturing her likeness in a serene and beautiful depiction of a sleeping beauty. Hadn't he sold it? A tumult of emotions surged within her, and she felt an overwhelming sensation wash over her. Her heart raced as she pressed her hand to her chest, her gaze becoming exceedingly complex. It turned out that Chen Ran had been cherishing this painting all along. He must have been reluctant to part with it, choosing instead to keep it for himself. This indicated that she held significant value in his heart. Xiao Xue was right. I still did not know him well enough. Gradually, the emotion in Mu Xiaonuan's eyes transformed into tenderness and determination. She clenched her fist, resolute. I will cherish him wholeheartedly, unbeknownst to Chen Ran. The painting he had hidden had been discovered by Mu Xiaonuan, catching him off guard. At that moment, after surveying the farm, he returned home, intending to take a shower. However, upon entering his room, he was taken aback. What was Mu Xiaonuan doing in his room? And why were his clothes beside her? Hubby, you're back. Upon seeing Chen Ran enter, Mu Xiaonuan's eyes sparkled, her face lighting up with a cheerful smile. The delightful expression, complemented by the dimples at the corners of her mouth, resembled a blooming flower, instantly brightening the entire room. What are you doing? Chen Ran stood there, momentarily stunned, his mind racing as he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. Chapter 74. I'll cry for you, since you move me so much, my dear husband. You have returned. Upon seeing Chen Ran, Mu Xiaonuan rushed towards him, leaping into his embrace as he gazed at her in astonishment. What's the matter? Chen Ran blinked, looking at the emotional Mu Xiaonuan, bewildered by her sudden display of affection. What could have prompted this? Darling, Mu Xiaonuan lifted her head, her beautiful eyes slightly reddened. With a playful glimmer, she wiped the corners of her eyes and forced a smile. It's nothing. I just felt you looked particularly exhausted today, so I prepared some clean clothes for you. Her cheeks flushed. She gently extricated herself from Chen Ran's arms and presented him with the garments. Here, these are for you. Chen Ran's response lingered, his gaze fixed intently on her. As he glanced between her eyes and the clothes, a sudden realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "Wait, are you?" His heart raced with uncertainty. Had she discovered his cherished secret? After all, those clothes were kept alongside that particular painting. What do you mean by are you? Mu Xiaonuan stood confidently before him, her enchanting eyes blinking playfully. She leaned closer, hands clasped behind her back, and scrutinized him. Tell me, do you harbor any secrets from me? Doi. Chen Ran feigned innocence, raising his hands in surrender, utterly bewildered by her piercing gaze. Wow, your acting skills are impressive. Dear husband, keep it up. Mu Xiaonuan's amusement grew, her playful demeanor shifting as she mischievously inquired, have you perhaps done something clandestine? Am I that sort of person? Chen Ran retorted earnestly, placing his hand on Mu Xiaonuan's forehead. Are you feeling unwell? You're the one who's unwell. She pouted, her lips forming a slight frown. How could he still be evasive at this point? It was utterly exasperating. Mu Xiaonuan flashed a determined grin. She was resolute. She would unveil the truth today. I ask you, when did you first develop feelings for me? Her expression turned serious as she fixed her intense gaze upon Chen Ran. Her eyes sparkled like a bonfire in the dark, leaving Chen Ran momentarily taken aback, feeling a hint of shyness as he averted his gaze. Liking someone can happen at any moment. It could have been the day I confessed. He momentarily shifted his gaze, sensing his heart racing, as if a secret had been caught by its tail and laid bare. Today, while I was fetching your clothes, I stumbled upon something peculiar, Mu Xiaonuan thought slyly. If he wouldn't speak, she would compel him to do so. Could it be? A flicker of apprehension crossed Chen Ran's eyes. Did she truly uncover that painting? Alas, I shall take my leave now, so as not to intrude upon your bathing. Mu Xiaonuan, having grown clever, playfully stuck out her tongue and then, with delight, exited the room under Chen Ran's gaze. Something felt amiss. A sudden thought crossed Chen Ran's mind, prompting him to hasten to the wardrobe. Amidst a pile of clothes, he finally discovered that painting. It was still here. Chen Ran exhaled a sigh of relief. But just then, a voice that made his heart race echoed, nearly causing him to drop the painting. Darling, what are you looking at? Why haven't you taken your bath yet? Mu Xiaonuan beamed at Chen Ran, leaving him momentarily speechless. Goodness, she hadn't left. He had fallen for the little trick. Oh, what is that in your hand? It looks so familiar. With her hands clasped behind her back, the little one strode towards Chen Ran, a breeze seemingly accompanying her. Leaning in for a closer look, she exclaimed, my goodness, isn't this the painting you showcased at the exhibition when my parents visited? How is it in your hands now? Was it sold? Mu Xiaonuan's astonishment resembled that of someone making a momentous discovery. Her lips parted in shock. Her expression quite exaggerated. All right, Chen Ran sighed with a wry smile. He had indeed been outsmarted by the little one. His concern had led him astray, and now, caught in her gaze, she undoubtedly wished to hear the truth behind this revelation from his own lips. Observing the uncontainable mirth in her eyes, Chen Ran realized she must have already deduced something while rummaging for his clothes. After all this, she was eager to hear him confess. Darling, du confes. What is the story behind this painting? Seizing Chen Ran's vulnerability, the little one was not about to let him off easily. She took the painting and fixed her gaze upon him with utmost seriousness. Last time, Chen Ran was about to speak when, unexpectedly, Mu Xiaonuan rose on her toes, placing her hand over his lips. I understand your sentiments, darling. The playfulness she had displayed earlier faded away, and unable to contain herself any longer, she embraced Chen Ran tightly, her emotions overwhelming her as she began to weep in his arms. Darling, I am so moved. You have cherished this painting for me all along. I never imagined your feelings for me could be so sincere. Tears streamed down her face. Despite her usual playful and naive demeanor, she was deeply sentimental at heart. Especially after Chen Ran's thoughtful gesture, it struck her profoundly, resonating within her heart with great intensity, causing her to cry uncontrollably. Originally, she had pursued Chen Ran, lacking confidence in herself, often fearing that he had confessed out of sympathy or emotional impulse. Yet today, she realized that Chen Ran had genuinely fallen for her, perhaps even while creating this very painting. Oh, Mu Xiaonuan, how fortunate you are! These tears of emotion are, indeed, tears of happiness. At this moment, the rift and incompleteness between Mu Xiaonuan and Chen Ran had vanished entirely. Chen Ran's confession was genuine. His heart was truly filled with thoughts of her. The young girl felt a sweetness akin to honey in her heart, and today, her joy surpassed even that of the day he declared his love. Why cry? Crying makes you look less attractive. Chen Ran gently patted Mu Xiaonuan. Yet she embraced him tighter, her delicate arms clinging to him resolutely. I'll cry if I want to. After all, you have done something so profoundly moving for me. What should I do now that I am genuinely touched? Woe is me, you naughty rascal. You mustn't evoke such emotions in me again, or I might faint from happiness. However, with you holding me this way, I can't even take a shower, can I? A playful smile suddenly graced Chen Ran's lips. Or do you wish to bathe together? Chapter 75. Stay and sleep, please don't tease me. What? Bathe together? Mu Xiaonuan doubted her ears, standing there in utter astonishment and disbelief. Heaven forbid, was her husband truly suggesting they share a bath? Recalling what Yin Shui had mentioned earlier about the essential actions in a romantic relationship, holding hands, kissing, caressing, and bathing together. Could it be that they were progressing to that stage so swiftly? Thump, thump. Mu Xiaonuan felt as though her heart would leap from her chest. Her breaths quickening as she gazed closely at Chen Ran, her mind involuntarily conjuring up images of his alluring physique, well-defined muscles, and captivating face. She was nearly losing her mind. Covering her radiant face, her cheeks burned with embarrassment, turning a deep crimson that reached her ears. She was shy. But husband, I've already bathed, Mu Xiaonuan said weakly, her beautiful eyes filled with shyness, her heart racing to her throat. Did her husband, knowing she had already bathed, have ulterior motives in making such a suggestion? Is it forbidden to bathe again after having done so once? Chen Ran's gaze was playful as he observed the little girl's bashfulness, resembling someone desperate to find a hole to hide in, especially with her enchanting visage making it impossible to look away. No. Mu Xiaonuan stepped back 2 paces, clutching the painting tightly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Eventually, unable to maintain her composure, she resembled a timid rabbit, hastily fleeing Chen Ran's room. I'm feeling sleepy. Good night, husband. We'll see each other tomorrow. Mu Xiaonuan, stop right there. Chen Ran exclaimed, displeased. Husband, I prepared the bathwater for you. If you don't hurry, it will turn cold. Mu Xiaonuan fled in disarray, her cheeks still aflame from Chen Ran's teasing. Ultimately, she was too bashful to endure it any longer, and the unprecedented tension made her the first to retreat. Ha! Chen Ran chuckled at the sight of her flustered retreat. His earlier jest had stirred such a whirlwind of emotions within her. Witnessing her panic, he could hardly contain his amusement. Mu Xiaonuan, how can you be so utterly adorable? In Chen Ran's heart, a tinge of affection and cherishment arose. The moments spent living with the young girl were always filled with joy and sweetness. Thus, he treasured this relationship even more, mindful of not rushing things. After all, like boiling a frog in warm water, this young girl would inevitably become his in due time. How considerate she was, having prepared the water perfectly. Upon entering the bathroom, he found the steam enveloping him, the warmth of the water just right. He wondered from where the young girl had learned such thoughtfulness. When had she become so attentive? Was her husband perhaps upset? Returning to the room, Mu Xiaonuan gradually calmed her racing heart. Reflecting on recent events, she covered her heart, uncertainly pondering. Is this not quite right? Yet it still feels too fast. The young girl found herself in a mental struggle. They had only begun dating a few days ago. Do they really need to rush through everything that couples typically experience? No. Mu Xiaonuan felt that taking things step by step would be wiser. An abrupt leap forward was difficult for her to accept. A gradual unfolding was the most exquisite, lest it be merely a fleeting impulse. However, with her husband having done so much for her, she felt compelled to express her feelings, especially regarding the painting she held in her arms. Gazing at the artwork, a glimmer of determination sparkled in her bright eyes. Regardless of the outcome, she resolved to do something tonight. Splash! Meanwhile, Chen Ran emerged from his bath, feeling quite relaxed. He dried himself with a towel, donned a pair of shorts, and with a click, opened the bathroom door. "Husband, are you done?" Unexpectedly, Mu Xiaonuan was in his room, cradling a painting. Initially, her face was aglow with a smile, but it abruptly froze as she stared at Chen Ran, particularly fixated on his shorts. Unable to tear her gaze away. "Why are you here?" Chen Ran asked, surprised. Hadn't she said she was going to sleep? "Husband, could you cover up a bit?" Mu Xiaonuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she spoke, her eyes furtively darting to his form. "So big." "Huh?" Chen Ran glanced down, quickly realizing the situation, and donned a sleep shirt to cover himself. "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" Chen Ran approached with a smile. The young girl, clutching the painting to her chest, sat quietly beside him, her demeanor obedient. "It's not that. I was just thinking that I might have upset you today, so..." "So, you came here to apologize?" Chen Ran's eyebrows arched slightly, his heart inexplicably racing. The young girl was utterly adorable. He had merely teased her, yet she took it to heart, especially seeing her sitting so primly. He felt his previously calm emotions suddenly surge. "I was just..." Mu Xiaonuan lowered her head, her small hands nervously entwined. She was about to muster the courage to speak when Chen Ran's hand suddenly cupped her cheek. Soft, with a hint of baby fat. "It feels wonderful." Mu Xiaonuan felt a slight pang and shyly turned her face away. "Darling, please don't do that. It hurts." The young girl dodged, pouting her rosy lips. Why did her husband always enjoy pinching her cheeks? Could he perhaps choose a softer spot? "Tonight, why don't you stay?" Chen Ran's heart surged as he gazed at Mu Xiaonuan, suddenly struck by a whimsical thought. "Huh?" Mu Xiaonuan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, her mind blank. "Darling, do you mean you wanted to stay and sleep?" She opened her mouth, her expression filled with astonishment. "Why not?" A playful smirk graced Chen Ran's lips. "Look, in gratitude for my kindness, we might as well skip the bath, but surely you can express your sincerity by sleeping together? Let me think it over." Mu Xiaonuan blinked her enchanting eyes, glancing at the painting in her hand and then at Chen Ran's expression. Caught in indecision, she felt an inexplicable sense of being coaxed. "What are you hesitating for?" Chen Ran urged. "I swear, sitting here at this table, it's merely for the sake of sleep, nothing more." "Really?" Mu Xiaonuan, believing Chen Ran's words, felt a flicker of joy. If it were just sleeping, she would absolutely agree. She had long dreamed of sharing a bed with her senior brother, and the thought alone filled her with warmth. "Of course it's true." Chen Ran smiled gently, tenderly stroking her freshly washed hair, imbued with a captivating fragrance, his affection evident. "All right then." Mu Xiaonuan's bright eyes sparkled like a starry sky, her lips curving into a delighted smile, revealing two lovely dimples. "But you must keep your word and not bully me. My painting and bye-bye are too cumbersome to hold, so I have to cuddle with you to sleep." Mu Xiaonuan's excuse was quite valid as she nestled deeper into Chen Ran's embrace, resembling a lazy kitten. Her sweet, fragrant breaths brushed against his neck. "Hey, if you keep this up, I won't be able to concentrate on sleeping." Chen Ran looked down at the young girl, who had buried herself in his arms. His chin rested atop her silky hair, a subtle fragrance wafting up, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Moreover, being enveloped in her warmth. The slightest touch sent his heartbeat into a frenzy. "I don't care. This feels too comfortable for me to sleep." The young girl wriggled in his arms, searching for the perfect position to ensure a restful slumber. "Oh!" Just as she found a cozy spot, Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed softly, "Why is your heart racing so fast?" "What do you think?" Chen Ran shot her a sidelong glance. "Wasn't it obvious? Could it be because of me?" Mu Xiaonuan playfully extended a finger, gently tracing circles on Chen Ran's chest. He, So I really make senior brother's heart race? Oof. Chen Ran perceived that the young lady was testing his patience. In response to her startled exclamation, he swiftly turned her over in his embrace. Eek! Mu Xiaonuan suddenly cried out, but it was too late. She had already been pinned down by Chen Ran. Darling, what do you intend to do? Mu Xiaonuan trembled in panic, and, as their eyes met, she saw the fire of desire burning in Chen Ran's gaze, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. I find myself craving food, Chen Ran said, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he looked down at Mu Xiaonuan, whose vulnerability only intensified the heat in his eyes and quickened his breath. Then allow me to prepare something for you. Strangely, Mu Xiaonuan felt a sense of trepidation from Chen Ran's intense gaze, more unsettling than the gentle caresses he had bestowed upon her earlier. She hastily attempted to rise, struggling against his hold, but he firmly pulled her back beneath him. Mu Xiaonuan gasped, turning her head away, exposing her delicate alabaster neck to Chen Ran's view. Unable to suppress himself, he swallowed hard, his desire reaching its zenith. Do not move, he growled, his voice strained with restraint. What I crave is you. Mu Xiaonuan gasped softly, Chen Ran's words sending tremors through her entire being. What should she do? Her heart raced as though it were caught in a vice, her mind going blank with anxiety. Why do you want to eat me? I'm not a delicacy. A flush of crimson adorned her fair neck, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Because you are even more exquisite and fragrant, making it impossible to resist taking a bite. Chen Ran's breath was heavy, his patience wearing thin. In Mu Xiaonuan's beautiful eyes, a mix of nervousness and shyness danced. She understood the implication of his words all too well. Taking a deep breath, she gazed into Chen Ran's fervent eyes, realizing that tonight she felt akin to a lamb in the jaws of a wolf, and the predator would not easily relinquish his tender prey. In a moment of hesitation, Mu Xiaonuan suddenly leaned in, whispering, I wish you a pleasant meal. As soon as the words left her lips, she pressed her delicate face closer to his. Their connection deepened, both of them wholly immersed in the moment, engaging with fervor and intensity unlike before. This time, it was not a mere taste. It was a slow savoring of sweetness and softness, a lingering embrace that seemed to merge their passionate emotions, as if each wished to become a part of the other. At that moment, outside the manor, the frenzied barking of a dog erupted, unmistakably that of Mantu, howling in a state of sheer desperation. It had made its way into the manor, howling towards Chen Ran's room. With Mantu's new home commandeered by the production team, it found itself homeless. Could it possibly be expected to coexist with strangers? Certainly, Mantu was unwilling. Thus, it scampered back, eager to express its discontent. In that fleeting moment, the two parted, and a palpable heat seemed to linger in the air. Mu Xiaonuan, slightly breathless, pressed her crimson lips together. The earlier fervor had left them tinged with a purplish hue. At that moment, she gazed at Chen Ran with longing. Darling, was the late-night snack delicious? What do you think? Chen Ran replied, his satisfaction evident, yet he felt a lingering desire for more. Just as he leaned closer, Mu Xiaonuan playfully blocked him with her slender fingers. Though the late-night snack was delightful, one must not overindulge. My dear, you are far too greedy. A glint of mischief sparkled in her beautiful eyes as she seized the moment to rise. That's enough for now. I must return to rest. Are you not staying? Chen Ran grasped her arm gently. I fear that if I stay, you might devour me completely. She pouted, her cheeks flushed. But we have only just begun. I am not yet prepared, she pleaded, her eyes beseeching. After all, a cooked duck cannot escape, can it? Her suddenness left her somewhat overwhelmed. She longed for a first time to unfold naturally, seamlessly, rather than feeling so abruptly forced. Chen Ran's demeanor softened upon witnessing her plea. He understood her reservations. It was precisely because of this innocence that he cherished her even more. She was as luminous moonlight. How could one speak of a cooked duck in such a context? Observing the slight tension in Mu Xiaonuan's expression, Chen Ran chuckled softly, a playful smile gracing his lips. What we have here is a tender, delectable little lamb. You're the one who is delectable, Mu Xiaonuan retorted with a pout, her feigned anger adding to her charm, especially when she noticed Chen Ran's gaze drifting to her bosom. Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Perhaps there was some truth to that sentiment. Well, I shall go see what is troubling Mantu. Making such a ruckus in the dead of night. Flustered, she found an excuse to get up, slipping into her slippers, only to return moments later with hurried footsteps. Casting a bewildered glance at Chen Ran, she picked up a painting and scurried away with small, quick steps. Chapter 78, Mu Xiaonuan dreams, darling. Something seems off the following morning, as the melodious chirping of birds resonated through Taoyuan village. The production team was still lost in slumber. Suddenly, a cacophony of barks erupted. Mantu, situated in its little wooden house, unleashed a cacophony that jolted the crew from their dreams, causing them to emerge in a state of exasperation. What on earth is happening? Why is it barking incessantly since last night? I am truly on the verge of collapse. I hardly slept a wink last night. The entire crew is sporting dark circles under their eyes, feeling utterly dejected. Last night, that little bun kept making a racket. Finally, in the wee hours, it settled down, only for this little rascal to bounce back with energy this morning. This episode has proven to be exceptionally arduous. Oh, what a relief. As dawn broke at the estate, Chen Ran stretched his body, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Despite being harassed by the little girl last night, he unexpectedly enjoyed a restful sleep and even indulged in a delightful dream. In his slumber, he envisioned having a pair of dragon and phoenix twins with the little girl, living blissfully in a paradise of his own making, free from worries and savoring a leisurely life. Awakening from this reverie, he marveled at the beauty surrounding him, invigorated and ready to embrace a new day. After washing up, Chen Ran noticed the absence of that little bun, which typically scampers over, tail wagging, first thing in the morning, eagerly seeking food. Where could have gone this early? Just then, as if on cue, the familiar barks of the bun echoed from a distance, revealing that the crew had returned the little rascal. "Good morning, Master Chen." The crew greeted him. "Good morning." Chen Ran replied with a smile, but his curiosity was piqued by their lackluster demeanor. "What is the matter? You all seem rather drained." "Oh, don't even get me started." "Teacher," he groaned, rubbing his bloodshot panda eyes. He pointed accusingly at the bun. "Who knows what mischief this little creature got into last night? It barked so fiercely in the dead of night that I had to get up to feed it, only for it to start barking again at the crack of dawn." The bun, seemingly understanding the conversation, promptly flopped down and rolled towards Chen Ran, as if to protest its innocence, whining in a manner that appeared to plead its case. "Good grief. This little rascal is trying to dodge responsibility. This dog is quite dim-witted. It's simply astonishing." The crew couldn't help but exclaim, their eyes filled with admiration for Chen Ran. "You're overthinking it. This creature merely enjoys performing," Chen Ran remarked, somewhat exasperated. He playfully nudged the bun with his foot, prompting it to obediently scamper to the side and cease its rolling. How remarkable! With just a gesture, Master Chen commands such obedience from the dog. The crew marveled, acknowledging the dog's intelligence, while recognizing that it still had to concede to Chen Ran's authority. "Master Chen, what would you like for breakfast this morning?" "Teacher," he suddenly inquired, as everyone's stomachs grumbled with hunger. Coincidentally, the crew had also received their tasks for the day, which required them to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for themselves. This morning, Chen Ran glanced at the time. It's not even 7 yet. "How about I take you all to my little farm for a visit?" "Goodness, Master Chen has a farm as well. Was the Master Chen's farm also established by you? I envy your autonomy. Being able to directly harvest the freshest produce from the fields is a luxury, unlike us, who must rely on online purchases, often unaware of how many days old the vegetables are." The crew, while marveling at the scene, couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy, reflecting on their own struggles. Life at Master Chen's place truly is a paradise. "For now, I shall wait a moment. I'll go and summon someone." Chen Ran turned back to glance at the estate, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed that the young lady was still deep in slumber. However, witnessing the new farm without her would be incomplete. Otherwise, upon awakening, she would surely complain. Inside the estate, in Mu Xiaonuan's room, she was indeed fast asleep. Yet, her sleeping position was rather amusing. She lay sprawled out like an octopus, clutching a painting, her head resting on it, as if kissing the artwork. Her delicate eyelashes fluttered slightly, her breathing somewhat uneven. One could only wonder what dream she was experiencing. Time to wake up, Xiaonuan. What are you doing? Chen Ran blushed at the sight. The young lady seemed to be energetically pressing against the painting in her dream. Thankfully, it was framed, otherwise she might have ruined it. Mu Xiaonuan stirred at Chen Ran's call, still caught her dream. Darling, why are you so difficult to handle? She was still pushing against the painting, completely absorbed in her dream world. How adorably foolish. Chen Ran chuckled at her antics, unable to resist teasing her. He lay down beside Mu Xiaonuan. With a playful glint in his eyes, he stealthily extracted the painting from her embrace. Don't take it away. To his surprise, Mu Xiaonuan instinctively reached for it, but Chen Ran had already claimed it. She grasped at nothing, only to inadvertently seize Chen Ran instead. Huh? Chen Ran was startled. He had intended to swap the painting for a pillow, but in a twist of fate, Mu Xiaonuan's swift reaction led her to capture him. Xiaonuan, you. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened as Mu Xiaonuan, with a fervent demeanor, lunged at him. Chen Ran was taken aback, intending to shout, only to be met with a sudden sharp pain amidst the warmth and softness. Hiss! He inhaled sharply, instinctively pulling away from Mu Xiaonuan, covering his lips as the metallic taste of blood lingered. He was bewildered. Did the little lady possess the ferocity of a dog? Mu Xiaonuan, on the other hand, appeared quite satisfied, as if she had just indulged in a delightful feast. Now that's the right flavor. It's delicious. Chapter 79. Bite it back, ah? Where did it go? Perhaps the dream had faded without a trace. Mu Xiaonuan awoke with a start. Beads of sweat dotting her forehead as if she had plummeted from the clouds to the earth, overwhelmed by a profound sense of loss. Why did it have to end so soon? Mu Xiaonuan found herself lost in thought, lingering in a daze even now. So much so that she did not immediately notice Chen Ran's presence. Did you have a good dream? A sudden cold snort interrupted her reverie, as Chen Ran's irritated gaze pierced through her. However, his voice was somewhat muffled and unclear. Oh! Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed in surprise, finally noticing Chen Ran, her face paling in shock as she hastily pulled the blanket over herself. Husband, why didn't you say anything when you came in? Did you speak of me in your dream? Chen Ran huffed, inhaling sharply. Even uttering a word felt like a painful ordeal. The little lady was rather fierce with her words. Ah, you saw everything. Mu Xiaonuan felt utterly embarrassed, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She anxiously pondered whether her husband would think her less than pure after such an awkward moment was laid bare before him. Not just saw. I was even attacked. Chen Ran covered his mouth, mumbling, and it was then that Mu Xiaonuan noticed the injury on his lips. Mu Xiaonuan's face paled as she looked at Chen Ran, frozen for 3 seconds before letting out a high-pitched gasp, immediately burying her face in her hands, utterly mortified. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Flushing with embarrassment, she quickly composed herself and turned to Chen Ran, her beautiful eyes filled with guilt and concern. Husband, does it hurt a lot? How can I help you? It's simple, you come here. Chen Ran commanded from the sofa, carefully wiping his lips with a wet towel. Oh! Mu Xiaonuan obediently stood up, moving toward him slowly like a timid quail. Husband, what do you want me to do? Her voice was barely a whisper, her gaze cast down, unable to meet his eyes. Don't worry, I won't ask for much. Chen Ran replied with a playful tone. Just let me bite you back. No. Mu Xiaonuan's face turned pale at his words, hastily waving her hands in protest. I can't. I'm afraid it will hurt. Are you really going to bite me? Can't we choose a different place? No problem. Chen Ran raised an eyebrow, a teasing glint in his eye. Don't you have 2 mouths? Just bite the other one. Huh? Mu Xiaonuan was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean by 2 mouths? Upon closer inspection, her face flushed like a ripe tomato. When she caught Chen Ran laughing, everything clicked into place. Her husband was merely teasing her. Husband, you're so naughty. It's infuriating, Wa. Mu Xiaonuan felt incredibly shy, playfully punching Chen Ran's chest with her little pink fist. Her husband was such a rascal, playing tricks on her. Cough, cough. All right, Chen Ran said, try to restrain himself from further mischief. Looking at her adorable demeanor, he thought that had his lips not been injured, he would have surely overwhelmed her with affection. Get ready, we're going to new farm soon. There are surprises waiting for us. Okay. Mu Xiaonuan finally calmed down and went to freshen up. Though I was awakened early in the morning by the noise, I found that rising around 6 and engaging in some activity felt quite delightful. Initially, the crew was somewhat unaccustomed to the early hour, but as they inhaled the fresh morning air of Taoyuan village, imbued with the earthy fragrance of soil and blossoms, they experienced a raw and unadulterated beauty that lifted their spirits. It was a sensation of complete relaxation, unlike anything I had ever felt while living in the bustling metropolis. It felt as though every cell in my body was radiating joy. I am eagerly anticipating Master Chen's farm. What could it possibly be like? Master Chen, I heard you personally constructed the farm. Is that true? What form could a farm truly take? As the crew walked along, they conversed with Chen Ran, who maintained a serene smile throughout, occasionally nodding in affirmation, while Mu Xiaonuan took on the role of answering questions. Of course, the farm was meticulously designed and personally overseen by my husband. As for its authenticity, you shall soon witness it for yourselves. I assure you, it will be an eye-opening experience. The crew found it peculiar that whenever they posed questions to Master Chen, Mu Xiaonuan would eagerly interject, leaving them somewhat bewildered. Yet they felt the warmth of the hostess's hospitality. Upon arrival, it was Chen Ran who suddenly spoke, albeit with just 2 simple words, as if he felt little inclination to elaborate further. Is this the farm? My goodness, could this possibly be the legendary garden? Are you telling me this is a farm? And what is this? It appears to possess some automated irrigation feature. Sister Zifeng, intrigued, leaned closer to inspect a particularly round and vibrant tomato, its glossy red hue suggesting exquisite flavor. Perched atop the tomato was a small device that piqued her curiosity. Beep. Moisture levels exceeded, initiating airflow. To her surprise, as Sister Zifeng approached, a loudspeaker announced, and a fierce gust of air rushed towards her, splattering her face with water. My heavens, this is astonishing. This is high-tech, exclaimed Sister Zifeng. Master Chen, this is incredible. This farm is a marvel of modern technology. It seems that moisture, light, and nutrients are all under constant surveillance. The crew was utterly amazed. The precision with which these conditions were monitored promised unparalleled agricultural products. The tomatoes resembled radiant red suns, their colors simply perfect. Watermelons, too, caught their attention. Plump, with impressively defined patterns, they were unmistakably prime specimens. Never had I imagined that the conditions within a farm could be so lavish. In my next life, I would willingly be one of Master Chen's farm products. Ha ha. The crew, their eyes wide with wonder, exchanged excited remarks, each voicing their interest. Wow. Mu Xiaonuan, witnessing the newly established farm for the first time, had her eyes gleaming with excitement. It was utterly dreamlike, akin to a scene from a fairy tale. Beep. Leisurely living system initiating. Chapter 80. A beautiful day begins with feeding Mu Xiaonuan ding. The leisure life system is now activated. Ding. A new leisurely task has been issued. A beautiful day begins with feeding Mu Xiaonuan. Please cooperate with the program team's activities and outperform them. The system has announced a new task. However, Chen Ran felt that this task had an unusual twist. He silently glanced at the production team. Has everyone received the task from the director? Teacher, he took the lead in looking at everyone, his gaze somewhat peculiar. What I received is a game of Pictionary. In pairs. Please select something you like from this farm to draw and let your partner guess. If your partner guesses correctly, you shall be rewarded with a meal. I have the same task as teacher he, but I'm his partner. Huang Xiaochu raised his hand in response. We have the same task as well. I'm partnered with Peng Peng. Sister Zifeng also raised her hand to indicate her participation. Well, it seems we are indeed in pairs, testing our tacit understanding and drawing skills. Peng Peng smiled. This is my forte. It appears victory is assured for Sister Zifeng and me. Oh really? Just you two? Teacher, he and Huang Xiaochu exchanged knowing glances, clearly unconvinced, and then the competition began. He, witnessing the program team introduce new twists so early in the day, is quite intriguing. A game of Pictionary? Perhaps everyone is skeptical. Even I would hesitate to eat what I draw. What if I ended up drawing a chili pepper? Would I have to eat it raw on the spot? Many viewers tuning in to the live broadcast early in the morning felt that this season of the program was exceptionally entertaining. They wondered how many would survive by the end of the morning. It may seem simple to eat, but drawing is a different challenge. Can we invite Master Chen and Miss Mu to be the judges? Teacher He and the others looked towards Chen Ran and Mu Xiaonuan. Chen Ran pursed his lips, signaling to Mu Xiaonuan with a gentle nod. Oh, of course. Mu Xiaonuan also found it quite intriguing, and since her husband had agreed, she was looking forward to it. Haha, with the participation of Master Chen, this episode promises to be captivating. Master Chen is an esteemed artist with paintings valued in the billions. Having him as a judge adds a level of professionalism. The audience of the program couldn't help but give a thumbs up, though some began to notice peculiarities. Expressing surprise. Did you notice? Since the beginning of today's event, Master Chen hasn't said much at all. I find it strange, too. It's mostly Xiaonuan speaking for him. Some were curious, but soon someone began to speculate. You don't understand, do you? This clearly indicates the family hierarchy. Xiaonuan is evidently catering to Master Chen. Catering? I wonder how proactive Xiaonuan was last night. Chen Ran felt somewhat helpless. It wasn't that he was trying to be aloof, but his mouth was hurt. Fortunately, the little girl's gaze remained fixed on him, and without needing to speak, she instinctively took on the role of voicing his thoughts. Let us begin. Our group shall go first. Teacher He and Chef Huang were brimming with excitement, eager to commence the game where Teacher He would illustrate, and Chef Huang would endeavor to guess. As Teacher He pondered what to depict, he scanned the farm, his eyes sparkling at the abundance of treasures surrounding him. After all, this new farm was a marvel of high technology, featuring the finest varieties of flowers, fruits, and vegetables, cultivated using the most advanced techniques, making it a challenge for anything to falter. The vibrant red tomatoes, the lush green peppers, and the tender greens were all captivating. But the Paisido assistance was undoubtedly the orchard, teeming with delectable fruits, which was the very reason for Teacher He's visit. While vegetables might not be the most appetizing option, fruits were perfect for breakfast. That's it. As he surveyed the area, Teacher He spotted a peach that caught his fancy. However, just as he was about to sketch it, he found himself at a loss. Oh dear, this is quite the challenge. Unexpectedly so, after several attempts, none resembled the fruit, leaving him rather disheartened. Ding! Time's up. Mu Xiaonuan chimed in. Let's see what Teacher He has drawn. With a hint of embarrassment, Teacher He slowly revealed his artwork. The moment Mu Xiaonuan and the others caught sight of the drawing, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh my, what on earth is this? Why does it look so garish? Teacher He, are you joking with me? Can this be eaten? Chef Huang's expression darkened as he looked left and right, convinced that consuming this would induce a morning of retching. Why can't it be eaten? Isn't this a cucumber? Teacher He, with conviction, replied, eating cucumbers in the morning is a splendid way to replenish carbohydrates. Is this a cucumber? This is a bitter melon, for goodness sake. Chef Huang, being quite discerning, quickly recognized the vegetable, as his culinary experience had earned him the nickname. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the folds on this vegetable far exceeded those of a cucumber. Ha! Teacher He, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Serving Chef Huang bitter melon for breakfast? What a deep-seated grudge that must be. It's a bitter melon, all rugged and bumpy. While its taste may not be delightful, it is far more versatile than a cucumber. What is wrong with you upstairs? Are you suggesting using your second mouth to eat it? Teacher He's drawing had the audience in stitches, with viewers in the live stream erupting in laughter early in the morning. Chef Huang's face turned a shade of green, especially since the show's rules mandated he take at least one bite, lest the program come to a halt. I'm going to be sick. Chef Huang, unfortunately, bore the brunt of this predicament. After taking a bite, he nearly retched, tears streaming down his face from the experience. Ha, watch us. Sister Zifeng and Peng Peng exchanged glances, as it was now Sister Zifeng's turn to draw while Peng Peng guessed. Everything looked so beautiful. Sister Zifeng was dazzled, and like Teacher He, upon entering the orchard, she was momentarily at a loss for which fruit to illustrate, feeling that each one was truly exceptional. This one, Soon, Sister Zifeng selected a premium fruit and began to sketch it with great focus. Moments passed. Time's up. Let us behold the masterpiece created by Zifeng. Mu Xiaonuan, filled with curiosity, leaned in for a closer look. After a careful examination, her brows relaxed, and she sensed she was on the right track. Now, it was Pengping's turn to guess. The shape was round, yet not entirely so, resembling an apple, but significantly smaller. Could it possibly be a cherry? After a moment of contemplation, Pengping suddenly arrived at the correct answer. Zifeng's excitement was palpable as she clenched her fists in jubilation. Yet Pengping, gazing at the solitary cherry he had plucked, remarked with a bittersweet smile, "You've only drawn one. It's hardly enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." The laughter erupted. Your response is absolutely priceless. How could one cherry suffice? If you have the skills, draw me a whole basket. It was confirmed. This idyllic life was not so bountiful. They could barely afford breakfast. My mother inquired about my early morning chuckling, and I replied, "I'm floating after stuffing a handful of cherries into my mouth." This scene elicited a chorus of laughter from the audience. The director was a genius. The crew, visibly distressed, lamented their missed breakfast as they gazed longingly at the fragrant orchard, their mouths watering profusely. How could they not even afford a meal? At that moment, Chen Ran, who had been silent thus far, suddenly spoke up, unable to bear the sight any longer. He shook his head in disbelief at the crew and then turned to Mu Xiaonuan with a warm smile, saying, "Are you hungry? Shall I draw a few for you?" Chapter 81. You can bite anywhere you like, oh my. Are you going to draw too, darling? Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, her bright eyes sparkling as if filled with stars upon hearing Chen Ran's words. She was well aware of his artistic prowess. If he were to take the brush, the crew would have little to contribute. Are you truly certain, absolutely sure you want to participate? She asked. Yes. I'm just feeling a bit restless and will casually sketch a few strokes. Chen Ran smiled, taking the paper and pen from the crew, his gaze drifting towards the newly established farm, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Wow, Master Chen is personally taking charge. This is going to be spectacular. I have never witnessed the creative process of Master Chen before. I am beyond excited. Wow, having your husband, a world-class artist, draw for you, Xiaonuan. You have quite the privilege. The audience erupted in excitement upon hearing that Master Chen was stepping in. What kind of stunning results could a hand capable of creating artworks worth billions produce from a few drawings of fruit? It is said that Master Chen is an internationally renowned painter. One wonders what his creations will look like. Even with such skill, producing a masterpiece in such a short time frame might be a tall order. The crew exchanged glances, surprised yet skeptical about what Chen Ran could achieve. Strong artistic ability is one thing, but executing a vision within a limited time frame is no simple feat. Darling, you need not push yourself too hard. Mu Xiaonuan approached Chen Ran with concern, whispering, I'm not very hungry this morning. Just draw whatever you like. I won't mind at all. Clearly, Mu Xiaonuan was worried about putting Chen Ran in a difficult position. Rest assured, I shall draw something casually. Chen Ran pondered for a moment, contemplating which fruit to depict. He faced no difficulty in choosing, for he was well aware of what his family farm produced. With swift strokes, Chen Ran's brush glided across the pristine white paper, moving with astonishing speed and fluidity, indicative of his nimble fingers, far surpassing the efforts of teacher He, who struggled to illustrate a cucumber. Time was up. Let us behold the masterpiece crafted by Master Chen. Teacher He, timing the event, soon noted that a minute had elapsed, and the onlookers could not contain their curiosity, eager to discover what Chen Ran had created. Master Chen, what have you drawn? Teacher He approached first, his gaze falling upon the artwork, only to be momentarily stunned, exclaiming, Goodness, is this real? Come see, what is it? Upon hearing this, the crew members perked up, gathering closer. My heavens! Could it be true that someone can actually draw this? My goodness, how fortunate Miss Mu must feel. Mu Xiaonuan, intrigued by the commotion, wondered what could possibly elicit such astonishment. As she leaned in for a closer look, her breath caught in her throat. What lay before her was astonishing. Heavens! It was a vibrant fruit salad. Her husband had rendered a cup of colorful fruit salad. Wow, Master Chun's creativity is remarkable. I can't believe he thought to draw this. I'm envious. Suddenly, the banana in my hand seems less appealing, while others struggled to depict a single fruit. Master Chen effortlessly conjured a delightful fruit salad. The live stream exploded with excitement, comments flooding in as the viewership skyrocketed to 10 million in the early morning hours. Husband, I am truly, deeply moved, Mu Xiaonuan exclaimed, tears brimming in her beautiful eyes. She gazed at Chen Ran with affection, her thoughts consumed by him, entirely filling her mind. In this moment, the painting he created, though simple, was utterly extraordinary, especially before such an audience. It was akin to a public declaration of love, leaving the young lady utterly touched. How sweet yet naive, Chen Ran chuckled, finding her easily satisfied nature endearing. He mused inwardly about how he would certainly inquire about her level of emotion if they were alone. Shall we pick some fruit together? Chen Ran smiled, and alongside Mu Xiaonuan, they gathered fresh produce from the farm, crafting a vibrant fruit salad for her enjoyment. Though simply prepared, the colors harmonized beautifully, releasing a delicate fruity aroma that made the crew members drool with envy as they watched Mu Xiaonuan indulge heartily. Master Chen, our esteemed teacher, he and the others couldn't help but swallow in anticipation, their eyes gleaming with desire. A new task from a production team had arrived, suggesting that we could assist Master Chen with a condition in exchange for a delightful breakfast. I wonder what your thoughts are on this. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ran proposed, how about this? You all lend a hand in clearing the weeds from the farm, and in return, each of you shall receive a cup of fruit salad. Although the farm is primarily operated by intelligent devices, some weeds still manage to sprout, and many fruits have ripened. If not consumed soon, they would regrettably spoil. All right, the production team, elated by the agreement, eagerly set about their tasks. Meanwhile, the cameras were already capturing Chen Ran, who was undeniably the focal point this morning. Oh dear, I feel so full. Mu Xiaonuan, with a rather modest appetite, had barely finished half a cup of fruit salad before finding herself unable to continue. Yet her eyes sparkled with joy, forming crescent moons, and her lips glistened with satisfaction. Gently patting her belly, she mused that this was the most indulgent breakfast she had ever experienced. Honey, would you like to have some? Mu Xiaonuan remembered that Chen Ran had yet to partake in breakfast and extended the fruit salad towards him. I want tea, Chen Ran replied, his tone clearly refusing. He had no habit of eating fruit in the morning. However, the more he declined, the more persistent Mu Xiaonuan became in urging him to try it. All right then. Chen Ran relented with a hint of exasperation, leaning closer, albeit hesitating. Mu Xiaonuan took it upon herself to pinch a strawberry and bring it to Chen Ran's lips. Chen Ran's lips twitched, suddenly inhaling sharply as the fruit pressed against a sore spot. What's wrong? The little girl immediately grew anxious. Isn't it because of you? Chen Ran retorted, slightly annoyed. After you bit me this morning, I suppose I'll be limited to boiled noodles for my meals over the next few days. Soda. Sensing Chen Ran's irritation, Mu Xiaonuan's heart softened, fearing he might be angry with her. She grasped his hand, shaking it gently. Honey, please don't be upset. How about I bite you back, and you can bite me too? Where shall I bite you? Chen Ran nearly burst into laughter at her response, jokingly asking, I don't know. Anywhere is fine, Mu Xiaonuan declared, resolutely accepting the challenge. Chapter 82. If you don't believe what I say, feel free to check. I don't know. Anywhere is fine. Hearing Mu Xiaonuan's words, Chen Ran paused, incredulously gazing at her. Could it truly be anywhere? His gaze inadvertently traveled over her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. The area she spoke of was a lovely pink. How delightful. Was there perhaps another part that shared the same hue? Chen Ran's gaze lingered before shifting downwards, contemplating the alluring curves before him. There were indeed 3 areas to choose from. And you? As Mu Xiaonuan noticed Chen Ran's unwavering gaze upon her, a wave of shyness washed over her, causing her to lower her head, her heart racing uncontrollably. What should she do? Suddenly, she perceived the intensity of her husband's gaze. So fervent it felt as though it could melt her away, leaving her nearly breathless. How could I possibly know if you're merely jesting with me? Chen Ran chuckled, narrowing his eyes mischievously. He unexpectedly reached out, gently grasping her chin, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "Ah, you," Mu Xiaonuan gasped, her heart leaping like a startled rabbit, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded Chen Ran. Goodness, when did my husband become so flirtatious? Her mind was a blank canvas, entirely occupied by Chen Ran's presence. In front of so many onlookers, her husband dared to tease her so openly. Although feelings of embarrassment and nervousness coursed through her, an inexplicable thrill accompanied her anxiety. How could I ever jest with you? Mu Xiaonuan's cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes betraying her shyness, as she, in a sweet and soft tone, proposed, "If you doubt my words, you may verify them." With a nervous heart, she tightly shut her eyes, holding her breath, pressing her lips together, steeling herself for whatever may come. After all, if it came to it, she could endure a bite. Couldn't she? Verify? Chen Ran found her suggestion both amusing and perplexing. To verify, she meant to engage her lips, but previously she had claimed that anywhere was acceptable. Such a splendid opportunity should not be wasted on superficial pursuits. His ambitions were grander, more profound. He resolved to conduct a thorough examination later that evening. After all, in front of so many witnesses, it was crucial to maintain his esteemed reputation. Regrettably, the chance to kiss had slipped away, and that delicate pink hue appeared utterly delectable. Mu Xiaonuan's lovely eyelashes fluttered as she scrutinized Chen Ran with her beautiful eyes, clearly displaying a hint of displeasure and disappointment. Why was it that her husband remained unmoved despite such an enticing situation? Was he truly reluctant to hurt her? After all, women were often akin to water. Sometimes, a mere gentle touch could elicit a flow of emotions. The thought of a bite stung her with apprehension. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, astonished by her husband's thoughtfulness and care. "You need not be overly concerned about my feelings," Mu Xiaonuan expressed, her eyes brimming with tenderness and emotion. "You may be a bit rough. I can completely handle it." Chen Ran regarded Mu Xiaonuan with skepticism. What did her words imply? Did she possess such inclinations? "Rest assured, as you wish," he replied, not pondering too deeply. For tonight, he would seize the moment. Since she harbored such bold ideas, he would certainly fulfill her desires. Yet, there was no need to rush. He decided to wait until later that evening. "All right then," he added with a playful tone. Mu Xiaonuan responded decisively, initially believing that Chen Ran was merely fabricating an excuse, implying that their meeting was set for the evening in order to unveil the truth of the matter. The more she pondered, the more absurd her thoughts seemed. If Chen Ran were to discover this, she would likely be both amused and bewildered. This young lady's inner monologue was indeed rich and elaborate. "That's enough. Let us go supervise and see how everyone is faring with the weeding task," Chen Ran declared, intending to check on the crew's progress. "Wait a moment." As Chen Ran abruptly released her chin, Mu Xiaonuan called out to him. To his astonishment, she rose on her tiptoes, a warm breath brushing against his cheek. With a resounding kiss, she pressed her lips firmly against him, and then she swiftly turned and dashed away. "Oh dear, my stomach feels a bit off, darling. I must use the restroom." "Xiaonuan, wait." Chen Ran stood frozen, quickly coming to realize that Mu Xiaonuan had executed a sneak attack, indulging in her playful advantage before fleeing. He intended to pursue her, yet she was surprisingly swift, disappearing towards the manor in the blink of an eye. "What a silly girl." Chen Ran chuckled, shaking his head, yet a hint of mischief and anticipation brewed within him. He wondered what it would be like to bite her later that evening. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the leisurely task. A vibrant day begins with satisfying your wife. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a reward for your leisurely task. Top-tier wine brewing technique 1. Top-tier wine brewing craft and equipment 1. At that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in Chen Ran's mind. The long-awaited reward had finally arrived, and he was pleasantly surprised to receive such a skill. Brewing wine? This was a rather novel undertaking for both him and Mu Xiaonuan. With the vast expanse of their farm and the abundance of ripe grapes, they could easily produce their own wine. Imagining future days spent savoring their handcrafted wine filled him with a sense of accomplishment and joy. Everyone, let's take a break and enjoy some food first, Chen Ran announced with a smile as he approached the crew, inviting them to partake in a delightful fruit breakfast to reward their diligent labor. Ah, this is so refreshing. The milky white juice is divine. Woo! I can finally taste the fruits from Master Chen's farm. The crew members were moved to tears. This breakfast was truly a hard-earned delight. Take your time. No need to rush. A mischievous glint danced in Chen Ran's eyes, for he had already devised a plan, with an abundance of fruit available. Once everyone had eaten their fill, he would enlist their help in harvesting grapes for wine production. He would later gift a bottle to one of the fortunate individuals among them. I can't help but laugh. Master Chen seems to regard the crew as laborers. Ha ha ha. At this rate, there's no need for the director to assign tasks. Master Chen is taking the initiative. This is the life I long for. With Master Chen around, life requires no director. He is the director. And he is even gifting homemade wine. Master Chen, choose me. I'm willing to pick grapes for you. The production team had yet to respond, but the audience in the live stream was already buzzing with excitement. The barrage of comments soared, and the number of viewers quickly reached the peak of yesterday's figures. Brewing wine? Could this potentially conflict with the upcoming tasks? The crew exchanged glances, turning their attention to the director, who was unexpectedly relishing a watermelon. Noticing the gazes upon him, he rolled his eyes and hastened his eating. What are you looking at? Soon, I shall assist Master Chen in winemaking. I have no time to guide you on your tasks. After speaking, the director eagerly turned to Chen Ran. Master Chen, count me in. I work the fastest. How about you give me that bottle you promised later? Chapter 83. Darling, do you fancy imported grapes? Is the director foolish? Certainly not. But why act this way? It turns out that Master Chen's prowess is so extraordinary that wherever he is, the production team naturally thrives. The director realized that the tasks he meticulously planned paled in comparison to Master Chen's abilities. They seemed trivial and lacked any challenge. This resulted in their presence feeling remarkably diminished. The director felt that his carefully crafted programs were mere routine in the face of Master Chen's excellence. For instance, the painting. Who could rival such skill? Thus, rather than devising programs to attract viewers, it would be far better to accompany Master Chen and partake in his daily life. Of course, what is daily life for Master Chen is an aspirational lifestyle for them. At times, the director considered himself quite talented, but now he recognized that his abilities were insignificant in the presence of Master Chen. Director, you have changed. After witnessing the director's behavior, the crew exchanged bewildered glances, lamenting whether this was still the same spirited director from previous seasons, who at times made them feel utterly miserable. Don't you think that deliberately crafted tasks render our lives overly structured and devoid of freedom? One of them questioned. The director, however, retorted earnestly, following Master Chen is the epitome of the life we aspire to, natural and free-spirited, broadening our horizons. I have truly come to understand that. The others rolled their eyes and sighed, their voices trailing off. Yet, the director remained serious. Regardless of how amusing it was, suppressing laughter was someone else's concern, not his. Let us go see the grapes. Chen Ran smiled, unfazed. For him, having a few extra hands to help pick grapes was a welcome blessing, alleviating his burdens. Darling, I'll help you too. Mu Xiaonuan changed into a sporty outfit, clean and crisp, paired with knee-high boots. Her flowing hair was styled into a lovely bun, making her appearance remarkably fresh and vibrant. She radiated a sunny athleticism. Mu Xiaonuan was a walking fashion statement, effortlessly pulling off activewear, largely due to her striking looks. In Chen Ran's eyes, only his own charm could overshadow her beauty. Wow, Xiaonuan looks stunning. Alas, it is regrettable that she is already taken. I had intended to pursue Xiaonuan, even after her marriage. Not even Jesus could deter me, I assure you. However, it seems fate has other plans. Host, I have now made peace with myself. I wish you and Master Chen all the best. Upon seeing your outfit today, I finally comprehend why Master Chen is enamored with you. Dear commenter above, you are mistaken. Master Chen not only has a fondness for Xiaonuan, but often finds himself captivated by her. Witnessing Xiaonuan's attire today, it is not just Chen Ran who is struck by her beauty. Even the live audience is left in awe. Today, Xiaonuan truly radiates sunshine and charm. Her beauty is breathtaking. So what do you think, my dear? Is this ensemble acceptable? Xiaonuan twirled on her toes, playfully sticking out her tongue at Chen Ran. Does your wife bring you pride? Quite all right, Chen Ran nodded, suddenly leaning in to whisper, yet, I believe the outfits you tried on the night, I confessed, were even more enchanting. Oh my. Xiaonuan blushed fiercely upon hearing this. What is he suggesting? That night was an utter blunder caused by Xiaoxue, leaving her feeling overly exposed before her husband, as if she were nearly unclothed. The mere thought of that night made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Is Chen Ran hinting at something now? Do you still wish to see them? Xiaonuan nibbled on her lip, her beautiful eyes sparkling like a clear spring, enticing all who gazed upon her. Are you going to wear them? Chen Ran's eyes lit up. He had not yet fully appreciated them and naturally wished to see them again. Then Xiaonuan whispered, tonight, I shall change into one for you. With that, the little minx spun around and dashed away, her cheeks aflame with shyness. Chen Ran inhaled sharply. This little one is truly tantalizing. Tonight, it appears there are two delightful surprises in store. Let's not forget, she still owes him a playful bite. Wait for me. Chen Ran called after her as she fled, chuckling and leading the production team in pursuit. The vineyard is situated at the edge of this new farm, on a vast expanse of land, at least an acre filled with vines. The most common varieties include Sunshine Rose, Maru, and Kyoho, alongside the new breed Summer Black Blueberry. Upon a brief count, nearly 10 different varieties can be observed. Heavens, this place is a veritable paradise for grapes. Teacher, he gazed in wonder, his eyes nearly overwhelmed. Such a kaleidoscope of colors. It is truly stunning. The aroma is so sweet, the scent of grapes wafting everywhere. I absolutely adore this place. Zifeng, with arms wide open, took a deep breath, feeling as though she had stepped into a grape utopia. Master Chun, how do you plan